This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Good afternoon, passengers. Now play an emergency notice. The stopover at the Huangqing station will arrive 2 hours later than expected due to the sudden war in the surrounding area. The textured mechanical sound woke up the passengers in the carriage. Jiang Tunan opened her eyes, loosened her fingers, and felt something floating down. She lowered her head to pick it up, only to find that it was a ticket. It's just that the texture is different from all the tickets she has seen. And the text on it is also strange. It's not any of the ones she has seen. But she can understand it. Starting station, C648 star. Terminal station, Huangqing. Passenger, Jiang Tunan. Prank, or was she secretly sent to the script-killing scene by a colleague? Thousands of thoughts flashed through her mind, and were denied by Jiang Tunan one by one. She clearly remembered that she led the team to set up camp in the wild, and was tracking the traces of clouded leopards. Because they suddenly received the news that the fund was approved, everyone planned to go into the mountains in one go. There was no way she could be pranked in such a technological place. Jiang Tunan couldn't help but look up and look around. There was a huge window next to her, and outside the window was a strange eye. The deep purple gradually transitioned to white, and outside this strange sphere was wrapped in a layer of orange from deep to light, which gradually faded and diffused into the surrounding darkness. There was also a linear black in the middle, which looked like an eye. The eye was surrounded by spheres and nebulae of various shapes. Jiang Tunan moved her face closer and realized that the eye should also be a nebula. But the color was particularly gorgeous, attracted by the different scenery outside the window, until the mechanical sound sounded again above her head. Jiang Tunan was suddenly pulled back to reality. Who is she? Where is she? Could it be that she slept until the era when humans ruled the universe? Jiang Tunan retracted her gaze and pinched herself hard. The pain quickly went from her wrist to her brain. She fell into a brief confusion. Could it be that she really got through? She simply carried out the steps just now and looked at the internal structure of the car. The silver-white color full of mechanical feeling was everywhere, and the seats were much more comfortable than the transportation she had taken before. There was no luggage rack in the car, and she only carried a small bag. Jiang Tunan opened the small bag and found something with a texture similar to an envelope. When she opened it, it turned out to be an admission letter. In addition, there was a notebook in the bag. Jiang Tunan opened the notebook and found a bill inside. The contents of the notebook were almost all related to money, mostly borrowing and returning records and expenditures. All of these expenses are related to school. She still hasn't paid off the tuition fees for the preparatory class of the military academy a few years ago. This is the first time that Jiang Tunan, who received compulsory education, has seen such an outrageous tuition fee. There are also testing fees and extracurricular practice fees, which cost a huge amount of money at a time. In the last page with records, there is a printed thing, which is a recruitment notice. The Wild Star Zoo is urgently recruiting keepers, and those who have knowledge of paleontology and have raised paleontology are preferred. The monthly salary is 100,000 to 150,000, and bonuses for outstanding performance are calculated separately. Not writing the work content and working hours, only writing the monthly salary. Isn't this a well-known pie in the sky? Looking at the word Wild Star, Jiang Tunan thought of the destination on the ticket, and a bad premonition came to her mind. A tentative male voice sounded beside her. Have you also seen the recruitment of the Wild Star Zoo? Jiang Tunan looked over and saw a boy who looked weak and frail. A beautiful long golden hair fell on his shoulders. His eyes were blue, and he looked innocent and pure. He showed his ticket to Jiang Tunan, as if he had opened a conversation. I saw the recruitment content, but my family didn't allow me to go, so I can only go to work on H37 planet. Who wouldn't be tempted by the salary at the zoo on the deserted planet? You know, my parents don't make that much in a month. The boy looked a little regretful and continued. But I read the discussion on the Star Network. Everyone thinks there must be a pitfall here. Everyone wants to go like me, but no one has gone. You are really brave. Jiang Tunan had to remain silent and gave him a tired smile. If this was not a dream, then she had started from hell. She owed 200,000 yuan and had to pay 120,000 yuan in tuition. If this was some role-playing game, Jiang Tunan just wanted to quit and start over. Now she probably understood why the destination was the deserted planet. This might be the legendary money that moved people. After all, according to the bills in the notebook, If she wanted to pay off the money, even if she was successful in the application, she would have to make money for 2 months without spending money. According to this strange good man, this salary was a huge sum of money. If it were her, she would probably choose to seek wealth and fame at the risk of her own life. I just don't know what the so-called paleontology is. It can't be the resurrection of dinosaurs, right? So have you seen paleontology? Jiang Tunan looked back at the enthusiastic man and asked him. No. These things are kept tightly covered. A lot of fiscal expenditures are spent on these things every year. But every year the experts report that they are endangered. My parents saw them decades ago. They said they were furry and not found in the interstellar space. Unfortunately, our generation can't see them. The information on the interstellar network has been processed almost. He just moved his fingers lightly, and a small light screen appeared in front of them. Before Jiang Tunan could see what high-tech he was doing, she was attracted by the content of the picture. She secretly restrained her inner shock and asked, "Is this a paleontology?" The picture turned out to be a clouded leopard, with yellow eyes staring at the camera. A little cute. It was smaller than the clouded leopard that Jiang Tunan was tracking recently. There were 2 white spots on his eyebrows, as if he was caught by the camera unexpectedly. It was lying on the tree, with its long tail bent like an umbrella handle, and its ears slightly pressed back. She couldn't help but guess that this clouded leopard was planning to flee quickly. One of them. My parents saw it when they were on their honeymoon on Earth. They happened to take a photo through the leaves. There was only this one photo, and they didn't even have a back view. But this ancient creature didn't seem to be registered. My parents reported it when they came back. I don't know if they found it later. The boy's voice was a little regretful. Jiang Tunan slightly tilted his head to look at him, and asked calmly, "But if it is found in the wild, it should be better to let it live in the wild, right?" The boy looked at Jiang Tunan in surprise. "It seems that you really don't understand. The planets ruled by us cannot guarantee that they are suitable for the survival of organisms, let alone the planets like Earth that humans cannot enter. 10 years ago, the Federation announced that Earth was abandoned, and the 16th Legion station there had to withdraw. It would be best for the ancient creatures to be taken over by us humans." Jiang Tunan listened and probably understood some of it. In this era, everything except humans should be destroyed. Only a few small animals are still alive, which they call ancient creatures. If the zoo on that deserted planet is full of ancient creatures such as clouded leopards, then she could really handle it. She thought, are there other ancient creatures? The boy sighed, and was about to say something when the car body suddenly shook violently, and the mechanical sound above his head sounded again. "Good afternoon, passengers. We are currently passing through the jurisdiction of the 4th Legion. There are Zerg outside the train. The train is temporarily taken over by the 4th Legion. We will do our best to ensure everyone's safety. Please sit tight and hold on." Jiang Tunan looked out the window, and saw a group of black fog constantly changing its shape in the distance. And opposite the black fog were small white dots in formation. The 2 sides were fighting fiercely. The black fog was slightly declining, and suddenly launched a fierce attack. A small white dot suddenly fell, and quickly disappeared. Did someone from the Legion fall down? The boy sitting next to him suddenly asked Jiang Tunan. It seemed so. Jiang Tunan lowered his head, and tried to find the little white dot. But unfortunately, he could only see a large area of magnificent nebula. The little white dot was like a drop of water thrown into the sea, which only caused a few ripples. But after a while, the ripples disappeared. The Zerg are really insidious. If they fight on the planet, the 4th Legion will definitely not lose to them. The boy's voice was angry, and he continued, "But the 4th Legion's logistics are also very strong, and they should be able to find him soon." Jiang Tunan stared at the battle outside the window. She could not understand the boy's indignation and sadness, so she had to remain silent and stare at the battle in front of her. Since the little white dot disappeared, the 2 sides fell into a stalemate. She understood that the white side was the Legion's people, and the black fog must be the Zerg. She stared at the black fog, trying to understand what the Zerg looked like. Suddenly, she saw something drilled into the black fog and quickly disappeared. Jiang Tunan suspected that she had seen it wrong. The 2 sides started to move again. This time, the black fog was obviously not as united as before. The formation seemed to be dispersed, and was soon defeated by the 4th Legion. The victory or defeat was almost decided. The car they were riding became stable, gradually leaving the battlefield behind. The boy next to him came to his senses and sighed. "This is the first time I have seen a real battle. although it is a long way away. We have been through hardships together. Do you want to add me as a friend? Let me know if you have gone to the interview. It would be even better if you can see the ancient creatures that my parents have seen." As he said that, he projected the light screen again and introduced himself. "My name is Mendes. What about you?" "Mendes?" Jiang Tunnen looked at the 3 words on the light screen, trying to forget this devilish name. He imitated his movements and tried, and a light screen really appeared. He copied the friend interface again and reported his name. Mendes glanced at the optical computer in Jiang Tunnen's hand and showed a look of understanding. The optical computer in her hand has been discontinued for 10 years. If her family conditions were not particularly poor, she would have replaced it with a better optical computer long ago. Thinking of this, Mendes even spoke softly. "If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. I will definitely help if I can." Jiang Tunnen, who was in the dark, didn't know what he had imagined, and didn't bother to care about what a stranger who met by chance was thinking, and nodded slightly at him. "Dear passengers, the desolate star station is about to arrive. Passengers who need to get off, please prepare in advance." Jiang Tunnen looked out the window, and a huge planet appeared in front of her. But the planet was filled with a layer of gray fog, which wrapped the entire planet, and its original color could not be seen. The closer you get, the clearer the gray fog is. "Good luck." Mendes stood up and waved slightly at Jiang Tunnen. The ground of the desolate star seemed to be some metal, the same color as the sky. The sky was an endless gray-white, and the horizon in the distance was rolling in black, like the sky on Earth when a storm was about to come. Not far from the station was a towering wall, like the wall of the protected area in the cartoons that Jiang Tunnen watched. Looking further away, there were a few small white buildings that were vaguely visible, but it seemed that there was still a long distance. Although she stepped on the ground, Jiang Tunnen still felt unreal. She couldn't tell whether she was dreaming or experiencing everything in reality, or even everything on Earth was a dream, and now was the real her. Jiang Tunnen took a deep breath. Even if it was a dream, it was a dream with clouded leopards. If the activities of clouded leopards could be observed, this dream would not be in vain. Jiang Tunnen was mentally prepared. She stood in place and studied the optical brain for a while. She woke up the navigation function on the optical brain unfamiliarly, intending to find the specific location of the deserted planet Zoo. The further she walked, the more she could hear heavy breathing. At first, Jiang Tunnen thought it was her illusion, until she got closer and closer to the source of the sound, and her breathing became heavier. This desolate planet was completely silent. Even her footsteps were absorbed by the floor. Jiang Tunnen was not sure if the breathing sound was amplified or really that loud. Her steps began to hesitate, and she clenched the small bag in her hand. The black hill not far from her was slightly undulating. She walked a few steps closer and took a closer look, only to find that it was not a hill at all. The light on the desolate planet was not very good, and this was clearly an animal curled up in a ball. Jiang Tunnen looked around, trying to find a handy tool to defend himself, and a thin vine appeared in his hand. Chapter 2. Jiang Tunnen stared at the vine in her palm with wide eyes, somewhat incredulous. She tried to control the vine to approach the black mass, and the vine seemed to have consciousness, and obediently followed her thoughts and touched the black mass. It was a black lamb. It didn't react to Jiang Tunnen poking, but just opened its eyes to look at her. The sheep's eyes were actually golden, forming a sharp contrast with the pure black curly hair. It looked weak and helpless. After making sure that it was not aggressive, Jiang Tunnen walked closer, and did not forget to comfort the lamb. "Baby, I see what's wrong with you. Although I have never raised sheep, I can take you to the zoo to find a veterinarian." As Jiang Tunnen walked closer, she found that the sheep's condition was not ordinary. The pool of blood under it had a tendency to spread, and its pulse was gradually weakening. Jiang Tunnen's first reaction was to stop the bleeding. When she was rummaging through her bag, she suddenly realized that she was no longer the person who carried these things with her. "Don't be afraid. I help you see what's wrong. Although this vine doesn't look good, it may help you stop the bleeding first." Jiang Tunnen squatted down and began to check the sheep's body. "Listen to me. If you die now, you can only become spicy sheep's feet and 5 spice sheep's brain. Only by living can you be a complete lamb." Jiang Tunnen didn't care whether it could understand or not, and just coaxed it in a steady tone. The black sheep in her arm slowly opened its golden eyes to look at her, and its ears moved slightly. A pair of hands were gently brushing against her body, which didn't feel good. But this human had no ill intentions. The little black sheep closed his eyes again and felt cold all over. Neither the man nor the sheep noticed that its blood was seeping into the ground. And the blood on the ground was slowly disappearing. Without tools, Jiang Tunnen had to use local materials and planned to use the vine in his hand as a bandage to stop the bleeding of the lamb. She tried to use her mind to stimulate the common hemostatic grass in the wild. But she didn't get a response after trying for a long time. Jiang Tunnen frowned slightly and began to think about how to save the sheep. "What are you doing?" A clear female voice sounded, especially loud in the silent space. Jiang Tunnen looked towards the source of the sound. It was a woman in uniform, with one hand on her waist. Thin eyebrows, round eyes, diamond lips, and a beautiful nose. Her long silver hair was tied into a ponytail behind her head. Her face was serious, but she didn't look very old. Finally seeing a living person here, Jiang Tunnen quickly told her about picking up a sheep, hoping that this person could help. "You are Jiang Tunnen who is here to apply for the job, right?" She walked a few steps closer, looking down at the man and the sheep, her tone not anxious at all. "I am Lang Chitong, a member of the 9th Legion stationed on H-37 near the deserted planet, and I have been ordered to pick you up." "Hello." Jiang Tunnen looked up at Lang Chitong, without asking her the details, pointed to the sheep in her arms, and asked, "Should we treat its wound first?" Lang Chitong only glanced at the black sheep, and performed a telekinesis on the spot, threw the medical kit to Jiang Tunnen, stepped back 2 steps, and said expressionlessly, "I fainted blood. Can you bandage it?" "I know a little bit," Jiang Tunnen said modestly. "For those in their line of work, 360 days out of 365 days a year are spent in the wild. So bandaging is naturally a piece of cake, but in a different era." Jiang Tunnen was not sure if he would use their tools. After opening the medical kit and making sure that the things seemed to be similar to the previous ones, Jiang Tunnen started to work. Lang Chitong looked indifferent, but he did not forget to teach her how to use the tools. At the end, he comforted her. "These things are used by the army. They are better than those on the market, but the usage is complicated. It's normal that you don't know how to use them." Jiang Tunnen nodded as she said, and carefully put the things he took out of the medical bag back into place. When he wanted to return it to her, he found that it was stained with blood. This was difficult. Jiang Tunnen looked up at Lang Chitong, wondering whether he should return the medical bag to her. From what she said, this thing was very valuable, but she was fainted by blood, so it was a bit bad to give her a medical bag stained with blood. "You take it first. This sheep is so badly injured that you may need it again," Lang Chitong said directly. She saw that Jiang Tunnen had finished packing and pointed to the aircraft not far away. "Come with me." As the name suggests, the desolate star is really desolate. Jiang Tunnen looked out the window all the way and found that there seemed to be no other creatures here except her and Lang Chitong. Lang Chitong led her into a door. Inside the door was still a strange metal floor. There were no plants or people around. There were only a few houses standing there alone. Although those people outside always scold us for wasting resources. If they really saw these things from the wasteland planet, they would probably try to smuggle them in as feed. Lang Chitong explained to Jiang Tunnen, "You are lucky. You picked up an animal as soon as you entered the wasteland planet. At least you passed my level." Jiang Tunnen didn't understand what she was saying at all. He could only guess in his mind and keep calm on the surface. "And the vine you used to bandage its wound when I just passed by. Do you have plant-related abilities?" Lang Chitong had a good impression of this girl, who was neither arrogant nor impatient, and explained, "There are quite a few people who come for the interview. Think carefully about your advantages. I think you can do it." Jiang Tunnen remembered what Mendes said in the car. The recruitment of the wild planet zoo has attracted a lot of attention. Those people with holes in their mouths probably came. Jiang Tunnen sincerely thanked Lang Chitong. "I will try my best. But before the interview, should I deal with this thing first?" The lamb in her arms opened its eyes and looked at her, and its short tail swayed gently, as if it didn't want to pay attention to her. "This thing is called a sheep. It is one of the creatures left over from the ancient blue planet. Except for the desolate planet, no traces of sheep have been found on other planets. This is the first time I have seen a black unicorn sheep like it." Lang Chitong glanced at the animal in Jiang Tunnen's arms and warned, "You have already wasted a lot of time because of the delay of the train. If you send the sheep to the treatment room first, you may be too late for the interview. The interview is dead, and the sheep is alive. People can't be dragged to death by dead things. Jiang Tunan looked at her and said strangely, "You just said it was precious." Lang Qitong was amused by her, and said nothing more. He sent her directly to the treatment room of the desolate planet Zoo. When Jiang Tunan went in with the lamb, Lang Qitong stood outside and began to hesitate whether to help her plead with the director of the zoo. The director hates people who have no sense of time. But Jiang Tunan has a reason. In the treatment room, Jiang Tunan had no idea that Lang Qitong was worried about her. She followed the AI prompts in the treatment room and put the lamb into the treatment chamber. Whispering, "Lamb, I'm going out first. And I come back to see you later. This is related to our future." The sheep lying in the treatment chamber seemed to understand her words, opened its eyes and looked at her, bleeding weakly. Jiang Tunan strangely understood what it meant. And the sound of a shota penetrated her mind. "I'm fine. You go about your business." Since she came to this world inexplicably, strange things have happened one after another. Jiang Tunan has become numb to the fact that she can understand a sheep's words. Even if it suddenly turns into a human, Jiang Tunan will not find it strange. After touching its smooth horn again, Jiang Tunan turned and left. When she reached the door, she remembered that if this sheep could understand human language, then wouldn't she have heard her threat to make it into spicy sheep's feet? And the sheep that Lang Qitong mentioned was one of the ancient creatures. And the clouded leopard was also one of the ancient creatures. She was more certain that the so-called ancient creatures here should be those small animals on Earth. When she walked out of the room, Jiang Tunan saw Lang Qitong standing tall like a pine tree not far away. Lang Qitong didn't expect her to be so fast. She glanced at the time and said decisively, "Let's go. There's still time." They were speeding all the way. When they arrived at the only 3-story building on the deserted planet, other aircrafts avoided them. "Go quickly. It's in that room. 102, Lang Qitong explained. Jiang Tunan, who was thrown into a daze, almost went in and out sideways. According to Lang Qitong instructions, she walked to room 102. The door was pushed open, and a young man came out with a pale face. When he saw Jiang Tunan, he glared at her fiercely. Jiang Tunan was confused and looked towards room 102. The room was very empty, and inside sat an obviously elderly lady with clear features. Next to her hand, a dory jackdaw was staring at Jiang Tunan with bright eyes. "Are you Jiang Tunan?" The lady sitting upright on the chair introduced herself. "I am Du Liang, the director of the Wild Planet Zoo." "Hello." Jiang Tunan greeted her, not knowing what the interview process was like in this place. "Before coming here, I believe you have already learned that the Wild Planet Zoo was established in the year 996 of the star calendar, which is 60 years ago. In these 60 years, we have never given up on tracking down traces of ancient creatures from other planets. The existence of these ancient creatures is an important data for our research on the Zerg, and can also be used to study mutant plants and animals. This is why the Empire has to spend money on this every year." Now Jiang Tunan only uncertainty was gone. And what they called ancient creatures were the animals on Earth. On Earth, their habitats have been destroyed by humans, and their numbers are decreasing. This is the main reason why Jiang Tunan formed a team to stay in the wild, in order to help them protect the few remaining homes, in order for them to have a safe home. The Interstellar people only know the existence of the Wild Planet Zoo, but they don't know whether there are really those legendary ancient creatures in it. "But we can't give an answer for the time being," Du Liang said with a serious face, "because we are not sure how many creatures still exist on the wild planet. Are there no cameras installed inside? Desolate planets are a bit special. Similar electronic equipment will be destroyed if they enter. Our people have tried to install them several times but failed." Du Liang frowned and said cautiously, "What the keepers have to do is to patrol every day and try to ensure the condition of each animal. But they are very aggressive. After entering, no one can guarantee the safety of the keepers. No wonder the salary is so high. After all, if you are not careful, it will become earn money but not spend it." Du Liang looked a little tired. She had been interviewing for a day. Whether they came for money or for ancient creatures, they were basically shocked when they heard her say this. The lifespan of interstellar people is between 200 and 300 years. Almost no one is willing to sacrifice their lives for this little money. The biggest difference between you and them is that you have plant-related abilities. The last breeder was a plant-related ability user, and the ancient creatures inside all trust her. But you know, there are not many plant-related abilities, and there are almost no normal plants in the entire galaxy. Plant-related abilities are useless. Almost all of these people have gone to the aristocratic families to work as landscape designers. But why don't you write your plant-related abilities on your resume? If Longji hadn't tipped me off, I might not have chosen you. The frail little girl is not enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of those animals. The members of the Legion who have recently entered the forest for patrol are all members of the Legion, who can kill a bear with their bare hands and abilities. But the plant-related abilities she showed were too tempting. And Du Liang decided to try her best. Jiang Tunan didn't know. But she couldn't say it. If you have no objection, we can sign a contract first. The probation period is 1 month. With food and accommodation provided. And a probationary salary of 100,000. If you can survive until next month, it will be increased to 150,000. Du Liang said simply. Why can't she sign the contract? An angry male voice sounded. And Jiang Tunan paused holding the pen. Chapter 3. Standing at the door was the man whom Jiang Tunan met when she entered. His eyes were red at this time. And he stared at them fiercely. Among the 4 people who came for the interview, she is the only woman. You deliberately put her last. She just signed the contract when she came. I will report you for a shady deal. Chen Guo is a gambler, and has awakened the water ability. Because of his identity as a superpower. He has never encountered any problems in finding a job. This is the first time that he has not even passed the interview. The salary offered by the Wild Star Zoo can be regarded as a sky-high price. Many people are tempted, but not many really dare to come. If it weren't for making money for gambling, how could he waste his time in such a place where no one is going to do anything? Chen Guo has been squatting here for a day and has found out the information of the other 2 interviewees. They are all ordinary people without superpowers. So he is full of confidence. But he didn't expect that her attitude would change after just a few words with the director. Isn't it normal for superpowers to have some requirements for work? Especially after he refused the request to enter the zoo alone. He was directly rejected by the director, given his status as a superpower. Is it too much to ask for a bodyguard to accompany him? It's not certain what's inside. And his life is much more precious than those beasts. But Chen Guo didn't plan to give up. The girl behind him looked thin and weak. And she looked like she couldn't lift anything. Such a person would definitely be rejected directly. Except for him. The director would definitely not be able to recruit other superpowers. So he decided to wait a little longer. But things were beyond his expectations. The girl didn't come out for a long time. And the director even talked to her about signing a contract. Everyone in the galaxy knows that plant superpowers are useless as landscape designers. You actually chose her instead of a superpower like me? The man said fiercely. The director looked at him. Then at Jiang Tunan. And pointed to the crow beside him. Since you don't accept it, tell me what this is. What is its growth environment, and what is its food? The man's rage suddenly stopped. And he began to hesitate as he stared at the crow. The crow, which had been motionless since Jiang Tunan came in, seemed to be very human. When the headmaster said to it, "What is it?" Not only did its eyes move, but its wings also lifted slightly. Jiang Tunan wondered if the crow could understand what they were saying. When the man looked at the crow made its first sound, "Jie?" Then, a mechanical voice sounded, "What are you looking at?" Jiang Tunan heard another angry voice. "What are you looking at? If you are looking at me, I will dig your eyes out." Jiang Tunan was stunned. Was there something wrong with her brain, or did the bird have 2 faces? The headmaster didn't know this. He stretched out his hand to help the crow smooth its feathers and said, "In order to prevent you from saying that she copied your answer or she said what you wanted to say. Each person has 1 piece of paper and 3 minutes to answer." The headmaster took out 2 pieces of paper from the drawer and handed them to the 2 people respectively. Jiang Tunan hesitated a little, wondering if the dory jackdaw was still called this here. Her hesitation was seen by the man, and he became confident instantly after being a little uncertain. This little girl didn't seem to know much about paleontology, so he did some research before coming. Birds are the only thing that can fly in the sky. As for food, how can birds not eat insects? 3 minutes passed quickly. Jiang Tunan slowly put away her pen. The man walked past her and whispered, "Little girl, why don't you just admit defeat? It's not shameful to lose to an adult like me." He glanced at Jiang Tunan paper, which was densely written with a lot of things, and continued, "Answering questions is not correct just by writing everything." Jiang Tunan couldn't help it, thinking of the gesture she had seen on the internet before. She pinched her nose and rolled her eyes at him. "The smell is too strong." The man's face flushed instantly, as soon as he opened his mouth. The director said, "Don't dawdle. Hand it in quickly." to prevent you from saying that I am partial to you. I invited 5 paleontologists at the same time. The director raised his hand slightly, and 5 faces appeared on the screen. Some of them were people the man had seen on TV. He instantly became as quiet as a chicken, forced a smile to face the screen, and wanted to say hello. Don't waste time. The director stared at him in a serious tone. Jiang Tunnen had just arrived and was unfamiliar with everything. He just glanced at the 5 people on the screen and handed the paper to the director. The 5 experts were very professional, and their faces showed no emotion, because it was just a very basic question. They gave the answer in less than a minute, and they all chose Jiang Tunnen. Impossible. Aren't birds the ones that can fly in the sky? As he said that, the man glared at Jiang Tunnen fiercely. There are so many birds that can fly in the sky. If they are all counted as one species like you, how can the research proceed? An expert on the screen directly refuted him. And when he looked at Jiang Tunnen, his eyes became much kinder. He asked, "My little friend, how do you know this is a Dory jackdaw? There is no such information on the Star Network." Jiang Tunnen thought about it for a while and found an excuse for himself. "I have read a book about paleontology before." Several people on the screen suddenly became excited, and the young woman in the middle caught Jiang Tunnen's eyes tightly. "Where is the book? Where did you read the book?" Jiang Tunnen was confused by this situation and could only say vaguely, "I saw it a long time ago, so it should be gone." Several experts showed regret on their faces. The old man who rebuked the man leaned forward slightly and asked unwillingly, "What else do you know?" The director of the zoo stopped Jiang Tunnen and said without looking away, "Mr. Chi, our assessment has ended. Your questions are not within the scope of our zoo staff's answers. You have to pay extra. Moreover, for such a confidential matter, it is recommended that you come in person. Even if you go inside, it is not safe. Do you have any other questions?" The director stared at the man and asked in a calm voice. Chingua's eyes were erratic, and his face was already decadent. The next second, he unexpectedly knelt in the middle of the office and kowtowed to the director. He couldn't lose this job. You know, the desolate planet is remote. Even if the ticket is cheap because it passes through the war zone, it is cheaper than going to other planets. Besides, the Wilderness Planet Zoo didn't reimburse the transportation fee. He failed to beat the little girl in the extra test. Isn't it too much to ask for mental damage compensation? Please let me stay. I will definitely study hard. Besides, I have water-related supernatural powers. Given time, I will definitely do better than her. Chingua knocked his head and cried bitterly to fight for his chance. Jiang Tunnen silently took 2 steps back and glanced at the big guys. Their faces were not very good. The youngest lady simply took off her glasses and closed her eyes to rest. Grandstanding. Old Chi's voice sounded again, and he immediately disconnected after he finished speaking. The director raised his hand gently, and Chingua fell to the ground instantly. It was the first time that Jiang Tunnen saw someone use supernatural powers. He was shocked, but his face was still dead fish eyes. He even took 2 steps forward, pretending not to see the person lying on the ground. "Excuse me. This kind of situation always occurs during recruitment. I have to resort to extraordinary measures in extraordinary times." Du Lian looked at Jiang Tunnen calmly and found that she didn't even frown, which made him even more satisfied with her. Jiang Tunnen nodded and signed the contract directly. With such a strong leader, it shouldn't be a problem to save her life, right? Take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. She has experience in getting along with wild animals. And the clouded leopard is like a carrot hanging in front of Jiang Tunnen. She can't resist this temptation. After signing the contract, Du Liang breathed a sigh of relief, pointed to the Dory jackdaw beside him, and said to Jiang Tunnen, "Let Xiaowu take you for a walk. It has a translator installed on it. You can ask it if you don't understand. As for the ancient creature you picked up, after confirming that it is not a mutant animal, you can temporarily keep it in the base. If you want to be the boss's confidant, the first task is to turn a blind eye to everything." Jiang Tunnen didn't even look at the man on the ground. He met Xiaowu's eyes and asked in the same irritable voice as before, "Hello?" Xiaowu suddenly spread its wings, landed on Jiang Tunnen's shoulder, and squeaked. Then, Jiang Tunnen heard a textured mechanical voice, "Hello. I'm Xiaowu. Can I call you Nanan?" At the same time, another voice came into Jiang Tunnen's ears. "It's so annoying. I'm a crow, not a parrot. You don't want me to lead the way even if you don't call me Dad?" Jiang Tunnen, question mark. She turned her head and stared at the dory jackdaw on her shoulder. It was hard to tell whether she was crazy or the crow was crazy. It seems that Xiaowu liked you very much. Du Liang's face was much more relaxed. She reached out and touched Xiaowu's head. It rubbed it with great attachment, and then turned to look at Jiang Tunan, as if to see if she was qualified to let it lead the way. Xiaowu flew from the shelf to Jiang Tunan consciously and called again. Translator, let's go. Let me lead the way for you. Angry Shota, go ahead. You're my means of transportation. Are you stupid? Do you still need me to teach you how to walk? If an adult spoke to Jiang Tunan like this, she would probably hit that person's head off. But a small-eyed dory jackdaw spoke in an angry Shota voice, and Jiang Tunan just wanted to rub it bald. Jiang Tunan glanced at the headmaster again, and seeing that she had no objection, she took the little crow away. Watching the man and the bird leave, Du Liang looked back at the screen and said in a leisurely tone, Everyone, are you satisfied with the interviewee this time? Several people looked at Jiang Tunan's test paper again and started a discussion. Her handwriting is very unfamiliar, as if she had just learned to write. You old man really can't grasp the key point. Is this important? Look at her answer sheet. There are many things we have only summarized in these years, and it is absolutely impossible for outsiders to know. But she wrote them clearly. This Jiang Tunan must stay. I looked at the resume sent by Xiaowu. The Department of Botany of the Imperial Central Academy? She should come to the Department of Paleontology. Old Chi looked through the information inside. The Department of Botany is as poor as the Department of Paleontology. It is even called the running dog of the Empire every year because we have not given them satisfactory answers in these years. You old man should stop persecuting young people. The old lady Yuan, who had been silent all the time, looked through Jiang Tunan's resume and sighed softly. Du Liang's focus was different. She looked at the door and raised her eyebrows. Xiaowu likes her very much. In our zoo, which employee can't stay without Xiaowu approval? The arguments of several big men stopped one after another. After a long time, Mr. Chi spoke again. Have you arranged for her to go in? Only if she is approved by those little things can she really pass the test. Chapter 4. As soon as he left the room, Jiang Tunan saw Lang Chitong talking to a tall woman. When they heard footsteps, they both turned around. Is this the little girl you just picked up? She looks underage. Tung Kai looked at the girl walking towards them. She was pale, thin, and her clothes were washed white. She looked like a little girl who was powerless. Her eyes were frighteningly bright, and she looked very energetic. Even if she had an attacking ability, Tung Kai could still beat her with one punch. When will you change your habit of judging people by their appearance? Lang Chitong laughed, waved at Jiang Tunan, and continued. I can't see any outstanding features for the time being, but we rock-type people believe in the intuition of the earth the most. Jiang Tunan was also looking at Tung Kai. Compared with Lang Chitong, she was more sturdy, with a darker complexion, a very sharp jawline, and a firm look. When he looked at her, he was obviously looking at her, as if he was wondering if she could do it. Did the director give you Xiaowu? Lang Chitong reached out to Xiaowu in a familiar manner, but was pushed away by the crow's wings. Lang Chitong didn't mind and said with a smile, the person next to me is the person in charge of the treatment room. Tung Kai, if you can settle down here, you will have many opportunities to deal with Tung Kai in the future. The sheep he picked up was still lying in the treatment room, and Jiang Tunan greeted Tung Kai politely. She looked more like a member of the Legion than Lang Chitong, but he didn't expect that she was actually a member of the treatment room. The two doctors in the treatment room are the ceiling of the combat power of the wasteland planet. Don't underestimate them. Lang Chitong put his arm on Jiang Tunan's shoulder and explained to her. Recently, because there are no keepers, Tung Kai and Tung Nen have taken turns to go in for observation. Tung Nen is on vacation today and went to drink with friends next door. So today Tung Kai and I will take you in to have a look. Don't listen to the director's words that there is no return. She likes to tell cold jokes. Tung Kai explained. No one goes in vertically and leaves horizontally. You can rest assured. I always feel more worried. Tung Kai looks indifferent, but he is very enthusiastic. He and Lang Chitong explained the status of the wasteland planet to her in a double act. You should have noticed when you came here that there is a layer of gray fog surrounding the outer periphery of the wasteland planet. At first, the Empire chose to build a zoo here because the wasteland planet was one of the few places where normal plants and animals could survive. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. After a few years, this layer of gray fog came. and the plants on the wasteland planet slowly withered. Experts came to try artificial cultivation, but the effect was not good. The wasteland planet ate all the seeds, and just refused to spit them out. Kai explained. This is why we are not sure how much life is left on the wasteland planet. For ancient organisms, plants are their home for survival. But there is one thing to be happy about. Except for the greenhouse on Pingxing. There are no normal plants anywhere else in the entire galaxy. Those you saw on C648 were all done by landscape designers. Lang Chitong added. Jiang Tunnen, who had never seen urban landscaping, remained silent, trying to digest this era that was completely different from the Earth in his mind. Not that there is nothing. If your plant-based ability can grow normal things, then Pingxing should welcome you very much. Kai added. When you came here, were you a little confused about the scope of the high wall? Zoo staff generally like to regard the ancient creatures here as things that need to be protected within the high wall. In fact, for the ancient creatures, the humans within the high wall are vulnerable. This is the first time that Jiang Tunnen has seen a zoo set up a circle to protect humans. It seems that the entire planet here should belong to the animals. So the function of the high wall is to protect each other. We go to the feeding point regularly every day to feed the animals, because the scope within the wall is too large. The speed of exploration by manpower alone is very slow. Another reason is the gray fog. Kai continued. So the fact that we cannot use high technology is related to the gray fog? Jiang Tunnen grasped the key point and asked Kai. Kai hadn't said this yet. She didn't expect Jiang Tunnen to be so sharp. She couldn't help but look at Jiang Tunnen twice more and nodded, according to the observations of the director and others. This is the case. When the ancient creatures were transported here at the beginning, they were all equipped with monitors. After the gray fog appeared, the signal of the detector disappeared, but without enough samples. We have not found a way to dispel the gray fog for the time being, so it is difficult to advance the observation of ancient creatures. We can only judge whether they are alive by checking whether the food at the feeding point disappears every day. While talking, they have arrived at the treatment room. Kai took Jiang Tunnen to the place where the little black sheep was treated. The little black sheep you picked up is quite rare. I haven't seen a black sheep yet. And do sheep's horns grow here? Kai said with a smile. If it is thrown in, it may become food for those beasts. Jiang Tunnen had never seen a sheep with horns growing in the middle of its head. She even suspected that this sheep was the mutant animal they were talking about. The test results are out. Kai raised her hand, and a large display screen appeared in front of the two, skipping the things that Jiang Tunnen didn't understand. Her eyes stayed on the last line. No abnormalities found. You are lucky. You can actually pick up an ancient creature here. And it is not a mutant. Kai pointed to the crow on Jiang Tunnen's shoulder and introduced. Xiaowu was picked up by the director when she was out, and later became her pet. Don't look at Xiaowu, not very smart appearance. It will be our guide in the zoo. Xiaowu tilted his head and shouted at Kai. A cold mechanical voice sounded. I look smart too. Another voice sounded in Jiang Tunnen's mind. Kai. You evil ghost. One day I will pull out all your hair. You are not smart. Your whole family is not smart. Jiang Tunnen couldn't help but look at the little crow. Its eyes were black and bright, and the blue light flashed from time to time. The fur extending from the sides of its neck to its belly was snow white, and the fur behind it was black. Even among the dory jackdaws, it should be one of the most beautiful crows with the best appearance. It's a pity that a good crow has two faces and its personality is so irritable. Jiang Tunnen's hands were eager to move, and he couldn't help but rub it twice. This crow was raised by the head of the garden, and its fur felt very good. The little crow that was attacked tilted its head and looked at Jiang Tunnen with its cute eyes. The next second, it decisively spread its wings and flew to the desk not far away and chirped at her. The cold mechanical voice sounded again. Do you like me? Otherwise, why do you touch me? But what Jiang Tunnen heard was not like this. Xiaowu irritable voice sounded again. Anyone can get involved. How dare you touch my head? If I were 2 years younger, I would show you how powerful our dory jackdaw is. Who can resist an irritable voice that calls himself the master? Jiang Tunnen rubbed his fingers, feeling a little unsatisfied. Xiaowu likes you very much. I touched its head before, and it chased me for 2 months just to pull my hair. Kai's resentful voice sounded, and he told Jiang Tunnen. Xiaowu is a little bully. It can land on people on its own initiative, but humans cannot touch it on their own initiative. Jiang Tunnen nodded thoughtfully, thinking about when to touch Xiaowu for again. The treatment chamber not far away had stopped operating. The black lamb opened its eyes and looked for a long time before it called softly, "Me." The little black lamb's voice was completely different from that of the little crow. It seemed to be older than the little crow, and its voice was softer. "Is the crow cuter than me? Why don't you look at me?" Both the two people and the bird were attracted by it. The little crow also flew to the end of the bed in the treatment chamber to observe the lamb. Jiang Tunan used to work in wildlife protection, and there were actually few opportunities to communicate face-to-face with small animals. But when she saw small animals on Earth, she didn't have the ability to understand what they said. She was not sure whether this body had this skill itself or it was acquired after she came here. Its trauma treatment chamber has been treated, but its spirit is damaged. I don't know what it has experienced. Tung Kai looked at the treatment list and told Jiang Tunan, "I have an extra translator here. I give you one. It's easier to communicate." Jiang Tunan was very interested in this thing. After all, its translation system didn't seem to be very sensitive. It could understand what the animal said, but it didn't understand it completely. This thing is specially provided for the deserted planet. In addition to the breeders and treatment room, there is only one action team to handle special events on the deserted planet. The director of the zoo also has work in this central planet. The 9th Legion will come to check with us when the insect tide attacks. So cherish the opportunity to see many living people in the next few days. Tung Kai patted Jiang Tunan on the shoulder and continued. Our task today is to take you into the zoo to see the situation and familiarize yourself with the environment of the human activity area. Captain Longji is still waiting outside. Do you want to take your lamb in? Tung Kai looked at the little black sheep with moist eyes and asked. Don't take it for now. It will be troublesome if it is really regarded as food. Jiang Tunan also glanced at the lamb and refused. It is not clear what the situation is inside for the time being. Jiang Tunan can only vaguely understand that the chance of encountering those animals after entering the zoo is not high. Their own combat effectiveness is unknown for the time being. If they are dragged down, they will have to protect another sheep, which is a bit cumbersome. You wait here immediately, and we settle you down when I come back. Jiang Tunan reached out and touched the little black sheep's body. The touch was not as smooth as he imagined, but more like steel wool. The black sheep bleated softly. Go with peace of mind. After Jiang Tunan and Tung Kai disappeared, the black sheep slowly jumped out of the treatment chamber and looked around the empty room. How did he get to this place? The black sheep tried hard to recall, but found that he couldn't remember anything. But his stomach was rumbling. The smell of food came from the cabinet. Since the two humans locked him up here, it meant that everything here belonged to him. He just ate a few bites. Was there anything wrong with that? Chapter 5. The few people who went out had no idea that the sheep at home were planning to demolish the house, and were happily moving towards the high wall. The sky outside was gray with a hint of yellow, like the sky that Jiang Tunan often saw when he went to the desert Gobi. It looked very ordinary, and there seemed to be nothing wrong. Lang Chitong was tuning the music in the driver's seat, and the Legion communicator suddenly rang. She frowned slightly and answered the call. The Legion communicator was encrypted communication. The other two only knew that she hung up after a few words, but her face was much uglier than before. I can't go with you. The Marshal of the 4th Army was ambushed by the Zerg and is now missing. Part of the 4th Army has to clean up the scene, and the other part is looking for the Marshal. There are not enough people, so I have to return to the team early, Lang Chitong said as he accelerated the aircraft again and told Jiang Tunan. Follow Tung Kai closely after entering. Don't go too deep. There shouldn't be any problems. Tung Kai, the co-pilot, nodded. You go and do your thing. Tung Nan should be back soon. He will meet him at the door when the time comes. There won't be any problems. Jiang Tunan naturally didn't have any objections, but Xiaowu on the side spoke up. A cold mechanical voice came from the translator. I can also protect Nan Nan. Angry little boy voice. Is it me? Xiaowu. Who doesn't want to use the knife? You are only thinking about the fragile humans. They are not as reliable as our crows. Jiang Tunan quickly rubbed the crow's head and agreed. Then trouble Xiaowu to take me. Xiaowu, who was originally about to get angry after being rubbed on the head, heard Jiang Tunan words of weakness, and immediately raised his head and chest, forgetting the unpleasantness of being rubbed, and looked ready to fight at any time. The atmosphere in the aircraft became relaxed again. Lang Chitong nodded to Jiang Tunan and smiled. Next time I see you, little friend, I hope everything goes well for you here. Jiang Tunan felt that Lang Chitong's blessing was like a flag. The two of them and the bird watched Lang Chitong aircraft leave. Tung Kai looked up at the sky and patted Jiang Tunan on the shoulder. It's getting late. Let's go and come back quickly. At night, many animals are active in hunting and preying. It will be bad if we encounter any beasts. Jiang Tunan nodded, and after being packed up by Tung Kai, he waited to enter the high wall together. The high wall used for protection is more majestic when viewed up close. Looking up from the base of the wall, you can only see the high wall made of unknown materials climbing into the clouds, as if there is no end. Xiaowu left Jiang Tunan's shoulder as if she was summoned by something, ran to the huge door first and waited, looking back at them, with impatience in her eyes. Let's go. It seems that Xiaowu is waiting impatiently. Tung Kai helped Jiang Tunan button up the last button of the protective suit and took her inside. Pupil recognition has been verified. Identity confirmation in progress. Tung Kai of the 9th Legion. Please be careful when going out. The intelligent female voice sounded somewhat familiar. Jiang Tunan followed the inconspicuous door, trying to find where the sound came from. Does it sound familiar? This is recorded by the director. Tung Kai introduced. In order to ensure that there will be no accidents, all intelligent sensing systems in the zoo have been added with the director's mental power. Jiang Tunan nodded. This world is really magical. Metaphysics and technology coexist. It seems that everyone has adapted well. As the door gradually opened, she no longer focused on high technology. The world outside the door was indeed as Jiang Tunan thought. A desolate scene with yellow sand all over the sky. But after entering, I found that it was not a simple desert environment. There was blood-red rain here. It was not big, but it fell on the protective suit. It was red, visible to the naked eye. Jiang Tunan glanced at Xiaowu, and almost without thinking, he opened a slit in the protective suit and stuffed Xiaowu in. Xiaowu? ? Xiaowu was startled by Jiang Tunan's action. When he reacted, he was already stuffed into her arms, against her warm belly. Gaw! The translator had lost its function after it came in. Jiang Tunan could only hear the angry little voice, no longer angry at this time. What did this human have in mind? My feathers are coated, so I am not afraid of blood rain. But she is the first breeder who will put me in her arms. Tung Kai, who was standing by, was also shocked by her action. He came to his senses and hurriedly explained, Xiaowu is not afraid of these things. It has been specially treated by the director. It is no problem in this extreme weather. Moreover, crows are birds with strong survival ability. However, Xiaowu did not make a fuss about coming out. It will peck people when it is anxious. Jiang Tunan felt it. Xiaowu only struggled for a moment at the beginning. Now it is nestled in her arms as quiet as a chicken. And it does not look like it wants to come out at all. It's okay. I don't think it hates it. Jiang Tunan glanced at the bulging protective suit and patted Xiaowu gently. If you want to come out, just call out and I will let you out. Crows don't like rainy days very much. Jiang Tunan doesn't know much about birds, but he still knows this. Not afraid of rain doesn't mean you like it, let alone this unknown blood rain. Just looking at the reaction of the little crow, you can know that it doesn't like the blood rain here. This rain comes with a gray fog, and it is very corrosive. So we use special materials to install safe houses for them inside. But I don't know how many creatures know to take refuge there. Tung Kai looked up at the sky and explained. There is no blood rain in the area where humans live because of special treatment. We are like living in a transparent cover. The temperature and humidity are the most suitable for humans. But we have lost the fun of the 4 seasons. All I see is yellow sand, because of the arrival of the blood rain. The sand is covered with a layer of red, turning into a murder scene. Jiang Tunan had to be thankful that he had a good tolerance and could calmly follow Tung Kai inside. Is the terrain like this in the entire area? Jiang Tunan looked around and found that they had walked a long way from the door. This has to mention the uniqueness of the desert planet. Only this area has a desert climate. The other doors open, and all have different scenes. This is why the Empire chose to build a zoo on the desert planet, which can provide the animals with the 4 seasons they need. Tung Kai has been secretly paying attention to Jiang Tunan and has a new respect for her. Even the previous keeper was shocked when he encountered the blood rain for the first time. Lang Chitong refused to enter the zoo because he saw the blood rain once. Fortunately, she didn't come this time. Otherwise she might not want to step into this place in her life. Jiang Tunan not only had no reaction to the blood rain, but she even thought of protecting Xiaowu at the first time. Just for this action of hers, Tung Kai felt that she was suitable to stay in the base for a long time. If Jiang Tunan knew what Teng Kai was thinking, he would definitely call it wronged. She still couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion, and only regarded this place as a physical game. So she was naturally much braver. The rain shouldn't last too long. Let's go to a nearby safe house to take shelter from the rain. Teng Kai glanced at the sky and made a decision. Jiang Tunan also looked over with her. The sky was already covered with blue clouds, with the strange blood rain. The horror level increased again. There were dots of blooming blood flowers falling on the ground. All that could be seen were the drifting sand and the colorful and strange sky. Everywhere looked like the special effects in a doomsday movie. After entering, Jiang Tunan had not encountered any animals yet. She understood why they could not determine how many animals there were on the deserted planet. She thought the zoo was the kind on Earth, and it would take at most one day to visit it. The deserted planet was different. If it weren't for Teng Kai, she might have lost her way here. At the beginning, the Empire spent a huge amount of money to build the deserted planet zoo in order to let more interstellar people know these ancient creatures. After all, the Zerg and them were of the same origin. The more ancient creature samples they had, the greater the possibility of defeating the Zerg. But no one expected that the accident happened before the deserted planet was completed. Not to mention ordinary people. Even the staff on the deserted planet could hardly see the group of animals. I don't know if there is something wrong with this world, or if her physical fitness has improved. Here, Jiang Tunan has no sense of time. She just feels that she has walked for a long time. But she doesn't feel tired at all. Her five senses have become much sharper. And she can even feel that the little bird in her arms has entered sleep mode. At the same time, a weak cry sounded in her ear. Dr. Teng, did you hear any sound? Jiang Tunan quickened her pace to catch up with Teng Kai in front of her. Teng Kai suddenly turned around, stared at her, and then stopped. Only the raindrops were swallowed quietly by the desert. Teng Kai looked around, and all he could see was the endless desert. If there was really something, it would be very conspicuous. It was the first time for Jiang Tunan to enter the zoo. It was normal for her to mishear the sound under the tension. The staff on the desert planet had no rock system, so they lost the ability to connect life with the earth under their feet. It's not that they don't want it, but few people with special abilities are willing to come to the desert planet to work. There are no entertainment projects here, and even the nutrient solution is airdropped. Except for the few people who have been sticking here, newcomers can hardly stay for a few months. Are you a little nervous? Teng Kai said tactfully. When I first came in, I thought I had encountered some mutant animal. The director helped me pick it up, and I found it was a tree branch. Jiang Tunan saw that Teng Kai didn't believe him, so he didn't say anything. She was just a newcomer, and she couldn't believe the unfounded words at the first time. She stood there without moving, and mentally ordered the vines to explore around, carefully feeling the subtle calls, which seemed to be consistent with the direction they were going. Then let's hurry up. Jiang Tunan no longer insisted, took a look at the darkening sky, and asked curiously, do we need to go back the same way to get back to our safe house later? No. There is a teleportation point near each safe house, which is activated by mental power, similar to the teleportation coordinates in the game. One person can set one, and several people who often travel between the base and the zoo have contracted these coordinates. Jiang Tunan nodded, not quite understanding, which made Teng Kai very surprised. Aren't you a psychic? Why do you seem to know nothing? Captain Longqi said that you can already control vines, so your ability should be good. Teng Kai asked in confusion. You are the first plant system I have come into contact with, and you don't seem to be very weak. Jiang Tunan couldn't answer and had to laugh awkwardly. Teng Kai misunderstood Jiang Tunan's meaning. Many psychics don't like to show their abilities to others, especially those with strong abilities. They are probably worried that they will scare people, so they usually look like ordinary people. She thought Jiang Tunan was the same, although the interstellar rumor that plant-based abilities are very weak. Teng Kai thought about the last breeder who entered the field and was able to catch a few ancient creatures, and then looked at Jiang Tunan, and felt that the rumor was not entirely true. You seem quite strong. Why don't you apply for the military academy? It's not that the school discriminates, although your central academy is not bad. Everyone is a weakling who can't fight, and you have to assign a protection team. Teng Kai suddenly raised his voice. I know. You didn't deliberately apply for the Central Academy, waiting for the 8 colleges to defeat the military academy by surprise? Jiang Tunan was almost kneeling down to Teng Kai's imagination. She was silent for a moment, pointed to the front, and changed the subject abruptly. Is it in front? A silver-white building suddenly appeared in the desert. Because of the blood rain, the silver-white building looked like a murder scene, and the blood color scattered everywhere wrapped the roof. The blood rain also stopped suddenly at this time. The sky changed color in a second. The red fog quietly disappeared. The sky turned blue-purple, gorgeous like a child's painting, and the sky in the distance was dark green. Oh no! Let's run. Hurry over there and leave. Tung Kai's face became serious, and he pulled Jiang Tunan and started running wildly. Chapter 6. Most cats have sensitive senses and are good at hiding in their familiar environment. So it is difficult for humans to observe their traces. The humans on Earth want to observe them, and they use this method to gradually approach them after a series of high-tech technologies have emerged. In order to observe these big cats, many wildlife protection workers live in the wild all year round and look for their traces. When Jiang Tunan was on Earth, he had been tracking several cats unique to China for nearly 10 years, and even felt that he had the same sensitive perception of the outside world as cats. For example, now, Jiang Tunan keenly felt that something was secretly spying on him. The little crow in his arms had woken up from the bumps and cried softly. Why is there an earthquake? Can't you let the crow sleep well? Jiang Tunan rubbed it through his clothes and said in a steady voice, the rain has stopped, but the weather has changed. Little crow, do you want to come out and take a look? Hearing this, Little Crow moved, flapping its wings and getting out from a gap opened by Jiang Tunan. It landed on Jiang Tunan's shoulder in a few flights and turned its head to admire the gorgeous sky. Little Crow, do you feel that something is watching us? Jiang Tunan asked Little Crow. Tung Kai, who was running in front, exerted force suddenly, and Jiang Tunan was almost thrown into the house by Tung Kai. Although he didn't know what kind of superpower Tung Kai had, Jiang Tunan was still shocked by her infinite strength. Before Jiang Tunan could stand firm, Little Crow beside him flapped his wings and began to patrol. Tung Kai closed the door and breathed a sigh of relief. The sky of the desolate planet has become extremely strange since the appearance of the gray fog. The more gorgeous the sky is, the more likely it is to have abnormal astronomical phenomena inside the zoo, including but not limited to extreme cold and high temperatures, as well as hail as big as watermelons that can easily split a person's head, and blizzards that make it difficult to see the road ahead. The scattered safe houses in the zoo are to protect the staff and facilitate their timely transmission. In addition, they also hid enough food in the safe house, so that if the animals can smell it, they can get a full meal. Unfortunately, the food in the safe house has been eaten by almost only the staff in recent years, and they have never encountered a reduction in food. This is how the barren planet is. There is always the joy of opening a blind box. Tung Kai smiled bitterly, looking at the constantly changing colors of the sky, and said faintly, I don't know what kind of extreme weather this time. We have to leave before then. Jiang Tunan listened carefully and heard a very small cry again. Save me. She looked around and asked Tung Kai, did you really not hear any sound? The safe house was very spacious, and the place was not small. In order to facilitate the animals to enter and exit, a low door was opened. Jiang Tunan observed the environment of the entire safe house. The roof here was very high and round, and there was an extremely wide beam in the middle. Jiang Tunan remembered the flying claw hook in the bag, which was mostly for them to go up directly when they were in danger. The beam was very high, and it was not easy for animals to jump up. Tung Kai was standing in front of the storage cabinet at this time, with a strange look on his face. I didn't hear it, but I saw it. At this time, Xiaowu also landed on the cabinet, bending his head to look down, and howled loudly. Brother, don't be afraid. I'm here with humans to save you. Jiang Tunan walked over, and the first thing he saw was the strange shape of the entire cabinet. It was very empty underneath, and this cabinet was much wider than Jiang Tunan had seen before. A big furry tail, with a gradient color of brown, yellow and black, drooped down and sank into the box where it was hiding. The exposed tail was not as shiny as the fur that Jiang Tunan had seen in the zoo in the wild, indicating that the owner of the tail was in poor health. Although he did not study this species, Jiang Tunan could determine from this obvious feature that they had picked up a red panda. This red panda only had its tail exposed. This was the first time Tung Kai had encountered such a situation. But she did not panic at all and directly pulled out a gun from her bag. Anesthesia gun. Just in case. Tung Kai spoke in a normal tone and quickly prepared for work. When she came here to work, Tung Kai had already prepared to face the beast. Moreover, the base had few people and a unique selection mode. Everyone would not take it lightly because they had never encountered ancient creatures in the zoo. Even for ancient creatures of this size, they had to be prepared for battle. Tung Kai's bag was filled with various ancient tools for just in case, because in it, they could only rely on their own abilities and those special weapons. And the anesthesia gun was one of them, with Jiang Tunnen, an underage girl, by his side. Tung Kai knew that he could take this opportunity to teach her a lesson, letting her know that the zoo is full of dangers, and she must protect herself at all times. Thinking of this, Tung Kai looked at Jiang Tunnen, only to see that although she had come over, she was looking around and her attention was not focused. Tunnen, Tung Kai said in a more serious tone, please watch how I deal with the ancient creatures. I can't always act with you. Jiang Tunnen immediately stood up and stared at the red panda in front of her. She was distracted because she heard another breathing sound. Since they found the red panda, the feeling of being watched has become stronger, as if something has been staring at them, or it may be staring at the red panda in front of them. Jiang Tunnen did not object when Tung Kai took out the tranquilizer gun, although she knew that the red panda was an extremely timid and docile animal. If it was not in danger of death, it would not ask for help from unknown visitors. But Jiang Tunnen found that people living in this era did not seem to have an accurate understanding of animals, and she was not sure whether this red panda was a normal Earth red panda. After all, she picked up a one-horned black sheep, which was a one-horned sheep that had never been seen before, and was also identified as a paleontological creature. The anesthesia was accurately injected into the red panda's body. Jiang Tunnen breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Tung Kai, waiting for her next instruction. When you go out, especially in an unfamiliar environment, the most important thing is to learn to obey orders. I don't know if it's dangerous, so just stand there and don't move. I go check it out. Tung Kai put on special gloves and explained to Jiang Tunnen. There are 10 in the powerful anesthetic package. Basically, as long as you successfully inject them into their bodies, you can successfully knock them down. The speed is very fast. Large ones should require more doses. We haven't experimented with them, so we can only equip each person with 10 just in case. Tung Kai lowered her voice and slowly approached the red panda. This was her first time seeing the red panda species. This one was obviously in poor condition, and was so thin that only a layer of skin remained. It should also be the first ancient creature to break into the safe house. But the strange thing is that there were fruits and vegetables stored not far away from it. But it didn't touch them at all. According to the existing information on StarCraft, this kind of ancient creature should like to eat fruit. Tung Kai felt a strange feeling in her heart, extremely satisfied, and felt that her persistence here all these years was worth it. But she was also a little worried. Did they come too early, and the red panda didn't have time to eat? Or did it not eat these? Putting aside the mystery in her mind for the time being, she was about to reach out and take the red panda out of the cabinet. But she heard the screams of Xiaowu above her head, and the sound of flapping wings and taking off at the same time. And Jiang Tunnen's voice quickly became louder. Be careful. The fierce force came from behind her, and Tung Kai was pushed into the cabinet with almost no time to react. The cabinet door was closed, and the roar of the beast was heard outside. She tried to push the cabinet door open, but found that the cabinet door seemed to be blocked by a huge monster, and the cabinet began to shake violently. Tunnen? Tunnen? Xiaowu? Are you alright? Tung Kai felt her heartbeat violently for the first time in so many years. Jiang Tunnen was still a minor, and her life had not even begun yet. She couldn't die here. Tung Kai began to release her mental power as quickly as possible. She could only pray that Tung Nan had returned to the base and was not far away from her, so that he could successfully sense her distress signal. She also paid attention to the poor little panda in the cabinet. While holding up the red panda, she paid attention to the movement outside. Jiang Tunnen outside naturally didn't know Tung Kai's concerns. She was originally staring at Tung Kai approaching the red panda. Her keen sixth sense made her look back behind Tung Kai, and it turned out to be a snow leopard cub. The snow leopard was dark in color, skinny, and a pair of gray eyes stared straight at Jiang Tunnen. It was only half the size of the adult snow leopard that Jiang Tunnen had seen, and there was a deep scar on its body that could be seen to the bone. Although it looked only a circle larger than the largest Maine Coon cat, it was a leopard after all, so Jiang Tunnen did not dare to take it lightly. Having walked in the wild for many years, Jiang Tunnen had encountered emergency situations before, but it was the first time that she was less than 1 meter away from a leopard, even if the other party was just a skinny underage snow leopard. Without time to react, she instinctively locked Tong Kai in the cabinet, which was the safest place. As for her, Jiang Tunan still felt that this was a dream. If she really died in the mouth of a leopard, she might wake up from this nightmare. Almost the moment she moved, Xiaowu also screamed shrilly, "Run! We can't beat it!" Xiaowu took off in a hurry, and did not forget to remind Jiang Tunan. Jiang Tunan had no time to respond to Xiaowu. The next second after the cabinet door closed, she hurriedly grabbed the beam with the tool she brought and jumped up. The leopard had already pounced on the cabinet. Fortunately, the cabinet used as a granary was very sturdy. But Jiang Tunan did not forget that the cabinet was used to store food for people and animals to eat. That meant that it might not be able to open the cabinet for the time being. But with the intelligence of the snow leopard, it might be able to do it soon. Jiang Tunan thought for a moment, took out the nutrient solution from his bag and threw it on the ground, trying to attract the attention of the snow leopard. It's heading for you." Xiaowu was frightened and howled. Nan. Wait a minute. I go see if there are any birds nearby that can help." The snow leopard was really attracted by the nutrient solution, although it was thin and underage. Its big paws just touched the door of the storage cabinet, and it shook the cabinet a few times. Then it shifted its target to look at the nutrient solution thrown by Jiang Tunan, and let out a leopard roar. What strange thing did this stupid biped throw away? Jiang Tunan understood its words again, because she knew that the leopard would not be able to come up for a while. And Xiaowu and the black sheep seemed to understand her words. So she said boldly, "Nutrient solution. We humans like to eat this thing the most." Jiang Tunan, who had never eaten nutrient solution, said immediately, "This thing tastes better than meat. And it is full. You can try it." The snow leopard raised his head, looked at Jiang Tunan doubtfully, lowered his head, and used his big paws to poke the nutrient solution. And the packaging was immediately cut open, and the fragrance overflowed. After smelling the food, the snow leopard finally believed that Jiang Tunan was not lying to it. It lowered its head and licked it with its pink tongue, performing a swallowing performance. Jiang Tunan breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the snow leopard eating with relish below, and quietly waved to the little crow not far away. The little crow flew to Jiang Tunan tremblingly, and both the man and the bird stared at the leopard below. "What should we do now? Should we use anesthetic to knock it down? Or find a way to lure it out?" Jiang Tunan said in embarrassment. "Lure it out. Lure it out." The little crow suddenly became excited. Jiang Tunan touched its little head soothingly, nodded and said, "I know. Next I need you to cooperate with me to drive it out." Chapter 7. Tong Nan, who had just returned to the base, did not run into Lang Qitong. He went to the treatment room to check the situation as usual, and was shocked when he entered the door. The treatment room seemed to have been robbed. Not only did the cabinet fall to the ground, but the things inside were also lying on the ground in a mess. Tong Nan frowned slightly and began to look for the culprit in the room. Although Tong Kai usually didn't like to clean up, his things were in a mess and orderly. It was impossible for him to have nowhere to put his feet like now. He quickly locked the target, which was the black furry thing lying in the treatment chamber. Although the treatment room was prepared for ancient creatures, there were actually very few ancient creatures used. The previous breeder occasionally brought back dying ancient creatures for treatment, but she had her own set of methods, and believed that it was not good for animals to have too much contact with humans. So she often threw the poor little ones she brought back into the treatment chamber, and they all watched from a distance. Instead, people from the 9th Legion and the 4th Legion would occasionally rub against it when they passed by, since it could lie in the treatment chamber. This animal must not be one of those mutant animals in the Interstellar. Tong Nan approached and found that it was a little black sheep, pretending to be dead with its eyes closed. Tong Nan was at a loss for words and began to pack up, muttering to himself, "If there are any valuables missing from the treatment room, I can have an extra meal tonight." He quietly looked at the sheep that moved its ears, and continued to clean up the messy room, and suddenly sensed Tong Kai's call. He and Tong Kai are twins. In addition to their own abilities, they also have a wonderful mental power that others do not have. This is why they were recruited into the Wild Planet Zoo together, in the zoo where high technology cannot be used. His mental power induction with Tong Kai may save lives. However, this magical skill has great limitations. If he and Tong Kai are too far apart, it will fail. Tong Nan stopped his hand movements and began to concentrate on sensing the coordinates transmitted by Tong Kai. The little black sheep lying in the treatment chamber also opened his golden eyes at this time. Staggered out of the treatment chamber, silently rubbed against Tong Nan's side, and stared at him straight. After arriving at the deserted planet for no apparent reason, it could feel the abundant spiritual energy here, which was very suitable for animal life. The human who saved it had been gone for a long time, and now seemed to be in danger. The little black sheep could feel that if the human in front of it wanted to go in, he should not mind taking a cute little lamb with GPS function. Right? Seeing Tong Nan open his eyes, it hurriedly made a sound. Me. Take me with you. I can't take you. It's very dangerous inside. You might be eaten. Tong Nan didn't understand what it was saying, but just guessed it and said perfunctorily. The little black sheep pretended not to understand what Tong Nan said, and followed him step by step. Tong Nan had no choice but to think carefully. If this animal was not a mutant animal, it might have a miraculous effect if it went in. Unsure of what was going on with Tong Kai, Tong Nan decided to try her luck and found a rope from the treatment room and tied it to its horn. Okay. Then you just follow me. It was the first time the little black sheep saw someone tie a sheep to its horn, and it was a little confused. As long as it wanted, it could go in and out of the rope. Wouldn't it be free? This human didn't look very smart, but it was okay this way. If they disagreed, it could go find the human by itself. Tong Kai, who didn't know if she had successfully summoned a rescuer, held the panda with a weak breath in her arms and began to review the whole thing in her mind. Jiang Tunnen had said that she felt something unusual, but she, as a senior, was stubborn and didn't take her words seriously. When rescuing the panda, Jiang Tunnen looked around, probably just observing the environment, but she thought Jiang Tunnen was half-hearted. Tong Kai now regretted her empiricism a little. She had made full preparations before every visit, but she was still careless because she had never encountered a dangerous situation for many years. If something happened to Jiang Tunnen, she really couldn't face working here any longer. Fortunately, Jiang Tunnen and Xiaowu voices could be heard intermittently outside, but a deafening roar made her heart rise again. Every year, they have to look for a lot of animal data on the ancient blue star to watch. And this sounds like a large cat. These cats are all fierce beasts. Can Jiang Tunnen, a weak plant system, really handle it? Outside the storage cabinet, Jiang Tunnen and Xiaowu were concentrating on staring at the snow leopard in front of them, trying to successfully lead it outside the safe house. After the snow leopard finished eating the nutrient solution, it was looking up at Jiang Tunnen, with a pair of gray eyes staring at her, as if thinking about whether to eat her as well. Jiang Tunnen reached out and took out a nutrient solution, and the fragrance spread in the air. The snow leopard hadn't eaten a full meal for a long time, and his eyes changed immediately. He paced forward a few steps, then hesitated and stepped back, finding the best position to look up at her. I still have something you want to eat, but you have to go out obediently. Jiang Tunnen shook the nutrient solution in her hand, and the snow leopard eyeballs also shook with her hand. Jiang Tunnen threw the nutrient solution to Xiaowu under the snow leopard nose. Xiaowu responded at the small door closest to the leopard and scratched the nutrient solution with his claws, and the nutrient solution quickly dripped onto the ground. The snow leopard was really fooled and went to find Xiaowu after smelling the smell. Xiaowu felt that today's adventure was probably enough for it to brag about it for a day. After all, it and the breeder teamed up to defeat a little snow leopard. This beast can swallow 10 crows in one bite, but it bravely used its brain to save the breeder. Xiaowu encouraged himself like this, while slowly moving out with the nutrient solution in his mouth, trying to control his trembling little wings. Jiang Tunnen also stared at them, and had already clenched the anesthetic in her hand. Once the little snow leopard made any move, she could only use this to temporarily control it. This snow leopard must have been seriously injured before it came to the safe house. The wound on its leg had rotted a little, and it limped when walking. It must have been injured for a long time. Jiang Tunnen guessed that it had locked onto the red panda and wanted to eat it to supplement its nutrition. But Shen Yaojin showed up halfway and hindered its plan. Dr. Tung, can you hear me? Here comes a white body covered with black spots, with stripes on its face, and very thin, and its hind legs are injured. What should I do? Jiang Tunnen ran quickly on the beams of the house. When she reached the top of the cabinet, she considered her own personality and lowered her head to speak to Tong Kai in a low voice. She was not sure how much animal knowledge she had, so she could only describe the snow leopard according to its appearance. Tung Kai could vaguely hear Jiang Tunin talking, trying to capture the key words. She was impatient, so she simply tried to push the cabinet door again. This time it was easily pushed open, and she just saw the background of the snow leopard. She couldn't help but gasp. What luck! It's actually a leopard cub. Jiang Tunin saw a crack in the cabinet and guessed that Tung Kai had made a move. But the alert little snow leopard in front also turned around sharply at this time, and a pair of gray eyes sharply captured Tung Kai and the red panda in her arms. For a moment, the safe house seemed to have been paused. All people and animals were silent and dared not move. Tung Kai took back his hand that was leaning on the cabinet door, subconsciously touched the toolkit on his body, and accurately grasped the anesthesia. Leopard? Jiang Tunin tried to attract the attention of the snow leopard. She originally wanted to join forces with Xiaowu to lead the leopard out. But after seeing the wound on its leg, Jiang Tunin changed her mind. Generally speaking, a leopard of this size should be taken care of by its mother until it grows up, and then it will be independent. But this leopard is different. Just looking at the skinny red panda being regarded as prey by it, it is clear that it should be desperate. In this case, even if it is released back, it may not live long. It was unclear how many creatures there were on the deserted planet, so it was better to save the ones in front of us first. Since Tung Kai had come out, he must have planned to simply and roughly anesthetize him and solve the problem once and for all. Jiang Tunin remembered Xiaowu's refusal to take anesthetics just now, and did not quite agree with this approach. But she also knew that it was difficult for them to control a leopard, so this was undoubtedly the best way. If it was on Earth, Jiang Tunin would not object. But she still decided to struggle. This leopard seemed to understand human language, and she could control the vines now. What if? Hearing Jiang Tunin call, the snow leopard really turned around and looked at her, and let out a very low roar. What do you want to do? Bipedal beast? Jiang Tunin looked at the snow leopard running slowly over, looking up at her, feeling a little subtle. Is this leopard so vigilant? Leopard, are you willing to go out with me? The kind with food and accommodation. Wait until you are fat and white before coming back. It smells good. I want to drink it. The snow leopard shook its tail, looked back at the little crow holding the nutrient solution, and called out with lingering feelings. Jiang Tunin found that their communication was very smooth, and discussed with the leopard again. Then how about this? You let me go down. Listen to my command later, and don't hurt other animals or humans. Okay? She took out another nutrient solution from her bag, and the snow leopard began to circle around her on the ground. Responding softly, Tung Kai came out of the cabinet holding the red panda. The leopard naturally heard the noise. It looked back and stared at the red panda in Tung Kai's arms. It shouted to Jiang Tunin, what happened to the little panda? Did you kill it? Jiang Tunin shook his head. We want to save it and take it back with you. The snow leopard was probably very hungry. It looked at the red panda again to make sure it was still alive, and focused on Jiang Tunin's hand. Tung Kai felt very incredible about the scene in front of him. As doctors at the base, they had seen small animals before. They usually saw animals injected with anesthetics. The ones that were alive were trapped animals before being released. They seemed to have an irreconcilable hatred for humans. This was the first time they had seen a leopard. And it was even the first time they had seen an ancient creature that was willing to listen to the keeper. Jiang Tunin commanded the snow leopard to retreat until it squatted in the corner with grievance. And then he jumped down along the rope. The snow leopard just shook its tail lightly, and did not show any intention of attacking. Jiang Tunin tried to get close to it, but it did not move. The leopard did not start to shake its ears until Jiang Tunin shook the nutrient solution in his hand. Jiang Tunin and Tung Kai finally reunited, and saw the joy of surviving a disaster in each other's eyes. Can we try to take it back awake? Jiang Tunin asked. If it keeps being so obedient, you can try it. Tung Kai didn't dare to relax at all, staring at the snow leopard closely. You have to know that this is unprecedented in our wild planet zoo. Jiang Tunin expressed his understanding, took a deep breath, and shouted, come on, leopard. The sisters will take you home. The snow leopard stood up from the corner and walked towards them unsteadily. The two people and the bird breathed a sigh of relief. But it suddenly stopped and turned its head to look outside. The lazy look just now disappeared in an instant, and its beautiful eyes stared at the outside. Jiang Tunin also took out the anesthetic from his bag and stared at the outside closely. Chapter 8. There was a rustling sound. and Jiang Tun's nerves were tense. Looking at the bare desert outside, he began to think about where the sound came from, until a black mass fell from the roof and hit the snow leopard directly, and it wailed. Jiang Tun looked closely and found that it was the little black sheep she picked up. It seems that the treatment chamber is effective. The little black sheep that was dying not long ago is now alive and kicking, and can even perform high-altitude dropping objects to hit the snow leopard. The snow leopard was about to get angry, and Jiang Tun hurriedly asked Xiaowu to feed it. The nutrient solution was dropped from the air by Xiaowu, and hit the snow leopard directly in its mouth. The fragrance filled the air, and it really stopped being angry and started to smack. Tong Kai breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the roof and said, "Come down. This leopard is very obedient." Before she finished her words, Jiang Tun saw a nimble figure jumping down from the roof and landing gracefully, at least countless times more graceful than the black sheep landing on the snow leopard. The visitor was a young man, who looked to be in his 20s. He wore a pair of glasses, was tall, and had a pair of phoenix eyes that looked like they were carved from the same mold as Tong Kai. But he was a little more cold than Tong Kai. "This is my brother Tong Nan," Tong Kai said simply without much time for greeting. Tong Nan just nodded slightly at Jiang Tun. His eyes stayed on the red panda on Tong Kai's shoulder for a moment, and then moved his sight to the snow leopard not far away. "Why don't you shoot?" Tong Nan's voice was very pleasant, like the sound of jade colliding. "If you hadn't suddenly fallen from the sky now, we might have taken it back." Tong Kai sighed, looked at the leopard who was still snorting, and asked, "Why did you bring it with you? Do you think the paleontologists are short of food?" The little black sheep had already stood up and shouted at Jiang Tun, "What are you doing?" Jiang Tun waved at it, fearing that the snow leopard would react and use it as food. The black sheep glanced at the little crow standing on the snow leopard head, and confusion emerged in its beautiful golden eyes. Is nature already so harmonious? But what is nature? Why did it suddenly have such an idea? I've finished eating, but I still want more. The snow leopard sat upright, licking the tip of its nose with unsatisfied eyes, staring at Jiang Tun with its beautiful eyes, not giving any attention to the two people and the sheep beside her, and did not express any opinion on the fact that the little crow stood on its head, confirming that this leopard is a foodie who is easy to fool. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Tong Nan looked at the nutrient solution being slurped by the snow leopard cubs and felt something was wrong. But he still did not interrupt the feeding. With the 4 small animals, they were teleported directly back to the base. The snow leopard had obviously never seen such a big scene. Looking at the scenery in front of it, that was completely different from the place where it had lived before. It let out a low roar from its throat. "Don't be afraid." Jiang Tun touched the snow leopard head with courage, and saw that it just shook its tail. He took out the nutrient solution to comfort it. "Don't be afraid. We won't hurt you." This verbal assurance was of course powerless. So Jiang Tun had to hold the nutrient solution all the way, as if it was the carrot that fell in front of the donkey, and let it follow them all the way. However, Jiang Tun was a little worried. What if the snow leopard was full? However, her worries did not come true. The snow leopard cub seemed to have not eaten. It was still begging for nutrient solution all the way. After they successfully escaped from the leopard mouth and came out of the zoo, Tong Kai quickly called the director of the zoo to explain the matter to her. Du Liang hadn't left yet, and was a little surprised to hear that they brought back a leopard. Over the years, except for the initial transportation of ancient creatures to the deserted planet, after the gray fog appeared, they could only confirm that there were still creatures alive in the deserted planet zoo through some clues. But they had hardly seen any living creatures. The previous keeper was able to get close to some herbivores, and she rescued many dying small animals. But it was the first time they saw a beast like a leopard in the base. Du Liang walked towards the treatment room excitedly. She had a hunch that this new keeper would definitely bring them a different surprise. The treatment room was in a mess at this time. Tong Kai and his sister stood at the door with a lamp and looked in through the window. They saw a 3-way fight between a man, a bird and a leopard. "You liar. It's obviously Baji Baji. It's delicious." The little snow leopard was stuffed into the treatment chamber. Cats have a strong sense of territory, and don't like this narrow and unfamiliar space. The treatment chamber has been cracked by it. It was Jiang Tun who trapped it in the treatment chamber. The little snow leopard always cursed at Tong Kai and his sister, and didn't agree with their approach at all. Its attitude towards Jiang Tun was a little better, but only a little. ever since it was brought back to the small medical room by Jiang Tunnen with nutrient solution, and had not even had a few sips of the solution. It began to doubt her. Its wound had obviously been exposed for a long time and needed treatment. The little snow leopard did not agree to their approach. Tong Nan tried to control his supernatural power to help it clean its wound. But he became even more irritable because of the severe pain. The worst result would be to use anesthetics on the little snow leopard. But they did not intend to do so unless it was absolutely necessary. Jiang Tunnen remembered her supernatural power. She carefully controlled the vines to wrap around the little snow leopard. She did not know whether she was eating too seriously, or did not regard the fragile vines as a threat. But she really succeeded. While the leopard did not react, Jiang Tunnen decisively controlled the vines to drag it to the treatment chamber. Before it could react, she dragged it, threw it in, covered it, and started it in one go. When the snow leopard reacted and wanted to make trouble, it was too late. The helpless and furious leopard pawed down a few times, and the lid of the treatment chamber cracked several cracks. Jiang Tunnen almost cracked it. But fortunately, the off-site coach told her that there was a feeding port in the treatment chamber, and the leopard was more obedient, cursing and smacking. Don't think that leopards are easy to bully. Baji baji. When the leopard is full, it will bite you all to death as food. Baji baji. Jiang Tunnen took the opportunity to rub the leopard head a few times, and couldn't help laughing. Then you have to grow up quickly. It's not that I dislike you. You also eat too much. Right? All 10 nutrient solutions in my bag are gone. And you are still not full. Leopard. I am just a weak, pitiful and helpless leopard. Baji baji. The little snow leopard looked at Jiang Tunnen pitifully and acted cute. How long have you been hungry? Jiang Tunnen wondered. Isn't there food in the zoo? Why are you still hungry? It's too disgusting. The snow leopard stopped eating, and didn't think it was strange that the human in front of him could understand its speech, and continued. Those things are not for leopards to eat at all. Even the little crow shook his head after smelling it. Jiang Tunnen wanted to ask who the little crow was, but the snow leopard had fallen asleep with the nutrient solution in his mouth. She was relieved and glanced at Xiaowu. Give Xiaowu a task. Help us watch the leopard. If it wakes up and we are not there, feed it with nutrient solution, and then call us. Okay? Xiaowu responded, standing tall and staring at the leopard with his black eyes. Jiang Tunnen got up and went out. Only the little black sheep she picked up was curled up on the ground and dozing outside the door. Hearing the movement, he called softly, Where are Tum Kai and the others? The little black sheep reacted ignorantly for a while, and took Jiang Tunnen to find them. The anesthetized red panda lay in the treatment chamber, and 3 people stood beside the treatment chamber and looked at it, as if they were discussing something. Jiang Tunnen knocked on the glass, and the 3 people turned back at the same time, and she saw that the other person was the director Du Liang. Du Liang still had a serious face, and motioned Jiang Tunnen to come in. When Du Liang arrived, Jiang Tunnen was still comforting the little snow leopard. She stood at the window and watched for a while, but didn't find anything wrong. She also knew that her sudden intrusion might scare the leopard, so she simply went to see the red panda with Tum Kai and his sister. You've worked hard. You've encountered such a big scene less than a day since you came to the deserted planet. Du Liang comforted. Tunnen, although I am personally very satisfied with you, I still have to respect your opinion. Tung Kai and Tung Nan have their own work. You may have to go in and face these animals alone. Can you do it? Tung Kai looked at Jiang Tunnen expectantly. Obviously, the exciting experience in the afternoon did not leave her with any psychological trauma. Tung Nan didn't react much, but he also looked at Jiang Tunnen. I can do it, Jiang Tunnen said firmly. These animals, they are all very cute. Right? Tung Kai continued. They are very cute. I am willing to stay here to take care of them, Jiang Tunnen said firmly. Du Liang nodded and said without hesitation, in this case, you will be a formal employee of the Wild Star Zoo in the future. Your working hours are from 9 to 5. 4 days on and 3 days off. Jiang Tunnen was stunned. The working hours in the interstellar space are much more humane than those on Earth. Is this the progress of the times? But the zoo works 4 days on and 3 days off. So how to deal with the feeding work? If you have any other requirements, you can always tell me. If you don't want to find me, you can also tell Tung Kai. Du Liang patted Jiang Tunnen on the shoulder and said, because this is the first time that the leopard traces have been successfully discovered and successfully brought out. It is of great significance to the Wild Star Zoo. Since the leopard only trusts you, it will be handed over to you for the time being. Jiang Tunan had no objection. Just looking at the incompatible appearance of the little snow leopard in Tong Kai. If they were handed over to them to take care of it, they would probably tear down the entire treatment room. After saying this, several people went to see the sleeping leopard in a mighty manner. You little black sheep have a good ability to recover. You can jump up and down after lying in the treatment chamber for a while. Have you chosen a name? Du Liang asked Jiang Tunan. Not in time yet. Jiang Tunan looked at it, and a furry face suddenly appeared in her mind. And she blurted out, let's call it Sean. If this is a dream, it's not bad to have a smart lamb named Sean. If this is not a dream, she will depend on this lamb for life. I have asked someone to check the surveillance where Sean appeared. It seems that it appeared there suddenly. We will continue to search for clues with robots later. But this is the first time I have seen a unicorn. So we must be vigilant about its changes at any time. Du Liang explained. Jiang Tunan wrote down everything one by one, and did not refuse the kindness of the director. Tong Kai, who was following behind, finally couldn't help laughing and asked, Director, do you remember that the deputy captain of our action team is called Sean? Du Liang was stunned, staring at the little black sheep with a subtle look. In fact, Sean and Sean look quite similar, and there is nothing wrong with this name. Tong Nan added. Sean from the action team is also very dark. Almost as dark as our little sheep Sean. Tong Kai explained. You know when you see him when the action team comes back. You can spot him in the crowd at a glance. The darkest one. As they talked, they walked outside the treatment room where the little snow leopard was. The treatment room was actually empty, with a few black feathers on the ground. And Xiaowu was gone. Chapter 9. As the only animal in the deserted star base, Xiaowu is loved by everyone in the base. And it is also a little baby picked up by the director from the zoo, and has always served as a bridge between humans and animals. Unfortunately, the animals in the zoo think it is a traitor, and Xiaowu has failed to find its relatives in the zoo several times, so it has to stay with the director Du Liang until the previous keeper left. The deserted star zoo began to recruit new keepers. When she saw Jiang Tunan, Xiaowu felt that she had a familiar affinity, which was very unusual, especially when it cursed. She seemed to understand what it was saying. Of course, the last person who could understand what it said was Du Liang. But Du Liang felt that it didn't speak very beautifully, so he added an unreliable translator to it to fool other people in the base. Xiaowu felt that the strange translator Du Liang gave him could not translate even 1/10 of the beauty of the language art he mastered. Facts have proved that he was right as the hope of the Dory Jackdaw clan. Jiang Tunan was not an ordinary person. She could understand their words and comfort the terrible leopard, although it was only a few months old. While the little leopard was eating, Xiaowu quietly stood on the leopard head and felt the power of the fake leopard. It felt good, since Jiang Tunan planned to bring the leopard back to the base. Don't blame him for letting the leopard be his mount. Watching the leopard being locked up in the treatment chamber, Xiaowu couldn't help but think of some bad memories. But when he thought about it carefully, what were those memories? Xiaowu looked at the leopard who was gradually falling asleep, and always felt that he had forgotten something important. Jiang Tunan handed the leopard to him, and said that he was going to see another half-dead red panda. As a good friend of humans, Xiaowu decisively agreed to her request. But Jiang Tunan left, and leopard woke up immediately, finding himself sealed in the treatment chamber, and fell into rage again. Remembering the method Jiang Tunan gave it, Xiaowu hurried over with the nutrient solution in his mouth. How can you, leopard, be more irritable than me? Is it not okay to give you nutrient solution? Huh? You are not that. Baji. I know you. They all say that you were bribed by the bipeds. Baji. Hearing leopard say this, Xiaowu was a little sad, and his eyes widened. Nonsense. You will know later. This group of bipeds is different from before. After leopard finished 2 bottles of nutrient solution, his mood stabilized a little. While eating his hands, he continued to chat with Xiaowu. I don't believe it. Everyone said it. The bipeds are cunning and specialize in eating naive leopards. Unless you let me out, I will believe that you are not lying to me. Xiaowu was a little moved by it. As the only baby in the base, it often goes in and out of the treatment room. Occasionally, strange bipeds come to the base and seem to recover faster when they see it. So it has long mastered the method of opening the treatment room. I suggest you don't listen to the leopard. It is lying to you, and its wounds are not healed yet. Another voice came, and Xiaowu was startled, remembering that there was a little black sheep at the door. Xiaowu reacted and realized that this little black sheep came with Jiang Tunan, and it is very likely that it will be a colleague in the future. Xiaowu hesitated. Leopard, who was lying in the treatment chamber and struggling to turn over, was anxious. Why are you a sheep meddling in other people's business? I will eat you up in one bite when I get out. Seeing Leopard getting angry again, Xiaowu quickly held the nutrient solution in his mouth and fed it again. Shut up. I almost fell into your trap. If you run away, how can I explain to the breeder? Baji Baji. Come with me. Baji Baji. You supervise me. I just want to see what the place where humans live looks like. Baji Baji. And we must know if they secretly harm their kind. Baji Baji. Let's hurry up. We can come back before the breeder comes back. Xiaowu was persuaded by it. It looked at the door again, and tentatively said, Xiaohei, you won't tell the breeder? There was no movement at the door. Xiaowu just thought it acquiesced to collusion with them. Skillfully opened the treatment chamber, and took Leopard out of the window. Let's make 3 rules first. This is my territory. You must listen to me, and don't mess around. Where's the leopard? Little Crow flapped his wings, but turned around and found that the leopard had disappeared. Little Crow hurriedly followed the scent left by the leopard. If he didn't find the leopard before the keeper came back, he might be punished. Little Black Sheep didn't respond to Little Crow's words not because it acquiesced, but because it sensed the movements of Jiang Tunan and the others, and turned back to wait for her outside the Red Panda treatment room. Feeling the movement of Little Crow and Leopard leaving, Little Black Sheep hurriedly tried to attract Jiang Tunan's attention so that they could quickly find the missing leopard and crow. Looking at the empty treatment room, the 4 of them were silent. Du Lian quickly sent someone to look for them, and took the 3 to the monitoring room. Jiang Tunan, the only one who could understand their words, listened to the mentally retarded conversation in the monitoring with mixed feelings, and looked back at her sheep. The little black sheep blinked innocently at her and whispered, I didn't expect them to be so fast. Jiang Tunan took out the nutrient solution from her bag and fed it to the little black sheep as a reward, and tried to use her plant-based ability to feel the direction. Unfortunately, the base is not like the inside of the zoo. The desert map in the zoo at least has some plants that seem to have died long ago. The roots and stems deeply rooted in the bottom are intact and can feel Jiang Tunan call. The base even has metal floors. And there are no plants at all. They can only honestly check the monitoring and look for traces from the airtight monitoring in the base. I really don't know whether to praise Xiaowu for being smart or stupid. He can open the treatment room and window, but let the leopard go, Tong Kai said speechlessly. The translator doesn't seem to work. It can only recognize Xiaowu's speech, but not the leopard. Tung Nan took a notebook and began to record. We have been with Xiaowu the most in recent years and have collected the most information. Leopard relies on old information from many years ago, so its accuracy is naturally not as good as Xiaowu. Tung Kai was not surprised. He glanced at Jiang Tunan again. So I hope you can use the translator to collect more sheep's language for us to analyze. Jiang Tunan nodded and accepted the task. I take the sheep to find it first. They are all ancient creatures. Maybe they can appease the leopard better. Jiang Tunan looked for a while and asked, Okay, if you meet Xiaowu, bring it back together, Du Lian said. Xiaowu is not as conspicuous as the leopard in the surveillance. It was dark, and it was flying high, so it was even harder to find its trace. Jiang Tunan took the little black sheep out, took the zoo map that Tung Kai sent to her, and searched in the direction where the leopard disappeared. Are you satisfied with the name Sean? Sean the sheep? Since there is no such cartoon in this world, you are Sean Ben. How about that? Jiang Tunan touched the sheep's horn and asked. Not very good. I don't want to be a substitute sheep. As a sheep with a distinguished background, the little black sheep decisively rejected Jiang Tunan's proposal. Although it can't remember its own name now, it is definitely not a stupid sheep that can be perfunctorily dealt with. Jiang Tunan looked at it, pondered for a moment, and said, I don't think it's a good name either. After all, they said there is a Sean. It would be quite embarrassing if they were caught. I got it. There is a divine sheep in our village called Xieji. You should be Xieji in the future. Jiang Tunan clapped his hands and said excitedly, Do you like this name? The little black sheep looked at her doubtfully, and his milky voice was full of distrust of humans. What is Xieji? Xieji is a divine beast. It is said to be full of righteousness. It likes upright humans like me. If it encounters a bad guy, it will bump into it. Jiang Tunan explained. Legend has it that Xieji looks like a sheep and has only one horn. You are not the original Xieji. Are you? The little black sheep smacked his lips and said, This name is not bad. Then will I have a chance to become a divine sheep when I grow up? It's not impossible. People should have dreams. And sheep should also have dreams. So the first thing for the divine sheep to show its skills is to find the leopard. Jiang Tunan lied. The little black sheep held its head high, sniffed the air, and led Jiang Tunan in one direction. Snow leopard. You are worthy of being a leopard. You have more tricks than me. A familiar voice came from the empty land. But the content was not very healthy. So it was easy to identify its identity. The man and the sheep looked at each other and ran in that direction at the same time. Xiaowu. Jiang Tunan spoke first. The cursing sound stopped. And Xiaowu cried out, Snow leopard. Don't let me see you again. I must peck your head bald. I'm here. Nan Nan. Come and save me. Seeing Xieji, Xiaowu realized that he was a little guilty. It must be you who reported it. Otherwise, how could the breeder find me? You look evil and have an evil heart. You didn't say anything just to frame me. Xieji must have taken a look at its miserable appearance, sneered, and didn't make things worse. Jiang Tunan arrived later, and seeing Xiaowu's current appearance, he tried his best to hold back the corners of his mouth that wanted to rise. Xiaowu's appearance at this time was indeed a bit miserable. The feathers that originally emitted a faint blue light were clumped together for some reason, and clumps of them drooped on its body. What's worse, Xiaowu's two claws were tied together, and a long rope hung it upside down on the high tower. Jiang Tunan rushed over to rescue Xiaowu, asking, Did the leopard make you like this? Didn't you two go out together? Why did it become like this? This was too sarcastic to Xieji, because they had just watched the surveillance video not long ago. And Jiang Tunan knew that Xiaowu was ruthlessly abandoned by the leopard. It's a scumbag leopard. Don't let me meet it again. Otherwise, I will scratch it every time I see it. Xiaowu flapped his wings and fell into Jiang Tunan's hand, cursing, because his feet were tied for a while. It even affected his balance. As a little baby in the base, Xiaowu has never been treated like this. Even if you don't say it, we will punish the leopard when we find him. I hope our brave Xiaowu can learn a lesson from this incident and not trust other creatures easily. Jiang Tunan smoothed its fur and said lovingly, It is said that corvids are the smartest species of birds. Now it seems that Xiaowu does not know whether it represents their average level or lowers its IQ. Xiaowu is not stupid. The whole story of how it got into this situation is too embarrassing. So it simply does not mention how it fell to this point. After picking up Xiaowu, they continued to look for the leopard trace. The raging fire of revenge was too strong. Xiaowu only rested for a while, and then flapped his wings to fly to a high place to help find the leopard. As a crow, Xiaowu night vision is very poor. But fortunately the lights in the base are a little useful, and it does not affect Xiaowu flight at all. Along the way, there were Xiaowu chirping, and they were not lonely at all. Xie discussed the correct direction with Xiaowu from time to time. In the empty base, if ordinary people who could not understand their words only felt that one crow and one sheep were particularly harmonious. But Jiang Tunan just wanted to plug their mouths with something. Jiang Tunan checked the map bit by bit, and when he saw that he was about to walk through the base, Xiaowu and Xie became excited at the same time. And Jiang Tunan also smelled the smell of blood faintly. And the low roar of the leopard was also very loud in the night. Chapter 10. Xieji and Xiaowu rushed forward without hesitation, one relying on wings, and the other on 4 legs. When Jiang Tunan went over, she could only hear their laughter. Ha ha ha. You are really a stupid leopard. This is the first time I have seen a fool who regards a robot as an enemy. Xiaowu's laughter was filled with undisguised gloating. I thought you must have some extraordinary qualities to be able to tie up this bird. Now it seems that I thought too much. Xieji spoke in a serious voice. And Jiang Tunan laughed. When she rushed over, she found that the leopard had hidden in a corner because of the embarrassment, and he had lost his previous arrogance. The snow leopard was not injured, but the previous wound had not healed, and the wound had opened again due to the running around just now. Not far from the snow leopard, there was a robot with a red light flashing, staring at the leopard. Jiang Tunan took a look at its chassis. It should be a robot used for cleaning in the base. At this time, a cold mechanical voice sounded, unable to identify obstacles. Jiang Tunan sighed softly, looked at the snow leopard and said, Would you like to come with me? Go back and get a good treatment. And there will be enough nutrient solution. How about it? The snow leopard hiding in the corner looked at Jiang Tunnen with despair, and thought of his previous behavior, and agreed with a little guilt. Jiang Tunnen was very curious about what this little leopard had experienced in such a short time to be so dejected. It was not that it had been hiding in this small corner without moving. Leopard took advantage of the time to escape and almost visited the base. A long time ago, when Leopard was still a weak little leopard who couldn't even open his eyes. Animals were often heard discussing the two-legged beasts closest to their homes, and the two-legged beast that came in from time to feed them. Of course, there was nothing good to say. That biped must be trying to bribe us. We eat up all the food she sent in, but we won't let her know who ate it. Baji. You. The biped really wants to harm us. The food the biped sent is too disgusting. Woohoo. Leopard has been hungry for 2 days. Woohoo. Little wolf. I'm hungry too. I feel like she deliberately sent us some disgusting food. The food the biped sent is really disgusting. Leopard can prove it. This is why it is so skinny at such a young age. So Leopard really wants to know what these humans are plotting to harm them. This base is not big. Not even as big as the place where Leopard usually forages. Leopard intends to get rid of Xiaowu. But the bird finds him and chases him. So the little snow leopard has to swallow it up when it is not prepared, and wants to find a place to dump the body. As a result, the place was not found, and the bird was not stopping in its mouth. The little snow leopard was afraid that he would swallow it accidentally, so he found a corner to spit out the little bird, worried that it would chase him. He simply took a thin and long thing from the side, tied it up and ran away. As for why it was tied up in a high place, of course, it was because the leopard stood high. There were not many people in this base, which reduced a lot of trouble for the leopard. It smelled the smell and found a place to cook for them. There was no one here. Only machines that kept running, and a large screen hanging with various meats on it. Leopard didn't care and left this place, seeing a large cover with a light on and a vague figure flashing inside. He sneaked in. There were no two-legged beasts in leopard diet, but thinking of the bad guys who brought him back today, it would be great if he could scare them. Thinking of this, it took a step without recognizing any relatives and scratched the small hole under the cover. After finally opening the door, Leopard was almost vomited by the green smell in the room as soon as he entered. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Leopard heard the conversation between the two-legged beasts. We have too few documents, and we don't know what red pandas like to eat. Since they are red bears, they should eat meat. Right? Stupid human. Red pandas like to chew bamboo the most. Leopard roared in his heart. Send some food over too? Let it choose freely. What if it likes to eat vegetarian food? Another human hesitated. You make sense? Then pack some for it. But these things are relatively expensive. Be careful when packing. Leopard looked around blankly, carefully looking at the half-dead vegetables in the cover, thinking of the equally half-dead red panda. The belief in his heart seemed to be easily shattered. Are these bipeds really harming them? Leopard came out of the hood in a daze, but ran into a strange thing head-on. This thing that has been staring at it must be sent by humans to harm it. Brave leopard. Not afraid of difficulties. Even so, can't give up easily. But this thing said something strange, but didn't hurt it. Leopard tried to reach out and pat it, and even patted it aside. Leopard's suspicion was shaken again. If it was something that was meant to harm it, it shouldn't be so useless. Right? It retreated to the corner and growled at the thing. The thing didn't leave, but the biped and the annoying crow came together, looking at the leopard blinking with tears in his eyes. Jiang Tunnen held back his laughter and asked Xieji to push the robot aside. The snow leopard was very well behaved at this time, like a large follower, sticking tightly behind Jiang Tunnen. Maybe this is also part of the biped's plan, to win my trust, and then get all my friends out to eat. Leopard whispered to himself, and Jiang Tunnen was amused by it and wanted to laugh. Come on. You're full of bones, and humans still think you're a nuisance. Xiaowu stepped on the leopard head again to command it. If you had listened to me earlier, you wouldn't have been scared by a robot. I wasn't scared by it. If you had come a little later, I would have bitten its throat. It doesn't have a throat. If we had come a little later, you might have been bitten by it. Xiaowu thought of the shame of being held in its mouth and hanging upside down, and pecked at the leopard head with his beak. The snow leopard finally couldn't bear it anymore, and shook his big head hard to throw Xiaowu off. I was wrong. I was wrong. Lord Xiaowu. Forgive me. Xiaowu snorted coldly and made 3 rules with the leopard. Then it's settled. You live in the base recently. You want to be a mount. And I want to be the most majestic crow in the base. You're still the most majestic crow in the base even if you don't want to be a leopard. Jiang Tunan reached out and rubbed the bird's head again. Leopard calmed down and found that the group of bipeds really didn't intend to hurt them. He asked carefully, "How is the little bear? Is it awake?" After finding Leopard and Little Crow, Jiang Tunan sent a message to Tung Kai. And there was no news about the red panda for the time being. Jiang Tunan asked curiously, "Are you worried that your food will die?" "The little bear is not my food," Leopard said angrily. "If it weren't for your sudden appearance, I might have taken the little bear home long ago. The little bear is my only friend. Although I wanted to make it my food at the beginning," Leopard said guiltily. "But later I didn't. It was the only animal willing to give me food. Although those fruits were sour and astringent, but thanks to it, I didn't starve to death." In the Snow Leopard upside-down narration, Jiang Tunan finally understood their relationship. As an animal on the leopard menu, the red panda is really delicious, especially for the hungry young leopard. But the timing of their encounter was very delicate. The snow leopard had been hiding in a hidden place for a long time, and it had been staring at the equally skinny red panda. It stands to reason that a timid creature like a red panda would go back to its den at the slightest sign of trouble. But this red panda did not move. The snow leopard could not wait any longer and rushed over impatiently, trying to bite off the red panda's throat. But when it approached, it found that there was a dead red panda lying on the ground, which had been gnawed into a mess, and would soon be only a skeleton. The young snow leopard remembered that he had also been guarding his mother's body in this way a long time ago. When the red panda looked back woodenly, he saw a snow leopard squatting beside him. When other small animals came, he did not forget to scare them with his teeth. Because of the snow leopard action, the red panda reluctantly said goodbye to his good friend in the past, and did not care at all that they were natural enemies, and took the snow leopard back home. To express his gratitude, the red panda picked half of the shriveled fruits from the tree in front of its home and gave them to the snow leopard. Unfortunately, the snow leopard only ate one and then passed out with its eyes rolled up. The red panda felt that it had lived longer than the underage snow leopard. Seeing its good friend being harmed by it, it was extremely anxious when it suddenly remembered that the leopard seemed to eat meat. The red panda took great pains to grab a piece of meat that was said to be edible at the feeding point of the bipeds and brought it back to the snow leopard. Unfortunately, as soon as it stuffed the meat into its mouth, the leopard woke up because it was disgusting. "I treat you as a friend, but you use this kind of thing to get rid of me." "Who-woo? Red panda? Question mark. But no matter what, they began to live together from then on. The red panda slept in a stone cave, and the snow leopard big head couldn't get in. So it lay down outside the cave and slept. Although it is not big, it still has racial advantages. And many small animals that want to use the red panda as food take a detour. It's not that there were no animals passing by who were surprised, but now the natural environment is like this. The animals passing by are all hungry and skinny, and there is no guarantee that there will be a tomorrow after today. And there are indeed many natural enemies who have become friends. Until that day, the red panda's food reserves were also eaten up, and they all touched the safe house together. The red panda is small and flexible. They are like before. The red panda is responsible for going in to find food, and the leopard is responsible for keeping watch outside. Although they knew that this was the territory of the bipeds, they had never seen bipeds here, and they all had a fluke mentality. Unfortunately, the bipeds that never appeared here happened to appear on this day, and there were 2 of them at once. Seeing that the red panda was taken away as a bear hostage, the snow leopard knew that it would be too late if he didn't stop it. But he didn't expect the bipeds to be so cunning that even it became a leopard hostage. Chapter 11. In the dark night, a slender figure walked in front, followed by a string of small tails. The street lights on both sides seemed to be an automatic sensing system. Wherever they went, the soft light of the street lights was on, as if to lead the way for them. The 3 people standing at the door of the treatment room looked at this scene. Du Liang spoke first. "I have a hunch that Tunan will bring an unusual surprise to our park." Tunan is indeed. Tung Kai thought of everything that happened in the park and subconsciously looked at the horizon. The storm that had no reason had long disappeared with the arrival of night. The doors of the base and the zoo were like Schrodinger's box. If they didn't open them, They would never know what was waiting for them inside. Jiang Tunnen had already approached. And the first sentence he asked was, "How is the other one we brought back?" This was asked for the snow leopard. When it comes to this, the expressions of the three people are a little serious, not very good. It has not woken up. The treatment chamber has cured all the external injuries and given nutritional injections. But it is still not well. Jiang Tunnen thought of the snow leopard that was like a glutton. She asked Tung Kai that the nutrient solution prepared by the base can basically provide an adult with the energy and satiety required for a day. And the snow leopard had eaten nearly 20 bottles of nutrient solution in just a few hours of meeting, and was still alive and kicking. Jiang Tunnen was worried that it was bloated. But the little snow leopard was still yelling about being hungry on the way back. Jiang Tunnen only hated why he got a golden finger that could understand the talk of small animals. Otherwise he could block the chatter of the snow leopard and the little crow to a certain extent. "Do you want to try to feed it some more nutrient solution?" Jiang Tunnen asked tentatively. "I haven't heard that there are animals that like to drink nutrient solution. And the red panda is a herbivore. All kinds of grass sent over there can't wake it up. Is it feasible to feed it nutrient solution?" Tung Nan asked doubtfully. "Maybe it works." Tung Kai, who had seen leopard swallowing, and Jiang Tunnen agreed. "There's nothing wrong with the red panda. We can only take a different approach." The snow leopard on the side roared again, "Yes. Yes. Yes. No animal doesn't like to eat your delicious food. The little bear must like it too. Let's try it. There's no other way anyway." Du Liang made the final decision. The few people returned to the treatment room. Tung Kai picked up the little panda awkwardly and was responsible for prying its mouth open. Jiang Tunnen was responsible for pouring it in. The snow leopard watching on the side drooled on the ground. Xiaowu, who tasted a little nutrient solution when feeding the snow leopard, was also a little reluctant. "That thing is really delicious." Although the deserted planet is a remote and uninhabited place, those who can have a place here are not ordinary people. The main reason is that the animals living on the deserted planet are too special. After the gray fog appeared on the desert planet, the Federation refused to allocate funds to the desert planet. But the wealthy empire did not stop studying the mysteries of paleontology. There were not many people in the entire Federation who knew about paleontology. And those who came to the desert planet were treated very highly by the empire. Therefore, the nutrient solution provided by the empire to the staff on the desert planet was not the type circulated on the market, but a special supply from the empire. Healthy humans may not feel it, but for small animals that have been hungry for a long time, this nutrient solution not only supplements the nutrients they need, but also repairs their body functions. After 10 bottles of nutrient solution, the red panda, who was about to become as weak as a piece of paper, burped and slowly opened his eyes. Surrounded by a circle of heads, the red panda's dark eyes gradually changed from ignorance to fear. And it screamed, "Oh my god! There are so many bipeds! Are they going to eat me?" Fortunately, the snow leopard was right next to it, and Jiang Tunnen didn't need to speak, and comforted him, "Little bear. It's me. These humans saved us." The snow leopard explained the whole story to the red panda. And then the red panda calmed down. "Are they really not bad people? What's so delicious about your skin? The fur is dull and dull. So you don't even think the fur is good for scars." Xiaowu venomous tongue came late. Although the words were not pleasant, the red panda raised his hand and looked at it, and had to agree with its opinion. It seemed that he was really of no value to the bipeds. For the other humans who couldn't understand the animal's language, the whole room was filled with the calls of various animals. Jiang Tunnen, who was the only one who could understand, was overwhelmed by their chattering. The Xieji who had been watching Jiang Tunnen noticed that she was uncomfortable, and finally spoke up, asking the others to shut up. The world became quiet, and Jiang Tunnen breathed a sigh of relief. How should this group be placed? There is a temporary observation area inside the base, and they will be left there tonight. Du Liang's eyes stayed on the red panda, and he asked in confusion, "Do you really not eat vegetables?" As he spoke, Du Liang reached out to take the dish and tried to put it into the red panda's mouth. The red panda was full of rejection, and when he was forced into a corner, he cursed, "Who wants to eat such a stinky thing? Bipeds, ask yourselves, do you eat these?" Seeing that the red panda was about to run away, Tung Kai held it down and helped to reject the love from the director. "The leopard injury has not healed yet. I am on duty today. Let's send the leopard to the treatment chamber to repair the external injury first." and then send them to the temporary observation area. When he really wanted to put the snow leopard into the treatment chamber, Tung Kai realized that it was not a simple matter, because the snow leopard was completely uncooperative. Even its favorite nutrient solution was ineffective in Tung Kai's hands. Jiang Tunan took advantage of the snow leopard inattention and quickly lifted its neck skin. Who dared to sneak attack me? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Leopard, I look insignificant now. When I am full, I will use you all as reserve food. The snow leopard lifted in the air, punched and kicked the air, and the childish voice was not threatening at all. Jiang Tunan completed the process under the admiring eyes of several people around him, and closed the treatment chamber. Leopard, if you don't lie down in the treatment chamber and get treated today, you will be a dish on our menu tomorrow. Jiang Tunan threatened softly. The snow leopard was quiet with a sad face, humming from time to time. But Tung Kai took the opportunity to stuff nutrient solution into his mouth, and he immediately quieted down, seeing the snow leopard lying quietly in the treatment chamber, just swinging his long tail. Several people breathed a sigh of relief. Tunan, thank you for your hard work. You have to face so many emergencies just after the interview. Let Tung Kai take the next thing. Let Xiaowu take you back to have a good rest tonight. You can work well only when you have enough energy. Du Lian looked at Jiang Tunan and arranged. Jiang Tunan looked at Tung Kai again, and the words she wanted to ask were swallowed back by her. As a pure newcomer who had just passed the interview, Jiang Tunan knew that she had no room to speak now, and she just had to accept the arrangement. If there was really something, they, the experienced old employees, would always handle it better than herself. Thinking of this, Jiang Tunan nodded quickly and said, "Thank you, Director." The little crow was also frightened. Without its cool leopard mount, it looked around Jiang Tunan and Xieji for several times, and finally decided to let Jiang Tunan take over the honor of being its transportation tool. After escaping from danger, Xiaowu carefully introduced the entire base to Jiang Tunan. The hood-like place is a greenhouse, and next to the greenhouse is a frozen meat processing base. The vegetables in the greenhouse are all grown by the researchers and former breeders who stayed on the deserted planet, and the frozen meat is specially provided by the paleontologists shipped from outside. Jiang Tunan nodded and asked, "What do you eat? Do you eat the same as the paleontologists?" Xiaowu shook his head and said with his chest held high, as the only face of the deserted zoo, "I eat the bird food prepared for me by the director out of his own pocket." "So you haven't tasted the food prepared by the paleontologists in the deserted zoo, right?" Jiang Tunan grasped the key point and confirmed it again. Xiaowu nodded in confusion, and Jiang Tunan also understood why their staff didn't know that the food prepared in the base was so unpalatable. Now they have kidnapped two little cuties from the zoo, each one thinner than the other. They should attract the attention of the director, right? The base is not big, and the small building prepared for the staff looks plain from the outside. With the help of Xiaowu and the management robot, Jiang Tunan successfully left his personal information on the robot. "You don't need me to take you in the future. This is the bad thing about newcomers. You need my help for every little thing." Xiaowu said this, but he was so happy that he spread his wings and made a few circles on the spot, saying, "Hey, I am really the light of the Crow clan. There is nothing I can't do." Jiang Tunan held back her laughter and let Xiaowu lead her inside. The whole dormitory was very quiet. There were only 2 rooms on the first floor, which completely avoided the possibility of noise. Moreover, only the staff living here on each floor could successfully get off the elevator, which also ensured safety and privacy. "Live here. Tung Kai is next door." Xiaowu flapped his wings and stopped in front of a door with Jiang Tunan. Although they were identical doors, Tung Kai's door had a few words written on it. "Don't knock if you have something to say." Tung Kai's style. The dormitory is the safest room in the base, and it is very close to the temporary observation area. You can see the situation there clearly with just a pair of glasses. Xiaowu explained to Jiang Tunan. Jiang Tunan thought of the glasses Tung Nan was wearing, and wondered why such a developed and civilized society had not solved the problem of myopia. Now it seems that she was narrow-minded. So Tung Nan was wearing these glasses? Jiang Tunan asked curiously. "No. His glasses are related to supernatural powers," Xiaowu explained. But it didn't know more. This room has a large terrace. Jiang Tunan stood on the terrace and looked down, and found that half of the base could be seen. There are 2 bedrooms and a living room inside, with a lot of space. But there is no kitchen. But Jiang Tunnen also knows that in this era, it seems that there is no need for a kitchen at all. They only need a simple nutrient solution to meet their daily food needs, which is even more nutritionally balanced than eating, saving time and trouble. As a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, Jiang Tunnen is heartbroken. Can humans who can't eat still be considered humans? How much less fun is there in life without eating? Thinking about his weak plant-related abilities, Jiang Tunnen has a bold idea. Can plant-related abilities be used to grow vegetables? The little crow fluttered its wings to interrupt Jiang Tunnen's imagination. It stood on the chandelier in the living room and looked at Jiang Tunnen, saying, "Since the people have been settled, this crow will go back to report. I wish you a pleasant night." As a bird, the little crow does not take the elevator when it is alone. It goes directly out of Jiang Tunnen's window and shrinks into a small black dot in a short time. The other three were still in the treatment room checking on the leopard and the red panda. When Tun Kai saw Xiaowu coming back, he greeted him. "The little bird is back. Call me Xiaowu. I'm not an ordinary bird." A cold mechanical voice came from the translator. Looking at the furious Xiaowu, Du Liang changed the subject and asked, "Have the people been settled?" "Just next to Tun Kai," Xiaowu replied. The expressions of the three people suddenly became a little subtle. Chapter 12. The continuous rainstorm washed the ground, and the water flowed down from the high mountains. With the continuous heavy rain, the gathered rainwater moved faster and faster, gradually forming a stream. The sky was gloomy and gray, and dark clouds of varying depths rushed in, hovering over the valley. Reluctant to leave. "Everyone, evacuate quickly. We don't have much time to buy." The woman's voice broke through the rain curtain intermittently, revealing unprecedented anxiety. "Gigi, don't worry." Jiang Tunnen spoke subconsciously. She was stunned for a moment, looked around, and found that she seemed to be in the valley where they set up camp. They contacted the Meteorological Bureau in advance, and there were local villagers to lead them. So how could they suddenly encounter heavy rain? Jiang Tunnen clearly remembered that they had confirmed the weather before they stationed. Jiang Tunnen stretched out his hand to push aside the half-man-high grass and walked towards Li Gigi. Li Gigi was Jiang Tunnen's childhood friend. The two had been classmates since kindergarten and separated only when they went to college. Li Gigi studied directing in college. For homework, he took Jiang Tunnen to the prairie to shoot wild animals. He took Jiang Tunnen to see another world, which made Jiang Tunnen's 20 years of calm life ignite a little passion. Soon, Jiang Tunnen saw the thin figure. She was carrying a mountaineering bag and wearing a jacket, which was her usual outfit. At this time, the group supported each other and walked. Jiang Tunnen continued to walk forward, trying to comfort Li Gigi. "Gigi?" Jiang Tunnen called again, but Li Gigi seemed not to hear it. Jiang Tunnen's heart sank, and he looked at his hands. The rain passed through her body and fell to the ground without hindrance, gradually merging into the stream washed out. Jiang Tunnen took a deep breath. Was he still dreaming? Even if we didn't find it. Li Gigi in front of him choked up. But everyone's safety is more important. Jiang Tunnen's expression became a little confused. He blinked hard, stared at the scene, and followed the group of former teammates forward until they collapsed in a safe place. Gigi walked at the end. Seeing that everyone sat down safely, she also sat aside and stared at the valley. Jiang Tunnen found that she was not a person now, so she had to follow Gigi to see what this dream wanted to tell her. This activity had to be suspended due to extreme weather. Everyone still has work to do, so don't delay the work after the rain stops. At least we found the traces of clouded leopards this time, and next time will definitely be better. The scene changed, and Gigi stood in the dilapidated classroom and said warmly, "Then?" Gigi sent dozens of team members away, but she didn't leave. Jiang Tunnen also learned that it had been a year since she came to this place to look for traces of clouded leopards. Jiang Tunnen thought about how she suddenly became a teenage girl in the interstellar world, and she always had a bad feeling. After sending off all the team members, it was sunny for several days in a row. Gigi walked into the valley again in the afternoon of one day, stopped and walked along the way, and came to a young elm seedling. "Although I have never been able to find you, I think you may have gone to another dimension. One day we will meet again, but your personality will be popular everywhere, so I don't have to worry about you too much." "Right?" As she said, Gigi's eyes gradually turned red. She looked up at the elm tree and smiled. "I hope you can let me hold your thigh when we meet again." Jiang Tunnen took a closer look and saw that Gigi had dug a small hole from the side, put a beautiful gift box in it, and filled it with soil carefully. The box was the outer packaging of the gift she gave when Gigi was 18 years old. Could this be true? Jiang Tunan was soon drawn into another world again. In this world, she was only 5 or 6 years old, looked stupid and foolish, and did not respond to any questions asked by others. But she was lucky enough to be sent to an orphanage by the residents nearby, with a company of children of the same age, and no need to look for food in the trash can. She gradually grew up and became a normal child. I don't know whether it was because of the deep psychological trauma left by the past experience or other reasons. Although Jiang Tunan was gifted, she was not sociable and was a loner in the orphanage. Fortunately, she had good grades, and other classmates only watched her from afar and did not dare to do anything under the supervision of the teachers. During the time she grew up, Jiang Tunan finally had a more comprehensive understanding of the rules of the game of the Interstellar. This world is very different from the Earth, because there are people with superpowers. There will be muggles. In the Interstellar era, most humans awaken their superpowers before the age of 16. But experts still cannot determine why it can cause people to breathe superpowers, which is an anti-scientific thing. The superpowers are divided into 4 categories: water, fire, rock, and wind. Those who have superpowers become the chosen ones of heaven and are responsible for guarding the safety of the universe. In addition to these 4 superpowers, I don't know when there was an additional plant-based superpower, but very few people have it, not even a fraction of the other types. And it is extremely weak and seems to be useless. Everyone assumes that the owners of plant-based superpowers are similar to ordinary people. Whether an individual has a strong superpower is linked to everyone's mental power. Ordinary people also have mental power. Among ordinary people, those with the highest mental power level are also the chosen ones of heaven. They compete with the superpowers and jointly manage the human-ruled federation. As the one with the highest mental power level in the orphanage, Jiang Tunan is assumed by everyone to awaken a strong superpower and thus achieve a level leap. Jiang Tunan seems to think so too. Her excellent physical fitness and mental power since childhood have made her target only locked in the 4 major military academies of the Federation. And she has made countless times more efforts than others for this. As the most outstanding student in the remote C648 Starboya College, the teachers were also waiting to use Jiang Tunan to show off. And for this reason, they secretly gave her a lot of special treatment. This orphan Jiang Tunan accepted everything and owed a lot of debts. Seeing this, Jiang Tunan already knew whose growth process she was watching. She thought of the vines that could be summoned at will, and had an ominous premonition. The children of the same grade as Jiang Tunan have awakened their superpowers one after another, but she has not made any progress. Everyone is worried, fearing that something will go wrong. Seeing that the deadline for volunteer application has arrived, Jiang Tunan awakened her mental power. Under the eyes of the teachers, she summoned a green vine from her palm. It can be said that it set off an uproar. No one could have thought that the hexagonal warrior, who was so outstanding in all aspects, actually awakened the most useless superpower in the legend. If Jiang Tunan had not awakened her superpower, with her mental strength, she might have climbed to the pinnacle of power in the future. However, she awakened a most useless superpower, which means that she cannot follow the path of ordinary people. And the world of superpowers only opens a crack for her. The teachers held an emergency meeting and finally suggested that Jiang Tunan apply for the Department of Botany of the Imperial Central College. The tuition fee of this department is low, and this is the only school that offers a Department of Botany. In addition, the Imperial Central College is what ordinary people dream of. It is the school with the strongest comprehensive strength except for the 4 major military academies. Compared with being looked down upon by others in the military academy, the teachers think it is better to give it a try and see if they can break out of another world. After submitting the application, it rained heavily on C648. In Jiang Tunan's opinion, it was much heavier than the day when Yiping asked her father for money, because this was a downpour that shattered a girl's dream. In order to pay off debts and earn tuition fees, Jiang Tunan worked 8 jobs a day, but still did not make much money, until she saw the recruitment of the Wild Planet Zoo. She was tempted and took action for it. The scene stopped at the moment when she boarded the train, and Jiang Tunan also understood that she was most likely traveling through time. Before she had time to sort out the news, Jiang Tunan was overwhelmed by a mountain and had to wake up. Xiaowu pressed on her with clear eyes, and when he saw her wake up, he tilted his head innocently. "The sun is shining on your butt. Why doesn't Nanning get up?" Jiang Tunan blinked, looked at the light that was desperately coming in through the curtains, sighed faintly, and reached out to touch the sheep's head. I had a nightmare all night. Jiang Tunin, who had obtained all her memories, was in a complicated mood. Looking at this weird world, she fell into deep thought. I don't know if the original Jiang Tunin will wake up, but before she comes back, she must at least live well for this little girl who has a hard life. She looked around and tried to adapt to the new environment. The room was cold and deserted. The curtains opened automatically as she woke up, revealing a sticky note stuck on the window. Jiang Tunin hesitated whether to go and see it, and then heard the movement of the lamp beside her. I wish I were a dream eater, so I could help you eat all your nightmares, the cute little boy said righteously, and Jiang Tunin felt a little better. She looked at the sheep that was leaning on her and asked curiously, is there another dream eater here? Xiaowu opened its big golden eyes, and was confused by Jiang Tunin. Why did it know about dream eaters? Fortunately, Jiang Tunin asked casually, and she suddenly thought of a serious question. I locked the door. How did you get in? Xiaowu's eyes suddenly became erratic, and he hurriedly got off the bed. If you don't go to work, your salary will be deducted. Seeing Xiaowu jump out of the bedroom and close the door for her obediently, Jiang Tunin couldn't help laughing. When she turned on her optical computer, she found that there were several more group chats on her chat interface. One group was for Tong Kai, Lang Qidong and her, and the other was for the zoo work group. Everyone welcomed her as a newcomer. In addition, Tong Kai also sent her a private message, telling her about the red panda and the leopard, and expressing his longing for her. Jiang Tunin replied to her, and got up to go to work. While eating breakfast, she remembered that these little animals were extremely resistant to the food at the base. Jiang Tunin gave half of the nutrient solution to Xiaowu, and then thought of the two little babies at the base. How should they solve the problem of eating? Chapter 13. The sky inside the base was still gloomy, like the haze that could not be dispelled in the cold winter on Earth. Walking on the road made of unknown metal, Jiang Tunin saw high walls all around, and he remembered the cartoon he had seen a long time ago. In order to protect humans, just like the deserted planet, the towering walls turned humans into people living in the circle of the walls. Jiang Tunin couldn't help but be curious. What are other planets like in the Interstellar? It seems that you are not very happy. Xiaowu was very sensitive to Jiang Tunin emotions, and tilted his head to look at her. Jiang Tunin touched Xiaowu's head and smiled. Thank you, my little baby, for caring about me. I'm just a little emotional. Before Xiaowu asked her what she was emotional about, they had already arrived at the treatment room, and the voices of Tong Kai and Tong Nan rang. This won't work. How can we deal with the leopard? Tong Kai said. No one is born knowing how to do anything. If you don't try to get along with them, like Xiaowu, you will never be able to obtain useful information. This is Tong Nan's voice. Jiang Tunin stopped and looked at Xiaowu. The man and the sheep silently retreated, leaving the venue to them, and began to wander around the base. The brother and sister in the medical room were both very strong in spirit. When Jiang Tunin found that their first reaction when arguing was to run away, the play could not go on. The only audience is run away. Who else is the show for? Tong Nan slowed down his tone, glanced at the leopard sleeping in the treatment chamber and the red panda sleeping on it, and continued, what Xiaowu brought back are some ancient creatures that we have already thoroughly understood before they were released into the zoo, and they are not worth studying, at least at this stage. Only Jiang Tunin can gain the trust of these ancient creatures. And don't you find that among all the samples we have seen, they all trust her? We should do things uprightly. We can just discuss it with her. Is it necessary to put on such a show? Don't you find that she is very resistant to anesthetics? I suspect Xiaowu said something to her, and her attitude is also very strange. It seems that she can understand what animals say. Tong Nan pondered. Tong Kai's mind is not as delicate as Tong Nan's, and he just said carelessly, wouldn't it be clear if she came back to ask? Tong Nan choked, looking at the naive Tong Kai, and didn't know how to respond for a while. Jiang Tunin and Xiaowu, who had fled secretly, did not know the entanglement in the hearts of the siblings. They just wandered around the base, and soon ran to the greenhouse that Snow Leopard mentioned the day before. They had no authority, so they could only stand outside the greenhouse and look at the vegetables inside. Jiang Tunin felt something stirring in her body, so she simply stood there and closed her eyes to feel where there was something abnormal. It was her plant-based ability, which was said to be the most useless in the entire galaxy, that was actually establishing a connection with the plants in the greenhouse. These plants were not right. Just like the two poor little ones she picked up from the zoo, crying out for hunger. Jiang Tunan wanted to investigate more carefully, but heard neat footsteps. And then a serious female voice. Who is it? Xieji's mood gradually became anxious, and she gently called out, Jiang Tunan, wake up quickly. We are going to be captured by the bad guys. As soon as Jiang Tunan opened his eyes, he faced a long sword. Have we traveled to the world of immortal cultivation? Jiang Tunan said in a trance. A small laugh sounded, and Jiang Tunan focused his eyes on the sword-wielding person. It was a girl who was about the same height as Lang Qitong, with fair skin and long hair tied into a high ponytail behind her head. She really looked a bit like the female cultivator who practiced the ruthless way in Jiang Tunan's imagination. This is the desolate planet. I am Lu Qi, the captain of the action team. What are you doing here sneakily? Lu Qi had actually guessed her identity. It was because everyone knew that the base was recruiting new breeders. Recently, the action department had missed the opportunity to meet new people in order to get some fertilizers for the plants in their greenhouses, as the director mentioned. When they came back last night, they all saw the new person who was pulled into the group by Tung Kai in the address book, and they talked endlessly about the new person's heroic deeds. The most outstanding point was that she saved a pet like Xiaowu, which was powerless, and would only become food for wild beasts if thrown into the zoo. Lu Qi's eyes moved to the little black sheep with vigilant eyes, looking it up and down. I'm the new breeder Jiang Tunan. I saw Tung Kai and the others seemed to have something to talk about in the office, so I came out to take a look around and learn about the base. Jiang Tunan blinked and said innocently, Can I take a look around? Lu Qi turned his wrist, made a beautiful sword flower with the sword in his hand, and took it back. So handsome. I really want to learn. Jiang Tunan was impressed by her handsomeness, but he was not familiar with this colleague, so he could only pretend to be calm on his face. You can take a look around, but it's time to go to work. Lu Qi glanced at the time and reminded. Jiang Tunan glanced at the time and realized that she had been standing here for too long. She hurriedly thanked him, and passed by Lu Qi. She saw several people in the action team looking at her. She didn't have time to get to know her colleagues one by one, so she started to speed up with Xieji, looking at Jiang Tunan back as she left. Lu Qi moved his fingers with an unclear expression. This new breeder is really something. A lively female voice sounding like a miner. Lu Qi looked at her, then looked in the direction of the greenhouse, and led the way out. The Wild Planet Zoo is very humane. It is said to be a 9-to-5 job, but in fact the working hours are flexible. There is no need to punch in at all. Just finish the work to be done. When Jiang Tunan returned to the treatment room, Tung Kai and his brother were circling around the two small animals in the treatment chamber. Tunan, come and see. Has the leopard belly become bigger? Tung Kai touched his chin. A little unbelievable. Xieji ran over first, looked at the leopard and the bear inside, and secretly thought that Tung Kai was right. These two should have eaten and drunk enough. The nutrients were digested overnight, so they naturally look much rounder. What the hell? Jiang Tunan looked at the snow leopard and red panda whose fur color had become brighter, and asked, What's the situation? Did you give them a lot of nutrient solution last night? Tung Kai pointed to an empty box next to him with a number written on it. 200 ml *50. And the seal on the box seemed to have been opened not long ago. So all the food was fed in this box? Jiang Tunan was speechless for a moment and asked. But it's hungry. Tung Kai took out the data with confidence. The treatment chamber just tested it again. The data of these two in all aspects are much better than before. If they are fed for a few more days at the base, they may recover. But I have to ask, has Dr. Tung ever thought about why they haven't woken up yet? Jiang Tunan looked at the two and asked patiently. Tung Kai was confident and answered, That must be because they didn't sleep well in the zoo, and they can only rest in peace here, so they sleep so soundly. Jiang Tunan had to say that Tung Kai had a set of logic. Do you suspect that these nutrient solutions are a bit too nutritious for them? Tung Nan asked. After all, when I picked them up, they were starving to the point of being skinless. Humans who have been hungry for a long time cannot take in a lot at once. Will they be the same reason? Jiang Tunan guessed. Tung Nan nodded thoughtfully, and walked to the treatment chamber to continue the operation. Jiang Tunan remembered another thing. I just went to the greenhouse with Xieji. Can the breeder go in? Yes, you can. Tung Kai looked at the data that Tung Nan retrieved and said absent-mindedly. But what are you doing there? There are fixed meals for the zoo, and the nutrition is balanced. But yesterday this little Red Panda didn't seem to like eating. And leopards don't eat meat either, Jiang Tunan said. Tung Kai and his brother looked at each other and talked about the origin of these things. In the technologically advanced era where humans have begun to absorb the nutrients they need from nutrient solution, eating a fresh meal has become a luxury. The reason is simple. It has been many years since the ancient blue planet civilization was buried in the universe. Different planets have different natural environments. The seeds that humans brought out at the beginning soon became insufficient. And the poultry and beasts brought out also mutated for various reasons. Having food is an extremely luxurious thing for interstellar people. Fortunately, the Empire is strong. In order to feed the ancient creatures on the barren planet, it has spent a lot of money to get these meats and plants now, which are not much cheaper than nutrient solution, and even more laborious. No one is willing to steal these things. The staff on the barren planet are all sincerely willing to pay for the ancient creatures, so they naturally don't know how these things taste. I didn't feel that there was anything left when I went to deliver food before? Tung Kai asked in confusion. Tung Nan, who had been silent, pondered and recalled some overlooked details. There should have been some leftovers. During one extreme cold spell, I seemed to have seen meat frozen in ice. But I thought it was because the temperature was too low, and they didn't have time to eat it. So, I also seemed to have seen vegetable leaves waving in the wind. Tung Kai also discovered the problem. The siblings looked at each other, and Tung Kai sent a communication to the director, not only to ask for Jiang Tuanan's permission to use the greenhouse, but also to apply to taste the food in the greenhouse. Had you gone so crazy as to compete with ancient creatures for food? The director was puzzled. Is it because we don't have enough nutrient solution? Tung Kai told the director about their suspicions, and the director was silent. I have never thought about the problem from this angle. In that case, you can try it, but don't eat too much. After all, they spent a lot of time and effort on research. Tung Kai had begun to doubt the taste of those things, and couldn't help saying, maybe they will be so unpalatable that we will be discouraged. The director sighed heavily. Tunan has plant-related abilities. You can test her ability to see if it is useful in this regard. But it is best not to conflict with those people. After all, without them, our vegetables may not survive. The few people looked at each other and knew that it was done. Agreeing to the director's instructions, they set off towards the greenhouse together. Chapter 14. The emergence of greenhouses has provided food for humans in the interstellar era to a great extent. Nutrient solution is a formula made by countless experts after extracting from these fruits, vegetables, meat, eggs and milk, and trying it on humans countless times. For rich people, the meaning of greenhouses is even more different. They can get rare delicacies in the interstellar, regardless of nutrition. At least they can satisfy their taste buds. However, greenhouses are not successful just by growing vegetables. In the early stages of the experiment, many people died at the hands of plants that suddenly mutated in the greenhouse. Later, someone awakened plant-related abilities, and everyone had great hopes for this. There are 4 types of abilities: water, fire, rock, and wind, but there is a lack of a wood-related ability that should appear to play a healing role in the team. But the facts prove that the nurse that everyone imagines does not exist. They can only rely on the level of technology to heal the wounds caused by fighting with Zerg and mutated plants and animals. Therefore, the plant-related abilities have been downgraded from wood-related to plant-related. This ability not only has no healing effect, but also no attacking effect. It only has a thin vine that looks like it is malnourished, not as thick as the mutant vines in many mutant forests. Everyone settled for the second best, hoping that this ability could help them restore the greenness of their ancestral planet many years ago. But everyone soon discovered that even this plant-based ability user could not do it. Except for a vine, they are no different from ordinary people. Not only can their abilities not evolve, but they can't do anything useful except help with some trivial matters. The old men in the greenhouse are very arrogant. They always think that the ability users are just a group of barbarians. Your plant-based ability will be looked down upon by them. Tung Kai gave Jiang Tunan a shot of prevention. The botanists invited by the desolate planet are all top scholars who have spent a lot of money to dig up in the Federation. They are almost all obsessed with the charm of plants and turn a deaf ear to the outside world. Very few of them come for money. Several experts are not young anymore. Tung Kai, who has a carefree personality, has to restrain himself in front of them, for fear of making them angry and causing problems. Before we even got there, we could hear their arguments, which seemed to make the roof of the house flip off. Listen to me. You old man. You have eaten less than me for so many years. Do you think you are so great? Isn't it just one more award than me? Let's talk about the matter at hand. Otherwise your plan will be declared a failure after the vote. And we can't waste time on just one plan. Tung Kai explained in a low voice. They are like this. They quarrel every 3 days, and quarrel every 5 days. But they make up very quickly. Jiang Tunan nodded thoughtfully, and followed them into the greenhouse. Hey grandpas. We are here to see you again. Did you miss us? Tung Kai's energetic voice immediately broke the tense atmosphere in the greenhouse. The two old men snorted at each other, and faced the common enemy together. Jiang Tunan seemed to know why they didn't like Tung Kai. She didn't get beaten by this group of people for such a provocative way of greeting. Probably because they were old and had passed the youth of fighting. What are you doing here during working hours? I'm here to introduce you to a new colleague. This is the new breeder Jiang Tunan. Tung Kai introduced. Jiang Tunan greeted the two old men, and met their slightly critical gazes. She's not tall enough, and looks very thin. Can you tell me what's so special about her? The tall old man quickly looked away, and sneered. Although the other taller, younger man didn't say anything. His eyes also meant the same thing. He was more polite than the other old man, and greeted Jiang Tunan. You can just call me Professor Xiao from now on. This old man has a stubborn temper. So you can just call him Professor Xiao. Jiang Tunan followed his words, and greeted the two. The previous breeder said she had plant-related abilities. But everyone in the galaxy knew about that thing. She was nothing. And even her mental strength was not high enough. But she knew a lot about the ancient blue star. What's so special about you? Professor Xiao snorted coldly. The stubborn old man usually doesn't use the communicator to communicate with everyone. So naturally he didn't know that Jiang Tunan brought back two ancient creatures on the first day he came. Professor Xiao on the side quickly poked his arm, and helped introduce. This classmate Jiang went to the zoo yesterday, when he was familiar with the base. And successfully brought back two ancient creatures. One of them came back on its own without using anesthetics. Professor Xiao's eyes began to become suspicious. He has been studying the fruits and vegetables that ancient creatures like to eat, carefully selected from Pingxing since the establishment of the Wild Star Zoo. It has been decades. And this is the first time I have seen someone bring back an animal awake. Young people nowadays have a lot of tricks. Maybe they use some shameful means? Professor Xiao Rong didn't believe it, and said stubbornly. Professor Xiao had a different opinion. He looked at Jiang Tunan and comforted her with a smile. Don't worry about him. He is just like that. When Xiaosu came to take over, he also disliked him. Jiang Tunan didn't mind other people's attitude towards her. She was more concerned about the fruits and vegetables in the greenhouse. She told her doubts in detail and asked in confusion, Have you tasted these things? Professor Xiao naturally didn't believe that his efforts over the years were in vain. And he didn't believe that a young girl could understand plants better than him. We are researchers. Of course we have tasted them ourselves. The quality of these fruits and vegetables is selected from the best seedlings. Professor Xiao said gently. Professor Xiao came late, and worked at the base as Professor Xiao's assistant at first. So he knew Professor Xiao's character very well, and was meticulous in his work. When Jiang Tunan said this, he was also a little dissatisfied. Have you tasted the fruits and vegetables that are specially supplied to humans? Jiang Tunan continued to ask. Professor Xiao was about to answer when Professor Xiao spoke first. What do you know? Little girl. Can animals and humans like to eat the same things? After hearing him say this, Jiang Tunan knew where the problem came from. She looked back at the brother and sister, one looking up at the sky and the other looking up at his brother, and explained, The two little ones we brought out from the zoo yesterday are skinny, and would rather drink nutrient solution than eat the fruits, vegetables, and meat in our base. Professor Xiao's face looked a little strange, as if he couldn't believe it, and asked, What did you say? Jiang Tunan pointed to the Xieji next to him. I brought a little black sheep that has no abnormalities for the time being. You can do an experiment to try it out. Chapter 15. The two old men looked at each other, both with unhappy expressions. Having lived on the desert planet for many years, they naturally had their own understanding of the ancient creatures on Earth, and quickly selected a few green leafy vegetables from the vegetable garden that they thought the sheep would eat. Xieji did not give face, and immediately retreated, hiding behind a few people silently. If Jiang Tunan had not pulled it, the whole sheep might have run away from the greenhouse. It must be that we chose the wrong vegetables. Let it choose for itself, Professor Xiao said with a cold face. They had few opportunities to see ancient creatures, especially after the group of animals were released on the desert planet. Few people could see them. As botanists, all their data sources were the remaining data of the ancient blue planet and their speculations based on this. Before the animals were transferred to the desert planet, they ate the same food as humans. And they also selected what they thought the animals would like to eat on this basis, and cultivated them in this direction. Now suddenly there was a teenager pointing at their noses and saying, "There is something wrong with your research." This was undoubtedly like a slap in the face for them. Jiang Tunan let go of the horns of the Xieji and let it find food in the greenhouse. The performance of the Xieji slapped the two botanists in the face. The moment Jiang Tunan let go, it ran out of the greenhouse and disappeared without a trace. Several people looked at each other. The three young people looked at Professor Zhao's ugly face and didn't dare to speak at all. After a silent confrontation, Jiang Tunan considerately left space for them and said sympathetically, "If you don't believe my sheep, you can ask Xiaowu to try. Or wait for the two animals in the treatment chamber to wake up and bring them here to try. You only have these few samples, which can't represent all animals. Maybe they just didn't get food in the zoo and haven't eaten such good things, so they can't adapt," Professor Zhao said with all his strength. Jiang Tunan looked at their ugly faces and knew that they had probably listened to him. He didn't argue any more and exchanged glances with Tung Kai. The two professors said goodbye and left. The two professors watched them leave, their faces pale. When the three disappeared outside the greenhouse door, Professor Zhao hunched over and sent a communication request to Du Liang. The atmosphere between the three was also silent. Tung Kai said solemnly, "We still can't eat the vegetables they grow. I feel that the vegetables they grow may not be very delicious." Jiang Tunan sighed, recalled the faces of the two old professors, and comforted them. Tung Kai looked around and asked, "Where did your little black sheep go? Did it get lost?" Jiang Tunan solemnly introduced the new name of the little black sheep to the two colleagues, who would be with him for at least 3 months in the future, and explained the origin, and then got to the point. It may have returned to the treatment room by itself. Xieji had indeed arrived at the treatment room at this time. It stared at the two little animals, and its golden eyes flashed with a faint light. The snow leopard smacked its big mouth in its sleep, opened its eyes blankly, and met the gaze of Xieji at the bedside. "Awake?" Xieji asked. "How did you sleep?" The snow leopard lazily shook its tail, looked at the treatment room with gray eyes, and said, "These two-legged animals are something. Leopard, I don't want to go back." A few humans just walked to the door, and the red panda whimpered, opened its eyes, scratched its ears subconsciously, and looked hazy. So cute that Jiang Tunan wanted to hold it in his arms and rub it. The red panda was much friendlier to them than the snow leopard was to them. It was a reasonable bear. It felt them coming in, turned over beside the snow leopard, and tilted its head to look at them. "Good morning, two-legged animals." The red panda greeted them. "Good morning, little bear and leopard." Jiang Tunan also greeted them, helped open the cover, let out the two well-rested little animals, and led them to the temporary observation area. A few people temporarily settled the two ancient creatures and were about to go into the zoo to check out the situation. They were still hesitating about what food to feed the ancient creatures. Lu Qi from the operations department appeared outside the door quietly, with 2 or 3 people behind him, watching them quietly. After the few people finished packing, Lu Qi's eyebrows were like frost. "Everyone, let's go!" Chapter 16. The joyful atmosphere in the temporary observation area disappeared with the departure of the bipeds. The snow leopard rolled on the ground, sucking his hands while asking the red panda, "Little bear, what do you think they are going to do?" "Bipeds. Anyway, won't do anything good. But Nanan seems to be a very good person. I think we should save Nanan from that group of bipeds," the red panda said deeply. "There is a reason why the animals in the zoo of the deserted planet are unfriendly to humans. After the advent of the Interstellar, both animals and humans have ushered in this second evolution. Humans have become 2 types, those with superpowers and muggles. Animals have been eliminated, and those who remain are smarter than before. One type attempts to compete with humans for control of the territory, namely the Zerg and mutant animals. And the other type is the group living on the deserted planet. They are unwilling to change their appearance after years of evolution and part ways with the other group. After several conflicts between humans, Zerg and mutant animals, they turned their attention to this group of surviving ancient creatures that seemed to have not changed at all, and began to look for their traces in various galaxies, and gathered them together, trying to get something from them. After all, Humans have a slightly better method. Many animals were captured on the deserted planet and hated these cunning bipeds. Even though decades have passed, the first batch of ancient creatures captured by humans have almost died. The reason why snow leopards and red pandas hate bipeds is partly because of their ancestors' educational philosophy. And the other part is because of the food fed to the zoo. The level of mice vomiting after eating. They must look down on animals to feed these things. Achoo! Tung Kai rubbed her nose, thinking in her heart which little bastard was secretly scolding her, attracting the attention of several people in the office. She shrank her neck and repeated, Tung Nan, and I will take 2 Nan to H37. Du Liang nodded affirmatively. This is also what the professors want. They want to see if the mutant plants and animals like it. 2 Nan is a plant-based mutant. They also want to know if 2 Nan can find out that the ancient creatures don't like to eat the plants on the barren planet. Can he find out something from the mutant plants? But classmate Jiang has a plant-based mutant. Tung Nan emphasized. Plant-based? The meaning of the 3 words is self-evident. H37 is not a place like other places. A single-handed mutant cannot guarantee that he can come back in one piece. Especially with a thin plant-based mutant. This burden is too big. Tung Nan has always been steady, and naturally unwilling to take such a risk. It's good that nothing happened. If something really happened, he and Tung Kai, as guardians, must take responsibility. Du Liang took out the director's shelf and looked at Tung Nan deeply. This is an order. A plan unanimously decided by the managers of the Wild Planet Zoo. The previous zookeeper was also a plant-based psychic, breaking the history of the Wild Planet animals not appearing again since they were released. And they could rescue a few from time to time. Everyone thought that it would be enough to just make sure that these ancient creatures were still alive. But Jiang Tunnen appeared and even brought back a carnivore in a conscious state, which was unprecedented. And according to Tung Kai's description, Jiang Tunnen seemed to be able to establish a connection with animals through the 6th sense. It was because Tung Kai didn't listen to her that they almost died in the leopard mouth. Because there were too few samples, they unanimously agreed that they should take Jiang Tunnen to H37 to try their luck. Jiang Tunnen and Tung Kai's brother and sister were not familiar with each other at all. Du Liang considered that they might refuse. So he took a rare tough attitude. Because Jiang Tunnen saved Tung Kai's life, he now has an inexplicable trust in plant-related abilities. Tunnen can establish a connection with animals. With her, we are even more powerful. Jiang Tunnen herself didn't know that she could establish a connection with animals. She looked at Tung Kai, who inexplicably trusted her, and was more concerned about another question. What about the animals in the zoo? Du Liang rubbed his head with a headache and said calmly, We applied for fruits and vegetables from the Pingxing greenhouse. But they didn't give them. So before you come back, we won't feed anything to the zoo. And you are too impulsive to feed them with nutrient solution. What if the nutrient solution causes harm to them? Tunnen, your future will be ruined. Jiang Tunnen suddenly realized and bowed to Du Liang. The director is right. I didn't think it through. The creatures that survived in the Interstellar are very rare. To put it bluntly, they can die in the zoo, but they must not die in the hands of the staff of the deserted planet. It is precisely because the nutrient solution is the food used by humans to eat, and has not been tested, that it is more dangerous for the animals in the deserted planet zoo. Jiang Tunnen was so eager to save people that he didn't consider this. Even though the 2 cubs were healthier after the treatment chamber, Jiang Tunnen's behavior was against the rules. Everyone knows that you are kind-hearted. And this approach provides us with a way of thinking that we have never thought of before. So the nutrient solution has been set for inspection. If there is no problem, we will give them a large amount of nutrient solution before we can find better food. Du Liang concluded. When the results come out, if it is considered to make up for the mistakes, the bonus will not be small. Jiang Tunnen's economic situation naturally cannot escape the eyes of the bigwigs of the wasteland. A poor child with a promising future, as long as they are properly collected, will bring countless benefits to the wasteland in the future. The 3 were clearly arranged by Du Liang. After they walked out of the office in a daze, Du Liang called up another screen. Mr. Qi, are you satisfied? Mr. Qi's eyes were complicated. As if he sighed, Xiaowu is a very good breeder. But we are not destined to be with her. We thought we were going to be in a dead end. But Jiang Tunnen appeared again. We must seize the opportunity. Du Liang's eyes were deep, and he nodded. Mr. Qi, don't worry. I will do my best to ensure Tunnen's safety, and strive to let you see an excellent student in 3 months. Jiang Tunnen didn't know that she had been arranged at all. She was shocked by the wealth of Huangxing. Chapter 17. Transition point? She looked at the pink glowing thing in front of her like a magic circle, and slowly typed a question mark. It's a long story. Tung Kai looked around, and then whispered to Jiang Tunan. The biggest thigh of the desolate star is our director, and the transition point was created by her sister. So we can have this good thing. Jiang Tunan remembered that the director could knock down an adult man with a wave of his sleeves, and couldn't help but sigh at the power of genes. Tung Nan, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, Tunan, I don't look down on you. Jiang Tunan was stunned, and then he realized that he was apologizing for what happened in the office. He waved his hand and said, It's normal for you to have concerns. I have never been to H-37, and I have never experienced a real battle. My superpowers are very weak. It's normal for you to have concerns. Hearing her say this, Tung Nan felt even more unhappy. In the age of the jungle, the animals in the zoo of the deserted planet were captured by humans because they were not as strong as the mutant animals and the Zerg. And the plant-based superpowers were laughed at by the whole Interstellar because they were not strong enough. Tung Nan is different from Tung Kai. He is more familiar with the previous breeder Xiaowu. He has seen with his own eyes that the flowers in her palm will wither when they leave Xiaowu's palm. This superpower is really useless. If you have to say it, it can probably make your sweetheart happy. Although Tung Kai told her how Jiang Tunan outsmarted the snow leopard, Tung Nan also felt that she had such an adventure because of speculation. Obviously, the problem can be solved by injecting an anesthetic into the snow leopard. Why do you have to add unnecessary details and lure it back with nutrient solution? For this, a treatment chamber in the base was almost destroyed. To put it nicely, Jiang Tunan dares to try. To put it bluntly, she is self-centered, not caring about other people's thoughts at all, just to show off herself. But Tung Nan couldn't understand why a person who only wanted to be in the limelight would analyze her own shortcomings in a logical way, which seemed to contradict her behavior. Tung Nan couldn't figure it out for the time being, so she had to follow them to H-37. The uniqueness of H-37 is that if it were placed in the world of immortal cultivation, it would be a natural secret place with treasures of various levels. But opportunities and crisis coexist. From low to high, there are many mutant animals and plants here, and many people come here to hunt for treasures. The 9th Legion where Lang Chitong is stationed in H-37 for a long time to avoid any danger to humans who come here to work and break through. Although the death rate here is not high, there are also many people who come in vertically and come out horizontally. Almost as soon as they landed, they met Lang Chitong, who had just flashed back. Lang Chitong didn't look well. She was still wearing combat uniform. Her gloved hands grabbed the horn of the Xieji. Her face gradually softened and she greeted them. See you again, classmate Jiang. Her eyes quickly passed behind the 3 people and the sheep, and stopped in a certain direction without leaving any trace. Only Jiang Tunan noticed this. She subconsciously tilted her head to look over and saw nothing. Lang Chitong relied on her height to hold Jiang Tunan's neck and greeted her. I was just about to come back when I received an order from Director Du to protect you. Pay more attention. Lang Chitong didn't know that Jiang Tunan had already caused a storm in the Wild Planet Zoo. She just thought that Du Liang had a temporary need and had to come to H-37 Star for such a trip. Then I asked Captain Lunchi to protect me. Jiang Tunan tried to save the sheep whose horns were strangled from Lang Chitong without leaving any trace, and said without hesitation, the order to bring Xieji was from Du Liang. And Jiang Tunan did not understand the director's intention for the time being. Xiaowu had to accompany several botanical experts to continue the experiment with the only 2 ancient creatures. And the translator itself was tailor-made for it. So Xieji might not be as effective as Xiaowu. Xiaowu, who wanted to go out for a walk, could only watch them go away with a curse. Let's do a low-level book first to let Tunan adapt, and then go to the high level. How about it? Only Lang Chitong was the strongest among the people present, so naturally no one would raise any opinions. When they were about to go in, they heard a lively call from behind. Jiang Tunan? Chapter 18. Several people turned around and saw a boy with a very delicate appearance, with a pair of blue eyes like a precious ragdoll cat. But it was different. His combat uniform was stained with a lot of blood. Lang Chitong hurriedly looked away and looked at Jiang Tunan with gossiping eyes. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Jiang Tunan greeted him and introduced himself to several people. Mendes looked at Jiang Tunan with admiration. I didn't expect you to stay successfully. Congratulations. Jiang Tunan smiled at him, looked at him, and asked in confusion, "What about you? What's going on? I told you yesterday that my parents asked me to work on H-37 Star. I have fire ability. I came here to experience it. It would be better if I could stimulate the ability to upgrade. There are not many people with superpowers in this world. And it can even be said that they are rare. Putting aside the plant ability that is unanimously despised by the whole galaxy. The other 4 abilities will be upgraded according to the level of mental strength of the superpower. Mental power level is innate. But not all people with high mental power level can improve their abilities." Jiang Tunan nodded, pointed to the entrance with a sign of primary area, and said goodbye to Mendes. "I am not very experienced, so I can only come here. See you later." Mendes looked at Jiang Tunan's malnourished body, and then looked at her 3 bodyguards. He understood the protection of her by the Wild Planet Zoo and nodded, "Okay. See you later." After bidding farewell to Mendes, Jiang Tunan and Xieji were surrounded by 3 people. Lang Qitong took the lead and held the door handle with his gloved hand. "Don't act rashly after entering. This is your first time here. With a few of us here, we won't let you get hurt." Jiang Tunan once again felt that Lang Qitong was setting a flag. The day before, Lang Qitong wished them a safe journey when he sent them in. But he didn't expect to encounter a strange phenomenon from the sky, and even almost died in the mouth of a leopard. "Stop talking, please." Tong Kai and Jiang Tunan looked at each other, and quickly understood what the other meant. "Captain Lang Chi's mouth is blessed. The first time we went into the zoo together, it was because she said, 'We won't encounter blood rain.' Right? I'm afraid of blood. But soon after entering, I was soaked by blood rain. In the second half of the journey, I took her to the safe house, and teleported back." Tong Kai mercilessly exposed Lang Qitong's past. Lang Qitong laughed unkindly. "Who knew that you people on the desolate planet were so smart? I thought I had developed some incredible spiritual power." The door was pushed open, and the world inside made Jiang Tunan's eyes widen. This place is like the rainforest style on Earth. The sky is blue, almost completely covered by the tall green. The breeze blew, and the lush branches on both sides swayed gently with the wind, and the lush green came into view. "Be careful." Xieji touched Jiang Tunan's hand with its horn and reminded him. Jiang Tunan woke up. This was not Earth. The scenery she saw was a sharp blade that could stab her at any time. Her momentary distraction was not noticed by others. They all focused on the surrounding environment, even though this group of people had entered the primary map countless times when they were teenagers. No one took it lightly. Jiang Tunan took a deep breath, looked around, and asked curiously, "So what are we looking for?" "Find a feeling," Lang Qitong said deeply. The director said mysteriously, openly and secretly trying to test whether Jiang Tunan's mental power and plant-based abilities can establish a connection with animals and plants. But this situation has never happened to several previous plant-based ability users. How could she, a minor who had just awakened her abilities, have such a thing? But the director was the superior, and Lang Qitong had to accept her orders. There was a rustling sound between the leaves, and several people's eyes moved over. "I go up." Tung Nan on the left, Tong Kai on the right. Tu Nan pay attention to the surroundings. Lang Qitong put away the smile on his face, and said decisively, before Jiang Tu Nan could figure out the situation. The figures of the 3 people disappeared silently, and soon flashed under the big tree not far away. An amazing scene happened. The leaves that were still swinging with the wind quickly attacked Tong Kai, but their speed was much slower than Tong Kai, and she decisively cut the branches with a dagger. Lang Qitong's attacks were more intensive, but her speed was also faster. There was almost only a residual image left, and she quickly passed through the branches and leaves that blocked her, leaving these branches and leaves that seemed to have consciousness empty. Tung Nan was more brutal than them. All the branches that had not moved in time were chopped off by him, and he used his strength to interpret what it meant to say wherever he went. Branches were broken and flowers fell. Damn! Where did this big guy who slaughtered the novice village come from? Jiang Tu Nan heard someone exclaim behind him, and couldn't help but look back. He was a bald, burly man with a machete in his hand. His head was shinier than the axe. He was staring at them in amazement, even forgetting that he was in a jungle where people could kill people. Be careful, Jiang Tunan warned. Several vines suddenly emerged from behind the man. Jiang Tunan manipulated her malnourished vines to move closer without thinking, and finally understood why everyone thought she was not good enough. Jiang Tunan's vines were only as thick as her thumb, while the vines here were almost as thick as her wrist. and they were not of the same order of magnitude at all. She was trembling with fear, and thought about how to outsmart her vines without hurting them. Then she saw the vines of different thicknesses paused in the air for a second. The vines in her palm seemed to have been hungry for a long time, chasing those vines that were several times thicker than it. Jiang Tunan looked at this scene, and slowly typed a question mark. Why do these vines look so big and not very good? What's even more outrageous is that the vines in Jiang Tunan's palm seemed to have their own ideas, and soon swallowed all the vines that were many times thicker than themselves. The big man turned back when Jiang Tunan reminded him, and he also watched this scene with his mouth growing into an O shape. Plant-related abilities? He asked tremblingly. Xieji stared at the vine in Jiang Tunan's palm and rubbed the back of her hand. Can plant-related abilities also be growth-related? Everyone who saw this scene had deep doubts. Lang Chitong was even more direct. He didn't care about the escaping prey. He approached Jiang Tunan and stared at her palm. He found that the vine was really thicker than before. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "This trip is right. Not only is the vine thicker." Jiang Tunan listened to the entire area with her ears, and she seemed to feel the fear of the plants in it. What is it afraid of? Afraid of her? Or afraid of the vine in her hand? As if sensing Jiang Tunan's suspicion, the vine tickled Jiang Tunan's palm affectionately. Seeing that Jiang Tunan was unmoved, it hesitated and hit it back, conveying to Jiang Tunan that he was still aggrieved, as if he didn't understand her ruthlessness. Jiang Tunan was also devastated. It was beyond her comprehension to let an earthling accept that she could control a vine inexplicably. Now this vine could actually grow by eating its own kind. Is this reasonable? The scene was silent for a while, with only the sound of the wind in the primary area. Tung Nan looked at Jiang Tunan with complicated eyes. If she had this ability, plus the trust and closeness of the few in the base, she would definitely become the key protected object of the deserted planet. In order to test how far Jiang Tunan's plant-related abilities could go, they gave the task of opening the way to Jiang Tunan in the following time. After such observation, it was even more amazing. Xieji seemed to have also felt the power of its master. It ran rampant in the jungle that was big enough to cover the sky and the sun without restraint, and looked back at them from time to time. The horizontal pupils in the beautiful golden eyes also became cheerful. Where it went, those mutant animals who wanted to kill people wanted to hide themselves so that they would not be discovered by it. Tung Kai and Lang Chitong looked at each other, and both saw subtle emotions in each other's eyes. Although this is a primary area, according to Jiang Tunan level, he probably can't get out of here unscathed. This can be seen just by looking at the burly man who turned into a licking dog and clung to him desperately. But they are not sure whether these plants are afraid of Xieji or Xieji infected with Jiang Tunan's smell. A tiger roar suddenly came from the depths of the jungle, startling a group of birds and beasts. As the shrill cry sounded, Lang Chitong gestured to them. "I go and take a look first. There shouldn't be mutant tigers here." Her figure was quickly swallowed by the endless green, and disappeared silently in the depths of the jungle. Shall we continue to move forward? Tung Kai glanced at the direction where Lang Chitong disappeared and asked Jiang Tunan, "Are you okay?" "Yes." Jiang Tunan scratched Xieji's chin and turned to look at the bald man. "We have a mission to accomplish. I'm afraid we can't take you with us." The man just didn't agree to let him leave, and explained why he was here. The man's name was Xiaowu, a professional hunter, but his ability level was not high, so he could only hunt some mutant animals and plants in the primary level for money. But because he had a fixed team, he usually appeared in the intermediate level area. There were no problems for several years. Only this time, they felt something was wrong when they entered the level. Xiaowu's ability was not very aggressive. He was a rock type, and was generally responsible for confirming the location of mutant animals. But in the blink of an eye, he stood up from the ground and found that there was no one around him. Then he met Jiang Tunan and his group. Upon learning that Jiang Tunan and his team had entered the primary area, Xiaowu looked pale. "What should I do? I didn't enter the primary area. Could something have gone wrong with H-37? Tung Nan and Tung Kai looked at each other. One took out the communicator to contact Lang Chitong, and the other began to contact the 9th Legion garrison on H-37. But both were unsuccessful. So, Tung Kai and Tunan stay here, and I take Xiaowu out to see what's going on outside," Tung Nan thought. Tung Kai also agreed with this approach. Jiang Tunan's plant-based ability could actually swallow vines that were several times thicker than it, so it shouldn't be a problem to protect himself here. This arrangement was very reasonable. Several people split into two groups. But Jiang Tunan had a bad premonition. After Tung Nan and Xiao and I left, Jiang Tunan felt it carefully and asked Tung Kai, "Do you smell a strange fragrance?" No one answered her for a long time. Jiang Tunan turned around and found that Tung Kai had lost consciousness. Chapter 19. The rich green covered the sky. And with a change of height, the green was not uniform. The low places were waiting for an opportunity. And the green was deep, while the high places were lush. If we don't talk about their extraordinary aggressiveness, no one would think that this is a dangerous place. Instead, they would get lost here because of the rare green in the interstellar space. But Jiang Tunan has already experienced the power of this place. She looked around and locked on to a mushroom not far from Tung Kai. Jiang Tunan had heard about the power of poisonous mushrooms. It is said that the more beautiful the mushrooms on Earth are, the less edible they are. Moreover, Jiang Tunan has been tracking small animals there for a long time and has some shallow experience. For example, the mushroom in front of him looks pure white. But, wearing a hat on his head, a skirt around his waist, and boots on his feet, he doesn't look like a kind mushroom at all. Jiang Tunan squatted on the ground and tried to summon vines to find out. The one that was faster than her vines was Xieji. Xieji had already slowly rubbed against the mushroom, nudged the mushroom with its horns, opened its eyes, and said to Jiang Tunan, "This is the hallucinogenic tree king by Gugu. People who eat it will fall into hallucinations. If they can't wake up in time, the toxins will invade the central nervous system. However, near the tree king by Gugu, there are usually detoxifying 100 poison grasses." There was no time to study why Xieji, an underage lamb, knew so much. Jiang Tunan said decisively, "Let's take Tung Kai to find the 100 poison grasses." Lang Qitong and Tung Nan didn't know how long it would take for them to come. She was not familiar with the environment, and she was worried about letting Xieji find things by himself. The best way was for them to go together. Jiang Tunan looked at Xieji. The lamb looked so fragile that it couldn't carry people, but it could pull a car, right? With a change of mind, a car made of vines with great difficulty took shape. We also have to thank the vines that the vines swallowed when they first came in, so that it can withstand a person as big as Tung Kai. The rest of the journey will trouble our Xieji. Jiang Tunan blinked and looked at Xieji with an innocent face, leaving a mark at the original place. Jiang Tunan followed the direction led by Xieji. This matter is full of doubts. Why would such a big superpower be knocked down by poisonous mushrooms? But she is fine? And the timing of Tung Kai's fall is too coincidental. There is no one around them. So Tung Kai fell inexplicably? Jiang Tunan looked at the little black sheep and asked it, "How do you know so much?" "I don't know either. I recognized it at a glance. It's very strange." Xieji's voice was sullen. "Look at the white celery flowers over there. That thing is the favorite food of mutant blackbirds." Xieji's voice suddenly stopped. And when he spoke again, he was much more nervous. "You know blackbirds? The kind of birds with a strong sense of revenge? If Xiaowu can fight them, we have to speed up. They hate humans very much. And the mutant blackbirds are a bit powerful. It hurts to peck people," Xieji said aggrievely. "Blackbirds are considered the most untouchable birds by their fellow earthlings. A netizen once said that his kitten provoked a blackbird, and the blackbird that had been happy for several years sprayed shit." Jiang Tunan's eyes met with a large black bird flying overhead with a wingspan as long as hers. And she trembled and said, "Sheep? You didn't tell me that this thing is as long as 10 little blackbirds after mutation." Xieji looked up and also looked at the motionless bird, shook his head, and gave an order, "Run!" The sound of heartbeats. The sound of boots stepping through puddles. The sound of stepping on fallen leaves. The rustling of combat uniforms rubbing against leaves on the side of the body. And Jiang Tunan breathing became heavy because of the energy consumed when carrying Tung Kai. "I don't know how long I ran." Jiang Tunan looked back, and the mutant blackbird seemed to be teasing its prey, silently, but always hovering over their heads. "Because I don't know how strong the attack power of this thing is." Jiang Tunan dared not act rashly. "Baby, do you think this blackbird can understand me?" Jiang Tunan asked breathlessly. "Not sure." Xieji also looked up and said honestly, "If you want to try, I don't think we can run as fast as it." Jiang Tunan took a few steps forward with difficulty, sat down on the grass, and looked up at the blackbird that was enough to block the sunlight. "Brother, do you understand?" The blackbird seemed to really understand, because it circled and landed on a huge tree under the gaze of Jiang Tunan and Xieji. And a deep voice rang out, "Robbery." Jiang Tunan, Question mark. The tense atmosphere dissipated a little, and she said with a smile, "Robbery what? Wouldn't it be better for us to rescue our friends first?" "No," the blackbird said indifferently. "Hand over the food." Jiang Tunan was of course unwilling to hand it over. There was only nutrient solution for snow leopards and red pandas in her bag. If these mutant animals got it, the consequences would be disastrous. This big bird might grow into a rock. She manipulated the vines to put Tung-Kai down, withdrew her hand, and thought about how to tie up the bird better. Xieji understood what it meant. He looked at the bag of Tree King White Cuckoo that Jiang Tunan brought, and flexibly moved over to push open the bag and asked the blackbird, "Do you want to eat this?" The blackbird nodded, and Jiang Tunan was relieved. The man and the sheep decisively decided to give up the mushrooms picked on the way to escape. It really didn't entangle. After getting the mushrooms, it decisively circled and left the forest, leaving Jiang Tunan and Xieji looking at each other. "How do you know again?" Jiang Tunan stared at Xieji. At the beginning, she felt that this sheep was not simple. Now it seems that she really picked up a treasure. Xieji shook his head. It didn't know it very well. Everything was blurry after waking up. Only Jiang Tunan had a familiar breath, so he was willing to follow her. As for why he was so familiar with this place, Xieji really didn't know. "Do you want to try to see if you can swallow other plants here?" The Xieji walked to Jiang Tunan and used its hoof to pull out a small grass that was not very noticeable. "This is the 100 poison grass." Jiang Tunan didn't understand these things. He used the water he brought to wash the 100 poison grass slightly and put it into Tung-Kai's mouth. Staring at the 100 poison grass not far away, Jiang Tunan manipulated the vines and swallowed up the grass without hesitation. When there was only bare mud left in a large area, Jiang Tunan turned his palm upwards and stared at his palm and said, "100 poison grass." There was no movement for a long time. Jiang Tunan was not disappointed. This vine eats everything, but it doesn't seem to spit out. She thought that if the swallowed plants could grow, it would be much more convenient. "Nan, look there." The Xieji voice was calm and inconsistent with its voice. Jiang Tunan looked up and saw a pile of 100 poison grass growing out of the mud that had been swallowed clean before. And the number was even greater than before. So, apart from vines, other grasses need to rely on soil to grow? Jiang Tunan tried again, staring at the palm of his hand, and said with his mind, "A plant of poisonous grass." A plant of grass actually appeared in the palm of his hand, and it was even growing vigorously under Jiang Tunan's eyes. In just a few seconds, it grew into a plant of poisonous grass. Xieji also felt a little incredible. He looked at Jiang Tunan's hand and said, "Nan, before you can't protect yourself, you must not let people know that your ability can already grow things." Jiang Tunan thought about it. Neither nodded nor shook his head. It might be difficult to conceal this skill from the world. Then, they didn't run around anymore, but took Tung-Kai, who was not awake yet, and swallowed different plants purposefully according to the map felt by Jiang Tunan vines. Jiang Tunan also knew that the first few vines were really afraid of her vines. Jiang Tunan was very excited to suddenly have such a thick golden finger, and did not forget the original intention of coming in. He asked Xieji, "Are there any foods here that you like to eat?" Xieji shook his head. "Only mutant animals will eat the plants here, and most of them are competing with mutant animals for territory. We can't eat them." "What about mutant animals?" "Mutated animals are also meat. Leopards should like it," Jiang Tunan said naively. Xieji's expression was a little subtle, but fortunately as a sheep, it had dense hair on its face, and its expression was not very rich. "It's not that we can't try, but can we hunt mutant animals? People should have dreams, and so should sheep." Jiang Tunan gave Xieji chicken soup earnestly. Xieji moved his ears, staring ahead with his bright golden eyes, and said slowly, "It's time to hunt. Are you running?" Jiang Tunan didn't react until a huge plum blossom-shaped warthog with 2 fangs that could send her to heaven in the physical sense appeared in front of her. So Xieji meant that they would be hunted by the warthog? The distance was already very close. Unlike the blackbird, they were only a few meters away from the mutant warthog. If the warthog in front of them ran faster, they could send Jiang Tunan to heaven. "Use the Tree King by Gugu that you just absorbed. The warthog will be poisoned," Xieji explained. Xieji was like a walking encyclopedia of interstellar animals and plants, and there was almost nothing it didn't know. The warthog was already eager to try, and Jiang Tunan planted the Tree King by Gugu under the feet of the mutant warthog without hesitation. But it just looked at it, and was angered by Jiang Tunan's action. It rushed towards Jiang Tunnen, roaring threateningly. Xieji. Split up into 2 groups. You will definitely find me. It is more important to send Dr. Tung out safely first. After telling Xieji, Jiang Tunnen crushed the Tree King by Gugu and scattered it on the road, and ran all the way according to her instinct. The warthog chased her relentlessly. Seeing that there was a dead end ahead, Jiang Tunnen took a deep breath and stopped. Jiang Tunnen thought of the hot-blooded anime she had watched. There was always a supporting role around the protagonist, who was willing to sacrifice himself to save the protagonist without hesitation. Every middle school boy has a mental picture of saving the world or sacrificing himself to protect his relatives and friends. Jiang Tunnen didn't expect that she was still dreaming of middle school at the age of 30. Even though she had known Tun Kai for a short time, Jiang Tunnen did not regret making such a decision. Behind her was a deep abyss, and she had no way to retreat. Glancing at the cliff behind her again, Jiang Tunnen was ready to die. She summoned a vine that was as thick as her arm and said to the warthog, "Come on." Chapter 20. Xieji, who was left behind to protect Tun Kai, was extremely anxious. But he had no choice but to pray that Tun Kai would not hold him back. He didn't need to wake up to be full of energy. At least, he wouldn't be hindered from saving Jiang Tunnen. With such expectations, Xieji felt Jiang Tunnen's condition while staring at Tun Kai intently. Tun Kai was in trouble. She clearly remembered that the order she received from Jiang Tunnen was to stay where she was. But in the blink of an eye, Jiang Tunnen and her little black sheep disappeared. Tun Kai was extremely anxious. Just by looking at Jiang Tunnen pushing herself into the locker without hesitation, it was clear that she was a very opinionated person. But in the mutant flora and fauna area, being opinionated was not a good thing. Especially since she was a pure rookie. It was unknown what was wrong with this area. There was no signal to contact others. And her telepathy with Tung Nan had also lost its function. Tun Kai calmed herself down and observed the environment while randomly sending signals to Tung Nan. She cut off all kinds of vines and branches like cutting watermelons. But she still couldn't find her teammates. There was no one alive except her. This was not right. Tun Kai realized that she was in a dream when she met the same Tree King by Gugu for the 10th time. This kind of mushroom is not a problem for people with strong superpowers. But she is different. Just like some people are allergic to different foods, Tun Kai always felt that she was allergic to the Tree King by Gugu. The Tree King by Gugu is very unique. I don't know if it is because of mutation. Each one looks different. For example, the one that Tun Kai kept meeting. Its umbrella cap is white with orange stars. Tun Kai realized that she was probably in a dream. The one with her outside was Jiang Tunnen, a scumbag. Without her, if Tung Nan and Lang Chitong didn't come back in time, they would both be finished. While anxiously looking for a way out and praying for Jiang Tunnen's safety, Tun Kai really woke up. There was only an expressionless sheep in front of him. Xieji no longer hides his incompetence and speaks in human language. His deep voice is completely different from the voice Jiang Tunnen heard. "Come with me to save Jiang Tunnen when you wake up." She led away the mutant warthog to save you. Mutated warthog. Warthogs are already very powerful. And mutant warthogs are even classified as secondary mutant plants and animals, which shows that they are very powerful. Why are there Tree King by Gugu and mutant warthogs here? These things should not appear in the primary area. But you were knocked down. And Jiang Tunnen led the mutant warthog away to save you. Xieji led the way and followed the faint smell in the air to track Jiang Tunnen. Tun Kai learned that they had released a signal at the original place. So he was not worried that Tung Nan and Lang Chitong would not be able to find them. She followed Xieji breathlessly, mumbling to herself, but was interrupted by Xieji. "Finding someone is more important. What on earth are you?" "As far as I know, neither the first-level mutant animals nor the Zerg have the ability to speak human language." Tun Kai asked inquiringly. Xieji tilted his head and glanced at her. Tun Kai's beautiful phoenix eyes began to become dull, and she was like a puppet until they heard the roar of the mutant warthog. Xieji ran fast, and when it arrived, it saw Jiang Tunnen being knocked down the cliff by the warthog. It jumped down without hesitation, leaving Tun Kai on the cliff, who could not stop it in time to quickly take out the tools from his bag, shoot straight to the cliff, and then slide down. This cliff is like a bottomless abyss, but you can hear the sound of gurgling water when you get below. The most outrageous thing is that Tun Kai has been in the primary area for 500 years. And this is the first time he knows that there is a world under the cliff. Not far from her, the mutant warthog had been tied up by vines. Jiang Tunnen knelt on the ground, holding the sheep that bore half of her weight. Tunin, Tong Kai said weakly. Jiang Tunin was still immersed in the joy of surviving the disaster. When he heard Tong Kai's cry, he knew that she had followed him down. Dr. Tung, you're awake. Tong Kai wanted to complain about Xieji, but when the words came to her lips, she couldn't remember what Xieji had done to anger the heaven and the people. So she had to give up. What happened? Tong Kai looked around and asked Jiang Tunin. Jiang Tunin had to tell her everything about how they took Tong Kai to look for medicine everywhere after she fainted, how they were stared at by blackbirds all the way, and how they had to split up when they met warthogs. Now there is a tricky problem, Jiang Tunin said deeply. Tong Kai couldn't imagine that there was anything more tricky than their current situation in this primary area. Jiang Tunin opened her palm, revealing a furry cub lying horizontally in her palm. Eyes still closed. Furry. Tong Kai. She was stunned. Where did you steal this cub from? This little thing is already the size of a palm before its eyes are opened. And it will be at least the size of a snow leopard in the future. Just after I fell off the cliff, the warthog took my back. As soon as I came down, I saw this little thing lying in the grass not far away, Jiang Tunin said without any guilt. Tong Kai did not take it, but just looked at the fur in her palm. Such a small thing might not survive if it stayed here. But if it was not left here, they were not sure whether it was a mutant animal, and whether it would threaten other ancient creatures if it was taken back. After all, this is a mutant plant and animal area, which is different from Jiang Tunin picking up a sheep on a deserted planet. What do you want? Tong Kai said weakly. At least take it back. Right? The Xieji has smelled it, and there is no smell of its parents around. Besides, isn't the original intention of our paleontology research to study these mutant animals and plants? If they haven't mutated, this wave is not a loss, because we found paleontology here. If they have mutated, they are just suitable for us to be experimental subjects at such a small size to see if mutant animals can coexist peacefully with humans. Tong Kai was actually persuaded by Jiang Tunin. She stared at the skinny little poor thing and was very moved by Jiang Tunin's proposal, but we still need the consent of Captain Longqi and Tung Nan. Jiang Tunin nodded casually, looked around, and saw the thorny vines not far away. His eyes lit up. Tong Kai, who was about to ask her why she fell off the cliff with the warthog, had to shut up and watched her limp towards the vines. The vines seemed to have their own consciousness, and they quickly retreated when they saw Jiang Tunin rescue. But the space is limited, and they have been the king of this land for many years. Their roots are comparable to a big tree, and it is impossible for them to leave the original place easily. Jiang Tunin smiled slightly, and manipulated his vines to open the abyss to them. The thick vines were soon eaten up, and even Tong Kai, who was watching from the side, could not help but stand in awe. It turns out that your plant-based abilities are not unable to upgrade. But you have never found the right way to upgrade? Jiang Tunin could not answer this question. She could only represent herself. How could she know what other plant-based abilities have done? Tong Kai looked at the vines that were losing vitality quickly and fell into memories. She thought of Xiaowu, the previous breeder of the desolate planet. What was Xiaowu's original name? They didn't know. Xiaowu was called Xiaowu when she came, and the director kept silent about her information, saying only that she was a colleague who spoke little and did little. It turns out that the director was not lying. Xiaowu was like a ghost in the garden. She rarely appeared in front of them. If they hadn't occasionally met her in the zoo or seen Xiaowu's message in the communicator, they would have almost forgotten that there was such a colleague. Xiaowu not only adhered to the view that animals should not have much contact with people, but she herself did not have much contact with people. Tong Kai was a social gangster and did not understand the feelings of people with social phobia. But she respected her magical colleague and just treated her as if she did not exist. When she occasionally met her, she nodded and said hello, and then said nothing more. Although Jiang Tunin didn't talk much, he gave Tong Kai a completely different feeling from Xiaowu. Xiaowu was gloomy and pale, like a vine whose vitality was about to be exhausted. Jiang Tunin was not like that. She was like a vine that had not yet grown up. Although she was thin and weak, Tong Kai saw hope in her. Tunin, Tong Kai said solemnly, after returning to the base, you will follow me for physical training. You will start school in 3 months. And we can't let our people on the deserted planet down. Jiang Tunin looked back at her, not quite understanding Tong Kai's train of thought, but not rejecting her kindness. Not sure if she inherited the abilities of this body, Jiang Tunan only remembered that this teenage girl was fierce enough to fight 3 people alone. In the deserted planet, where her information was relatively confidential, her colleagues didn't know that she was good at fighting. If she went to school, all the information would no longer be a secret. And if she was not as good as others in fighting class, it would likely arouse the suspicion of the teachers. Originally, Jiang Tunan was thinking of finding an opportunity to practice by herself. But after hearing what Tung Kai said, she nodded and said, "Then I trouble Dr. Tung." "Don't call me Dr. Tung." Tung Kai's tail was raised. "Call me Sister Tung in the future. It's closer this way." Jiang Tunan called out without shyness, which made Tung Kai more satisfied with her. Who cannot like a soft and cute sister who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside? At least Tung Kai can't. Tung Kai, who was lost in her own thoughts, looked at Jiang Tunan, who was tying up the mutant warthog, and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "I was wondering if I could take this thing back to feed leopard." Jiang Tunan patiently explained his thoughts to Tung Kai. Tung Kai's eyes lit up, and he looked at Jiang Tunan and said, "Why didn't we think of it? But it's not very realistic for such a big one. After we go out, we will hand over this mutant warthog to them for after-sales processing, and then take the meat back." Jiang Tunan naturally didn't have one. She was more concerned about another thing. "Sister Tung, do you have that kind of artifact that can store things?" "Yes, I do." Tung Kai saw through Jiang Tunan's purpose at a glance, and said without thinking, "It can't hold something as big as a warthog." Jiang Tunan's dream was shattered, and he looked at the warthog in front of him and sighed deeply. The leaves rustled, but there was no wind at the moment. Jiang Tunan glanced at Xieji, who had remained quiet since Tung Kai woke up, and saw Xieji slightly shook his head at her. After the Tree King by Gugu, Jiang Tunan trusted Xieji very much. Since it said there was no danger, she relaxed her vigilance. The tall man walked out from behind the tree, saw them, took off the mask with his combat-gloved hands, and revealed a cold but reliable face. "Follow me." Chapter 21. Seeing Lu Qi, Tung Kai let go of his last bit of vigilance and breathed a sigh of relief. "Why are you here?" Tung Nan found something wrong and sent a signal to the base. "We split into 2 groups to find you." As Lu Qi said, he took out a cylindrical object and sent it to the sky. Jiang Tunan was very interested in this thing, but she was not familiar with Lu Qi, so she had to bear it, and planned to go back to the base to check. 1 hour on H-37 is equal to 1 day on the deserted planet. "How many days did you wait?" Tung Kai calculated silently. Jiang Tunan was shocked and realized this problem. It seemed that the time on each planet had not been unified. "It's been a week. The director didn't expect you to never come back." Lu Qi's voice was still cold. "The 2 you brought back from the zoo are about to tear the base apart. The red panda has a good personality, but it is a little bit docile and shy. The leopard is different. It dares to attack them when it is so thin that only a layer of skin is left. Not to mention after it is full. Tung Kai looked at the sky and sighed. "This time I really have no experience. I was actually led by a young man." Nan. "Wait for me to go back and do some special training. I promise not to let you work so hard next time." Jiang Tunan nodded and glanced at the mutant warthog. Lu Qi glanced at her, understood what she meant, and asked, "What do you want to bring this for?" Tung Kai explained his thoughts again, and Lu Qi nodded and silently took the vine from Jiang Tunan's hand, and easily lifted up the mutant warthog weighing hundreds of kilograms. "Hurry up. We are in a hurry." Tung Kai explained to Jiang Tunan, "Lu Qi is a very serious person, but she is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. You will know it after you get along with her for a long time." "Right. Sean?" Jiang Tunan and Xieji looked at Sean, who almost had the same name. A dark-skinned man appeared silently. His face looked ordinary. Perhaps it was because his face was too dark that people could not see his facial features clearly. Only a pair of dark brown eyes were shining. He quickly glanced at them and answered softly, "Is it similar to Xieji?" Tung Kai asked in a low voice. "It is true. They are very similar in black. If Xieji can turn into a human, I really want to see if Xieji is as black as Sean." Tung Kai sniffed and asked curiously. Xieji glanced at Tung Kai and quietly rubbed against Jiang Tunan. "This human is really scary. No wonder Xiaoxiong and Bao Bao don't like her." Xieji silently made up her mind to stay away from Tung Kai in the future. When the group went out of the door, Jiang Tunan looked back and found that the sign behind him had suddenly changed to high-end area. Lu Qi noticed her gaze. And along the way he heard Tun Kai talk about Jiang Tunan's 2 glorious deeds of saving her from danger. And he also had a deeper understanding of this new breeder. There is a problem inside H-37, and it has now been taken over by the 9th Legion. So Captain Longqi left first, and said he would treat you to a meal next time. Lucci said coldly. What about casualties? Is anyone injured? Jiang Tunan asked. Some. Lucci said it very tactfully. Jiang Tunan, who had just arrived, was not clear about the concept of some. She nodded and followed to deal with the warthog, taking the opportunity to take out the furry thing stuffed in her pocket to blow it. Lucci noticed her movements, frowned slightly, and asked, How much did you steal from it? How can it be called stealing if it is taken clearly? The resources of H-37 belong to everyone. Tun Kai put his arm around Lucci's shoulders and winked at Jiang Tunan. But the baby in Jiang Tunan's hand cried out in a baby voice, Hungry. None of them had ever fed such a small animal, and they were at a loss for a moment. Sean, who was like a shadow, exchanged a warthog with the after-sales service for a bottle of milk and handed it to Jiang Tunan. Jiang Tunan thanked him, but he didn't know where to start looking at such a small cub. Sean, who was standing aside, couldn't bear it, so he reached out and took the cub wrapped tightly in Jiang Tunan's palm. His big palm, like a palm leaf fan, made the cub look even thinner. He used his fingers to slightly open the cub's mouth and put the pacifier in with familiarity. Feed like this. Our base is really full of talents, Jiang Tunan praised. Lucci took a look and then looked away. And Tun Kai nodded, because there are few people. Everyone has many skills, and they can't get such a high salary for nothing. Tung Nen appeared with several other people from the operations department, and they were all covered in dust. After changing their things, they went directly to the jump point and rushed back. As soon as they entered the base, they felt the unusual atmosphere. The whole base seemed to be more foggy than before they left. Lucci led the action team back to report, and Jiang Tunan followed Tun Kai and his brother to test the cubs they brought back and help find a wet nurse. Xieji was obviously not suitable. It would most likely follow Jiang Tunan back and forth between the base and the zoo. So there were only the 2 brought back. Let's first determine what kind of cub this is, Tung Nan said. If it's herbivorous, give it to the little bear. And if it's carnivorous, give it to the leopard. Thinking of the hot temper of the snow leopard, Jiang Tunan looked at the cub in front of him and had an idea. It's normal for an underage leopard to take care of a giant panda cub, right? They are all large animals. Who doesn't like the giant panda? Wherever it goes, there are applause and flowers. Jiang Tunan almost recognized it as a panda cub at first glance. It's hard to understand why it was thrown by the stream. The perception of the Xieji in the rainforest is much stronger than Jiang Tunan Vine. They searched everywhere and confirmed that there was no trace of the panda's parents. In theory, even if they were looking for food, they should not go beyond the scope of the forest unless its parents had died. The biggest problem they faced when they brought it back to the base was how they could feed this hungry panda cub. The snow leopard didn't know that he had been targeted by the keeper. He was playing ball with the red panda out of boredom. Little bear, when do you think Jiang Tunan will come back? She won't lie to me again. Will she? I haven't seen her for a long time. I feel like I can't eat. After Jiang Tunan left, Du Liang brought Xiaowu, a false bridge between humans and animals, to feed the leopard and the red panda. At first, they used vegetables and meat from the base. The red panda and the snow leopard were very determined and would rather die than eat the bad food. Professor Zhao asked Pingxing to borrow meat and vegetables, but it was not approved for a long time. It was Du Liang who came in person to get some rare things for humans to eat. For the red panda and the snow leopard, it was still not very delicious, but it was countless times more delicious than what they had given before. The snow leopard is a carnivore and accepts the nutritionally balanced nutrient solution well, but the red panda is not. It doesn't like to eat the nutrient solution. After a few days of stalemate with Du Liang, it found that there was only the unpalatable fruit in front of it, and it could only eat it with sobs. Xiaowu said that the keeper had gone to find food for them, and it should at least live until the keeper came back. With this firm belief, the red panda lived a life of hunger and fullness, which was at least much better than the previous situation of having nothing to eat. They have been living in the observation area these days. The place here is large enough, but it is bare. Later, they added a few toys to them, and the lives of the 2 cubs were not so boring. If Jiang Tunan doesn't come back, I will really escape from prison, the snow leopard said confidently. The smell of Jiang Tunan and the strange animal drifted over, and the snow leopard pushed the ball aside, shook its tail and stood up, and let out a leopard roar. Jiang Tunan heard the aggrieved voice of the snow leopard from a distance. You haven't been here for a long time. You really forget the old cubs when you have a new one. Jiang Tunan quickened her pace, carefully hugged the panda cub awakened by the leopard, and comforted her. Brother Snow Leopard is saying hello to you. You have to get along well with him later. The panda, who was a few months old, certainly didn't understand what she was saying, and just followed her heart and rubbed her sleeves a few times. Xiaowu reminded, Nanang can tell them about your experience of fighting warthogs. Leopards are easy to deceive. Jiang Tunan thought of her experience of fighting warthogs and hesitated. Falling off the cliff with the warthog was also beyond Jiang Tunan's expectations. She originally planned to control the warthog with vines, but the attack power of the mutant warthog was much greater than she expected. In addition, this warthog was not stupid. It had already predicted Jiang Tunan's possible moves through the Tree King by Gugu on the ground. But the Tree King by Gugu planted along the way arrived late, but played its due medicinal effect. And the warthog finally showed signs of weakness at the moment before the attack. In order to get a complete warthog back, Jiang Tunan thought about how to tie the pig to make it easier to drag. But he didn't expect that the warthog was quite stubborn and insisted on dragging Jiang Tunan to death in a moment of distraction. Jiang Tunan predicted successfully and dodged before the warthog rushed over. But he didn't expect to be tripped by the vines he used to tie the warthog. In short, if it wasn't for the warthog to cushion my back, I might have been crushed to death. Jiang Tunan explained guiltily. Xiaowu glanced at her intact foot and didn't know what to say for a while. When she and Tun Kai went there, they saw Jiang Tunan and the warthog both falling off the cliff. They thought it was a choice after being desperate. But they never thought the truth was like this. Xiaowu made up his mind and thought, I tell you later. Don't make a sound. Jiang Tunan nodded. What bad intentions could the lamb have? It just wanted to help its owner establish prestige. Thinking of this, Jiang Tunan was very moved. Although the lamb she picked up was full of wrongness, Jiang Tunan never felt any malice in it. So she chose to believe it. Perhaps because she had been with animals for a long time. Jiang Tunan was very sensitive to their likes and dislikes. She could not feel any malice from Xiaowu towards her, but instead had a subtle sense of familiarity, as if they had known each other for a long time. During the time she was handed over to Xiaowu, Jiang Tunan deeply realized what leadership style was. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she would almost think that the warrior who snatched the panda cub from the pig's mouth that Xiaowu said was really her. Because of Xiaowu's artistic packaging, Silly Leopard was much more accepting of the cub. He nudged his big nose against Jiang Tunan's hand and said with emotion, It's really small, but it's a little cute. The Xiaowu, who had successfully fooled Jiang Tunan, looked at him and hid his achievements. Chapter 22. There were laughter and joy from the temporary observation area. A small and exquisite ball was flying in the sky. The red panda on the ground was chasing it with difficulty. Often, before it could catch up, the ball was intercepted by the leopard in midair and slapped to the ground. After so many times, even the good-tempered red panda could not help it. The whole bear lay on the ball and stared at the snow leopard indifferently. The red panda was already 3 years old, and the snow leopard was only a few months old. Facing the sudden age pressure of the red panda, the snow leopard lay on the ground, sweeping its big tail back and forth, and its pair of gray eyes patrolled between the red panda and the ball under its belly, as if trying to find a good angle to send them to the sky together. Nan nan! Yawn yawning. Leopard. Bear. I'm back. Come out to greet me quickly. Xiaowu's voice was very loud. Jiang Tunan just saw a small black shadow, and its voice came into his ears. Even more outrageous than Xiaowu is its translator, which calmly said with a cold electronic voice, What are you doing? Can you take me to play? It can't be said that it is useless, but the translation content is irrelevant. Xiaowu is very fast. As soon as it arrives, it falls on Jiang Tunan's shoulder and tells her, Du Liang is watching your performance on H37 in the office. Now she wants you to come over. Tung Kai Tingnan has already reported to her about her work. She asked me to call you. Jiang Tunan nodded and entrusted the panda cub to the most reliable Xiaowu. Pay attention to the safety of the cub and don't let it get hurt. Xiaowu touched her hand with its horns, indicating that she was relieved, and then held the bottle in his mouth and performed a sheep-milking dad on the spot. Jiang Tunan left with satisfaction. As the director of the zoo, Du Liang was able to know their dynamics very well, which was not surprising to Jiang Tunin. The fact that her plant-based ability was successfully upgraded will be used to benefit the small animals on the deserted planet in the future. Even if Du Liang didn't ask, she would naturally tell him. The only thing Jiang Tunin was worried about was Xieji. She had this little black sheep with her all the way. It was obviously not an ordinary sheep. It could not only lead her, but also easily give her directions and communicate. Jiang Tunin, who was nervous, entered the office and saw the huge projection screen in front of Du Liang, which was a scene of the Tree King by Gugu born in her palm. Du Liang looked at Jiang Tunin, who looked confused, with a very complicated mood. This girl who had just arrived not long ago obviously didn't know how extraordinary her plant-based ability was. The previous breeder Xiaowu also had plant-based abilities, but her abilities were limited to controlling vines and extraordinary affinity, which could make the ancient creatures on the deserted planet less afraid of her, and successfully brought out some of those with less attack power. This extraordinary affinity alone made her stand out in the deserted planet zoo. Jiang Tun's ability to learn plants is so great that she can control her ability to produce endless Tree King White Gugu under the feet of the mutant warthog. Even if the power of Tree King White Gugu is not enough, anyone with a discerning eye can see that in time, her ability can definitely stand at the top of the pyramid. Seeing the doubts in Jiang Tun's eyes getting deeper and deeper, Du Liang retracted his thoughts, looked at the nervous girl in front of him, and said in a calm voice, "How do you feel about this trip to H37? Not bad," Jiang Tun said sincerely. "My ability seems to have improved. I feel that I can upgrade by devouring other plants, and I can copy these plants." Hearing this answer, Du Liang couldn't help laughing and said, "Well said. Your ability is indeed extraordinary. I can tell you accurately that your control over your ability is not only far superior to plant-based ability users, but also stronger than many top ability users. The only problem is that the entire galaxy has not seen a plant-based ability user like you for the time being. So you can only cross the river by feeling the stones yourself." Du Liang sighed. Jiang Tun nodded, because she couldn't use this ability flexibly for the time being. But the giant panda she picked up would have to eat bamboo soon. This time I copied mutant plants. I wonder if I can copy the plants of the ancient blue planet. Jiang Tun pondered. Du Liang raised her hand, and the information of the panda cub appeared on the screen. Her eyes were even more complicated and difficult to read. Pandas, whether they are mutants or not, have completely disappeared after the disappearance of the ancient blue planet. You just found it according to the animal illustrations of the ancient blue planet. I don't know where it came from, but even if it is a mutant, it must stay on our deserted planet. But Tunin, I'm sorry to tell you that bamboo has not been found in the interstellar space yet. With your ability, I'm afraid we can't find a bamboo for you to copy." Jiang Tunin nodded thoughtfully and asked curiously, "Then why did it appear there? Where are its parents? What do its parents eat?" This is another question I will discuss with you next. Strangely, the panda cub seemed to appear there out of thin air. There was no trace of its parents on the entire H37 planet, as if it was waiting for Jiang Tun's arrival. H37 has special means to obtain video footage of human activities, and the possibility of being processed by others is very small. In addition to Jiang Tun, Du Liang specially looked at the cub, but unfortunately found nothing. Not being able to find the parents of this panda cub is another problem for it to grow up. At this stage, it can be fed with milk, but it will not be possible when it grows up. Jiang Tun frowned, thinking of the red pandas that also eat bamboo, and felt that this problem was thorny. There must be other herbivores in the zoo of the deserted planet, and her plant-related abilities must come in handy. Regarding the matter of plants, I will think of a solution after discussing it with the botanical experts. Regarding the fact that leopards like to eat nutrient solution, we have re-prepared the nutrient solution according to its taste and needs. It has also been put into the zoo these days. The effect is good, and you can indeed see the outer packaging they left behind. Speaking of this, the expression on Du Liang's face was obviously much more relaxed. But because we are not sure what animals are there, the next step is to count the existing species in the Wild Planet Zoo. Du Liang took out a document from his hand and handed it to Jiang Tun, saying to her, "These are the animals that were put in when the Wild Planet Zoo was first built. You will have a rough idea after reading it." Jiang Tun took the document and remembered another thing. "Director, I have an idea." Du Liang gestured to her. This idea was just in Jiang Tun's mind. If they want to count the species of animals existing in the Wild Planet Zoo, They must open up a new area in the zoo to store dying small animals, like snow leopards and red pandas. Especially animal cubs. There is almost no room for survival in the wild animal world. They are young and have little hunting experience. In addition, many beasts reject foreign cubs. It should be difficult for them to survive in the wilderness. Du Liang listened to Jiang Tun's idea, but did not agree immediately. He stared into her eyes and asked, "Do you think it is a good thing for ancient creatures to have too much contact with humans?" Jiang Tun shook her head. She had thought about this a long time ago. Interstellar is different from Earth, except for the staff inside the deserted planet. These animals cannot see outsiders, so the possibility of being hunted by humans is much lower. The second is the issue of ecological balance. But Jiang Tun is not sure. In the interstellar era, do animals really need ecological balance? There are almost no normal animals and plants in this world. It is difficult for them to eat. Natural enemies and animals on the menu are obviously not enough. Moreover, they have become conscious and rarely eat their own kind. After all, even red pandas and snow leopards have met and even become good friends. Is the continuation of species more important? Or their nature? Jiang Tun asked Du Liang, and also asked herself. On Earth, her job is to monitor the traces of wild big cats and observe their lives. But they never interfere with the normal lives of these big cats. And they will not favor more because which one is more beautiful. This is for the good of the animals. Staying away from humans will prevent them from being interfered with too much. The interstellar era completely overturned Jiang Tun's imagination. If she was on Earth a few days ago, someone told her, in the future, the Earth will disappear. Animals and plants will become extinct. And only humans will survive. She would never believe it. Even if humans can create civilization, they are small and embarrassed in front of nature. It is hard to imagine that after the Earth is gone, humans can actually keep the spark and travel between planets. Although they have not yet unified the flow of time. After seeing it with her own eyes, Jiang Tun still feels unreal. It was not until she picked up the soft panda cub that she had a feeling that she really couldn't go back. Du Liang did not give Jiang Tun an answer on the spot about the transformation of the zoo, but said that he would discuss it with everyone again. Jiang Tun knew that he had little influence, so he was not surprised. After speaking, he left the office. In the huge office, the projection screen changed again. If Jiang Tun hadn't left yet, she would find that the people connected on the screen were the group of people who interviewed her not long ago. What do you think? Du Liang asked. Jiang Tun has a very broad mind, and her question stumped me. What was the original intention of the seniors to build a wild planet zoo? Ecological balance? Or to save their lives? The young girl, who had never spoken before, spoke for the first time, her voice cold and desolate. To save their lives, and to use them to study the Zerg and difficult mutant plants and animals. Old Chi said expressionlessly. So what are we doing now? The girl pressed on step by step, her tone serious. Old Chi flipped through the information in his hand and sighed. Since the gray fog appeared on the wild planet, we seem to have changed our minds. Regular feeding is a means to save their lives. The research could not proceed because of the gray fog. We blame the gray fog for everything. Du Liang raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking at this old man who used to be the most stubborn. Just like Tunin said, we were too arrogant and treated them with a self-righteous attitude, which was not right. Old Chi said listlessly. Tunin never said that. Du Liang smiled to ease the atmosphere. Young people have their own ideas. Since she has brought new ideas to the desolate star, and you all have no objection, I will open up the rights of the desolate star to her. As for how to rebuild it, let's let her try it out. No one objected, but they all began to think about whether their research direction over the years was wrong. Du Liang achieved his goal and cut off the communication with a smile. Desolate Star is not her one-man show, and she needs new forces to push them forward. Chapter 23. Leaving Du Liang office, Jiang Tun walked towards the temporary observation area with a briefcase in hand. From a distance, she saw several pandas that were brought back earlier sneakily surrounding the panda cub. The most sensitive snow leopard also fits its leopard character, completely forgetting its keen hearing. From Jiang Tun's perspective, she had no idea what happened. She only saw the whole leopard suddenly pop out like a spring. Probably frightened, Jiang Tun hurried over. The leopard caught a glimpse of her, stumbled over and jumped into its arms. She had no idea of her weight, and only thought of herself as a baby. She was knocked back several steps by the weight. The Xieji rushed over and bit the snow leopard hind legs. The simple leopard howled in pain and turned back to fight with the Xieji. Jiang Tunan was saved. Why are you biting me? What did I do to you? I thought you were my little brother. Yang on. The snow leopard jumped back to the ground and ran toward Xieji with a roar. Xieji ignored it and just pushed the red panda holding the panda cub out. The snow leopard was afraid of scaring the cub, so it braked suddenly and rolled on the ground. Scheming Yangon. The snow leopard glared at Xieji fiercely and swung its tail to get close to the panda cub again. Jiang Tunan had no experience of feeding a cub for several months, let alone a giant panda, and she had never even raised a cat. Fortunately, the red panda and the snow leopard, who had not grown up yet, still had an impression and acted like a parent. Xiaowu did not go back to find Du Yang, but stood on a high place and pointed at the red panda and the snow leopard, which sounded like a real person. It was originally a bird raised artificially, and its experience was not suitable for the future panda cubs that could swallow several of its cubs in one bite. The noisy voices of several animals were particularly harmonious. Only Xieji was still thinking about Jiang Tunan. He lay beside her, and the warmth of his curly hair was transmitted to Jiang Tunan, and he accompanied her to read the information. According to the information, not many animals were transported after the initial establishment of the deserted planet. Only a dozen species, mostly cats. Among them, there was even a white tiger, with beautiful blue eyes that were wise and charming, and his eyes were tightly fixed on the camera. In addition to cats, there were also elephants and Siberian wolves. Jiang Tunan stared into their eyes, and felt that they were much smarter than the same ones on Earth. Just the fact that they could talk to her was enough to show that they were extraordinary. There were no pandas in it. Jiang Tunan searched on the star network by the way, and there was no information related to pandas. The clouded leopards that Mendes' parents had seen were not among them. But this time, picking up a panda cub on the H-37 star gave Jiang Tunan hope. On every planet in the Interstellar, there is a high probability that ancient creatures will appear. As for the feeding plans recorded in the data, most of them were inexplicable. They were probably summarized by the experts while feeding the pandas. Jiang Tunan was confused. It can only be guessed that because of the small number of samples and the short breeding time, they have only now discovered that the things they brought were not liked by the animals. Jiang Tunan was so absorbed in reading that she did not notice that Xieji beside her was just like her, staring at the data and reading it seriously, shaking her head from time to time. It was not until Tung Kai came over that the noise in the temporary observation area was broken. The snow leopard really did not like humans other than Jiang Tunan. Before Tung Kai came to the front, it took a defensive posture. Jiang Tunan guessed that it was probably because it had seen Tung Kai inject anesthetics into the red panda, so it resisted Tung Kai so fiercely, even though Tung Kai was holding a piece of meat in his hand. It was a mutant warthog that Jiang Tunan hunted. It has been tested. It actually contains a lot of mental power. It is probably because this warthog is a sea-level mutation. Tung Kai made a face at the snow leopard and showed it the meat. In theory, humans can eat it. I asked Tung Nan to roast a small piece and found that this warthog meat is not easy to eat. My teeth were almost knocked out, and there was no tooth mark left. The snow leopard backed away, sniffing the bloody smell of warthog meat in the air, and his saliva was about to drip. The red panda does not eat meat. It has silently carried the panda baby into Jiang Tunan arms, and watched the snow leopard and Tung Kai compete with each other. Xiaowu was very interested in the warthog meat, and landed on the snow leopard head, and shouted for food. Leopard, do you want to eat it? Tung Kai tempted the leopard. The snow leopard looked back at Jiang Tunan, and saw that she had no intention of helping. While Jiang Tunan and Tung Kai were talking, he was about to bite the warthog meat. The warthog was lifted by a hand, and soon floated into the air. The snow leopard was also blown away by a gust of wind. This was the second time Jiang Tunan saw someone use superpowers. He was interested and asked, "Your superpower is wind-related?" "Yes. Didn't I tell you?" Tung Kai smiled at the stupid leopard, who was still trying to provoke him, and discussed with Jiang Tunan. "Get up every morning and do morning exercises with us. Your physique is too fragile. You can't just hide behind others and be a fragile mage in the future. Right?" After this trip to H-37, everyone saw Jiang Tunan ability. It's hard to tell whether it's strong in combat, but it's very practical. Tung Kai is very interested in plant abilities, and she hasn't fought with such people yet. Only by improving Jiang Tunan overall level can they have more fun fighting. Jiang Tunan didn't know Teng Kai's little tricks at all, and decisively agreed. Jiang Tunan was originally a hexagonal warrior, and the weakest thing might be this useless ability. But when she came, the 6 sides of the hexagonal warrior all became 0. And only the ability was still good. Now it can be fooled. But it will be difficult to go to school. Teng Kai's proposal is like a timely help for Jiang Tunan. The golden pupils of the Xieji on the side flashed slightly, and it turned its head to look at Jiang Tunan and shouted, "I want to accompany you." Jiang Tunan didn't refuse, and smiled and scratched its head. The snow leopard over there was teased by Teng Kai for a long time, and it really found the feeling. It was able to drill in along the fixed wind direction of Teng Kai, and it was almost able to bite the meat. Teng Kai's face gradually became serious, and he explained, "I didn't expect that the ancient creatures were so powerful. They could see the pattern in just a moment?" Jiang Tunan had not yet experienced Teng Kai's ability, and did not know the tricks. He was mainly a layman watching the fun. The most important thing about wind-related abilities is to master the wind direction. Teng Kai now only uses the same direction of wind. As long as you find the pattern, you can find the eye of the wind. And you can eat meat by following the eye of the wind, Xieji explained in a low voice. Jiang Tunan was not surprised, and rubbed its head. "What a big treasure I picked up. I don't know if you are willing to be by my side after you recover your memory." Xieji didn't know, so he didn't give any answer, but rubbed Jiang Tunan's palm affectionately with his horn. The mutant warthog that Jiang Tunan brought back from H37 with great effort was not wasted. I don't know whether it was because of the spiritual power in it, or because the snow leopard had not eaten normal meat for a long time, but it almost devoured it in a flash, and a large piece of warthog meat was quickly consumed by it. After the snow leopard was full, its attitude towards Teng Kai improved a lot, and it said contentedly, "This biped has a future. In the future, you will be Nanan's right-hand man and help carry meat." Teng Kai naturally didn't understand what the snow leopard was saying, and just thought it was doing something about itself, and said irrelevantly, "You're welcome. It's my duty." Xiaowu, the only bridge for communication between humans and ancient creatures, flapped his wings a few times, for the sake of harmony between humans and animals. He finally chose not to expose the snow leopard's mumbling, in order to determine the health of the snow leopard, the only experimental subject. They took the snow leopard back to the treatment chamber for a checkup. After confirming that the leopard was really fine, it was released while it was cursing. Du Liang quickly gathered the few employees in the base together and announced a new reform plan for the deserted zoo. Not only that, Du Liang also emphasized Jiang Tunan's important role in this. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on her. Professor Zhao's snort was so loud that it almost lifted the roof. Jiang Tunan still remembered the small friction with him before going to H37, thinking that he had some opinions about her. Unexpectedly, he actually opened his mouth. "Then let me say first, the leopard is not too urgent, but the panda and the red panda are vegetarians, and the greenhouse needs her very much." Lu Qi on the side also said, "The leopard has a big appetite. We have to go to H37 to select the meat it eats, and bring it back to try to feed other animals in the zoo. We also need the guidance of the breeder. The zoo is replanned, and we are also short of manpower here. First of all, we must make sure that we have not invaded their territory. And secondly, we must determine how many are still there." Teng Kai continued. For the first time, Jiang Tunan knew that she was so popular. Several groups of people were fighting for her, and no one cared about her own opinion. Du Liang couldn't help laughing and patted the table. "Why don't you listen to the opinions of the parties involved?" The parties involved didn't have any opinions, but were a little at a loss because of Du Liang's name calling. She looked at several pairs of bright eyes and tentatively asked, "Why don't you each state the urgency of the task?" Several people looked at each other, and Teng Kai said speechlessly, "You don't listen to the class at all." She suddenly had an idea and said, "Weren't you curious about what other animals were in the zoo last time? How can you prescribe the right medicine without knowing their situation clearly? Of course, we have to fish them all out before we can proceed to the next step." Jiang Tunan's eyes moved. "I don't agree. The two in the base can't be dealt with. Wouldn't it be more blind to take them all out?" Professor Zhao hit the nail on the head, and Jiang Tunan felt that it made sense. Since there are pandas on H37, there may be other animals. If we go a day later, they may be more dangerous. Lu Qi emphasized. What the three said made sense, but she was too busy to do it, so she had to make a choice. The speed of time on H-37 is different from that on the deserted planet. And the director has also contacted the 9th Legion to keep an eye on the movements inside. The rest can only be left to time. Jiang Tunin can take a small amount of time to deal with the greenhouse. The most important thing is to get the existing animals on the deserted planet out. We now have 2 helpers, Little Bear and Leopard. And the speed of exploring the zoo is relatively fast. First, confirm the situation of the animals inside, and bring back all that can be brought back. Jiang Tunin thought. Du Liang agreed with Jiang Tunin's opinion very much. Seeing that she still had something to say, he still interrupted her. Okay. Since Tunin has made a choice, let's speed up these days, and do a good job of the preliminary work. The operations department will also suspend the tasks at hand, and follow them to the zoo. As for the food for the leopard, I have gotten rid of the 9th Legion. After speaking, Du Liang winked at Jiang Tunin, and took her out of the meeting room. Chapter 24. Jiang Tunin had a new idea for dealing with the problem that electronic equipment could not be installed in the zoo due to the gray fog on the deserted planet. Although she was in a hurry when she picked up the 2 little babies last time, Jiang Tunin could feel the subtle movements of the plants in the zoo. However, her ability was limited at that time, and she could only sense a small area. Now that Jiang Tunin's ability has improved, she naturally wants to consider trying again. She told Du Liang about her idea. Du Liang did not discourage her enthusiasm, but thought it was feasible. At the same time, he also pointed out the great disadvantages of this plan, if you are the only one who can possess such plant-related abilities from now to the future. According to the average lifespan of the interstellar world of 200 years. What about 200 years later? Let's not talk about this for now. You have to consider your own tolerance. The reason why our deserted star base is only as big as you see is because my mental power can only take care of so much. Tunin, this time when you enter the park, I hope you can bring back more animals. But you must also pay attention to your own safety, and don't try rashly. Du Liang looked at Jiang Tunin. As if he saw himself many years ago, he had ideas and courage, and thought that the whole world had to make way for him. I know. Thank you, Director. Jiang Tunin bowed to Du Liang, and the two discussed in depth the main tasks after entering the park. Jiang Tunin did not come out of Du Liang's office until the lights came on outside. The base was still the same as when Jiang Tunin came, with white small buildings displayed in it. There were not many people, and with the special metal floor, there would be no sound when walking, which made Jiang Tunin feel that she was the only one left between heaven and earth. Nanan? The sleepy voice of a young man sounded, and Jiang Tunin turned his head, and saw Xieji lying in the corner. When it saw Jiang Tunin approaching, it slowly stood up. The cub was taken back to the treatment room by Tung Kai to sleep. They temporarily transformed the treatment room into a mother-child room that can take care of the cubs. Leopard was so tired from taking care of the cub that he couldn't open his eyes. Little Bear was almost the same, and he fell asleep directly on the ball. Jiang Tunin turned around and decided to take a detour to see Leopard, also as a cub. Leopard was born a few months earlier and had to bear the burden of life at a young age. After all, the deserted planet is not a real zoo. There are no enrichment facilities in zoos on Earth. The entire temporary observation area looks very empty, and only the 2 little babies snuggling together make it seem a little warm. Since Leopard and Little Bear came to the base, Xiaowu has become a scum bird that doesn't go home. Every day he is obsessed with quarreling with Leopard in the temporary observation area. I heard that since Professor Xiao was attacked by Xieji, he has been squatting in the temporary observation area every day. He didn't disturb the quarreling little things, but just stared at them, which can be called human stereotype behavior. Jiang Tunin squatted quietly beside him, and asked curiously at a distance, Professor Xiao, what are you looking at? Looking at them. The Creator is so magical, creating such lovely lives, but because of my mistakes, they have suffered for so many years. Jiang Tunin was choked, and looked at Professor Xiao, and found that he looked lost, obviously really regretful. After careful consideration, he comforted him. It's not your fault. After all, you haven't seen them for decades, so I want to apologize to you for my previous behavior. Professor Xiao turned around, and his weather-beaten face was full of seriousness. He stood up, and was about to bow to Jiang Tunin, but was stopped by her. Professor Xiao, I think your goal is the same as mine. Professor Xiao straightened up, and looked at the girl in front of him again. She still looked small and thin, and it seemed that she could not survive 2 moves by the superpowers. But since she came to the base, She has proved herself with her strength, especially after seeing her performance on H37. She made a means of transportation with vines and insisted on taking Tong Kai with her. Everyone in the base shut up and admired Jiang Tunan. A miner. Okay. Do a good job. Professor Xiao looked up at the gray sky and sighed. The responsibility of dispersing this fog is left to you. Jiang Tunan also looked in the direction of his gaze and nodded. Professor Xiao. You can rest assured. Saying goodbye to Professor Xiao, Jiang Tunan walked closer to look at the two sleeping piglets, and walked lightly to leave. The snow leopard felt her breath, struggled to open its gray eyes, and looked at Jiang Tunan, whispering, "Good night, Nan." Before Jiang Tunan responded, it fell asleep again. Jiang Tunan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He whispered good night to it, urged Xiaowu to go home quickly, and then walked slowly to the treatment room with Xieji. Chapter 25. The brother and sister in the treatment room surrounded the panda cub who had just woken up, staring at it eagerly, as if it would run away if they looked away. When Jiang Tunan came over, Tong Kai realized that he greeted her with a smile, in order to prevent this situation from happening in the future. Tong Nan specially added a mother-infant function to the treatment chamber, so that even if we go out for 10 days or half a month, it won't get into trouble. There is no idleness in the deserted planet, and the employees there are few but elite, just like the brother and sister in front of them. In addition to being doctors in the treatment room and occasionally working as a part-time breeder, Tong Kai also works part-time as a driver, responsible for the logistics and supplies of the deserted planet. Tong Nan is a programmer in the base, and he is basically responsible for handling any problems with electronic products. Jiang Tunan nodded, remembering what he wanted to ask. Is it true that the soil on the barren planet cannot grow normal plants before the gray fog appeared? To be precise, there were plants on the barren planet before the gray fog appeared. The gray fog appeared before the researchers had time to start growing vegetables. Tong Kai explained. If you can feel the presence of plants on the barren planet, it means there are still plants. Jiang Tunan thought for a moment and asked again, then can we grow vegetables inside our base? Tong Kai first glanced at the metal under his feet, and said tactfully, once we leave the greenhouse, the rest of the land is like this. I'm afraid it's not easy to grow. If you want to grow, you can go to Professor Xiao to open up a piece of land. This reminded Jiang Tunan that her plant-related abilities were all learned on the H37 planet, and she had to make sure that these plants would not mutate in the greenhouse before she could plant them in the zoo to form the plant network she wanted. Jiang Tunan was going to take Xieji to the greenhouse, but she heard the panda cub whimpering softly, Chimi, Chimi, sleep with Nan. Thinking she had heard wrongly, Jiang Tunan squeezed her head towards the siblings. The panda cub stared at her, and said in a baby voice, Nan, sleep. Jiang Tunan's pupils trembled as she looked at the cub holding the bottle. He might have been a national treasure back then. Apart from anything else, his cuteness made people want to give him all the good things. Controlling his eager hands, Jiang Tunan looked at Xieji, who was working as a nanny for a day. Xieji understood and immediately said, you are too young to leave here. When you grow up, you can sleep with Nan. The panda cub looked at Jiang Tunan thoughtfully, and immediately took a few more sips of milk. You know what? Your sheep is really something. I didn't believe it when Captain Longqi said it at first. Tong Kai looked at Xieji and said with emotion, when can I pick up a pendant too? Watching Jiang Tunan leave with Xieji, Tong Kai in the treatment room suddenly clapped his hands and realized a problem. Doesn't Nan know that we know she can understand the words of these troublesome little babies? Tong Nan thought about Jiang Tunan's reaction and felt that what Tong Kai said made sense. Not all breeders can understand animals talking, and not all plant-based psychics can understand animals talking. The first time they knew someone could understand animals talking was from the former breeder Xiaowu. Xiaowu can accurately pick up different ancient creatures because she can hear animals talking. Every time she heard a cry for help, she would go to confirm the situation first. If it was really necessary, she would take the poor little thing back to the base and release it after it was cured. It is said that one of Xiaosu's ancestors worked as a breeder on Blue Star, and the family has a lot of information about ancient creatures, except for those extinct animals. Xiaosu strictly follows the notes of his ancestors to take care of the ancient creatures on the deserted planet. If Jiang Tunan had not pointed out this problem in the meeting, they would never have thought about whether animals need another way of breeding in this interstellar era. How can Nan know so much? Tong Nan asked in confusion. Tong Kai shook his head. Jiang Tunan herself might not know that after she came, Everyone was curious about this new breeder, and had secretly inquired about her information. The underage girl left her hometown to work on the deserted planet, and she was admitted to one of the best schools. The reason is obvious. Jiangtunan family conditions must not be very good, and it is very likely that she is a summer worker. But she has been here for only a week, and she has already caused enough waves. Everyone believes that the director will keep her at all costs. After leaving the treatment room, Jiangtunan took Xieji out of the treatment room and went to the greenhouse to ask for some pots of soil before he finished the day's journey with satisfaction. It was not until he returned to the dormitory that Jiangtunan had time to open the communicator and found that there were actually several messages. The top one was from Lang Qitong, who briefly told Jiangtunan about the situation on H-37. After gathering all the interstellar hunters on H-37 together, they began to investigate the situation. But strangely, except for the abnormality when they entered, everything else was normal. The only unlucky one seemed to be Jiangtunan and Teng Kai. One of them lay almost the whole time, and the other was chased by a blackbird and hit by a warthog while carrying a person. It was a very ups and downs experience. The panda they picked up was even more strange. Like Duliang, they also wondered how a panda that had not appeared for hundreds of years appeared on H-37, a land full of mutant animals and plants. The second message was sent by Mendes, the first human Jiangtunan met after coming to the Interstellar. After he came out of the intermediate area safely, he learned that the entire H-37 planet had an abnormality. He didn't see Jiangtunan in the waiting area, so he simply sent her a message to ask about her safety. The third message was from Jiangtunan, former teacher. After hearing that Jiangtunan had left her hometown to work, she sent a message to ask about her situation. Jiangtunan replied one by one, and then began to work on the soil dug back from the greenhouse. She didn't have many skills, so she planted the tree king white cuckoo in one pot, the poisonous grass in one pot, and the white celery flower in another pot. Without fertilizer, and the soil quality was different. Jiangtunan was not sure if she could grow it. She stared at the three grasses in front of her and muttered, "Let me live." The other living creature in the room, Xieji, opened his golden eyes and glanced at her, then closed his eyes speechlessly. Chapter 26. It is said that we are going to explore the deserted zoo, but the preliminary preparations are actually very complicated. Jiangtunan also understood why the mutant warthog could stand still while smelling the scent of the tree king white cuckoo, because her ability is problematic and cannot achieve the desired effect for the time being. Take the fungus of the tree king white cuckoo for example. It was originally a highly poisonous mutant plant. Even a superpower like Teng Kai could be knocked down, let alone ordinary animals. It would be fine if the strange sheep Xieji ate it, but the little bear was also fine after eating it. Only Teng Kai secretly ate one, while Jiang Tu was feeding the small animals, and then lay in the treatment chamber for half a day. After research by Professor Zhao and his team, they could only attribute it to the fact that Teng Kai had a different gene and was allergic to a toxin contained in the tree king white cuckoo, so he reacted violently. It is said that if the poisonous mushrooms are less toxic, the detoxifying plants, such as Baidu grass, will also be much worse than before. For the purpose of experiment, Teng Kai swallowed the tree king Baigugu again, and fed Baidu grass again after fainting. He woke up faster than the treatment chamber. Before leaving, Jiangtunan followed Teng Kai to practice physical fitness in the morning, and studied interstellar plants in the afternoon, so as not to be at a loss when encountering plants in the zoo. Muscle memory will not lie. In just a few days, Jiangtunan recovered 80% of the strength of this body, and Teng Kai said it was good. Before departure, Jiangtunan had a new question. Which of you two will go back with me? Jiangtunan sat in the corner of the temporary observation area, looking at the two cubs in front of him. After Lu Qi's recent feeding, the snow leopard was obviously much bigger than when it was first picked up, because Lu Qi always came to deliver meat in person. And unlike Teng Kai, who was talkative and always wanted to touch the leopard, he was gloriously promoted to the second most trusted person of the leopard in the base. The leopard looked at the little bear playing with the ball on his back, and hesitated for a while. This time, we are going in for a long-term battle, which can be as short as a week or as long as 10 days, or half a month. We are not going to come back immediately. Leopard, go ahead. The little bear stopped playing with the ball, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, "You have better physical strength, and you have been to more places than me. If you encounter disobedient animals, you can still scare them." The little bear's words make sense, and almost everyone thinks so. Jiang Tunan's only worry is whether Leopard will be abandoned after returning to the zoo. No, Leopard doesn't look very reliable, but he is actually a very responsible child. After hearing Jiang Tunan's concerns, the little bear comforted her. The two of them suddenly became Jiang Tunan teachers, and taught her about the situation in the zoo. A long time ago, when the zoo was just put into use, although there were not many species of animals in it, they could barely maintain a balance. Herbivores ate grass and fruits, and carnivores ate and left, which was similar to the pattern on Earth. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The gray fog came, and the plants on the deserted planet quickly withered and died. The original oasis dried up, and the snow mountain melted. The snow leopard had no prey to hunt on it, so it had to go down the mountain to compete with other beasts for territory. The food thrown in by the bipeds was too unpalatable. The plants smelled of blood, and the meat smelled of grass. Everyone found it difficult to swallow. Gradually, the carnivores in the zoo stopped eating the poor herbivores because the herbivores had nothing to eat, and the animals began to lose weight. I have a few bean fruits hidden in my nest. If you pass by our house, please trouble Nan to bring them back for me. The little bear ran forward a few steps, its beautiful ears fluttering, its tail swaying, and it rubbed its nose against Jiang Tuan. Jiang Tuan was so cute that he rubbed it wildly and agreed. The leopard, who had no food left, swung his tail and began to worry about his food problem. Nan, will there be meat to eat after we go in? Now the zoo has put in the meat you like, and I have applied to the director to bring you dried meat, Jiang Tuan said simply. Hearing this, the snow leopard felt much more relieved, rolled on the ground, and jumped onto the fake tree trunk next to it. Humming softly, it would be nice if the base could be like the zoo. Jiang Tuan looked at the thick tree trunk that he used as a cat scratching board, which had been ground down a lot. Let's go in and see which cat scratching board you like best. If we can't copy it, we cut some back, Jiang Tuan said proudly. After Jiang Tuan left, the snow leopard looked at the red panda and asked, You actually want to go back, right? The little bear had its back to the snow leopard, but when it heard this, its tail moved. I still have some celery grass that Nanan gave me, so go back and plant it in front of Xiongmi's grave. Similar to the snow leopard, which is a beast that walks independently on the top of a mountain, the red panda is also an animal that prefers to live alone. But in the interstellar space where food is scarce and dangers are lurking everywhere, the red pandas on the desolate planet live in groups. The red panda and its deceased sister have been dependent on each other since their mother died. But it's a pity that the sister still left. If the snow leopard hadn't come, it might have returned to the red panda planet. In the deserted zoo, the red panda had a brother, but he went out to look for food a long time ago and never came back. Little bear, if we can find your brother, we will definitely bring him back, the snow leopard promised without hesitation. The red panda blinked and nodded slowly. You have to take care of yourself too. Of course. My mother told me to stay away from bipeds before she left. I wonder if she sees me clinging to the legs of bipeds every day. The leopard felt more and more guilty. You also bowed your head to survive. Mom will understand you, the red panda said leisurely. Although the leopard supplemented a lot of mental power by eating meat, I don't know if it has not yet opened up, or if its IQ has reached its limit. Its body has grown a lot, but its brain has not become smarter at all. Du Liang was also a little troubled. She was worried about the choice of people to go in. Jiang Tuan seemed to have an affinity for ancient creatures, but the snow leopard was also planning to attack her at the beginning. Everything could only be regarded as their guess. Tung Kai really wasn't liked by animals. The three of them hid when they saw her. Even Jiang Tuan, the weird sheep, turned and ran away when he saw her. If Tung Kai was allowed to go in, Du Liang was worried that it would backfire. He was supposed to protect Jiang Tuan, but he might end up dragging Jiang Tuan into the pot. Lucci also had a hunting mission to go to another planet, and Tung Nan's combat effectiveness and obedience were not as good as Tung Kai's. The communication rang. Du Liang took a look and picked it up. This call solved her urgent problem. It was not until the day before the scheduled departure that Du Liang organized a brief meeting when everyone arrived. There are some changes about the personnel entering the zoo this time. Du Liang looked around and introduced. This is Guanqi, a prospective freshman in the command department of the 1st Military Academy of the Federation. He has already joined the 4th Army and is 2 years older than Tunan. Tung Kai looked at Jiang Tuan and knew that he would probably stay at the base. Jiang Tuan turned his gaze to Guanqi. She had seen the first federal military academy in Jiangtan in memory. It was located on the Versailles Star where the federal government was located. It was one of the 4 major military academies, and one of the top schools that countless interstellar people admired for their academic qualifications. Before Jiangtan awakened her superpowers, this school was also within her goal. Judging from Guanqi's appearance, he didn't look like someone who could get a military rank in the Legion at such a young age. She was about the same height as Jiangtan, with fair skin and a cute baby face. Her eyelashes were very long. The tail of her eyes drooped slightly, and with a pair of beautiful almond eyes, she looked harmless, and was different from all the women Jiangtan had seen in the Interstellar. Noticing Jiangtan's sight, she nodded slightly at Jiangtan, and a smile spread between her amber eyes. Du Liang didn't introduce her in detail, but Teng Kai, who was busy, passed a small note to Jiangtan under the boss's nose to introduce Guanqi. Jiangtan was not wrong. Even in the Interstellar, it was a society of personal relationships. This temporary colleague is a relative. Her grandfather was one of the interviewers during Jiangtan's interview, the director of the Animal Research Institute known as Old Qi. However, Guanqi herself is very strong. She has awakened extraordinary rock-type abilities since birth and is a lowly with strange strength. According to Teng Kai's understanding of rock-type abilities, it will be more effective if she accompanies Jiangtan. This time, Teng Kai didn't need to explain. Jiangtan studied the information about abilities on the star network and had a deeper understanding of several abilities. The biggest bug of rock-type abilities is that they can resonate with the land under your feet. On planets like deserts, it is easier to detect the movements of mutant animals, since the parts of mutant plants buried deep in the soil will not change due to battle. They are slightly inferior to mutant plants. This is why the entire galaxy has high hopes for plant-type abilities when they first appear. It's like a bucket, which only needs the last piece of wood to be filled. But what comes is a short board. But Jiangtan's plant-related ability is different. In Teng Kai's opinion, her ability is probably the last piece of wood that the whole galaxy wants. It is the best arrangement for her to explore the deserted planet with Guanqi. The only problem is that I heard that Guanqi has a hot temper. You haven't gotten used to each other yet. I am worried that you will be bullied. Teng Kai threw another note to Jiangtan in a flamboyant manner. This time, it failed to pass to Jiangtan, but fell to Guanqi's side. Guanqi, who was taking notes, paused, looked across, and saw Teng Kai's slightly guilty expression. Now it's good. You don't need to open it to know that this person didn't write anything good. Guanqi smiled at Teng Kai, and waited until her expression changed before reaching out to pinch the note and throwing it directly to Jiangtan, without any intention of opening it. Du Liang could not hide the big move of the 3 of them. She tapped the table with her fingers, and Jiangtan quickly put the note into his pocket without opening it. Teng Kai's expression was too obvious, and he knew what she wrote without opening the note. For the sake of harmony among colleagues, Jiangtan decisively chose to keep the contents of the note forever. The hand hidden under the table summoned a vine, and Jiangtan tricked it into swallowing the note. The world where only the Teng generation was hurt was achieved. Chapter 27. Separated by a door. On one side is the gloomy normal temperature weather all year round, and on the other side is the magnificent extreme weather, each of which is a challenge for creatures living all year round. They still chose to enter from the desert door, because the snow leopard is most familiar with this place. There was almost no time to get used to each other, and Jiangtan and Guanqi had not had a good chat. After waving goodbye to the people who saw them off at the base, Jiangtan and Guanqi took a sheep and a leopard into the zoo. This is not the same zoo as I thought. Guanqi glanced at the leopard and sheep that were not running around, and refocused his eyes on the sky. Jiangtan searched for information, but did not see any information about other zoos in the Interstellar. Guanqi was knowledgeable, and gave her a general scientific popularization. Each legion has a zoo, which is only open to the legion. There are captive mutant animals in it, which are used for everyone to study their weaknesses and characteristics. These mutant animals are extremely ferocious, so they cannot be open to the outside world at all. Jiangtan understood that it was more like an experimental subject than a zoo. H37 has not been found to be abnormal, so it has not been open to the public yet. Guanqi's voice was crisp and particularly pleasant in the zoo where only the sound of the wind could be heard, with leopard leading the way, and the weather being much better than the day when Jiangtan and Teng Kai came. They followed the leopard back to its and the red panda's home. Guanqi sat down on the ground first and reached out to touch the ground. Jiang Tunan also released vines, and found that the area that could be felt had indeed become much larger. Strangely, the plants in this desert were all alive. But for some reason they were in a sleeping state, and her power was not enough to wake them up. Seeing that Guanqi was not well yet, Jiang Tunan gave birth to a plant of poison grass from the palm of her hand, and her eyes wandered around, hesitating where to plant it. There is a nest in the rock. It feels like an Arctic hare. Guanqi opened his eyes, his face a little subtle. Arctic hares live in the desert? But Jiang Tunan has seen snow leopards living in the desert. In the interstellar era, everything is possible. Jiang Tunan looked at the snow leopard and questioned it with his eyes. Many animals pass by here. I have seen Arctic hares, but they have not settled here. The snow leopard sniffed around. Its ears stood up, and its tail swung restlessly. Let the leopard try. I haven't hunted for a long time. The gray eyes were eager to try. But Jiang Tunan was not at ease. Can you catch it back intact? A hungry leopard can't catch up with the Arctic hare. I don't believe that the leopard, who eats delicious food every day, can't catch up. It almost didn't hear what Jiang Tunan asked, but nodded randomly and agreed. Jiang Tunan knew from its excited state that the leopard was probably too full. Xieji is responsible for releasing the leopard. If there is anything wrong, bring it back. Jiang Tunan explained. The chess player on the side was amazed. You are so amazing. Let a sheep hurt a leopard? Jiang Tunan didn't explain. And Xieji had already reported the coordinates of the Arctic hare to the snow leopard. The snow leopard was like an arrow from a bow, and soon disappeared. There were a lot of weeds in the cracks of this rocky land. Jiang Tunan took out his stuff and made a trap, intending to catch all the rabbits. Xieji had already climbed to the top of the rock, squinting his golden eyes, and staring at the integrated rock vigilantly. The stripes on the snow leopard body allowed it to quickly blend into the rocky land. And even because of its agility, it was not slow in drilling in the rocks, while planning the plan to catch rabbits in his mind. Jiang Tunan's hands were not idle either, and he planted the 100 poison grass next to a relatively empty rock. Can the supernatural power tell the situation of this land? A little bit. The 100 poison grass is not picky. The soil does not reject it. It should be able to survive. Guanqi just glanced at it, and gave Jiang Tunan the answer. It must be said that this supernatural power is a bit convenient for those who deal with plants. Jiang Tunan asked curiously, I heard from Professor Zhao that except for the greenhouse on the ordinary star, no other place in the interstellar space can produce plants. Even the soil on the wild star is packed from the ordinary star. The difference between the wild star and the wild star is that the original soil is suitable for plant growth, and the current situation is caused by the special gray fog from outside. You should feel it more clearly than me. The plants here are not dead, and you are growing mutant plants, which have been purified by your ability. Plus the soil on the wild star is suitable for plant growth. I personally think there is a chance. Guanqi was very cautious, but it was the first time she saw Jiang Tunan with ability, which was naturally compatible with the rock ability. Even she felt that Jiang Tunan was very pleasing to the eye, so she was willing to talk to her more. With Guanqi's words, Jiang Tunan felt more at ease. Lang Qitong also has a rock ability, but she is too busy every day to read the newsletter. Jiang Tunan was very excited to finally catch someone who knows about it. Then does your rock type ability have a range limit? We can't place high-tech monitoring animals on the deserted planet, and we don't have rock type ability users. So we imagine using plants to connect this land. Jiang Tunan told Guanqi about his vision. The range of the desolate planet is too large. Director Du is already the top spiritual power in the Empire, but you have also seen the range she can cover. Guanqi shook his head. Jiang Tunan was thoughtful, and was about to ask again, when he heard a leopard roar in the distance. Nan. Hurry up. I'm driving it to your side. The Xieji, which was originally lying on the top of the rock, got up lazily and blocked the Arctic hare's other way with a light jump. Its movements were extremely agile. Guanqi, who was standing beside it, suddenly sat up straight and looked at Xieji. Your sheep has something. It has a lot of things. Jiang Tunan has already made a gesture of recruiting. The decision to bring Xieji here in the beginning was because Jiang Tunan originally planned to recruit the animals in the zoo. Some timid animals turn around and run away when they see humans. But the red panda can't even speak coherently when facing the group at the top of the food chain. The leopard may seem stupid, but it is actually a bully in its own nest. It is good enough if it does not run away when it encounters a ferocious beast. So Jiang Tunan's sight fell on her all-purpose sheep, with a sheep in front and a leopard behind. This combination can solve 80% of the situations. Of course, 80% is just her imagination. Xieji, Jiang Tunan shouted and quickly threw out the net woven by vines. The Arctic rabbit is behind the leopard. On the left is a person, and on the right is a sheep, although it has not figured out why a sheep is chasing it. This sheep has a pressure that does not belong to sheep, and it seems that there is only one way to go. But the Arctic rabbit did not expect that these three are actually in the same group. A big net suddenly appeared in front of the rabbit, not giving the rabbit a chance to turn. Woo woo woo, I am not delicious. I have children to take care of. Let me go, woo 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 woo. The Arctic rabbit caught in the net could not listen to anything at all. Even if Jiang Tunan grabbed his ears, he did not struggle, and was only immersed in the sadness of the end of his life. Jiang Tunan urged a handful of celery flowers from his palm. The red panda said that although it had never eaten such food, it had the spiritual power left by Jiang Tunan's supernatural power, and no animal should be able to refuse it. The Arctic hare, who was crying out of breath, really paused and sniffed the celery flowers with his nose arched. No, you can't eat it. My mother said that the good of two-legged animals must have other purposes. The Xieji came back slowly and lay beside Jiang Tunan, watching the Arctic hare crying. And the leopard didn't know what it was doing and never came over. Is it humane to let an underage leopard take care of the baby? The leopard cry sounded, and Jiang Tunan listened to its unclear cry and remembered that Guanxi said there was a nest of Arctic hares. Without having to understand the animal's speech, Guanxi instantly understood what the leopard was busy with, and looked at Jiang Tunan with bright eyes. Can I go and help? Guanxi looked at the furry thing in Jiang Tunan's arms and began to envy. Jiang Tunan nodded and continued to coax the Arctic hare, who was trembling all over when he heard the leopard roar. We really don't want to eat your cubs. We are here to take you to eat and drink. Jiang Tunan patiently enlightened it. With Guanxi's help, leopard soon liberated. It had not yet come out of the excitement of successful hunting. If I wasn't afraid that the little one in the litter would run away, leopard could hold this one down with one hand. The Arctic rabbit trembled even more. Jiang Tunan was speechless about leopard's villainous remarks, and just wanted it to shut up. Leopard proudly circled around them for a few circles, and suddenly arched its big head into Jiang Tunan's arms. The Arctic rabbit was frightened and screamed, and Xieji used its horns to push leopard away a few meters. Oh! Don't push me. Are you peeing? I am the leopard friend of the little bear. Leopard came up again and explained to the rabbit enthusiastically. The Arctic rabbit finally stopped crying and looked leopard up and down. Seeing the rabbit's reaction, leopard knew that he should not have recognized the rabbit wrong. But, when it thought that the Arctic rabbit would return to the deserted planet together soon, it would definitely complain to the little bear. Cece, why did you change color? Last time you were still a gray earthy rabbit. Leopard tried to make his reasons sound more reasonable. Jiang Tunan took the opportunity to stuff a handful of celery flowers into the rabbit's mouth. This Arctic rabbit is snow white all over, and looks very big, but it is very light to hold. I don't. Baji. What is this? Another bite. Woo woo. I haven't eaten enough for a long time. Woo. Cece weak voice sounded, when Guanxi came over with his litter of rabbits. Cece remembered what he had forgotten. Where did the little bear go? When I came back with my cubs, I went to look for you, and found that you were all gone. I thought you were starved to death. Finding that it was the silly leopard he knew. Cece's mood stabilized a lot. Leopard had not forgotten his mission, and quickly shared their recent life with Cece, trying to persuade it to go back to the base together. For animals that have never been full since birth, just eating one is enough for them to give a little trust. With Bao Bao's guarantee, Shushu looked at the three little rabbits and gritted his teeth to agree. After putting Shushu and the three little rabbits into the metaphysical storage box given by the director, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Listening to Jiang Tunan retelling that the little animals of different races had to live together for various reasons, Guanxi also sighed softly and asked, Tell me more about your plan. Chapter 28. In the crimson sky floats a green, like a piece of emerald placed on a crimson velvet. Dazzling and gorgeous, the emerald spreads, and the green gradually turns pink around. Beautiful enough to make people alert. Corresponding to this attractive sky is an empty desert. On this inconspicuous land, a white rabbit suddenly appears. The tips of its two ears are stained black, and the whole rabbit is lying on the ground motionless without knowing what it is thinking. In the desert where food is scarce, This rabbit is like a pie falling from the sky, with countless pairs of eyes secretly watching, waiting for a good opportunity to kill it with one blow, as if it is not aware of its own attractiveness at all. The Arctic hare lies alone in a desert, allowing animals within a few miles to see it at a glance. After an unknown period of time, there was finally a rustling sound in the bushes. The black unicorn in the depths of the jungle stood up, looking in the direction of the Arctic hare with golden eyes. The snow leopard blew up a gust of wind, and before the Arctic hare shouted help, it had already knocked the yellow thing to the ground and let out a leopard roar. There were no trees here, and it seemed that there were no birds. Everything happened very quickly. The golden tabby, which should have been able to knock down the snow leopard, let out an incompetent and furious tiger roar, but was held down by the snow leopard front paw and had no strength to turn over. Listen to me. We are not bad people. Jiang Tunan breathed a sigh of relief, and took Guanqi with him to emerge from the hidden sand dunes to comfort the little tiger. It was younger than the snow leopard, and its little brain was spinning around. I don't listen. They said that all bipeds are bad. How can a bad person not peel off your skin and become the king of the mountain when he sees you? The snow leopard rolled his eyes and motioned it to look at the pea. The Arctic hare slowly stood up from the sand, revealing a pair of long legs that did not match its round appearance, and looked at the little tiger with eyes full of tenderness of caring for the mentally retarded. You cats. TSK. Cece didn't want to talk more and jumped into Guanqi's arms. Cece, the rabbit, has some acting skills. After a few days of getting along, they found that Cece, who was able to successfully give birth to a baby and jump around in this land, did not rely on survival, but on fraud. Leopard was cheated of many fruits by Cece, although Leopard didn't like them. After all, the little bear had found them with great difficulty. It was not until Jiang Tunan explained that Leopard realized that he had been cheated. The red panda at home is a white cut black, and the new Arctic rabbit is a drama queen. It coaxed Guanqi to use it as a means of transportation all the way, and he was willing to smile all the way. Jiang Tunan felt a little sympathy for the silly leopard. And this new little tiger doesn't seem to be very smart now. Don't make noise. Xieji looked at the noisy little tiger and said coldly. A short lamb suddenly said such words, which sounded so cute. Unfortunately, Jiang Tunan didn't know that all the animals present felt the extraordinary pressure from the sheep. The little tiger was silent instantly, and even shrank its head, trying to let the leopard block it. But the leopard was also afraid, and moved its ears, and said to the Xieji in a wronged way, "It's so tiring to hold it down. It keeps moving around." The Xieji golden eyes looked over, and the little tiger didn't even dare to shake its tail, lying on the ground with its legs spread out, pretending to be dead. See, my sheep is the oldest among all the four-legged animals. So when our Xieji opens his mouth, other cubs dare not move. Jiang Tunan looked at the leopard and asked, "Are you touched?" The snow leopard shook its tail and whispered, "Don't dare to move." Seeing that the little tiger had calmed down, Jiang Tunan took out the dried meat from his bag. "We are not bad people. This is the ration specially brought for you." The little tiger was skeptical, and the leopard saw the dried meat and immediately forgot his mission, stretched out his head, and opened his huge mouth at the abyss. Jiang Tunan slapped it on the head. "You ate in the morning, and it's not lunchtime yet. Let's go back and look in the mirror to see how much you've gained." The leopard glared at the little tiger fiercely and closed his mouth. "I don't want to eat. I just want to smell it." Before leaving, Lucci brought back a lot of mutant animals according to Jiang Tunan's request, and selected some of the leopard favorite ones to make dried meat as dry food, and also gave it to the carnivores in the zoo. Leopard is very particular about eating, and the little tiger drooled when he smelled the smell. "How do I know if you have poisoned the meat?" The little tiger continued. Nan, let me test the poison for it. I'm willing." The leopard widened his eyes, and tried to deceive the stutterer with his lifelong acting skills. Guanqi, who was standing by, took a simple and rough approach. He put down the Arctic rabbit in his hand, walked to the little tiger in 3 or 2 steps, and stuffed the dried meat into the little tiger's mouth before it could react. Seeing that the food was gone, the snow leopard knew that acting cute was useless, so it lay on the ground with a sad face, sweeping up a layer of dust with its tail. The little tiger opened his eyes wide, smacking his lips, and found that it was really delicious. Better than all the meat he had eaten since he was born. He rubbed Jiang Tunan shyly, imitating the snow leopard, trying to make himself look like a kitten. I want to eat more. This little tiger looked much better than the skinny snow leopard when he was just picked up. But only slightly better. It can be seen that it probably hasn't eaten enough. Jiang Tunan took out some dried meat to feed it. And Bao Bao turned his head away to pester Xieji. Aren't you angry? Bao Bao said indignantly. Xieji glanced at him lazily, and didn't say a word. But Bao Bao was a stand-up comedian. And he began to accuse Jiang Tunan of his evil deeds. After receiving Shushu's family, they followed the path led by Bao Bao, dug the fruits hidden by the little bear, and went to worship the little bear's sister and Bao Bao's mother. Because the place is large, Jiang Tunan has to choose a location to plant things. And occasionally he has to dig things from here. Bao Bao has 4 long legs, but can't use them. This is completely different from what was agreed before coming here. It was clearly said that he could have fun freely when he came back. The rations were in Jiang Tunan's hands. And Bao Bao once again turned into a donkey, with a carrot hanging in front of him, unwillingly serving as a younger brother. Because Guanqi was there, it was much easier for them to find animals. This little tiger was the only animal they encountered in the past 2 days. At first, they were not sure what kind of animal it was. Xieji and Bao Bao ambushed for a long time before they found out that it was a little tiger a few months old. As a lone ranger, Bao Bao knew that Jiang Tunan's idea of recruiting would not work on it. It and Xieji also tried to pounce on the tiger directly. But it was very vigilant and familiar with this desert. Like a slippery loach. It sensed the danger in advance several times and escaped in advance. After much thought, they still felt that it would be better to use the most suitable bait in the team. Cici. After all, in the zoo, everyone needs to work together so that the team can go further. But the leopard, as a majestic beast, was deprived of the opportunity to show its skills. Leopard was not happy. Jiang Tunan was full of love for the little tiger from the beginning, until it ate up 2 days of leopard food and even the 3rd day's food, and said with mixed feelings, "How long has the child not eaten? I'm still growing." The little tiger blinked innocently, and put his tail on Jiang Tunan's wrist. Mom said that if adults don't agree to their requests, then act like a spoiled child. If acting like a spoiled child doesn't work, then act like a spoiled child. What bad intentions can a large golden tabby have? It's just eating meat. Jiang Tunan was defeated, and took a piece of dried meat from his hand, and threw it to the aggrieved leopard. After the 2 big cats were full, they continued on their way. The little tiger led the way this time. It was obviously more familiar with this place than the leopard, and introduced it as they walked. There is not even a blade of grass here. I was freezing last time in such a colorful weather. I don't know what I will experience this time. But I found a house left by stupid 2-legged animals nearby, and took you to hide there. Jiang Tunan glanced at the smug little tiger, and felt Shushu's disappointment with these big cats. Fufu. Have you gone in to see it? The little tiger said that his name was Fufu, which was given by his parents. Jiang Tunan wanted to ask about his parents again, but he hesitated and couldn't say it. Nor could he tell how long he had been wandering on the deserted planet. Jiang Tunan could only guess that Fufu, like the leopard, probably lost his parents when he was young. So he was confused about many basic survival skills. You saw it. Last time. It was hailstorm. And I screamed and got bruised all over. I went inside to hide. Fufu lifted his body towards Jiang Tunan and showed her the injured skin. There was a scar in the middle of the majestic black fur, the size of an orange. The new flesh had just healed, and the pink skin was still exposed. Fufu is great. Jiang Tunan touched the tiger's head and couldn't bear to laugh at its stupidity. It's just a little tiger. What bad intentions can it have? Bao Bao and Fufu ran to the safe house first while playing. Jiang Tunan looked at the sky, and always felt that she had missed some details. Why are you so worried? Guanqi keenly sensed Jiang Tunan's emotions and asked her. Jiang Tunan shook his head and glanced at the dark sky. He felt uneasy. I just feel that something is wrong. Have we been too smooth these 2 days? Is smooth good? Guanqi asked curiously. The animals here, except for small herbivores. Why did we encounter cubs? Yes. Logically, the cubs here should not survive. Maybe I am overthinking it. Let's go and see. The Xieji beside him moved his ears, and tilted his head to look at Jiang Tunan for a long time. His golden eyes flickered, and he was a little confused. Are the cubs not good? If a few large beasts came, they would not be able to cope with them at all. Moreover, the adult beasts had to go out to find food by themselves a long time ago. The remaining ones on the desolate planet are basically cubs. Xieji did not plan to tell Jiang Tunin the secret. He just followed her silently, and looked at Guanqi again. I always felt that this human was not quite right. But he had no evidence. Chapter 29. The sky was like an inverted basin, and the snow stored in it for a long time was poured out, like poplar catkins in spring, falling on the ground. And some of them stuck to the special glass of the safe house, revealing a little bit of their true appearance. Each snowflake was different. I don't know if there was something wrong with the glass in the Interstellar, or if the snow here was different. The snowflakes could actually be absorbed on the glass, and soon drown their sight. Inside and outside the house were two different worlds. Even with such heavy snow, they didn't feel cold, because they were wearing special work clothes that were windproof, rainproof and constant temperature. Jiang Tunin took out a self-heating pot, sprinkled a handful of Baidu grass in it, and added some water. There is nothing to treat you now. Let's be simple, and drink more hot water. Earthlings, even if they come to the Interstellar, must insist on keeping healthy. Guanqi's reaction was similar to Tong Nan's expression when he first saw Jiang Tunin's operation, highlighting a disdain and defense. The warriors who have fought against mutant animals and plants in the Interstellar know which plants can be touched and which plants cannot be touched. For example, the poison grass. On other planets with mutant plants and animals running all over the ground, people would use the poison grass for external application when they had no choice. This was the first time Guanqi had seen it used for boiling water. As a human being, you should be brave enough to explore. Everyone in the base has tried it. At least they were still alive and kicking before we came. Jiang Tunin comforted. Guanqi believed her lies and took a sip. The poison grass soaked in water was actually sweet. Guanqi tasted it and was almost impressed by Jiang Tunin's wisdom. How did you think of drinking hot water? The star Interstellar has achieved that drinking water can flow directly from the water pipes on every planet. But Jiang Tunin is an earthling at heart. As a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, drink more hot water has been engraved into her DNA. Hot water can make people feel the vigorous vitality. She pretended to be profound. Who would have thought that you star Interstellar people would not even eat a hot meal? Jiang Tunin complained in her heart. Not only did the Interstellar people lose their culture, but they also have a very scarce diet. They can only be 1.8 meters tall per person. All thanks to black technology. If it weren't for the lack of suitable ingredients, Jiang Tunin would definitely let them experience what it means to eat. Guanqi looked at Jiang Tunin, self-heating pot like a curious baby, and asked, "How did you do this?" The self-heating pot was made by Jiang Tunin using Tong Nan. Tong Nan has a fire ability, and can really keep the fire with his mental power. But before Jiang Tunin, no one had ever asked him to do this. As long as Tong Nan is alive, and his mental power is still there, the fire will not go out. And you can carry it with you in a special container, which is much more convenient than Jiang Tunin going out in the wild on Earth. Jiang Tunin thought about it, and made a big promise to Guanqi. If we can find some fungi here, I will make one for you. Guanqi, who had drunk the poisonous grass water, was already impressed by Jiang Tunin's various strange operations. When he heard the noise of rummaging through the boxes, he remembered that they still had two house-destroying beasts, Leopard and Fu, who made a big noise, were particularly guilty. They hid in the storage cabinet and dared not come out. They even stretched out their claws to try to close the door. Leopard was very interested in the storage cabinet that he failed to open last time. As soon as he came in, he took the silly Fu to find a way to dismantle the cabinet. Seeing the two bipeds with their backs to them, Leopard gradually became bolder. "You have come here several times, and you haven't smelled the fragrance in the cabinet? There are some good meats in it." While muttering quietly, Leopard didn't know what mechanism he touched, and the cabinet door suddenly opened. If it hadn't run fast, it might have been hit in the face by the cabinet door. Fu also reacted quickly. It was smaller in size, and avoided the attack of the cabinet door by slightly lowering its body. The smell of meat in the cabinet overflowed as the cabinet door opened, and Fu's saliva flowed all over the floor. Leopard had already started to look for meat excitedly. It made too much noise, and pushed the cabinet down in excitement. Almost as a reflex, Bao kicked Fu, and then jumped into the cabinet. "You did it. Why did you kick me?" Fu groaned. "We share happiness and hardship. We all eat meat. Why should we distinguish between you and me?" Bao stretched out his claws and slapped the tiger's head. The two little ones suddenly forgot that there was a tough battle to fight outside, and they lost their composure and started fighting inside, listening to the movement in the cabinet. Jiang Tunan was a little worried about the future of the base. If they got such big cubs in the future, wouldn't they have to demolish the base? Jiang Tunan cleared his throat. And the two big cats inside immediately stopped fighting. And they poked their heads out of the cabinet after a long time. It seems that there are more fruits in the cabinet. This fruit has not been here for a long time. And there is still a trace of life. Jiang Tunan took the fruit. And within her perceptible range, there was actually a large oasis. This discovery cheered up Jiang Tunan. She looked at Guanqi and asked excitedly, "Can you feel the direction of the oasis?" Chapter 30. Before coming to the deserted planet, Guanqi thought he was here to enrich his resume. After all, the deserted zoo has been half dead for these years. And when it is mentioned, it is said to be a waste of our taxpayers' money. Du Liang is my grandfather's student. Her mental power is among the top in the empire. No one understands why she insists on being the director of this deserted zoo and has persisted for so many years. In Guanqi's opinion, smart people like Xiaowu who use the zoo as a springboard are what the Interstellar should have. Water flows to low places, and people flow to high places. This is right. Guanqi thought that Jiang Tunan was also a person like Xiaowu. But after a few days of getting along, Guanqi's impression of the deserted zoo changed. And his understanding of Jiang Tunan also changed. She is not the same kind of person as Xiaowu, but more like Du Liang. The water source is very important. And the soil near the water source is different. Especially since they are in the desert. The impact on the soil is greater. Guanqi quickly confirmed the location of the water source. Guanqi knew someone who would consider using water to determine the direction. But unfortunately he is missing now. Otherwise they would have a lot to talk about. Guanqi collected his thoughts and told Jiang Tunan the results of his detection. Jiang Tunan nodded thoughtfully. And seeing that the heavy snow showed no sign of stopping, he simply let the baby rabbit out for a walk. Leopard and Fu had already visited the safe house. And the baby rabbits had become their new toys. Cici only took a look and continued to take a nap. But the baby rabbits didn't know that as soon as they opened their eyes, two big faces appeared in front of them, with ugly faces showing, which scared them so much that they screamed and wanted to find Cici. Fu said aggrievedly, "Why don't they play with me? I am also a baby." Leopard has found the right way to open it, while scaring the baby rabbits to run around the house. It stretched out its big claws to hold down the rabbits. After a while of going back and forth, the rabbits found that the leopard would not really hurt them. So they simply gave up looking for Cici, and started to keep warm around the leopard. Unconvinced, Fu also pushed forward. But unfortunately the three little rabbits had almost exhausted their energy. When they saw Fu approaching, they hummed and looked for something on its belly, which scared Fu so much that he turned and ran away. Cici then slowly got up and lay down beside Bao. And the three little rabbits surrounded him. Bao watched and wanted to tease the rabbit cub eating. But Cici opened his eyes and looked at it, and ruthlessly slapped its eager big paw away. Jiang Tunan looked at this scene and suddenly had a new idea. She put a bunch of celery flowers next to Cici and said flatteringly, "Cici, there's another cub in our garden, picked up from somewhere else, and it is a bit related to you." Cici glanced at her with his dark eyes and said nothing. Bao, who knew the truth, was hesitant to speak. "How are panda cubs and Arctic hares similar? You are both black and white. Isn't it a coincidence?" Jiang Tunan blinked and tried to make himself look more sincere. Xieji also looked at Jiang Tunan speechlessly, letting her talk nonsense. Leopard nodded aside. Nanan was right. They were indeed black and white. But it was also black and white. "That?" Leopard tried. "Then aren't Cici and I also relatives?" As one of the animals with the highest IQ, Cici understood instantly that Jiang Tunan wanted it to feed the cubs. There were 3 cubs at home who would work with her to raise them in the future. Cici was just a wet nurse. Cici quickly weighed the pros and cons in her mind and agreed to Jiang Tunan's request. Red pandas are really not good at taking care of panda cubs. In addition, there are no dairy products in the base. The milk they found for the cubs was all bought at a high price. And the nutritional content was not high. It was better to have a ready-made wet nurse. Jiang Tunan had an idea in mind and looked at his teammates. "Let's go out on a snowy day. Put Xiu and Fu in the base first. Go out quickly and come back quickly. And explore the new map when the snow stops." Guanqi naturally had no objection. But he felt a little regretful when he thought about not having a rabbit to hold in the future. Leopard pricked up his ears to listen to their plans. and took the opportunity to stretch out his claws and said, "Can I apply to stay and help you explore the way first?" The safe house became quiet, and everyone looked at Leopard in unison. "I run fast, and I am familiar with the terrain, so I won't get lost here. With Leopard navigation, we can go faster." Leopard would never say that he didn't go back because he was afraid that Shishi would complain and be beaten by Little Bear. The leopard obviously had impure motives, but Jiang Tunin felt that it made sense. Their current speed was indeed a bit slow, and they had to find a way to speed up. Jiang Tunin left Xieji, the smartest member of the team, behind, and looking at the proud leopard wagging its tail, he told Xieji, "Leopard is in your hands now." Chapter 31. Everything is normal in the base, and everyone has something to do. Since Leopard left, the red panda's daily routine has become taking care of the baby panda, sleeping, and being caught by Professor Xiao to taste food. The first two are in line with the red panda's life pattern. Only Professor Xiao, a two-legged beast, seems to have nothing else to do. He squats at the door of the temporary observation area every day, scaring the bears so much that they dare not go out. I don't know what Xiaowu is busy with recently. Occasionally, he comes to accompany the red panda to say a few words and then leaves. Sometimes he doesn't come a few times a day. The little bear holds the ball and sighs quietly. Fortunately, it's not Leopard who stays behind. Otherwise it might start to tear down the house if it's so lonely. Tung Kai has been busy joining Luchi hunting team recently, so when Jiang Tunin came back with her family, only Tung Nan was at the base. Tung Nan was also surprised to see Jiang Tunin suddenly appear, but he didn't show it. Instead, he looked at the tiger and rabbit they brought back, which was extremely strange. Recently, the operations department has been traveling to many places to find milk sources for the cubs, but the results are not very good, Tung Nan said in a deep voice. So we found a nanny. Jiang Tunin looked at Cici, who was held by Guanqi, and introduced calmly, "This is a good friend of Xiaoxiong and Bao Bao, named Cici. The manual given by Director Du Liang has both tigers and Arctic hares. The only problem is that the two male white tigers were caught in Huanqing at the beginning, and Fufu is not the same as the one in the picture, but a large golden tabby." And Jiang Tunin asked Fufu, "And its unscrupulous parents, who disappeared without a trace, are also golden tabby. How can two male white tigers give birth to cubs? Then where did Fufu and its parents come from?" Jiang Tunin told Tung Nan about this matter and sent it to Du Liang. Du Liang is very busy. In addition to the zoo, she is also the deputy director of the Imperial Zoological Research Institute and is not often here. Tung Nan was like a conscientious secretary, recording the recent life of the little bear and the panda cub in detail, not missing any clues. When they arrived at the temporary observation area with their family, the little bear was already looking forward to it. "Nan Nan is back. Where is Bao Bao?" The little bear slowly climbed to the artificial tree where Bao Bao often squatted, and his tone was rarely excited. "Bao Bao is still having fun. We are here to send you a good friend." Jiang Tuanen gave up his position, and the little bear saw Cici, who was nestled in Guanqi's arms. When Cici saw the little panda, she completely believed that they were not lying to her. It stood up, showing its 4 long legs, jumped out of Guanqi's arms, and its speed was so fast that it became a shadow, and it easily jumped into the temporary observation area. Jiang Tuanen saw shock in Tung Nan's eyes for the first time. Looking at pictures is really different from looking at real objects, Tung Nan observed. The base is kept at a constant temperature. You may not see its snow-white appearance in a few days, Jiang Tunen said faintly. Guanqi frowned and asked in confusion, "The wall of your temporary observation area is so low that Cici can jump out with a little jump. Aren't you really worried that they will escape?" No animals have lived in the temporary observation area since the base was built. If it weren't for the little bear and the leopard, it would probably still be a decoration. The temporary observation area is more about preventing people than animals, Tung Nan explained. The wall here is almost non-existent, and Cici can jump over it with a light jump. Du Liang had considered this issue before the construction, but the ancient creature she had dealt with all understood human language, which means that as long as they wanted, they could live in peace with humans. The same is true for the temporary observation area. Du Liang doesn't want them to feel bound by humans, rather than preventing them from escaping. It is more about preventing humans from approaching them for selfish reasons. Guanqi nodded thoughtfully, looking at the pets in the temporary observation area, and asked, Is it illegal for private individuals to keep Arctic rabbits as pets? I advise you not to ask such a serious question, Jiang Tunan said deeply. Then the director, Guanqi, thought of Du Liang, the chatterbox, and was a little dissatisfied. Xiaowu is a regular employee, Teng Nan explained to Guanqi. Xiaowu is not the director's pet. It is an employee of the Wild Planet Zoo and usually serves as a special assistant to the director. Guanqi glanced at Jiang Tunan again, then her sheep. Sheep can be kept privately, provided that you can find one willing to keep it for you. Jiang Tunan took over the conversation and blocked Guanqi's words again. Although no one knows what Xieji is. It looks like a sheep. So just treat it as a sheep. Jiang Tunan has always suspected that Xieji may be a mutant sheep. Otherwise a sheep will be seen and caught by humans at any time, even in the interstellar space, and made into a dish. If it was an ordinary sheep, how could it have survived until now without being touched by humans? Guanqi had to give up the idea of raising an animal, and willingly let Cici act as a means of transportation, carrying it to the treatment room. Humans just like my cute white fur. When I change my fur, they may not like me anymore. Shishu suddenly spoke, and her ears moved. Jiang Tunan rubbed the rabbit's head and disagreed. That's not necessarily true. Maybe humans like you purely, and they just like you. The only rabbit. No. Shishu stared at Jiang Tunan and asked her soul. Do you like Xiaoxiong? Xieji? Fufu and me? Jiang Tunan felt guilty. She did like them all. TSK. You cunning humans. Shishu concluded. When my baby grows up, you may like 3 more rabbits. So humans' love is not pure at all. Jiang Tunan couldn't refute it. So she changed the subject and said, I'm a breeder. It would be difficult if I only liked one. Teng Kai saw Jiang Tunan, and in order to reassure her, he mentioned that there was a precedent for plant-based psychics who could communicate with animals. And that was the previous breeder. Jiang Tunan was relieved now. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she often felt that the director could understand Xiaowu words. Every time Xiaowu was angry and cursed, she would glance over. But Teng Kai, who couldn't understand animal language, said that Xiaowu cry was no different. At this time, without Xiaowu around, Jiang Tunan could only act as a translator. And she somewhat understood why the director made a translator for Xiaowu. What is the director's ability? When Jiang Tunan thought of this, she naturally asked. She should be a wind type. Birds yearn for the sky, Guanqi said deeply. Jiang Tunan choked, remembering that the director easily made a psychic feint during the interview. The director is at a higher level. We only know that her mental power is very strong. She has never used her ability in front of us, so it is difficult for us to know. Teng Nan explained. Jiang Tunan asked again, what kind of superpower can make a superpower faint? Teng Nan and Guanqi looked at each other, and Teng Nan explained, if you are talking about the director, she relies on mental power. The entire base is within the range of her mental power, and all people with lower levels than her can be easily influenced by her. But there are no more than 5 people in the entire galaxy who can use mental power in this way. Guanqi added. There are still many things that Jiang Tunan does not understand about the galaxy. She secretly memorized this knowledge point and planned to study it carefully when she has time. As they were talking, they arrived at the treatment room. The panda cub in the treatment chamber had woken up and was a circle bigger than before they set out. Jiang Tunan was silent for a moment and asked in confusion, did you use growth hormone? This panda seems to be growing a little fast. But the treatment chamber can't detect any abnormalities. The report shows that it is very likely that it grew fast because of malnutrition before. Now that the nutrition is up, it has begun to grow wildly. If it is a mutant animal, the treatment chamber will be able to identify it immediately. The panda cub has been lying in the treatment chamber for several days, and there is no abnormality. They find it incredible, and can only accept this result. You don't have much time left. When it grows up a little bit, this milk can't provide it with the nutrition it needs. Cici jumped into the treatment chamber, touched the panda's ears with his ears, and glanced at Jiang Tunan. Jiang Tunan nodded, and seeing that the panda cub was not opposed to contact with Cici, he sincerely thanked Cici. After settling Cici, Jiang Tunan went to the greenhouse again. Professor Zhao and Professor Zhao in the greenhouse have been very busy recently, because Jiang Tunan successfully planted mutant plants in the base. Not only did they no longer attack people, but they also retained certain effects. Their ideas were instantly opened up, and they asked the operations department to help dig up a lot of mutant plants. From a long distance, Jiang Tunnen heard the movement from the greenhouse. Sean, cut it quickly. It can't grow anymore. This was the scream of the elegant Professor Xiao. Young people are not stable enough. Its mutation level has been weakened a lot compared to when it came. This shows that the soil of the wasteland planet is working. They did not choose the wrong place at the beginning. This is the mature and stable Professor Xiao. Jiang Tunnen quickened his pace and saw Gigi Luo dancing wildly in the greenhouse, flashing with golden light, as if teasing them. Sometimes she picked up Professor Xiao, and sometimes she threw him accurately into Sean's arms. Do you need help? Jiang Tunnen was not sure whether this was their new game or an uncontrollable car accident scene. Yes. Yes. Tunnen. Take it, Professor Xiao said in horror. Jiang Tunnen glanced at Professor Xiao, and after getting a positive answer, he controlled the vines to swallow Gigi Luo. Professor Xiao wiped his sweat, his face full of excitement. The soil of the wasteland planet is really good. We also tried to grow ordinary plants at the beginning, but found that they could not survive. But now it is different. The soil here seems to be able to absorb the energy of mutant plants. Jiang Tunnen couldn't help but look at the vegetable field on the other side. The soil was very new. It should be newly opened by Professor Xiao. Half of it was planted with the poisonous grass and celery flowers she sent, and the other half was moved with various half-dead green vegetables. The effect is not yet visible. The area where they are is isolated, and many large and small plants with strange colors are planted, which should be brought by Lu Qi from other planets. Don't worry. Go in. I will definitely take good care of the cubs outside for you. Professor Zhao's eyes lit up. Jiang Tunnen glanced at the sky and handed all the plants he dug out from the zoo to Professor Xiao. These look dead, but they are still alive. Please take care of them for the time being. Professor Xiao waved his hand, carefully took the plants, and said with emotion, "It is a blessing for the wasteland planet to have you." Chapter 32. The heavy snow blurred the vision. For animals, it is not easy to run fast in such snow. Walking forward along the snow, countless snow waters flowed into a lake from all directions. The lake water was azure blue, surrounded by white snow, like a no man's land that had been missing for a long time. The lake rushed out of the inconspicuous river channel, slowly flowing to the distance, nourishing the land. The dense forest that stood here at some point was a different scene. There was a clear stream in it, and there were fish in the stream. Hidden in the dense leaves was an otter that almost merged with the land under its feet. It stared keenly at the fish swinging its tail leisurely in the water, and its tail behind it was also sweeping the ground restlessly. There was a rustling sound from the leaves, and the otter turned his head vigilantly to look at the leaves. It did not act rashly, staring closely at the leaves that had stopped shaking, and stepped back a few steps. It was hesitating, not knowing whether to continue the attack or give up the raid for the time being. Its intuition told it that there was danger here. A flash of white passed by, and the otter's round ears moved. It turned around and wanted to leave this dangerous place, but it failed. There was a fierce shaking in the depths of the jungle. The frightened fish spit out a string of bubbles and quickly jumped into the depths of the stream and disappeared. The unicorn slowly came over and looked at the held-down otter. Its golden eyes flashed slightly. The otter stopped struggling and stared at the strange combination in front of it in a daze. The snow leopard looked young. When he stood up, he was just as tall as the sheep. His gray eyes were full of complacency at this time. Leopard, I am still as skilled as I was in the past. Look at this stupid otter. Isn't he surrendering obediently? The snow leopard shook his beard and raised his big head. Xiaowu glanced at it, said nothing, and just looked at the forest. Have you never been here before? It's too hot here. Leopard, I fell from the snowy mountains to the desert. Do you think I want to? At least it snows in the desert. We have been coming all the way here, and Leopard can't stand it anymore. The snow leopard acted coquettishly. After seeing Jiang Tunnen and the others off, they began to rush through the snow. This place is not close to the safe house. The full and innocent leopard can reach a speed of 60 to 70 kilometers per hour. They don't know how long they ran to reach this jungle. The further you go in, the hotter it gets. But this kind of hotness is different from that on H37. The air is full of vitality, as if welcoming their arrival. Xiaowu looked ahead, then turned back to arrange for Bao Bao. Take the otter, and go out along the way you came to pick up Nan Nan. I go in and take a look. Bao was a little hesitant, although Xiaowu's name sounds like a beast. It is a little lamb that has never been to a deserted planet. How can a little lamb protect itself? Thinking of this, Bao Bao was unwilling to leave Xieji. It came up with a brilliant idea. Let's take the otter and find out if there is a cool place nearby to go in. Xieji pretended not to hear Bao Bao's idea, glanced at the otter, and asked it, "What's inside?" "Ah, there are trees and water." The otter answered with a dull look. "It's the fattest animal we've ever met. It looks like the food here is good." The leopard looked at the otter's sleek fur and said sourly, "If the leopard had this treatment, it might be more beautiful than it. You're a snow leopard. Why do you need to be so beautiful?" The Xieji didn't understand its train of thought and just wanted to go deep into the jungle. For some reason, it felt that what they were looking for should be in this forest. The Xieji quietly felt the movement of the desolate planet. They were already in the center of the desolate planet, where there was abundant spiritual power blocked. It wanted to nourish this land, but it was powerless. This was wrong. Everything was wrong. The snow leopard firmly disagreed with Xieji going in by himself, and Xieji didn't want to take the snow leopard in to take risks. So the sheep and the leopard were deadlocked. Xieji closed his eyes, feeling the surrounding spiritual energy gathering into his body. It seemed to remember something important. Where's the sheep? Where's such a big sheep? The snow leopard stared at the human in front of him with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Just now it was Xieji. How did it become a two-legged beast in the blink of an eye? Xieji is a sheep and a two-legged beast? How did it do it? Xieji? Little black sheep? The snow leopard called tentatively. The human with his eyes closed looked pale. The snow leopard circled around him several times, whether it used its big head to push him or its tail to wrap around him. He didn't react at all. "Xieji, you're not going to die just like that. Are you? How can we live without you?" "Woo woo woo. Shut up." The person lying on the ground opened his eyes impatiently. There was a strange red pupil in his golden eyes, as if he was wearing beauty contact lenses. The black hair was draped behind him, swaying slightly as he stood up. The snow leopard was startled by his sudden rise, and its gray eyes were full of vigilance. It even turned back and asked the otter, "Did you see that? Magic transformation of a living person." The otter scratched his head and said hesitantly, "Now it's magic transformation of a living sheep." The snow leopard turned his head, and the person was gone, and the one-horned sheep appeared in front of him again. In the short few months of the snow leopard life, he had never seen such a strange thing. Was the Xieji possessed by something? A subtle sound of breaking through the air came, and the snow leopard smelled Jiang Tunan's scent and hurriedly shouted, "Nan Nan, come quickly." Something happened. Magic transformation of a living person. Jiang Tunan looked at Guanqi and heard the distant call, so he sped up. After seeing the figure of the snow leopard, he retracted his supernatural power and jumped down from the sky. A thick vine suddenly appeared in front of the snow leopard, and before it could bite it off, two familiar bipeds appeared in front of him. "What's wrong?" Jiang Tunan rubbed the leopard head and looked around. In the lush green, the otter tilted his head to look at them, and the Xieji beside him lay weakly on the ground, as if he was uncomfortable. Just now, the snow leopard just said 2 words, and suddenly found that he seemed to have forgotten what he was going to say. It looked around blankly, with confusion in its eyes. Jiang Tunan waited patiently for its answer, but it hesitated for a long time before saying, "Just now Xieji seemed to be uncomfortable. We had a quarrel about how to get in." Jiang Tunan looked back at the still weak Xieji, and felt that something was wrong. "The humidity here is too high, and the temperature is also high. You should not be able to adapt. Right?" Guanqi quietly detected the situation nearby, and said to the snow leopard, "It is a bit uncomfortable. I caught it myself." Leopard showed the otter in front of the 2 people, and raised his head proudly, like a child seeking praise. Jiang Tunan took out the dried meat from his bag, and put it into the leopard mouth without saying a word. "Reward leopard. You have walked a long way." "Of course," leopard said proudly. "I am an agile leopard." Jiang Tunan hugged Xieji and looked at the otter, who seemed to be very timid, and asked, "Have you always lived here?" The otter nodded, shook his beard, shrank behind leopard, and whispered, "There are plants and water here, and I have never seen other animals." A fish jumped out of the shallow stream, attracting everyone's attention. "Aren't fish other animals?" the snow leopard said dissatisfiedly. "How can food be considered an animal?" The otter's eyes were clear, and it was obvious that he really thought so. Jiang Tunan looked at the otter's body and asked again, "Where are your family members?" The otter in front of him suddenly became depressed, and his eyes let go of the fish that had disappeared, and murmured, "I have never seen my family. I have lived here alone since I was born, eating and sleeping every day. Another miner without parents." Jiang Tunan confirmed in his heart. There was movement from his hands, and Jiang Tunan lowered his head and found that Xieji had woken up, looking at her with a pair of beautiful golden eyes, and rubbing her hand with his horns affectionately. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of the otter, Jiang Tunan asked Xieji again, "What's wrong with you? It seems that there is something here." "Very comfortable," Xieji answered irrelevantly. Jiang Tunan released vines to establish connections with nearby plants. They had come here this way. There was 100 poison grass planted on the ground not far from the two of them. There was Jiang Tunan residual spiritual power on it, so it was not difficult to find it. The closer they got to here, Jiang Tunan found that there were more plants that could establish connections with her. This was undoubtedly good news. There were a large number of plants surviving on the barren planet, which meant that the land here was still suitable for plant growth. As long as there were plants that could grow smoothly, the problem of herbivores eating could be solved. As for the comfortable thing that Xieji said, she also felt it. There is a tree. A very big tree. Jiang Tunan retracted the vines and thought, it should be the vitality brought by that tree. Hearing this, Guanqi also touched the soil on the ground and released his spiritual power from the nearby rocks and soil. It can be felt that the soil elsewhere seems to be sleeping, but this place is different. There is no trace of human involvement here, and the soil is full of vitality. Is it because it is far away from humans? Jiang Tunan also began to think about this question. When the gray fog first appeared on the wasteland, it was because humans released a lot of animals to the wasteland and established a base on the wasteland. It seemed that they were planning to set up camp on the wasteland. It's too early to consider this issue now. Xieji stood up from Jiang Tunan's arms and looked into the depths of the jungle. We have to go in and see. Jiang Tunan nodded and looked at the snow leopard with embarrassment. Leopards should be uncomfortable, right? So, you two take the cubs who are familiar with the terrain in, and I will accompany Leopard to see the periphery. Guanqi picked up a stone from the stream beside and handed it to Jiang Tunan. If you have something to do, knock on the stone. I can feel it. Jiang Tunan nodded, thinking about what he could give, and could only say, if you have any problems, pull out the poisonous grass that has been planted. The two smiled at each other and walked in opposite directions. Chapter 33. The sky of the central star of the Empire is a cloudless blue, and if you look at it for a long time, you will have a false illusion. The conference room of the Central Academy of the Empire, located in the most prosperous area of the central star, is now filled with many bigwigs, who usually only appear in the news. Du Liang, wearing a uniform, sat on the lower right side of the first seat, and tapped his finger on the table. Tu Nan should have been found. Right? Now. Next to her was a young lady with delicate features, who leaned slightly towards Du Liang and nodded slightly, according to the news from Guanqi. This is the case. The person sitting at the end of the conference table moved his hand slightly, and the map of the desolate star was displayed in the conference room. There are only 3 years left from the agreed time. Director Du Liang, are you sure you don't need to announce the failure of the experiment now? A clear male voice sounded, and the middle-aged man smiled, with deep nasolabial folds, and looked unkind. You can't even touch the most important things on the wasteland planet. You send people in again and again, and come out with nothing. Even if this researcher Su brings out a lot of ancient creatures. So what? Du Liang's expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't hear such a straightforward provocation. Su Qingwei beside her couldn't help it after all. Looked up and retorted, Director Jiang Lu, if we hadn't been the scapegoats to visit your institute, you probably wouldn't have had a place to deal with those inferior vegetables. Now we have found a way out ourselves, and you can't find the next scapegoat. So you're anxious? I know you're anxious. But don't be anxious yet. The planting capacity of the wasteland planet will soon surpass that of the ordinary planet. Instantly, the conference room was silent, and many people held their breath, wishing they didn't exist. Jian Liuan, who had spoken before, was so angry that his face turned red and his neck thick, and he stared at Su Qingwei with trembling lips and eyes. So creativity still depends on young people. Old Qi, who was sitting opposite Du Liang, clapped his hands and said with a smile, then we will wait for good news from Huangxing. The projection of the first seat seemed not to hear their argument. He raised his eyes slightly and asked coldly, "Anything else? If not, let's adjourn." The golden eyes were the same color as the shoulder straps, flashing with dazzling light. No one spoke anymore, and his communication was cut off. The people in the conference room hurried out, fearing that they would be involved in the war between Pingxing and Huangxing. When the ancient creatures were first transported, there were 3 planets to choose from. In the end, Huangxing, which had never been visited and was considered the most suitable for the survival of ancient creatures, stood out and caught Pingxing, which was already confident of victory at the time, off guard. Pingxing's Botanical Research Institute made a lot of preparations for the arrival of ancient creatures. After all, after these ancient creatures were prepared, they could not only be used to study the data of mutant animals and Zerg, but also open a zoo to generate income for Pingxing. Naturally, they would not neglect these ancient creatures. But some things are so dramatic, and Huangxing finally won the project. The group of Qi Lao, who was sent to survey Huangxing, became the target of public criticism in the eyes of Pingxing managers. Even though the sudden gray fog on Huangxing later ruined all the plans for Huangxing Zoo, Pingxing was secretly happy, but still did not forget to continue to target Huangxing. There were only a few people left in the meeting room. Jiang Liyuan snorted coldly and went out with his assistant. When passing by them, he snorted coldly, "You haven't been able to change the situation for decades, and you want to change it with just a little girl? Now the planets around Huangxing are infested with Zerg, and Marshal Xie is missing because of this. It's good that the general didn't come to settle accounts with you, and you dare to dance in front of him. Director Jiang Lu, be careful. Don't say anything nonsense," Du Liang said coldly. Their meeting this time was to discuss the recent Zerg infestation in the Henghuang Galaxy, where the 4th Legion and the 9th Legion are located. Huangxing has a special situation, and Du Liang, as the manager of Huangxing, is naturally the first to bear the brunt. "Du Liang, come back with me." When there were no more people, Old Qi's face was serious, and he glanced at Su Qingwei. "Little Su will come with you." They went to Old Qi's house, and Old Qi spread out the floor plan of the desolate planet, and didn't speak for a long time. The most different thing about the desolate planet from other planets is the tree on the desolate planet. Before the gray fog appeared, they used high technology to explore the situation of the desolate planet. There is a tree that has stood for many years on the desolate planet, like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea there. The only problem is that, except for high technology, no one has successfully seen this tree. There seems to be a special magnetic field there, and it seems that the tree has a spirit, and everyone has lost their way when looking for the tree, especially after the gray fog appeared. The tree seemed like a dream that was out of reach. I saw a stream when I went there, but it was a rainstorm, and the mark I made disappeared after the rain, so I lost my way in it. Su Qingwei recalled the situation at the time and spoke. "I went with Xiaowu. Xiaowu pointed me in the direction, and we saw a rainforest. When we got closer, we found it was a mirage. Even Xiaowu was rejected." Du Liang sighed. "Jiang Tunan. Maybe," Old Qi pondered. It was a pleasant surprise to be able to recruit a magical girl like Jiang Tunan. She was so different. She could understand Xiaowu words. She met 2 animals as soon as she entered the zoo, one of which was a precious cub. "With Guanqi here, you don't have to worry about her safety," Old Qi said. "Even if it doesn't work this time, I believe she will always be able to get close to that tree." Jiang Tunan, who was in the woods, sneezed twice and rubbed her nose. She didn't know that someone had high hopes for her. She looked around and said, "This forest is good. There are few insects. That's because the insects have evolved and are now all on the battlefield." Xieji answered carelessly. After answering, she suddenly realized. How did it know there would be Zerg? Jiang Tunan didn't notice Xieji's abnormality. She looked around the forest, sighed and shook her head. "I can't go to the battlefield to win glory for the Empire. In this world, I and Zerg are incompatible." She thought of the war on the first day she came to the barren planet, and sighed. "I wonder if the big brother who fell that day has been found." Pushing aside the branches that blocked her sight, Jiang Tunan was shocked by the scenery in front of her, and couldn't recover. This is a towering tree that is thicker than all the trees Jiang Tunan has seen. She tilted her neck and looked up, but she couldn't see the end of the tree, with it as the dividing line. The sky was divided into 2 parts. One part was strange green, the other part was gorgeous pink, and in the middle was a cold gray. Xieji looked at the tree and fell into deep thought. The power of this tree gave it a sense of familiarity. but it couldn't tell where it was familiar, in contrast to the dense jungle around it. The branches of this tree are dry, as if it has been dead for a long time. But he could still clearly feel the power of this tree. And Xieji subconsciously took a few steps forward. Jiang Tunan stopped Xieji and tried to resonate with the giant tree. But he didn't get a response for a long time. And his expression gradually became solemn. This rainforest seems to have the same origin as this tree. To be precise, the primitive plants on the wasteland planet have the same origin as this tree. Jiang Tunan looked down at the mushroom, dug it out, and put it in his pocket. This tree is not good. It has fallen into a deep sleep. If it cannot be awakened, the wasteland planet may be in danger. The closer he got to the giant tree, the more Jiang Tunan could smell the scent of green grass that can be smelled everywhere on Earth. But this smell is extremely rare in the Interstellar, whether it is H37 or the greenhouse on the wasteland planet. Jiang Tunan couldn't help but feel close to a tree that had no breath of death, but was on the verge of death. Jiang Tunan didn't know how she felt that the tree had to be saved. It was like a sixth sense, or a call from a plant. The trunk of the tree was golden, as if it was made of gold. Looking up, the branches were also golden, which made Jiang Tunan's eyes hurt. She squinted and saw the black on the treetops, as if it was gradually crawling in. The leaves were also dark green, as if they would drip ink at any time, which looked extremely shocking. She reached out and touched the rough trunk. The feel was no different from that of an ordinary tree, and there was even a hint of coolness. Jiang Tunan closed her eyes and suddenly felt an unusual power. It seemed that she saw a picture of a fairyland in front of her. A three-legged golden crow, a black unicorn. After an unknown amount of time, she opened her eyes and looked at the Xieji that was exactly the same as the one in her mind with a complicated look, and temporarily put the matter behind her. According to the method that Guanxi taught her in the past few days, Jiang Tunan tried to release her mental power to the tree. But the tree was like a bottomless pit. The water she sent into it was like a drop of water flowing into the ocean. And the tree was still empty. This method didn't work. Her mental power control was not yet mature. At least the Xieji next to her could feel her overflowing mental power. Xieji did not stop Jiang Tunan, but instead had a secret expectation in his heart, hoping that the tree could be awakened in such a simple way. Jiang Tunan peeled off a piece of skin from the tree and planned to take it back for Professor Zhao to study. Since she was here, Jiang Tunan certainly didn't plan to go back empty-handed. She looked back at the tree again, said goodbye to it in her heart, and returned with Xieji and the otter. "Have you never been here before?" Jiang Tunan asked the otter. "No. I only live by that stream." The otter was also shocked by this strange tree, and looked at Jiang Tunan with admiration in his eyes. This attitude was very different from the small animals Jiang Tunan had met before. She squatted down and dug another mushroom, and asked the otter, "Haven't you heard of our bad reputation before?" The otter blinked and shook his head cutely. "They all say that bipeds are not good, and they will skin and pull out the tendons of small animals and make them sit on carpets." Jiang Tunan deliberately scared it. The otter tilted its head and said without hesitation, "But you didn't do that." Jiang Tunan laughed dumbly, looked at the otter, and invited, "Would you like to follow me back to the base to take a look? There are many small animals staying there temporarily." The otter's black eyes gradually lit up, and it nodded without hesitation. "I want to see the outside world." Just in case, Jiang Tunan used his skilled spearing skills to catch a few fish, so as not to bring the otter back to the base, where life would be worse than in the wild. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Jiang Tunan saw that the grass in the jungle was much fatter. She looked back at the tree, but found that the towering tree had disappeared. Everything seemed like a dream. Xieji also looked back at this moment. It had a premonition that they would come back here again. Jiang Tunan patted Xieji's horn in a soothing manner, took out a stone, and knocked it a few times to send his location. Chapter 34. After seeing the beautiful tree, Jiang Tunan began to lose interest in everything on the desolate planet, and his mind was full of how to save the tree. As their pace gradually accelerated, Guanxi also became less interested. Jiang Tunan keenly noticed this and asked curiously, "Is there any animal that caught your attention?" Guanxi gathered his thoughts and shook his head, "Not really. I'm just a little worried about my leader." Guanxi served in the 4th Corps. The whereabouts of the 4th Corps Marshal were still unknown, although the Corps was still the same. Everyone's thoughts were obviously much more divided than before. Everything is determined by fate? Jiang Tunan couldn't say anything to comfort people. So he could only use metaphysics to comfort this non-staff colleague. Guanchi nodded and cheered up. You're right. In fact, it was not like that. Guanchi was sent to the desolate planet. On the one hand to cooperate with the protection of Jiang Tunnen, and on the other hand to explore whether there was any trace of the marshal here. As the days passed, there was nothing here. The only thing that looked a bit like the marshal was a sheep. And it also had a pair of golden eyes. Perhaps the marshal had been missing for a long time. And everything he saw looked like the marshal. Guanchi scratched her head. There was no precedent for animals turning into humans in the interstellar space. Otherwise she would definitely catch this sheep and force it to transform. Nothing was found on the deserted planet. Other planets around had been searched. And the deserted planet was the last hope. If there was no trace of the marshal on the deserted planet, he would most likely be in danger. The atmosphere became much quieter. And they found a safe house and teleported back to the base. This trip is a great harvest. Tong Kai looked at the cubs who had finished the inspection and were playing together in the temporary observation area, took a breath, and counted them and found that the total number had decreased. But the variety had increased. Where did this otter come from? We didn't have this variety before? Tong Kai asked in confusion. According to its own account, no one has ever set foot in that rainforest. It is the only ancient creature that is not averse to humans. Jiang Tunnen briefly introduced the situation of the otter. The base became lively for a while. The temporary observation area originally looked empty. But now it felt like there was nowhere to step. The snow leopard had not seen the red panda for a long time. It was happily circling around the red panda. There were also a few Arctic hare cubs following behind it. The snow leopard was so scared that it had to look back every 2 steps, fearing that it would step on them and cause irreparable damage. How is my panda cub? Jiang Tunnen looked around and asked when he saw no panda. Strong and plump, Tong Kai said deeply. They went to the treatment room again. The panda cub had grown a lot bigger than before. When he saw Jiang Tunnen, he sat up slowly, patted the treatment chamber with his paws, and grinned with a sweet smile. Jiang Tunnen was struck. She looked at the cute cub in front of her. It blinked its eyes, and its fur looked very soft. It was already as long as her forearm, and the dark circles on its face gradually appeared. Cece was lying on the side, obviously much more haggard. When he saw them coming, he just moved his ears slightly as a greeting. I'm not saying that the panda is growing a little fast, Jiang Tunnen asked in confusion. The director has come to see it. We don't have data to refer to. We only know that it is indeed growing much faster than other animals. We can only feed it 1 step at a time. Jiang Tunnen nodded, looked at the panda, and tapped its nose through the glass cover. It was even happier, as if it wanted to jump up, but had to give up because of the restrictions of the treatment chamber, showing a little aggrieved expression. I want to hold it, the panda said aggrievedly in a baby voice. Cece stood up and said weakly, Take it away quickly. This cub is too greedy. Jiang Tunnen thanked Cece sincerely again and walked towards the greenhouse with the panda cub in his arms. It was more like the panda cub was hanging on Jiang Tunnen's body on its own than holding it. It was still a baby, and its weight was within the range that Jiang Tunnen's clothes could bear. It was trying to hold her neck with its short hands, and its 2 hind legs were also wrapped around Jiang Tunnen. Clingy. Jiang Tunnen touched its furry head, felt the touch of a steel wool, and suddenly fell down to earth. Jiang Tunnen had never rubbed a panda on earth. This was the first time. The panda cub rubbed against Jiang Tunnen again. As time went by, the panda cub no longer remembered what its parents told it to do, but only remembered that they told it that the first human it met was trustworthy, just like trusting its parents. Therefore, the panda cub is very attached to Jiang Tunnen and unconditionally trusts this human being whom it sees as soon as it opens its eyes. It rubs against Jiang Tunnen again and asks curiously, Where are we going? Let's go see other small animals' meals and study your meals. Professor Zhao in the greenhouse is recording something on the optical computer. With a serious expression, Professor Zhao saw Jiang Tunnen and waved to her, with a look of joy on his face. Jiang Tunnen entered the greenhouse and found that the plants in the greenhouse were much stronger than a few days ago. I don't know why. The day before yesterday, when Teacher Zhao and I came to the greenhouse, we found that all the plants grew much better. The mutant plants we brought back seemed to be suppressed and no longer aggressive, Professor Zhao said happily. Jiang Tunnen sorted out the timeline. And the day before yesterday was exactly when she met the big tree. Sure enough, mental power is useful for it. and everything on this land is nourished by the tree. Jiang Tunan secretly took note, and stood in place to start taking things out. Professor Xiao saw this, and quickly took an empty box from the side. Jiang Tunan's body was like a treasure chest, and many green things fell out of it, and many of them were not available in the base. Professor Xiao's eyes gradually began to shine, looking at Jiang Tunan, as if he was looking at an Aladdin's magic lamp. Professor Xiao also came over with his hands behind his back. When he saw the box of things, his eyes were wide open. Did you go to search the house? I brought back everything I could. You may not believe it, but there is a plant illustration book left by the previous owner in my room. I brought it with me. Which room do you live in? Professor Xiao's eyes rolled, and he probably guessed where the things came from. The room next to Dr. Tung. It was indeed the room where the breeder Xiaowu had lived. Breeder Xiaowu was the only person in their base who had broken the zero record before, bringing back animals from the interior of the deserted planet. In addition, Xiaowu was also Jiang Tunan's future senior sister at the Imperial Central Academy. She was also a plant-based superpower, so it was normal for her to have a plant illustration book. Leaving this thing in the base on purpose was also something she would do, even if the new breeder was not a plant-based superpower. The plant illustration book was very useful. Seeing that Professor Xiao didn't say anything, Jiang Tunan asked in confusion, "Is there something wrong with the book? I asked Sister Kai before, and she told me to use it without worry. It is indeed safe to use. If you understand what she recorded, you can definitely get the top 3 in the department when you report," Professor Xiao said earnestly. Jiang Tunan nodded thoughtfully. It not only records the pedigree of ordinary plants, but also mutant plants, and even analyzes their relationship with ordinary plants, their functions and weaknesses. It should be the most complete plant system information in the Interstellar. The whole set is handwritten, and it should be left there deliberately by the previous owner, based on the reactions of the group of people in the base. Jiang Tunan can roughly infer that the person who lived in her room before should be the former breeder Xiaowu. But Tunan, why did you bring back so many mushrooms? And this is a pepper? Professor Xiao picked and chose from the box, and the doubt on his face did not seem fake. I ascended inside the deserted planet, Jiang Tunan said solemnly. I suddenly realized how to eat these plants. There are also a few fish. Is it possible for us to raise fish here? Professor Xiao was shocked by Jiang Tunan's statement and asked curiously, shouldn't the fish be placed in the temporary observation area? Why did you bring it to the greenhouse? This fish is the food for the newly picked up otter. It is the only animal we picked up this time that can still be hunted on the deserted planet. If we bring it back and don't feed it well, it will be inappropriate, Jiang Tunan said righteously. And fish is delicious. We should regard it as a sustainable development resource. Professor Xiao thought about it and immediately contacted Tung Nan. Tung Nan is in charge of supervision, knowing that Jiang Tunan will bring back more ancient creatures in the future. Du Liang made a quick decision and decided to build a small zoo to let the animals move in first. The temporary observation area is bare. Not only is the place small, but the metal floor alone seriously hinders the lives of the cubs. They had seen more than once the tragic scene of the new little tiger Fu Fu trying to run, but slipping on the floor. Jiang Tunan picked out the barbecue ingredients to be eaten, and followed Professor Xiao to lift a basket of plants to increase the progress bar for Tung Nan. The site of the small zoo was placed next to the desert. When they went there, the river channel had been almost dug, and Tung Nan was worried about the problem of water supply. The river channel was originally used to store drinking water inside the base. If you want to raise fish, is it not appropriate to drink water directly? Tung Nan asked. It has been tested. The water of the desert planet is similar to our drinking water. The two should be from the same source. Professor Xiao brought up the optical computer for Tung Nan to see. This is the area that Jiang Tunan does not understand. She looked around and saw Sean in the corner. As a big man with a height of nearly 2 meters, Sean is really conspicuous. He is like a tower, standing in the corner. What are you doing? Jiang Tunan looked for a while, but still didn't understand what Sean was doing. Professor Xiao asked us to build a shelf for them to enjoy the cool, Sean said meticulously. His eyes locked on the red panda lying on the ground not far away. The shelf was made of wood that Professor Xiao got from somewhere. It looked very old and shaky. No wonder Sean didn't dare to use force. Jiang Tunan nodded, stretched out his hand to hold the shelf, released his mental power, and the beautiful Chihiro wrapped around the shelf, flashing with golden dots in the green. Sean was shocked. Can Chihiro stay here? The Chihiro I can grow has basically lost its aggressiveness, but it may be a little disobedient occasionally. Fortunately, this Chihiro did not lose Jiang Tunin face. When he heard her words, he gently shook the leaves on his body, as if to say hello to them. Professor Xiao followed and looked at Jiang Tunin grinning results. His eyes lit up. You just took a few days off. After saying that, he didn't forget to mutter in a low voice, hinting Jiang Tunin madly, it's really convenient to have superpowers. Chapter 35. The newly built zoo is divided into different areas, but the boundaries are not very clear, because the animals on the deserted planet are obviously different from ordinary animals. In order to ensure that leopard, the wolf cubs, and the tiger Fu Fu will not fight for territory when they grow up, Tong Nan specially divided a large space for them. In addition, space for these beasts to survive was specially reserved. I have to say that this division is very reasonable. At least it really came in handy. During the time when he was separated from Jiang Tunin, Leopard and Guanxi caught a litter of wolf cubs together. They were white and milky. Although they were much bigger than panda cubs who still needed milk, they were still babies after all. The leader was the eldest brother Lang Chu. According to Leopard, when he rushed over, he pounced and successfully pressed Lang Chu to the ground, leaving no room for him to turn over. Although this is doubtful, because Lang Chu's beautiful eyes are full of contempt for Leopard. When the zoo is built, they will occupy half of the country, because the 5 wolf cubs are the largest number of species brought back. They were like the newly arrived Bao Bao and Fu Fu, not very friendly, and could even restrain their instincts and refuse their feeding. The group of cubs in the temporary observation area accompanied Tong Nan to finish a day's work. Jiang Tunin sent a message to Tong Kai, sincerely inviting everyone to have a meal together. When everyone heard the word meal, they were a little puzzled, but they had a good relationship with Jiang Tunin, so naturally no one would turn her down. And they were all a little curious about what she was going to do. Except for the rich people who could afford normal food. The rest of the galaxy relied on nutrient solution of various grades to survive. It has been like this since childhood. And the concept of eating is only nutrient solution of various flavors. Except for those arrogant units with canteens. The rest lived on nutrient solution, and had no concept of meal at all. The galaxy lacked a lot of tools. But Jiang Tunin was not worried because they had the eternal flame. When Tong Kai, Guanxi and others arrived outside the greenhouse together, they saw a magical scene. Tong Nan, who is usually ruthless and taciturn, had a wooden face, and beautiful flame shot out from his fingertips. Jiang Tunin held a thin iron wire with something strange on it. She was still directing Tong Nan, use a small fire. It will burn easily if it is too big. Tong Kai couldn't understand and was shocked. Tong Nan, if you are kidnapped, just blink. Tong Nan glanced at Tong Kai and said nothing. The first time Jiang Tunin came to him and asked for help to boil water, he refused. How could a fire-related superpower do such a confusing thing? Until he drank a sip of hot water with the poison grass in it with doubt. It was really fragrant. The poison grass had a hint of sweetness, and with the unique water quality of the desolate planet, the taste was much more delicious than the nutrient solution. Since then, when Jiang Tunin asked him to do something, Tong Nan would lend a hand without saying a word. Did you go to the deserted planet to learn how to cast a poison? Tong Kai asked in confusion. How could this be my brother? As she spoke, Tong Kai was about to reach out to touch Tong Nan's forehead, but was ruthlessly dodged. Jiang Tunin sprinkled a handful of sesame salt on the skewers in his hand and handed them to Tong Kai. Try it, and you know. The aroma was overwhelming, and Tong Kai had to admit that their family conditions were not bad, and they had eaten a lot of normal food. But it was the first time she smelled such a wonderful smell. What is this? This is too delicious. No wonder the baby is angry. It's because you eat alone. Tong Kai looked at the panda with its back to them, and quickly guessed the whole story. The panda baby moved his ears, quietly looked back at the indifferent Jiang Tunin, and became even more angry, turning around and crawling a few steps into Professor Xiao's arms. The panda cub just wanted to taste human food. What bad intentions could it have? The keeper is full of bad intentions. Professor Xiao. It's wrong to spoil a child, Jiang Tunin said slowly. Professor Xiao tried to feed the cub again, but was caught, and began to speak well of the panda cub. Just eat one bite. It's not weaned yet, Jiang Tunin said inexplicably. You can eat it this time next year. But please don't forget that it looks big. But it's actually a baby that hasn't been weaned. Professor Xiao winked at the cub. indicating that he was powerless. The panda cub went into the greenhouse dejectedly. Autistic. As if he wanted to draw a line between himself and Jiang Tunnen. Jiang Tunnen ignored it. His hands were moving. And he instructed Tung Nan to adjust the heat from time to time. No one had ever eaten such a rare thing. And they didn't mind that it was all vegetarian. So they asked Jiang Tunnen where he learned the secret recipe. Jiang Tunnen had long guessed that he would be questioned. So he took out the plant illustrations left by the breeder Xiaowu and said proudly, "The illustrations all say what is edible. I took the heating process into consideration. And I found a lot of vegetables and fruits with strange tastes on the deserted planet. So I just tried it." This was half true and half false. In the plant atlas of breeder Xiaowu, there were indeed some edible plants. Those fruits, similar to peppers, looked different from those on Earth. They were indeed found by Jiang Tunnen on the deserted planet. The only lie was that this method was inherited from her. Everyone in the base knew that Jiang Tunnen liked to drink hot water. They couldn't understand Jiang Tunnen's strange hobby. But after eating delicious mushrooms, they felt that heating this way of eating seemed to be good for the first time. Everyone had a good meal at this dinner. Fortunately, Jiang Tunnen brought back more dishes. And no one left half full. In the middle, Leopard came around stealthily and begged for a lot of food for Little Bear and Shushu before leaving. "It's a pity that the director is not here," Tunkai said regretfully. The director also likes this kind of curious things. When Jiang Tunnen came up with the method of drinking Baidu grass with hot water, the director showed 120% interest in it. After learning from Jiang Tunnen, he would hold a thermos cup wherever he went. It was not until the lights of the base had been on for a long time that everyone dispersed. Guanqi was too lazy to run back and forth. So he simply stayed overnight on the deserted planet. Almost as soon as he returned to the house, Guanqi received a communication from his grandfather. He could guess what happened on the deserted planet without thinking. Without waiting for his grandfather to speak, Guanqi told him about his experiences in the past few days. Even the dinner party in the evening. "Grandpa, don't you think everyone on the deserted planet is a little strange?" Jiang Tunnen is full of suspicious points. As an orphan without a father or a mother, it is already amazing that Jiang Tunnen has advanced mental power and awakened plant-related abilities. She actually knows a lot of knowledge that most people in the galaxy don't know. Such as this dinner, which is full of suspicious points. Guanqi, you have to know that most people living in this world have their own secrets. Old Chi smiled with fine lines on his eyes, tapped Guanqi's nose from a distance, and said, "Tunnen must have secrets. But so far, she has not done anything to harm the desolate planet, and even completed tasks that others have not been able to complete. Just these points are enough for her to keep her secrets. Just like your Marshal. He also has secrets. But General Xie doesn't say it. And Marshal Xie doesn't say it either. Just his contribution to the Empire. No one goes deep into the secrets behind him. Because sometimes secrets being made public are not necessarily a good thing." Old Chi kindly comforted his granddaughter. Guanqi was young. And because of her extraordinary talent, she was sent to the 4th Legion to follow Marshal Xie since she was a child. Her worldview is either black or white. Which is not bad. But Old Chi knows that the situation in the Empire is complicated. And they may not be able to maintain Guanqi's purity. So they have to educate her little by little. Guanqi was confused by her grandfather's phone call. After hanging up the phone thoughtfully, she recalled the pleasure of flying in the air with Jiang Tunnen. A small but small person, hugging her waist. Yes, after they entered the deserted planet again. In order to speed up and catch up with the progress, Jiang Tunnen thought of a perfect way, which was to use mental power to increase their speed. Jiang Tunnen turned the vines into the shape of a sword. Every new era who had learned the history of the ancient blue planet could not resist flying with a sword. But everyone thought of many ways. But none of them could take into account speed and safety. This middle school dream was actually realized by Jiang Tunnen. And Guanqi felt complicated. In another room on the same floor, Jiang Tunnen was working late into the night, adding what he had seen and heard recently to the plant illustrations left by the breeder Xiaowu. Xieji on the side tilted his head and stared at her writing furiously, with a hint of doubt in his beautiful golden eyes. Did she draw the towering tree they had seen? Except for the color. It was irrelevant. But Jiang Tunnen looked very satisfied. And Xieji didn't know whether he should disturb her. Forget it. This thing is not for sheep to see anyway. So what does it matter what it looks like? Xieji fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Tunnen was indeed very confident in her ability. She even took a picture of the tree she drew and sent it to the director. Du Liang went to a meeting and heard that Jiang Tunan and Guanqi had traveled all over the deserted planet and came back. So he immediately said that he would return as soon as possible. It was just that seeing the tree drawn by Jiang Tunan made him laugh. Su Qingwei, as Du Liang temporary secretary, saw the smile on her face and asked curiously, "What happened to make our director laugh?" Du Liang showed Su Qingwei the picture sent by Jiang Tunan, and they both laughed out loud. There is an extremely abstract tree on it, with a straight trunk, as if it was drawn with a ruler, and a dense crown. But it is not as realistic as a child's painting. There are leaves next to each other on it, and people with trypophobia will shake their heads when they see it. I thought Tunan was omnipotent, but it seems that she also has shortcomings. Su Qing smiled. After laughing, they stared at the tree and sighed. I guessed that she might be accepted, but I didn't expect it to be so smooth. That was the secret they had been looking for decades. As Jiang Tunan went deeper, they saw the tree when it was about to die. I will go back tomorrow to listen to Tunan report. Do you want to come with me? Su Qingwei shook her head, reluctantly moving her eyes away from the child's painting, and took a breath. It's better if I don't go. After saying this, she stood up and said goodbye. It's getting late, and I have to travel tomorrow, so it's better to rest early. Du Liang nodded and watched Su Qingwei leave. How did Xiaowu, who was originally on good terms with everyone on the wasteland planet, end up like this? Du Liang looked at the inconspicuous thermos cup on the table and sighed faintly. The arrival of Jiang Tunan has injected new vitality into the wasteland planet. Her style and views are completely different from Su Qingwei's. Seeing that the wasteland planet is getting better and better, I am afraid that Xiaosu's relationship with everyone on the wasteland planet will be difficult to repair, even if the future may prove that choosing Jiang Tunan is not a wise choice. At this moment, the wasteland planet itself chose Jiang Tunan. Chapter 36. Hello everyone. I'm back. A vibrant voice resounded through the sky, and a girl full of energy suddenly landed from the sky. Jiang Tunan subconsciously used vines to catch her, and received her enthusiastic thanks. Nan Nan. You are the new Nan Nan. What a warm-hearted girl. Jiang Tunan, ? This is the first time she has met such an irresistible friend since she came to the deserted planet, and she can only respond to her enthusiasm inexplicably. Hello. The girl in front of her has almond eyes, and a beautiful nose, and a face full of energy. When she takes off her hat, she turns out to be a girl with a short haircut, which looks cool and cute. You may not know me, but I have known you for a long time. Wani Xiao winked at Jiang Tunan. She is a non-staff member of the operations department, and often goes to planets such as H37, where mutant plants and animals grow, to collect information. Wani Xiao first met Jiang Tunan when she first came to the deserted planet. She looked out a place on the deserted planet, cautious and careful, but she didn't expect to get into the deserted planet so quickly. I heard that you ate alone yesterday. I regret that I couldn't come yesterday. After Wani Xiao finished introducing herself, she put her hand on the Jijilo stand that Jiang Tunan had just built, and picked up a Jijilo vine. Jijilo probably didn't like Wani Xiao very much, and the vine gently pulled her hand. The force was not strong, but it was full of provocation. Wani Xiao quickly grabbed the vine and raised her eyebrows and said, "You have a temper." Everyone was amused by them until the broadcast in the base sounded, notifying them to go to the meeting. Jiang Tunan glanced at Guanqi and subconsciously took the precious notes left by the breeder Xiaowu. The moment Jiang Tunan saw the sacred tree, she guessed that the tree might be extremely important to the desolate planet. When she saw the scene of the meeting called by the director, she found that it was true. There were a few empty seats in the middle, where the experts Jiang Tunan had met on the day of the interview were sitting in the seats through holographic projection. The originally relaxed atmosphere suddenly became serious after seeing the few people. Jiang Tunan glanced at Tung Kai in confusion, and Tung Kai tilted his head to look at her and winked at her. Jiang Tunan didn't understand, but it didn't affect the atmosphere, and they all remained silent. The people sitting in the front row had been observing Jiang Tunan since she came in, and this time was completely different from the short time they spent together during the interview. She looked different from before, with a very plain expression on her face, without any complacency of having done something big. Mr. Chi couldn't help but smile when he thought of the mysteries of watching chess and watching Jiang Tunan. The old lady opposite him cleared her throat, and the two looked at each other. The old lady rolled her eyes, and picked up the water cup beside her to hide her expression. Only Du Liang noticed the eye contact between the two. She knocked on the table and said with a smile, "Everyone is here. We can start." Electronic equipment cannot be used in the deserted planet. So Jiang Tunin only has the cubs brought back from the deserted planet and many plant samples collected. After planting in the greenhouse, professional Professor Zhao took photos and sorted out the numerical data overnight for reporting. Jiang Tunin also did this kind of work on Earth and was very handy at it. Almost no nonsense. He quickly sorted out all the pictures and reported. Clear and organized. Young people have a promising future. The old lady was the first to applaud, and Jiang Tunin thanked her modestly. The atmosphere also changed from serious to relaxed, from reporting mode to discussion mode. Jiang Tunin was responsible for listening, feeling that he was worthy of being a big boss. With extremely open minds, they led everyone's thinking and soon had ideas for the next step of research. These were not things Jiang Tunin could interrupt. She glanced at Tung Kai beside her. Perhaps it was a barbecue that brought Tung Kai and Guanqi closer. The two repeated the action of the last meeting and passed notes. Feeling Jiang Tunin gaze, Tung Kai secretly slipped the note to her. She didn't write any unusual expressions, just simple sketches to express her hunger for not having breakfast and her nostalgia for the delicious meal the night before. Tung Kai also took the opportunity to give her a popular science lesson about Wanishao. Wanishao is not just a non-staff member of the operations department. She is also a superpower. But she did not choose the 4 major military academies, but entered the Department of Zoology of the Imperial Central Academy where Jiang Tunin is, and is also a freshman. It is said that when she was a child, she often followed Du Liangyong to explore the deserted planet. It was precisely because she had never seen a single one that her rebellious psychology became more serious. Wanishao is different from Jiang Tunin. Jiang Tunin was forced by the situation, and could only choose to enter the Imperial Central Academy, while Wanishao has royal blood and is the eldest niece of General Xie. She studies the Department of Zoology and highlights a personal hobby of doing whatever she wants. Jiang Tunin couldn't help but look at Wanishao. She was also distracted, writing something on the paper with a pen, to be more precise. Except for the 2 botany professors who argued with them. All the young people were absent-minded, just like the poor students in math class. The main point was participation. "What do you think about the construction of the new zoo?" asked Mr. Qi. The meeting room was silent for a moment, and Professor Zhao put forward his own views and cued Jiang Tunin. "These are what I roughly mentioned to Tunin last night. If you want to implement them, you still need to refine them." The other big guys did not have any opinions. After a few more discussions, they finally got to the point again. "What did you see about the tree?" asked Mr. Qi in a deep voice. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Tunin. She felt like a poor student being called in class. She quickly put away her thoughts and stood up to talk about the news about the tree. Even if only Jiang Tunin saw the crumbling tree, it would be a great progress for them. Jiang Tunin did not hide anything, and even told about the fact that she had transferred her mental power to the tree, as well as the guess she got from Professor Zhao after returning. The meeting room fell silent, and Jiang Tunin even doubted whether she was doing the right thing. She had just arrived and had almost no experience. She talked to them about such a big thing right away, and added her own unfounded speculation, which seemed unreliable. But the tree had no time left, and Jiang Tunin was worried that the gray fog was also related to the tree. With her own ability, it was not enough to save the tree. Jiang Tunin's fingertips seemed to still have the wonderful touch of touching the tree, as well as the subtle psychological resonance with it, and the tremor from the soul. But Tunin is amazing. Regarding the tree, we could only see its shadow through high technology before, but never approached it. Du Liang opened his mouth, and the content on the big screen in front of everyone changed. It turned into a tree, a lush and powerful tree, persevering in the center of the entire planet. The most eye-catching thing was its golden trunk, which was hidden by the surrounding green and looming with it as the center of the circle. The surrounding area was divided into 4 seasons and different terrains, and the sky was also the blue that Jiang Tunin was most familiar with. Large areas of azure blue. "This is a hibiscus tree," Old Chi continued. "A hibiscus tree?" Jiang Tunin tilted his head, his eyes confused. "Doesn't this thing only exist in legends? And is it reasonable for a hibiscus tree to be so golden as a sacred tree?" But this towering bird's-eye view, and the picture that came into Jiang Tunin's mind when she touched it, once again baptized Jiang Tunin's worldview. She silently told herself that the matter of crossing was already unreasonable. And any strange things in this interstellar were reasonable. Jiang Tun's eyes stayed on the tree for a long time, and was gently touched by Tung Kai beside her, before she realized that her imagination had gone too far. She restrained her eyes, and lowered her head to listen to old Chi talking about what he had seen and heard back then. This tree was first discovered when the desolate planet was discovered. At that time, there were no plant-type superpowers, and rock-type superpowers were sent to help survey the planet when there was no war. The vitality of the barren planet made Mr. Chi doubt that they should set the capital planet here, because it was too attractive. As the main force to discover the barren planet, Mr. Chi naturally went to the barren planet himself. The strange thing happened here. He brought a team of superpowers, but could not find the source of the vitality of the barren planet. They climbed over the towering snow-capped mountains, and stood on the top of the snow-capped mountains to see the green that seemed to be there and not there. Everyone thought it was a mirage, until the ability of high technology was used to discover this towering tree. Mr. Chi regretted that he did not explore again that year, but chose to ask for help after getting lost in the snow-capped mountains, and then evacuated the barren planet. Mr. Chi, who was only in his 20s and 30s at the time, was young and energetic and insisted on exploring again. But unfortunately, he was defeated repeatedly. He spent a long time competing with the barren planet, and he could not get close to the tree until he received the order to evacuate. Since then, countless people have wanted to get close to the tree, and countless people have returned in defeat. Old Chi looked at the lush tree, his eyes full of nostalgia. If I can touch this tree in my life, I will have no regrets in this life. In the decades that followed, he recalled the only time he was close to the Fusong tree countless times, and even suspected that it should be the closest time he was to the Fusong tree, because we don't know what species this tree is. We simply named it after the ancient blue star classics. It is tall and strong, with lush branches and leaves, and it protects an entire planet, even an entire galaxy. It should be a Fusong tree, Old Chi said seriously. Jiang Tun nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly remembered something she had forgotten. Everyone in the conference room saw her suddenly stand up, and then took out a pen, a nutrient solution, and even a hair band from her pocket. And they were a little confused. Excuse me. Jiang Tun had a blank expression on her face, but in fact she was already crying in her heart. The result of not packing things properly is public execution. Just like her now. Until the end, Jiang Tun took out a piece of golden glittering thing. Du Liang saw that Du had failed and took a breath. You peeled the bark of the hibiscus tree? Can't you peel it? Jiang Tun glanced at the expressions of the big guys present and said cautiously, after peeling it, put it together with your small bits and pieces? Du Liang continued. Old Chi was amused and laughed. Du Liang, don't scare the children. Tunin, you did a good job. Jiang Tun watched Xiaowu carry the director's toolkit as ordered. The director made a full set of preparations in full view of everyone, and then carefully put away the precious bark. His eyes fell on Jiang Tun's face, and he hesitated to say, well done. Jiang Tun always felt that the director's words were more than just a hint, but she had no evidence. Chapter 37. A new change is not that simple. No one has the final say on the desert planet. Even if everyone just wants the ancient creatures living here to live comfortably, and protect the rare spark left by the ancient blue planet. Of course, if they can solve the mutant animals and Zerg by studying them, it would be great. Probably because their purpose is not pure. They are mercilessly sent back to the starting point every time they are about to find the truth. The appearance of Jiang Tun once again brings them great hope. Jiang Tun has no idea that she is highly expected. After a long meeting, she just wants to eat. Unfortunately, there is a roadblock in the base. The new zoo is working overtime to expand. Occasionally, only a grumpy little crow will be sent to guard the temporary observation area. But the little crow with a system occasionally has something to do. This group of cats is the most restless and likes to escape. The little tiger Fu Fu is a little fatter than when he first came, and has some of the majestic golden shaded appearance in the future. But at this time, it was still just a coquettish baby who loved to act like a spoiled child. He bit Jiang Tun pants and stared at her with wide eyes. Fu Fu is hungry. Fu Fu wants to hunt. Jiang Tun looked at it and said nothing. The leopard came out from nowhere and slapped Fu Fu on the head. The keeper is already very busy. Don't let your personal problems affect her. Jiang Tun applauded the drama leopard expressionlessly. The leopard circled Jiang Tun for a few times. stared at Fu Fu for a long time, and then hummed and said their demands. Now everyone lives together. It feels a little bit not enough to eat. People are still growing. Jiang Tunnen nodded and took a deep breath. Okay. I let Lucci bring back more meat first. And then solve your problem after the little bears have eaten. Okay. The leopard was satisfied with Fu Fu and left Jiang Tunnen's sight after getting the promise. Are we just leaving like this? Keep your voice down. You don't know that our breeder keeps his word. Maybe we will be able to eat delicious food and drink spicy food soon. They really favor you. Tong Kai put his arm on Jiang Tunnen's shoulder and couldn't help laughing as he watched the leopard and the tiger leave with their tails shaking. Jiang Tunnen and Guanxi brought back more than a dozen species from the deserted planet, half of which were carnivorous and half were herbivorous. Whether it was the plants brought back from H37 or the deserted planet, they could be eaten by herbivores after purification. The only difficult ones were the pandas and red pandas that lived on bamboo. And how to plant mutant plants directly on the deserted planet without hurting people was a headache for several professors. The soil quality of the deserted planet gradually improved with the awakening of the hibiscus tree. Everyone thought that the future was promising. Maybe it would not rely on Jiang Tunnen's ability to grow soon. Carnivores are easier to deal with. And they move very quickly. They have almost emptied the nearby planets recently. But because of the surge in the number of ancient creatures, they must also come up with a solution. What's more serious is that there is a hibiscus tree in the wasteland that needs to be saved continuously. Jiang Tunnen originally thought that if he could find out the number of animals in the wasteland and feed them, he could live a retirement life of working 4 days and resting 3 days. He didn't expect that such a trivial livelihood issue would be a huge problem. Don't worry. Let's do it one by one. Tong Kai patted Jiang Tunnen on the shoulder. Now that we have found what they eat, the next step is very simple. Jiang Tunnen nodded. I hope so. The matter of the hibiscus tree has become a major event that the high-level officials of the wasteland and even some leaders of the empire are concerned about. As an insignificant part of it, Jiang Tunnen has retired and started planning to go on a business trip with Lu Qi. According to reliable information, there is a private planet in the Weo galaxy next door. The plants planted on it are suspected to be bamboo. The only problem is how to get there. Lu Qi took out the interstellar map and aerial photos and showed them to Jiang Tunnen. Jiang Tunnen squinted his eyes and thought of a key question. Are you sure it's not a holographic projection? The greening of the interstellar depends entirely on human projection. And Jiang Tunnen's suspicion is not unreasonable. I found Professor Xiao and confirmed that it is not. Now we are investigating who the owner of this planet is. Lu Qi lowered his head and said thoughtfully, is there a possibility that we can look for it on the planet near Weo? Jiang Tunnen nodded. And they reported the matter to the director together and planned to set off. Knowing that Jiang Tunnen was going out for adventure again, Fu Fu and Bao Bao were unwilling to do so. The two big cats rolled and begged to take them with them. You are still little babies. You can only go on an adventure with us after you grow up. Otherwise be careful of being eaten by mutant animals halfway. Jiang Tunnen refused expressionlessly. The one who was carrying out the mission with her was still Xieji. Xieji seemed to be in a bad mood recently. Every time Jiang Tunnen asked about it, he would say, I think I'm going to grow horns. Such an outrageous excuse was used to get by. This lamb has too many secrets. Seeing that it didn't want to talk, Jiang Tunnen didn't ask any more. There was no jump point this time, so they could only take interstellar transportation to get there. The way Jiang Tunnen walked was like the way he took when he came to the deserted planet. The strange eye was still hanging in the endless darkness, quietly watching humans. Jiang Tunnen looked for a while, laid down his chair, and closed his eyes to rest. But he had a strange dream. The background of the dream was the hibiscus tree, and a group of people were drinking and partying under the tree. It's not entirely true to say that they are people. Some have cow heads and human bodies. Some have their tails not retracted. And many are real humans. The hibiscus tree has beautiful flowers, which are rouge red, dotted in the dark green. A tree actually formed a traffic light. There was a man with golden eyes, with long hair draped over his shoulders, wearing a black-based and gold-threaded dress, holding his head up and sitting in an inconspicuous corner, staring at the hibiscus tree. His golden pupils were rippled, and then drooped by his long eyelashes, and soon disappeared again. Jiang Tunnen clearly heard someone calling him Xieji. The scene changed, and a woman fell lightly from the fusang tree, smiling and saying, You are so brave. Jiang Tunnen felt that the voice was familiar, and was about to go closer to see, but was awakened by the broadcast. Seeing her wake up, Lu Qi also reminded softly, "It's almost time." Only Lu Qi and Jiang Tuning came out this time. Because of the lack of food, there were not many staff members on the deserted planet. If Jiang Tunen's fighting ability had not been trained, she would probably have to go on her own this time. Jiang Tunen nodded, and when she reached out to adjust the seat, her hand touched something cold, which scared her heart. After a closer look, she found that it was Lu Qi's sword. There are not many people who use cold weapons such as swords in the interstellar space. Teng Kai and his brother carried hot weapons at will, and Lang Qitong also carried a cannon with a barrel thicker than her arm. Only Lu Qi. Lu Qi followed Jiang Tunen's gaze and said simply, "It's inherited from our ancestors. The patterns on it are very beautiful." Jiang Tunen stared at the golden patterns on the scabbard and praised it. "It is said that it was left by our ancestors to exorcise demons. The totem on it is the pattern of Xieji, which means that this sword only kills treacherous people and does not hurt good people." Xieji? Jiang Tunen glanced at the one-horned lamb that was still sleeping. Lu Qi also thought of Jiang Tunen's pet and smiled. "It's Xieji, which can be regarded as their fate." When Jiang Tunen reminded them of the arrival of the station again, he gently pinched Xieji's ears and told it to get up. Xieji was very well behaved, with a layer of water in his eyes. He walked at the end and checked their things before getting off the bus. Their destination was a planet similar to H-37, and it was Wan Yishao who came out to pick them up. "Let's get to know each other again." Wan Yishao, a temporary member of the 3rd Legion, welcomes you. Wan Yishao was wearing a formal military uniform, and her face was much more serious than when she was on the wasteland planet. Wan Yishao left the wasteland planet after the meeting. According to Teng Kai, she was very busy every day, and staying on the wasteland planet for a few days to hold a meeting was already the limit. Although she was young, Wan Yishao had a heavy task. "The Zerg have been a little arrogant recently. I will send you in and leave you alone," Wan Yishao whispered. "I have also received your commission. No one has been on that planet for a long time, and the contact information of the housekeeper left behind cannot be reached. We can only wait." Jiang Tunen nodded in understanding. And Lu Qi also said, "Go and do your own things. We are not children anymore, and can take care of ourselves. If you have any questions, feel free to knock on the stone." Wan Yishao didn't say much. She gave each of them a stone like watching a chess game, and turned around to get on the aircraft that came to pick her up. "Who can actually invite you to come and greet him in person?" The girl in the driver's seat looked over curiously and exclaimed, "It's Senior Lu Qi. Hasn't she been missing for a long time?" Wan Yishao was speechless. Read less urban anecdotes. There is no such thing. Senior Lu Qi is only working for the Desolate Star and is temporarily listed in the 4th Legion. Looking back, Wan Yishao also saw Lu Qi's iconic sword, with a green sword tassel swaying gently and a milky white piece lock hanging in the middle. Senior Lu Qi really shines wherever he goes. But does Desolate Star give a pet when he takes up a post? What is that thing with her? Wan Yishao was so annoyed that he reached out and pinched her mouth. "You know later." Jiang Tunen had no idea that she had no name in the story of 2 people and 1 sheep. They were all staring at them on the S3 star. It was a rare thing to see animals in the interstellar space. Everyone couldn't help but look at the Xieji. Xieji accepted this well. It tilted its head and looked at the person who had been staring at them, a little confused, until the man walked through the crowd towards them. To be more precise, towards Lu Qi. "Lu Qi, long time no see." The man was tall, wearing a military uniform similar to Wan Yi, with a slight smile on his serious face. However, Lu Qi still had a cold face and said in a serious manner, "I'm here to do things. I don't have time to chat." Jiang Tunen suddenly realized how gentle Lu Qi was to him. At least, he would say long sentences to him instead of such a cold attitude. The man seemed to be used to Lu Qi's behavior. He lightly examined Jiang Tunen and his eyes returned to Lu Qi's face. "Your new way out is to be a bodyguard for this kind of." Jiang Tunen heard him say this, frowned and wanted to speak, but was quietly stopped by Lu Qi. "This is my freedom." After speaking, Lu Qi finally gave the man a look, and the impatience in it almost turned into substance. She emphasized, "Is the interrogation over? Can we go in?" The man was stunned and whispered, "Please come in." "That's not what I meant." But Lu Qi ignored him, and took Jiang Tunen to swipe the card to enter the mutation area. Chapter 38. This is a dense forest, with several paths trampled by people. which are very conspicuous in the forest that blocks out the sun. Despite this, this forest does not feel oppressive at all, as if the sun is shining through the gaps. Jiang Tunan even heard the clear and pleasant bird song. Be careful. This bird is a mutant thorn bird. It feeds on Gypsophila, and its call can cause hallucinations. Lu Qi looked up at the big bird hovering above the sky and told Jiang Tunan. Xiaowu led the charge not far from them, because Jiang Tunan wanted to collect these mutant plants, and their speed was not fast. There was a movement in the dense low bushes. Xiaowu turned around. Jiang Tunan looked over, and Lu Qi also raised his vigilance. But a person crawled out of it. When the two sides met, they were stunned. Sorry to bother you. The man turned pale, pointed at his legs, and smiled bitterly. I was bitten by a wolf by accident. Cold sweat broke out on his head, and there was fresh dirt between his fingers. His clothes and hair were messy, and he looked like he had been through a fierce fight. Jiang Tunan hesitated whether to go forward to help, because she felt that this man was not right. According to his statement and embarrassed appearance, the plants in the wood should have been crushed by him. But no, he seemed to appear out of thin air. It is not ruled out that he has special crawling skills, or other skills, and came to ask for help after sensing their presence. Lu Qi suddenly said, Do you know who I am? Jiang Tunan's eyes were confused, and the man's eyes also showed confusion. And he asked, Who are you? I am Lu Qi. The man's face changed, and he said sorry for bothering him, turned around and wanted to run away. Jiang Tunan was stunned by this change, looking at the man who got up from the ground, wondering what medicine he was selling in the gourd. Lu Qi made a move. She threw the sword lightly, and the man was hit hard by the sword before it was unsheathed. He lay on the ground and wailed. She pulled a vine from the side to tie the man up, sneering, That's it? Are you trying to rob people like others? After that, she reached out and pressed the button on the man's wrist. Soon, a flying machine came. It was surprised when it saw Lu Qi, but it just nodded at her and took the man away. Without any explanation, Lu Qi continued to walk in with Jiang Tunan. Lu Qi looked at Jiang Tunan, who was calm, and a little bit of bad taste rarely emerged in his heart. When he first met Jiang Tunan, Lu Qi quickly made a judgment in his heart. An ordinary girl, weak and fragile, who seemed to be unable to do anything, was probably a burden. Even though she brought back two ancient creatures from the deserted planet, Lu Qi did not change his evaluation of her in his heart. Not long after, Lu Qi, who had just returned from the survey mission, received an emergency notice again, asking the people in the operations department to go to H37 planet to rescue people. And the one to be rescued was this new breeder. Hearing that, Tong Kai, who was not weak, was also traveling with them. Lu Qi's first reaction was that it must be this fragile breeder who was holding them back. After all, she had useless plant-based abilities and was young, so it was understandable if she was really holding them back. As for the fact that Wan Yi was slightly optimistic about her, Lu Qi just thought it was a sympathy between children. After entering the interior of H37, they acted separately. The most difficult situation was when all high-tech failed. It was not convenient for her to find people with her fire-based abilities, so Lu Qi could only rely on her mental power and intuition. But what surprised her was that Tong Kai's mental power was broken not long after she came in, which meant that she was either dead or in a coma. Every wrong judgment would make Jiang Tunan and Tong Kai more dangerous. Lu Qi no longer hesitated and followed his intuition, and actually found the marks left by the missing people. Tong Kai was already a battle-damaged version, so it was self-evident who left the marks. Lu Qi had no ability to communicate with animals and plants, so she could only follow the traces left by Jiang Tunan. However, Lu Qi was not very sensitive to directions, and not only did she get dizzy, but she also successfully lost him. She simply continued to follow her intuition, and found that she had somehow walked to the bottom of a cliff. When she suspected that she had found the wrong way, she saw an extremely thrilling scene. Jiang Tunan vines passed through the body of the mutant warthog and tried to tie it up. Even in the air, she did not give up, and they fell off the cliff at the same time. The cliff was steep, but her movements were very determined. Xiaowu and Tong Kai followed quickly, and Lu Qi made sure that they were all fine. So he turned around and walked towards them. Lu Qi's impression of Jiang Tunan had been completely overturned by her actions. The greenhouse flower that looked thin and needed careful care could actually lead a mutant warthog away by herself, just to buy time for her unconscious teammates. Jiang Tunan, who jumped off the cliff, was not only fine, but also picked up a panda cub by the way. This might be her talent. Lucci breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Jiang Tunnen carefully holding the cub. Later, seeing Jiang Tunnen seriously following Tung Kai in physical training, Lucci guessed that they were of the same kind. The kind of people who would do anything to achieve their goals. When the two of them were alone, Lucci looked at the girl with a more determined look than before and asked her, "Aren't you curious?" Jiang Tunnen was a little surprised, looking at Lucci, wondering, "What are you curious about?" Her curiosity was not strong, because she knew a truth very well. The more you know, the faster you die. Everyone on the deserted planet seems to have their own secrets. Even small animals have secrets. But who stipulates that everyone's secrets must be revealed? Jiang Tunnen herself has secrets. And she also knows that the vest is shaky. But she is betting on a possibility. As long as she is strong enough, no one will care about her origins. And everyone will just pretend to be deaf and dumb. Now it seems that her judgment is correct. Similarly, she has no interest in other people's secrets. Aren't you curious? Why am I so familiar with the people of the Third Legion? Lucci stared at Jiang Tunnen with interest. Are we companions? Jiang Tunnen asked back. Since we are companions who can trust each other, does the past matter? Lucci was stunned by her question and rarely showed a light smile. You are right. They did not dwell on this topic anymore. And Lucci instead mentioned the man who hit her. Planets such as H37 and S3, which have mutant plants and animals and are open to the public, are called hunting stars. Most people who come here want to obtain mutant plants and animals and exchange them for money. In addition to a large entrance fee, they only need to pay for self-protection and the ability to fight monsters. These planets are guarded by the Legion to prevent them from failing to rescue people who are on them when they ask for help. But countless people die on hunting stars every year. Some of them did not press the help button, and some did not have time to press the button. Where there is buying and selling, there is harm. And there are also such a group of people on hunting stars who come here to take advantage of the situation. They pay an entry fee, and then squat here to wait for hunters who are weaker than them and snatch prey. These people were like slippery loaches, and they didn't even use their own ID cards, which made the arrest very difficult. Lucci asked, "Why didn't you react just now? I thought you would go to save him." He's not right. It's normal that a seriously injured person should have problems with breathing impulse. But he doesn't. He only did superficial work, which is easy to be discovered. Jiang Tunnen said simply. Lucci found the problem. She brushed away the hair that floated to her cheek, looked at Jiang Tunnen, and asked, "How do you know his breathing is not right?" Use. Jiang Tunnen looked at her hand in disbelief. Her ability seemed to have upgraded again. The scene when she met the man kept replaying in her mind. There were several mutant vines on his chest. Jiang Tunnen felt his breathing and pulsed through this. Before this, Jiang Tunnen could only sense non-mutated plants, and could not establish empathy with mutant plants. Jiang Tunnen closed her eyes, and found that a net seemed to appear in her mind. The plants on this planet formed a net, and all the creatures in the net could be transmitted to her by the plant's feelings. The only problem was that the range was not large, and she could not even see it. "How is it?" Lucci asked her softly. "It seems to be true." Jiang Tunnen's eyes were complicated, and she could not feel how the superpowers were upgraded. There happened to be a very strong Lucci around her, and she asked Lucci for advice. "How do you upgrade your superpowers?" Lucci's eyes were a little strange, and the layer of frost seemed to melt. "I was born with superpowers, and it was considered the top superpowers at the time. My body limits the level of superpowers, and I get stronger when I get older." Offended, Jiang Tunnen knew that she would not be able to get any experience from such a big guy. "We just entered the field. You are still young, and everyone's situation is different. So let's try it simply this time." Jiang Tunnen nodded and decided to put this matter aside for the time being. There are a lot of people in front of us, wandering around. They must have encountered something that they can't handle. Jiang Tunnen looked at the grass swaying gently on the ground and reported the situation to Lucci. Lucci nodded, raised his sword, and she jumped onto the branch with the sword to take a look. She simply took Jiang Tunnen to change the direction, on the hunting star. Powerful people will compete for prey. They are fighting for a mutant red wolf. Let's go to another place. Jiang Tunnen naturally had no objection. She felt like a artificial GPS. A team of 4 people following behind them heard the conversation between the 2 people and showed an incredible look in their eyes. Did I hear it right? Eating mutant animals? Are they crazy or am I crazy? Another person thought carefully and was somewhat tempted. Why don't we go and ask them how they eat? I haven't eaten meat for a long time. They said they don't like to eat. Don't omit the subject just for the sake of eating. Why don't we continue to follow them and see what they hunt? The two people and the sheep in front naturally felt a string of small tails behind them. But they felt that they had no ill intentions and just pretended not to notice. The people behind them became more and more confused. They left the poisonous grass and picked poisonous tree mushrooms? Poisonous tree mushrooms are not worth much and are very powerful. Has this thing been discovered to have any special contribution? Before they could figure it out, they all felt a strong vibration from the ground under their feet. When the people met their eyes, their faces changed. It's a beast tide. Chapter 39. In the endless green forest, the ground suddenly shook violently. The inconspicuous low-level mutant plants began to tremble, and even the high-level mutant plants shook slightly. Everyone felt this force, and Jiang Tunan even heard people screaming not far away. These mutant animals are very fast, and it won't take long for them to get here. Jiang Tunan reached out and held Lu Qi's wrist without thinking, and led the Xieji to control the vines to become a ladder, and quickly stepped on the thick tree beside him with the power of the vines. Without noticing Lu Qi's changing expression, Lu Qi was very uncomfortable. Not only because she had almost never been held so intimately by someone, but also because it was the first time she was so arrogant, standing on a mutant plant of a high level. If this mutant tree wanted, it could always use its branches to pull them off the tree. But this tree always acted like an unalienated tree, allowing them to bully it. If there must be something wrong, it must be that at this critical moment, only this tree is as stable as a mountain. It is even more strange that the leaves are so stable that they don't even shake. This experience is a bit strange. Like a fox borrowing the power of a tiger. Lu Qi was extremely curious about Jiang Tunan's ability. How could she make the mutant plants listen to her so much? The four people who had been following them were also stunned, seeing them standing safely on the B-level mutant Huihui tree. The shock in their expressions was as if they saw someone riding a tiger for a walk. Jiang Tunan looked down at the four of them and asked in confusion, "Aren't you leaving yet? Danger may be coming." The four of them woke up from their dreams, thanked Jiang Tunan, and ran forward faster. "You are quite enthusiastic." Lu Qi looked at the backs of the four people leaving and thought, they may not be able to reach the safe area. Then let's see if they are willing to climb the tree. The four people had no ill will towards them. For Jiang Tunan, helping them stand on the tree was just a piece of cake and did not require any effort at all. The Xieji on the side heard this, and his golden eyes flashed, looking at the direction where the four people left. The four people were very fast and turned back quickly, with sweat dripping down their heads. They looked up at Jiang Tunan and shouted, "Help! Warriors! They are here! We can't outrun them!" Jiang Tunan did not hesitate. She also felt the approaching footsteps. "Do you mind sticking to me?" Jiang Tunan asked politely. In such a critical moment, who cares about these things? The four people nodded one after another, not hearing what she said at all. Okay. It doesn't matter whether you stick together or not." Seeing this, Jiang Tunan simply and roughly tied up the four people with vines and sent them to a higher place. So this is how sticking together works. Xieji looked at the four people who were tightly together, thinking. It was also the first time for the four people to be so close to their companions. They didn't feel it when they were running for their lives. When they were put on the treetops, they showed their dislike for each other at the same time. But they still didn't forget to thank Jiang Tunan and Lu Qi. As soon as they adjusted their posture, they felt a stronger vibration. The tree seemed to be pulled up from the ground. Jiang Tunan reminded, "Everyone hold on tight." A large number of giant beasts ran by below, and their appearance mainly highlighted a variety of strange things. In short, compared with the furry creatures on Earth, it was the difference between heaven and earth. Jiang Tunan was not biased, but he had a spontaneous feeling after seeing these things. "Thank you for your hard work." Jiang Tunan stared at Lu Qi sincerely. Lu Qi was confused by her sudden words and asked in confusion, "What? You ugly things. Thank you for your hard work." Lu Qi stared at the beasts below for a while, and finally understood what she meant, duty. "Where are they going?" Jiang Tunan asked curiously. Lu Qi's expression became solemn. She looked in the direction where the mutant animals were running and explained a few words to Jiang Tunan briefly. For so many years, even ancient creatures are about to become extinct, but they still haven't been able to track them successfully. The beast tide has to show its presence from time to time. What exactly caused this group of mutant animals to go crazy has not been determined yet, because their madness has no rules and no fixed location. It always starts inexplicably and ends quietly. And they are very fast. And when humans arrive, everything is over. Jiang Tunin heard this, and randomly selected a lucky beast from the crowd. Before the people and beasts could react, he made a collar around its neck with vines, and threw it into the beast tide. These mutant animals were obviously unconscious, and were dizzy after being manipulated by Jiang Tunin. Before they could react, they relied on instinct to catch up with their companions again. The other 5 were stunned by Jiang Tunin's move. Lu Qi usually had no expression, and now he couldn't tell the difference. The other 4 were different. They showed varying degrees of shock. May I ask this warrior, what is your special ability? Jiang Tunin glanced at them. There was nothing to hide. Plant system. The expressions of the other 4 were even more shocked, as if a thunderbolt had struck their heads. The 4 looked at each other. We are leaving now. Can you go down by yourself? Lu Qi stood up and took a look. The beasts had almost left. If they wanted to find their tracks, they could not delay any longer. The 4 knew that they still had something to do, and Lu Qi was obviously dressed unusually, so they hurried to thank them. Jiang Tunin summoned vines again in front of him, and like taking Guanqi to the desolate planet, he turned the vines into a sword, and stood on it with Lu Qi and Xieji. Be safe, everyone. They were very fast, not slower than the beast tide just now, and it seemed that they had installed GPS, so they could easily avoid dense branches. Is this the legendary flying sword? Is the plant-based ability so amazing? Why do people say that the plant-based ability is useless? They say it's useless just to fool us. The 3 of them were amazed, looking at the wind-based ability in the team. Their eyes flashed and they said, then can you let us fly with the wind? The wind-based ability user said expressionlessly, don't be crazy. Theoretically, it is not impossible to fly with the wind, but it requires extremely strong mental strength to do it, and the ability level must be very high. There should be few people in the entire galaxy who can do it. More importantly, who would use precious abilities like this. Jiang Tunin naturally didn't know that her operation scared the onlookers. She manipulated the sword and quickly caught up with the beast tide. As 3-star also has a big tree, not as big as the one on the wasteland star. The color is very dark, as if ink can drip out of it at any time. Even the leaves are dark green, that is about to turn black. Jiang Tunin felt it gently. The tree was obviously dead, but it was still standing. She told Lu Qi everything she had found out, and Lu Qi immediately contacted the people of the 3rd Legion. How could a dead tree still look alive? Even on the surface, it was just a huge mutant plant. Although Jiang Tunin didn't know much about mutant plants, he knew that something was wrong. She gathered all her mental power and wanted to find out. The roots of the tree were dead, and it was more like a puppet now. It seemed that there was some power controlling it. Jiang Tunin put more mental power into it, but was caught by the dark thing. Be careful. Lu Qi felt the mental power of Jiang Tunin suddenly overflow, and immediately felt that she had done something incredible behind his back. The tree was already shaky, and the mutant animals below were roaring uneasy. Lu Qi was a man who had seen big scenes, but at this time, he drew out the long sword on his back that had not been moved. Jiang Tunin found herself surrounded by a ball of black fog. This ball of black fog was very difficult to deal with. No matter how she tried to break through, it could wrap herself tightly, as if teasing a child. He didn't take her seriously. She didn't get discouraged, but tried to break through in different ways. This black fog couldn't have no weaknesses. Jiang Tunin explored. Their current situation was not good. Lu Qi's ability could only attack, and it was difficult for him to detect danger in advance like her. This meant that without her, Lu Qi might be hurt by any mutant plants and animals. Even if Lu Qi was very strong, Jiang Tunin didn't want her to get hurt here, because this was an injury that could have been avoided. Jiang Tunin took a deep breath, patiently began to explore. After an unknown amount of time, she found a bead from a black fog. A jet black bead. It was because it perfectly blended with the color of the black fog that Jiang Tunin didn't find it for so long. Jiang Tunin fainted on one side, but when the black fog didn't notice it, he controlled the vines to quickly stab the bead. But it didn't work. Its texture was like a pearl. So Jiang Tunin had to change his form, wrap up the bead, and quickly receive it here. The black fog quickly dissipated, and Jiang Tunin was puzzled by the speed. She raised the bead, but found that it had turned milky white. Before she could study it carefully, Jiang Tunan had heard that the mutant animals were gradually becoming manic after she took the bead. Seeing Jiang Tunan wake up, Lu Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Don't take such risks next time. There is a deep abyss below us. Jiang Tunan nodded and raised the bead in his hand to show Lu Qi. This pearl-like bead emitted a soft light in the dark hungry forest. The strange tree opposite fell down with a bang, and actually killed many mutant animals who were not prepared at all. The other mutant animals saw this and scattered immediately. The tree was very big. It should be the largest tree on this planet. Although it was not as good looking as the Fusong tree, the movement of its fall was not small. And even the tree where they were standing made a great vibration. The people of the 3rd Legion received Lu Qi's signal, coupled with the unusual phenomenon, and quickly rushed over. Jiang Tunan and Lu Qi looked at each other, subconsciously concealing the matter of the beads, and simply told what they saw with their naked eyes. No one doubted their words, because the 3rd Corps met many people on the way here, and there were many brave people hiding nearby, and their words were similar to theirs, so no one doubted their words. After finishing the official business, Jiang Tunan looked at them and blinked. Can we take some corpses away? There are still children crying at home. Everyone in the 3rd Corps had a strange expression, but no one refused and nodded at them. Chapter 40. Jiang Tunan has studied almost all the mutant plants and animals on the S3 planet. There is no bamboo here, which she has been thinking about. But she got a strange bead unexpectedly. The owner of the planet where bamboo was detected has been contacted, and they are going to set off to visit him. This planet owner was contacted with the help of Lang Qitong, because this planet was bought by their Longqi family's branch. Rich people who are keen on buying planets forget about them after buying them. For example, the one they need to use is considered a free gift when buying other planets, so it is not registered, probably because Lang Qitong made a call in advance. This close relative of the Longqi family was quite enthusiastic about them. Not only did he come to the Weo Galaxy in person, but he also entertained them and briefly introduced the situation of the star. Because it was not named, it was numbered according to the Weo Galaxy, so it was called S58. It is understandable that this star was ruthlessly forgotten by its owner, because it is not suitable for human survival. The report given by the auction house shows that this planet is wrapped in unknown energy. If this energy is not dissipated, it will cause irreversible damage to all living things. Just like the gray fog on the deserted planet, the unknown substance appeared suddenly, so no one can guarantee whether it will dissipate by itself one day. It is because of this uncertainty that the buyer forgets about it after buying it. It costs a huge amount of money to maintain this kind of planet, and it will cause harm to all living things. The owner of the planet is not worried about being occupied by mutant plants and animals or insects, so he just leaves it like this. If you want to go, I will send someone to clean up the place now. Lang Qichu smiled. That's not necessary. We mainly emphasize being close to nature. Jiang Tunan waved his hand and refused. If it was cleaned up by someone, the plants suspected to be bamboo would probably be cleared as well, which was not the result they wanted to see. I don't know how Lang Qitong introduced them to his family. This uncle even looked a little timid, as if no matter what excessive demands they made, they would be satisfied. Jiang Tunan didn't have the habit of caring about other people's family affairs. He just accepted the car arranged by this uncle, and continued to travel with Lu Qi and Xieji. The presence of this S58 star was too low, and it was a private planet, so only the owner of the planet could find transportation to go there. Jiang Tunan was once again amazed when he boarded the aircraft arranged by Lang Qichu. This aircraft mainly highlights a life of luxury, with sparkling everywhere inside, full of the rich atmosphere of the local tyrants. Jiang Tunan stared at the diamond-studded water cup and whispered, "Isn't this prickly?" Xieji and Lu Qi were amused by her, and Lu Qi raised his hand to signal Jiang Tunan, "Use it like this." The diamond seemed to have life in Lu Qi's hand, and it turned into the handle of the cup around her hand. Jiang Tunan widened his eyes in disbelief and asked Lu Qi curiously how he did it. Unlike the atmosphere in the spaceship, Lang Qichu, who watched them leave on S1, still had a shrewd smile on his face, and the words he uttered were extremely cold. Follow the instructions from above. Don't let them come back alive. The spaceship is the best time to attack. They are defenseless. You see? The man next to him bent his waist slightly and asked Lang Qichu's opinion in a low voice. Are you a fool? How can we explain if they die on the spaceship? Unless there are interstellar pirates, we become victims. Lang Qichu glanced at the man next to him impatiently, turned around and boarded another spaceship. From a distance, S-58 is almost the same as the wasteland. Both are surrounded by gray fog, and the inside cannot be seen clearly. Jiang Tunan and Lu Qi looked at each other, and their expressions couldn't help but become a little solemn. If it is the extreme weather like the wasteland, there is no safe house to stay. It is really difficult to deal with. But the good thing is that if S-58 is really similar to the wasteland, they may be able to get a lot of useful things from such a wasteland. After all, the biggest difference between this place and the deserted planet is that no one has ever set foot here. Don't have too much hope, Lu Qi warned. The information from the auction house will never be wrong. They said that this planet is not suitable for human habitation. So the situation of this planet should be different from that of the deserted planet. Even now, there are many animals and plants living on the deserted planet. But there are bamboos here that are not found on the deserted planet. Jiang Tunan disagreed. It has been several decades since Lang Qichu bought this planet, and the environment may have changed. Besides, if plants can grow here, there is probably no big problem. Seeing this, Lu Qi did not argue with Jiang Tunan, but just silently prepared. She looked out the window and began to think. Why did she have no impression of this S-58 planet before? It seemed that she had never seen it here before. The spaceship automatically docked, and the two got off the spaceship. And what they saw was a desolate scene. This kind of desolation is different from that of the deserted planet. But it is a strange feeling without people. If we can go back alive, it means there is no problem here. Jiang Tunan smiled. Lu Qi did not refute, but always remained vigilant. Jiang Tunan released her mental power and found that the fight with the black fog not only did not cause any loss, but she could even cover a wider area. Each plant was like a tiny starlight, lighting up the 1/3 acre of land that Jiang Tunan could feel. The soil here seems to be very fertile. And there is. Jiang Tunan got goosebumps, and a chill quickly climbed up from the soles of her feet. She opened her eyes and wanted to remind Lu Qi, something is wrong here. But she found that the scene was more serious than she imagined. A group of people in uniform appeared in front of them, staring at them with interest. Your ability is interesting. The man who spoke was a man with long golden hair. His eyes were gorgeous purple. His skin was very white, and his eye sockets were deep. He looked up and down at Jiang Tunan. Lu Qi covered her behind him and said in a deep voice, Jin Song, who are you here for? They looked very familiar. The man called Jin Song by Lu Qi lifted Lu Qi's hand with a fan in his hand, with a smile on his face. What do you think? Of course, it's for the little friend behind you. Some people think she can be used, and some people must think she will die, Jin Song said at the end, almost sighing. No wonder they sent you to protect her. With this ability, it's too jealous, Jin Song continued. Jiang Tunan suddenly thought of Lu Qi's familiarity with the Third Legion not long ago, and the man in front of him who didn't look like a good person at all. He regretted not listening to Lu Qi's stories about the past. Captain Lu, if I have the chance later, I will definitely become more gossipy, she said sincerely. Lu Qi nodded slightly, drew his sword and pointed it at Jin Song. I don't want to fight with you. Jin Song is an interstellar pirate, the kind written on the Federal Wanted list. Unfortunately, Jiang Tunan was unfamiliar with the place and didn't care much about anything in the interstellar space. He plunged into the deserted planet and became oblivious to the outside world. So he missed the opportunity to meet such a famous person. The only principle in their business is to do it if you have money. Jiang Tunan was a big order, so he came. Jin Song seemed to be a chatterbox. He was fighting with Lu Qi, but he was still busy. I didn't expect that our reunion would be like this. Jiang Tunan understood that it seemed that Lu Qi and Jin Song were teammates in the past. She looked around while listening to Jin Song chatter. The two of them fought, and the masked men brought by Jin Song watched from the side. Jiang Tunan could only see through his eyes that they seemed to have full confidence in Jin Song. They were all relaxed in all states and had no intention of helping. Jiang Tunan knew that Lu Qi was delaying time for her. But this planet was not only not unsuitable for living creatures as Lang Qichu said, but even these plants were carefully cultivated by people, as if waiting for them to come to the door. Jiang Tunan glanced at the Xieji. The lamb was full of energy, staring at the corner. Jiang Tunan simply released his mental power to explore the direction it was paying attention to. After almost falling, Jin Song's hair was cut off by Lu Qi's sword, and she was stepped on by her with a sweeping kick. She laughed angrily. Can you take care of yourself, little girl? We are fighting our own battles. Why are you helping us? Jiang Tunan retracted his mental power and tilted his head to look at Jin Song. I don't seem to understand. Her attitude made Jin Song even more angry. Except you. There is no plant system here. Who else can control these things to trip me? Don't you feel ashamed to win like this? Is it embarrassing? Jiang Tunan didn't move, and simply grabbed a handful of small flowers from the ground. For the sake of winning. What's embarrassing? Otherwise your people will come together. I don't need so many people to deal with you. Jin Song turned his wrist, and the fan flew behind Lu Qi, and it was about to cut her neck. The vines that appeared out of thin air wrapped around the fan and landed accurately in front of Jiang Tunan. Jiang Tunan originally planned to reach out to catch it, but the vines felt something was wrong first, and the fan was thrown out. A flash of fire quickly drifted over with the wind. Jiang Tunan saw this for the first time and put away the smile on his face. Jin Song had already flashed behind the people he brought with him. His hair was long on one side and short on the other, and there was a lot of mud on his clothes. Lu Qi met Jiang Tunan gaze and subconsciously wanted to explain. I know, Jiang Tunan said in a deep voice. She turned her head to look at Jin Song, with a bad feeling in her heart. This ability may not be enough for you to walk out alive. And the employer wants to be dead or alive. Do you understand what I mean? Jin Song looked at Jiang Tunan and also put away his playful smile. The people on both sides of Jin Song took out their weapons and pointed them at Jiang Tunan and Lu Qi. But I also have reasons not to die here. Jiang Tunan sighed, and a vine appeared in his palm. The leopard who was playing with a ball in the deserted star base suddenly moved his ears and turned over quickly. Nan is in trouble. The small animals in the temporary observation area seemed to have been paused, and they all stood up and responded. There were not many people in the base, and no one noticed that a few wild animals were missing from the temporary observation area. Chapter 41. A long time ago, when Lu Qi was not as tall as Leopard, she wandered in the interstellar space. Her parents were unknown, so she had been begging for a living. Maybe she looked stupid, and there were no big twists and turns on her begging journey. So she was lucky. But not long after, Lu Qi met a woman who said she wanted to take her away. Lu Qi thought carefully for a night and felt that he had nothing worth others' concern. So he simply agreed. Having a long-term meal ticket is better than a life of hunger and fullness. This woman lived on an uninhabited desert planet. There were more than a dozen orphans like her on this planet, and Jin Song was one of them. This looked like an orphanage, but not completely an orphanage. After all, few people educated their children with all kinds of killing moves. Lu Qi once thought that she was going to set up a killer organization to do shameful things. The woman had no biological children, and she was very good to these children she picked up, teaching them knowledge, keeping them well fed and clothed, and taking them on interstellar travels. As he grew older, Lu Qi found that this mother was not right. She disappeared for many days, and every time she came back, she would bring them many gifts. But after using the star network, Lu Qi found that these gifts all appeared on the news page. Lu Qi began to be confused. Where did the money for their survival come from? What is the mother's profession? Jin Song and his friends are a similar age, and they are the two strongest among the group of children, so they naturally have a good relationship. Lu Qi told Jin Song about his suspicions, but his reaction was very flat. Does it matter what you do? If it weren't for her, I would have died long ago. I only know that she gave me a second life and taught me many things. I should listen to her. Lu Qi couldn't sleep well for several days. The idea of repaying her gratitude and the idea of exploring the facts pulled each other, and she couldn't get a good answer. It was the day when the woman came back again. This time she was seriously injured. Her eyes swept through the group of teenagers, and she even smiled and comforted them not to worry. Seeing her like this, Lu Qi suddenly understood what Jin Song said. Does it matter who she is, or what identity she has? She saved him, and now she needs help. It's a pity that Lu Qi figured it out too late. The woman died after all, in the power transition. After Lu Qi left, he realized that Jin Song might have known everything a long time ago and chose to be the woman's right-hand man. As for her, a wavering fence-sitter, even if she is very powerful, she can't make them trust her. After the woman died, the deputy who used to stand beside her with a smile on his face was silent, and with a slight wave of his hand, he decided their fate. But Jin Song did not accept his fate. He led the few people on the planet to fight a bloody road. The planet that day was full of blood. A scene that Lu Qi had never seen before. Time was in a hurry. Jin Song thought she didn't want to go along with him. So he sent her away along with the children, who were also unaware. Lu Qi didn't know what happened later. He only knew that he replaced that woman and became a member of the federal wanted list. And his ranking was getting higher and higher. So they hadn't seen each other for more than 10 years. The only way to confirm whether he was safe was through a wanted order. Star S58 became a mess. And only the originally planned place was left with broken branches and leaves. Jiang Tunan took Lu Qi to the tree, holding the sheep in his arms. Don't struggle. We have a signal shielding system here. You can't call for help. Lu Qi. I don't want to kill you. Leave her. I can send you off. Jin Song moved a chair and sat under the tree, looking at them casually. His situation was not good, and his pretty face was scratched several times by Jiang Tunan vines, leaving bloodlines, looking even more embarrassed. But Jiang Tunan didn't get any good either, and Xieji fainted for unknown reasons. According to its ability, it was unscientific to faint without doing anything. Compared to other things, she was most worried about the safety of the Xieji in her arms. Looking at Xieji, Jiang Tunan couldn't help but frown, just wanting to make everything a quick battle. Still too weak. Jiang Tunan clenched his palms and sighed softly. When will she be as strong as Lu Qi? Just now. Lu Qi fought 5 people alone. And the way he didn't even look back was really cool. Give up. There are only 2 of you. And everything you do is just a desperate struggle. Jin Song continued. And your lamb is already injured. Do you want your companions to be injured too? It must be said that these words hit Jiang Tunan hard. She lowered her eyebrows, not knowing what she was thinking. But Lu Qi had a bad premonition. Don't listen to him. My mission is to protect you. Jiang Tunan looked at her deeply, suddenly raised his right hand, and shouted, Collect. The group of people couldn't understand what she was doing, and just thought she was having a second-year syndrome. There was laughter behind Jin Song, and before he could get more unbridled, he felt something tightening around him. Jin Song was the strongest person present, and he felt it most clearly. He wanted to lower his head, but something cold climbed up his throat, and the touch was very familiar. Don't lower your head. The crown will fall off. The girl's voice was faint. Jin Song had to meet Jiang Tunan's gaze, and he saw from the corner of his eye that they were all entangled and unable to move. The more they used their mental power, the tighter they were entangled. This was wrong. And the information clearly stated that she was just an ordinary plant-based supernatural. Do you think I am just an ordinary plant-based supernatural? Jiang Tunan held the sheep in his arms, and the tree she was sitting on seemed to have opened its spiritual wisdom and sent her to Jin Song. If you didn't force me, maybe I wouldn't have grown so fast. Jiang Tunan sighed and looked at the sky covered with haze. This story starts from when they got off the spaceship. After arriving in the interstellar space, Jiang Tunan's intuition suddenly became sharp, especially her perception of danger, which often made her feel as if she had come to the interstellar space to complete an important mission. Although she took over the furry pile on the barren planet, she still felt something was wrong. The moment she stepped on this land, she heard the breathing sound. The breathing sound of plants. In other words, she could even feel the dynamics of the plants on this planet without relying on mental power. The breathing sound of the plants was very weak. There was no existence as powerful as the hibiscus tree on the barren planet on this planet. All plants welcomed her arrival, which was the reaction of ordinary plants to her. The mutant plants were only worried about being plucked bald, and they shouted in their hearts to retreat. There seemed to be no bamboo here, which was their target. But Jiang Tunan still planned to try her luck. After all, she grew up listening to a motto, and she was here. But Jiang Tunan's plan did not include being kidnapped. Even though this handsome guy seemed to be very familiar with Lu Qi, Jiang Tunan thought of the Third Army's strange attitude towards Lu Qi, and the familiarity between this handsome guy and Lu Qi, and seemed to understand something. It was not Jiang Tunan's original intention to press this handsome guy into the grass, but she would feel more at ease to let them reminisce only if he was stained with the things that Jiang Tunan was best at controlling. After all, she was just a plant-based ability that was powerless. Even if she had practiced some skills with Tung Kai, she was still a fragile person, and others would snipe her at first sight. Jiang Tunan's plan was quite successful. While he was messing with Jin Song, he and the people around him were stained with grass debris, and the amount was quite large. The only uncertain point was that Jiang Tunan had never tried to control many vines at once. and she was not sure whether her mental power was enough to control all the enemies present. Jiang Tunan thought of a way to add Jiji Luo to the venom of the Tree King by Gugu. As long as the number was enough. There should be no more embarrassing scenes where there was no effect after a long journey. People's potential in critical moments is unlimited. Jiang Tunan took advantage of Jin Song's distraction, and gathered all his mental strength to tie up more than a dozen people present. Chihiro's thorns pierced into their bodies, bleeding, and the venom of the Tree King by Gugu successfully penetrated. Jiang Tunan even felt that she still had some strength left. In order to prevent any disaster, she planted the Tree King by Gugu next to the crowd. Lu Qi watched everything happening in silence. She never thought that one day, she would be carried away by a thin and weak girl. Suddenly, she felt a little empathy with Tung Kai. It turned out that people who do research have dirty hearts. Jiang Tunan looked at Jin Song, who fainted, and tried. How much money can they be worth if they are handed over? After all, she still had a huge foreign debt that needed to be resolved urgently. And she couldn't miss any opportunity to make money. Lu Qi said calmly, "How did you figure that out?" Jiang Tunan pointed to the badge on the corner of Jin Song's clothes and said innocently, "This emblem. Sister Tung Kai told me about it before I set out. It is the emblem of Interstellar pirates. You can exchange it for money when you see it." Unlike Jiang Tunan, Lu Qi jumped lightly and landed safely from a tree several meters high. He looked at Jin Song and said thoughtfully, "It's up to you." She turned her eyes to Xieji and asked with concern, "Is your sheep okay?" "It may be sleepy. We can continue our action when it wakes up," Jiang Tunan said casually. In fact, she was not sure when Xieji would wake up. The crowd in front of them could not be left alone. So they sat there waiting for the little helper to wake up. There was a tremor, and Lu Qi frowned and drew his sword, looking at Jiang Tunan. Jiang Tunan was also confused. According to her observation, no trace of any animal on S-58 was found. Faint animal calls were heard, and Jiang Tunan was confused again. She once again dragged her family up the tree, and this time she could hear more clearly. "Don't be afraid, Nan. We are here to save you. The breeder has not been eaten. Woo woo woo. Are we too late? Be steady. Let's look around first." The Xieji in her arms moved its ears, and Jiang Tunan lowered her head to meet the guilty eyes of the Xieji, who had just woken up. What else did she not understand? She held down Lu Qi's hand that wanted to draw the sword, and said deeply, "It's a friendly army. No need to draw the sword." Chapter 42. It only takes an hour to get back to Q-153 from S1. The Loki's spaceship took off silently, but inside it was a scene of extravagance and luxury. If Jiang Tunan and Lu Qi were there, they would have discovered that the interior of this spaceship was just as magnificent as the one they were on. How are they? Did the interstellar pirates go? Lang Chichu touched his round belly and asked the tall and thin butler beside him. "I arrived an hour earlier than them. It's a bit of a waste to deal with these two little girls." The butler bowed slightly and whispered, "You don't understand. That Lu Qi is not an ordinary person." Lang Chichu patted his belly triumphantly, his eyes full of shrewd calculations. "If this is done well, the target person will die. Jin Song will be arrested, and I won't even want the Federation's bounty. They won't be able to thank me in time." Lang Chichu laughed like a villain in a story. He raised his wrist and glanced at his diamond-studded watch, smiling on his round face, and said, "According to the time, the people of the 3rd Legion will be here soon. The two poor little girls should not serve the desolate planet in their next life. One of them is not yet an adult. So pitiful." The housekeeper on the side said without hesitation, "The master is kind. But some people are born with bad luck. This is not your wish. I hope they can come to our house and be a well-behaved little bird in their next life." Lang Chichu nodded. Plant-related superpowers should be sealed underground. Such a heaven-defying thing cannot exist in the world. She is still young and doesn't understand. "It's not my fault." He looked at the strange eye hanging in the air and took out a string of golden beads from the drawer beside him. "Everything has its own destiny. I just did what I should do. Don't come to me." Lang Chichu took out another photo, looked at the majestic white tiger on it, and touched its fur with his round fingers. "My little baby is still waiting for me to go home. Nothing outside can stop me." Q-153 is Lang Chichu base camp. The beautiful city planning makes it look like a back garden. But in addition to Lang Chichu family, there are also people who have lived in Q-153 for generations. When it comes to Lang Chichu, everyone agrees that he is a good planetary governor. Mr. Longqi's spaceship is back. someone shouted. And they swarmed to the docking point of Q-153. Lang Chichu is not arrogant. When he is pulled to talk about the other side of the family, he will respond with a smile and patience, like a lively elder, and like a neighbor's grandfather who loves to take a walk. Oh, Mr. Langchi has lost weight on this trip. We just stewed some pigeons for you. Lang Chichu hurriedly refused, saying that he had something else to do. He made a gesture to the guards, and they forcefully broke through the crowd and successfully brought Lang Chichu out. Lang Chichu boarded the flying chessboard and waved to the enthusiastic citizens outside. Still smiling, I was just out for a few days. Everyone is so enthusiastic. The housekeeper on the side straightened his crooked collar and straightened his hat for him, saying considerately, "It's because you love the people like your own children. Other planet masters don't have such treatment as you." Lang Chichu nodded, with a smile on his face. Who says it's not? Which planet master can feed the people of the whole planet like me? Jiang Tunnen, who was thought to have been lying down, was using his strength to perform, and my fate is determined by me, not by God. Seeing Bao Bao and Fufu running over, there was a little wolf behind them, struggling to tame their limbs. Jiang Tunnen lowered his body and planned to give the cubs a warm hug. The Xieji beside him opened his eyes and looked at the three of them. They were forced to break suddenly, and the originally happy reunion scene turned into a serial car accident scene. Nan, I felt that you were injured at home. Bao Bao tilted his head to look at Jiang Tunnen, humming. So I came. The deserted planet is not close to here, and the middle is all empty. Jiang Tunnen was a little confused. How did you get here? Are you stepping on air? The cubs looked a little guilty, as if they hadn't finished their story. Xieji beside him came to the rescue. Now is not the time to reminisce about the past. We have to quickly see what is going on this planet. Jiang Tunnen looked at his sheep meaningfully and nodded in response. They left Xieji to watch Jin Song and his group, and the other two people and three beasts split into two groups and began to look for things on this not-so-big planet. The Arctic wolf was brought back by Guanxi and Bao Bao, and it didn't trust humans very much. Jiang Tunnen took it and Bao Bao with him, and handed Fufu to Lu Qi. Although Lu Qi couldn't understand animal language, these babies could understand human language. And Fufu was the king of beasts, although he hadn't grown up yet. Jiang Tunnen believed that no one could refuse a cat cub that he could pet, hold and kiss, even if this cub is a little big. Jiang Tunnen remembered the method of watching chess, and pulled out a celery flower from the palm of his hand and handed it to Lu Qi. Pull the celery flower apart when there is danger. Jiang Tunnen, who thought that he had achieved full interstellar network coverage without dead angles, came here and found that this planet was hidden very well, and there was not even a signal. I don't know who lives here, but they actually live such a paradise life. Self-sufficient, and don't care about the outside world. Many plants here are only found on Earth. Jiang Tunnen has never seen these things on the few planets she has visited, so she just pulled them out cleanly. There seems to be some special planting techniques here, and the vegetables grown look much better than those on the deserted planet. Walking along the vegetable field, they met a building like a greenhouse. Bao Bao ran over first, lying on the transparent glass and looking for a long time, and shouted to Jiang Tunnen in shock, "There is a red panda here." Jiang Tunnen heard the words and hurried over quickly. A red panda was hung on the mechanical arm like a piece of clothing. It was silent, and it was hard to tell whether it was dead or alive. The machine under it had swallowed a yak. The red panda was the last one, and was about to be swallowed by the huge machine. Jiang Tunnen had no weapons, and quickly used vines to try to stop it. But this machine could even swallow a yak. Jiang Tunnen's strength was not enough. The vine was broken for the first time, and Jiang Tunnen's hands became bloody. She endured the pain and made the vines as thin as possible, controlling them to drill into the gap of the machine, trying to disintegrate its operation from the inside. Leopard was not idle either. It jumped onto the track that fixed the red panda without hesitation, and its sharp teeth tried to bite the mechanical claws that grabbed the red panda. Jiang Tunnen looked around. His eyes stopped at a hidden switch, and shouted, "Langchu, go turn off the machine and jump onto the wall." Although Langchu was ignorant, he saw the leopard and the man working hard in front of him, and knew that now was not the time for playing and fighting. He ran in the direction pointed by Jiang Tunnen, swinging his big tail. Jiang Tunnen's arms were already bleeding, and her fingers were even exposed. She had never seen such a big scene before, and she didn't dare to glance at her hands, so she just pointed at Lang Chu to divert his attention. The leopard standing on it had a mouthful of blood. And the red panda, who was not sure whether it was dead or alive, was shaky. The mechanical claw was about to release. Jiang Tunnen felt the core part of the machine, sharpened the vines, and poked hard, and a muffled sound came from the inside of the machine. Jiang Tunnen breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side of Langchu, the little wolf jumped with all his strength and successfully pressed the hidden button. Jiang Tunnen had no time to feel relieved. Seeing the red panda falling straight down, Jiang Tunnen hurriedly controlled the vines to catch it. The vines dripping with blood were wrapped around the red panda, and it could no longer withstand the impact of falling. The vines were pressed hard to the ground by the red panda. On the other side of S58, Xieji looked at the loosened vines on the unconscious people in front of him, and suddenly stood up and looked towards the greenhouse. Without hesitation, it directly pulled the great vines not far away and controlled them to string the group of people together. With its heart beating hard, it took another look at the group of people caught by Jiang Tunnen, and ran towards the greenhouse without hesitation. Langchu, go outside and see if there is anyone. Bao Bao squatted beside Jiang Tunnen and hurriedly directed Langchu. It stood up anxiously again and circled around Jiang Tunnen several times. Nan Nan, wake up. We have to go home. You haven't found bamboo leaves for the little bear to eat yet, so you can't sleep here. Although Leopard was still ignorant of many things, it could feel that Jiang Tunnen's breathing was getting weaker, and even the intensity of the bullying on his chest was much smaller than before. Xieji. Chong, come and save Nanan. I promised the little bear to take Nanan back. Woo. The anxious leopard didn't hear the sound that broke through the air, and when he turned around, he found a two-legged beast in front of him. But it was not surprised at all. Looking at the two-legged beast with golden eyes, it told everything that had happened before in a confused manner. The man frowned slightly, looking at Jiang Tunnen's hand with white bones exposed. He reached out and held it up without hesitation, and touched along the bones all the way up, following the direction of his pale fingertips. A miracle happened on Jiang Tunnen's hand. The white bones were covered with new flesh, leaving only a few mottled scars, which looked horrifying, but were actually just skin injuries. The leopard on the side saw this scene and widened his eyes in surprise. Xieji, what else can you do? Let me see. Xieji glanced at it, put the red panda in Jiang Tunnen's arms, and held the man and the bear in his arms easily. Jiang Tunnen was not tall among the people on the deserted star, but he looked particularly petite in Xieji's arms. Xieji glanced at the deep red marks on the ground and told Leopard, dig out the soil stained with Nanan's blood and take it away. Knowing that Jiang Tunnen was saved, Leopard was in a good mood. Without saying a word, he called his younger brother Langchu, and the two cubs began to dig the soil clumsily. There was a steady breathing sound in his arms. Xieji looked down at her and sighed softly. Chapter 43. Luchi felt that their trip was really worthwhile, and they had gained a lot. She followed Jiang Tunnen's teaching and counted all the grasses she didn't recognize as needed. So she picked a lot of strange things. The only problem was that she took Fu for a long walk here and didn't find any traces of people. If no one lived there for a long time, then where did the traces of crisscrossing paths on the ground come from? She couldn't figure this out for the time being. Although the man and the tiger couldn't communicate, Fu was very smart and would accurately point out to Lu Qi which one needed more, and which one they had already picked from a pile of grass. Lu Qi was very serious and didn't forget to take out dried meat from his pocket to comfort Fu. The little tiger was more motivated and even pinched his throat and rubbed his body, rubbing around Lu Qi. The harmonious and warm scene was soon broken. Fu stopped calling, but climbed up a nearby tree swiftly, stood on the branch and looked in the direction of the Tai Jin song. Lu Qi's left eyelid twitched, and he looked up and asked Fu, is there something wrong? Are we going back now? Fu shook his tail, jumped down from the tree, and led Lu Qi to a road he had never walked before. Lu Qi did not ask any questions, but just followed Fu. Fu thought the bipeds in front of him were good and very obedient. As for Lu Qi, she had a harmless little problem. As her name suggests, she was a road idiot. It was not obvious when someone led her. If she was left alone and could not be guided by others' spiritual power, she could not walk out of a small jungle. So no matter where Fu took her, she had no objection. Jiang Tunnen had no other skills, but he could win the love of animals. No one could match him. When going out, Lu Qi would of course choose to trust his teammates. I said how could I lose to a plant system? It turns out that the two of them have helpers. What are you? Even if Jin Song was tied up. His mouth was still unforgiving. Seeing Jiang Tunan being carried back, covered in blood, he couldn't help but taunt him. Xieji had no interest in this boring verbal battle, and was too lazy to even give him a look. His fingers traced the wounded part of Jiang Tunan, with his eyebrows drooping, and it was unknown what he was thinking. If you were me, these women would still be no match. If it weren't for you, the two of them would have easily defeated me, Jin Song challenged. As the glorious first on the wanted list, Jin Song had already fallen on this day. As a rock-type psychic, he could feel that Jiang Tunan's strength was very weak, like a newly born vine. Very useless. Jin Song had seen several plant-type psychics, all like her. If his psychic ability was a majestic waterfall, Jiang Tunan was the stream that flowed into the waterfall. Vulnerable. Jin Song was also very puzzled why the bounty of an ordinary plant-type psychic was as high as 10 million. He attributed it to the fact that he was sold in a package with Lu Qi, and Lu Qi price was higher, until he was tied up by Jiang Tunan. Jin Song didn't find anything unusual, until he woke up and saw the tree king by Gugu all over the ground, and the vines on his body had changed their style. The great vines were thin and weak, and it was just a matter of struggling to escape. Jin Song tried, but it didn't work. He was the number one on the wanted list, but he couldn't beat a vine. He saw a man holding Jiang Tunan and Jin Song couldn't feel his mental power. This is very strange. The mental power of interstellar people is a vital thing, especially for people with special abilities. The great vines on his body are not the plant-based aura of Jiang Tunan, so they must be the man's. Jin Song is very interested in them, and he feels excited that he hasn't met a rival for many years. But this man is a little arrogant, and never looked at him from beginning to end. Jin Song can only provoke him, whether he can go back alive or not. At least there is someone to talk to before he dies, which should feel good. Xieji finally looked at Jin Song, and he said, "You are very noisy." Before Jin Song could make a few excuses for himself, he found that he could not speak. He stared at the man in front of him in disbelief. If he was not very strong, he could not do it at all. This man's strength is far above his. He didn't want to die yet. So in the man's eyes, that looked like he was looking at a dead object, Jin Song chose to shut up. Under the absolute power suppression, he believed that no one would be willing to go die without knowing the reason. But it was really weird. One of them didn't look very strong, but could tie him up silently, and the other one couldn't see the depth. Jin Song only regretted that he underestimated the enemy, which led to such an embarrassing situation. Xieji reached out and stroked Jiang Tunan's forehead, just like she was holding him, holding her and sitting on the branches high up in the tree, looking at the direction where Lu Qi and Fu Fu were moving. Someone is coming soon. Why don't you wake up? Jiang Tunan's passive self-healing skill is like a bug. If Xieji hadn't blocked it, both arms should have recovered. Her mental power was drained, but she was already in the process of self-repair. Why hadn't she woken up yet? Xieji didn't know much about her structure, so he could only hold Jiang Tunan and wait. Perhaps she would wake up soon. Their mission had not been completed, and he was not suitable to appear in front of people now. The feeling of mental power overdraft was not good. Jiang Tunan felt very tired, as if he wanted to die suddenly after not sleeping for 2 days and 2 nights. The heart has its own ideas. If she is given a heartbeat monitor now, she might be able to jump off the cliff. Jiang Tunan thought in a happy way that maybe the one she saved was the little bear's brother. If she really died here, it would be a good thing. Her mind was much more active than before, and she was arranging her funeral with great interest, until a familiar breath came over and her hand bones were held by someone. Jiang Tunan was not used to such touches. Who likes to have their bones touched? Thinking of this, Jiang Tunan found that she could feel that the hand holding her was very cold, like an ice pack just taken out of the refrigerator. Will bones get arthritis if they touch something cold directly? Jiang Tunan's mind began to wander aimlessly, even though she knew that arthritis was not caused by freezing. Perhaps she was too resistant to such intimate contact. Jiang Tunan could feel that her hand was healing quickly according to her wishes, wrapping the exposed bones. Can plant-based abilities create something out of nothing? And white bones grow flesh with such a terrible healing speed? Isn't the person holding her hand afraid now? Jiang Tunan imagined that scene, and she couldn't accept it. The healing power was blocked. Jiang Tunan could feel that there were still a few cuts on his arm, which were blocked and could not be healed. Jiang Tunnen didn't know for a moment whether his healing ability was more terrible or the ability of this person, who could prevent healing, was more terrible. Hearing him communicate with Bao Bao indifferently, and Bao Bao calling him Xieji, Jiang Tunnen suddenly understood. Xieji is indeed not an ordinary cub. He can actually turn into a human. But as far as she knows, there is no such magical transformation in the Interstellar. Not even orcs. What exactly is Xieji? In a trance? She heard Xieji's voice, which was almost as cold as his recent sheep. Someone is coming soon. Why don't you wake up? As a competent owner, she should protect Xieji's secret. Jiang Tunnen was shocked by her firm belief. And it was definitely not because she was curious about what Xieji looked like when he turned into a human. Jiang Tunnen tried to open her eyes, and met a pair of golden eyes. She was completely surrounded by this little black sheep. They were rarely so close. And she could even smell the refreshing grass fragrance on Xieji. Jiang Tunnen asked in confusion, "Am I dreaming?" "Not a dream," Xieji said directly. "I can't support being a human being now." He seemed to be talking about something insignificant. And his voice was still as calm as water. "It seems that you haven't recovered your memory yet," Jiang Tunnen affirmed. Xieji didn't answer, but changed the subject. "Your clothes are all bloody, so there must be wounds. Control it yourself." Is this something she can control if she wants to? Jiang Tunnen gave Xieji a condemning look, but was avoided. This little panda is fine. It was just given an overdose of tranquilizers, and it will wake up soon. But it has a number on it. Xieji switched to official mode. Jin Song, who couldn't speak yet, looked at this big transformation into a live sheep in shock. His emotions were too excited, and he pulled the vines that Jiang Tunnen had tied him up with before. Facing his shocked eyes, Jiang Tunnen laughed like a villain. "You saw our secret. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Jin Song's worldview was reshaped. No wonder he couldn't feel the man's mental power, because he was not a human at all. So he had no mental power. Jiang Tunnen poked the horn of Xieji. "How does he deal with it? You can't let others know your secret, right?" Xieji glanced at Jin Song, and the man immediately fell into a coma. "It's okay. I forget it after a good sleep." What a good one who forgot it after a good sleep. Jiang Tunnen looked at Xieji, wondering what kind of little monster he had picked up. And his strength was so strong. The sound of the grass being plucked came. Xieji had not yet recovered his memory. His ability was a piece of fat meat. The more people knew about it, the more dangerous he would be. Jiang Tunnen had the idea of becoming stronger, at least to be able to protect the lamb he had picked up. Jiang Tunnen quickly checked the number on the red panda that Xieji mentioned, LQ356. It was under its big tail. If you didn't check it carefully, you wouldn't see it at all. There's something wrong with this planet. My suggestion is that we can go directly to Langqichu Nest, Xieji thought. Jiang Tunnen had the same idea. She put some pollen on Langqichu to track his location. After saying goodbye to them, the man went straight back to his nest. Her intuition told her that this matter was not simple. We still have to figure out who sent this Jin Song. Jiang Tunnen stared at the team below and complained to Xieji. The enemy is in the open, and we are in the dark. It's difficult to deal with. It's Langqichu. Xieji moved his head, nodded at Jin Song opposite, and explained. Their aircraft is from Longqi's family. Chapter 44. Although Lu Qi had never formally joined the Interstellar pirate team, she had learned all the knowledge she needed to know very well. For example, at the moment, it was not difficult for her to destroy the automatic positioning system of a spaceship. Jin Song looked at her operation and teased casually. "It seems that you are doing well. You can still apply the previous knowledge. I thought you would not do our tricks after you go out?" Seeing Jiang Tunnen's eyes sweeping over, he shouted very exaggeratedly, "Oh, your teammates don't know your identity yet? They won't doubt you because of this, right?" Jiang Tunnen stared at Jin Song straight, making him feel guilty. And then he planted a tree king by Gugu from his palm and stuffed it directly into Jin Song's mouth. "It's enough." Jin Song? ? He shut up silently. Lu Qi just looked back. She had never actually operated a spaceship, and she relied on a reckless word. After the spaceship took off successfully, she fumbled to set the automatic navigation and talked to Jiang Tunnen about the past. Lu Qi is not a talkative person. She left the third corps because her colleagues showed strange looks after they found out that she was once a child adopted by interstellar pirates. For some reason, Lu Qi had an inexplicable trust in Jiang Tunnen. She felt that Jiang Tunnen was not someone who would alienate her because of this. As she expected, Jiang Tunan did not react at all until she heard that Director Du Liang wanted her to go to the deserted planet. So what is the director's ability? Jiang Tunan asked this question for the second time. I don't know. Lu Qi did not understand why Jiang Tunan asked this, but still answered truthfully. I have never seen the director use his ability since the deserted planet. In the Interstellar, top bosses with strong mental power without superpowers usually have special people to protect them. Even Jiang Tunan, who has strong mental power but seems to have poor superpowers, will not be released alone every time. At Du Liang level, if she was an ordinary person with only mental power, there would probably be at least 2 top superpowers responsible for protecting her. But Du Liang usually keeps to herself except when her secretary is busy. This means that her ability must be very strong. But except for Jiang Tunan, who saw her controlling a person with ability, no one else seems to have seen her ability. But this is not too important. I feel that the headmaster does not need ability to be strong, Lu Qi said casually. Jiang Tunan nodded in agreement. Du Liang's strength comes from her own aura. She is always smiling, but she never makes people think she is weak. According to your growth rate, you should be able to go on missions by yourself soon. Lu Qi thought of Jiang Tunan's ability and gave her a few more pointers. But you lack practical experience. Maybe you will be better after entering school. Jiang Tunan nodded thoughtfully. Before she could say anything else, Lu Qi had already found the medical box on the spaceship. I don't know if his treatment chamber has the function of automatically recording data. For the sake of caution, I will ask you to use the most ancient bandage method. Jiang Tunan didn't mind this too much. She had learned to control her wounds under the guidance of Xieji. The pain was almost zero, but the wound looked hideous to outsiders. Xieji slowly came over and called out, "The red panda is awake." The red panda refused to wake up at first. It was just a weak, pitiful and helpless herbivore. When it woke up, it found a leopard, a tiger, a wolf, and a jackal squatting in front of it. It successfully gathered jackals, tigers and leopards. It was so scared that it closed its eyes, thinking that it had not woken up from the nightmare. Until the leopard shouted happily, "Brother little bear." This name sounds familiar. The red panda tentatively licked its nose, opened its eyes a little, and peeked at the beasts outside, and found that their eyes were full of curiosity and clear stupidity. Is this the little bear's brother? Why does he look a little stupid? Why does the little bear's brother look exactly like him? Do all red pandas look like this? Not quite the same. The red panda's bow is bigger. That's not a bow. That's the red panda's ears. The red panda couldn't bear it any longer and opened his eyes, looking at the three, and found that they were all very small. Obviously still cubs. Its sight locked on the leopard who was talking to it. "Do you know me?" "I know your sister." The leopard was very sure. Jiang Tunan was following the Xieji to the door, and after hearing what the leopard said, he began to fall into confusion. According to what the little bear and the leopard said, when they became good friends, the little bear's brother had disappeared for a long time. So how did the leopard know that he was the little bear's brother? "You look like the red panda. 2 eyes and 1 mouth." The leopard gray eyes were full of determination. Jiang Tunan couldn't help but look at the Xieji who summoned it, and he was very skeptical about whether this decision was correct. But thinking of Bao Bao's efforts to save the red panda, it's good to be simple. She knocked on the door and went in and said, "Hello. I'm Jiang Tunan, the keeper of these pandas. You can call me Nanan." As he spoke, Fufu had already used Jiang Tunan as a cat climbing frame and began to crawl into her arms. But his tail was easily held down by Xieji, and he couldn't climb up his thighs anymore. The lying red panda saw her and began to tremble. Human. Can you not give me the injection?" Jiang Tunan hurriedly stepped back and stared at the red panda carefully. It seemed to be trapped in extremely painful memories. Xieji glanced at Jiang Tunan and said, "I communicate with it. You go back first." In order not to irritate the red panda again, Jiang Tunan had to go back with a heavy face. After closing the door, Xieji's golden eyes tightly grasped the red panda's sight, and it quickly returned to normal. Huddled and looked at them. "You are actually with humans. I know you are anxious. But don't be anxious yet. As the person who has known Jiang Tunan for the longest time, Leopard thinks he has the most say. Nanan is a good person, and may be different from the humans you know." The red panda shook his head frantically. "No. You don't understand. I have lived with humans before, and they are extremely scary. They keep drawing my blood and injecting strange things into my body. seeing that it was about to collapse again. Xiaowu comforted it again. This red panda seemed to know a lot of information. Xiaowu pondered and said, "How many humans have you seen?" Generally speaking, Xiaowu does not want to interrogate a traumatized animal. But their situation is urgent. There are pursuers behind them, and they haven't found what they want. After being tricked to S58, this rescued red panda may be the only breakthrough. Jiang Tunnen, who was outside, also understood this truth. She began to calculate how much of the food that this red panda likes to eat to soothe its trauma. The spaceship suddenly vibrated. Jiang Tunnen looked out the window and saw someone trying to attack them. She exchanged a glance with Lu Qi, and they immediately split up. Jiang Tunnen walked to the room where Jin Song was. Seeing that he was still not awake, she stuffed several poisonous grasses into his mouth without hesitation. "Wake up! Your support is here." Seeing that his eyes were already moving, Jiang Tunnen said coldly. The toxins in Jin Song's body had not been completely eliminated, and he looked at her blankly. Jiang Tunnen reached out and grabbed his collar and pressed him against the glass. The black outside the window was illuminated by the firelight, and it was even a little dazzling. Soon, a new shell was fired at them again, and the spaceship suddenly took off. If it weren't for the good performance of this spaceship, they might have fallen. "Not my people," Jin Song said weakly. "This mission is highly confidential, and only I know about it." The starship outside looked more like the Legion's. Jin Song squinted and looked over, widening his eyes in disbelief. "We were tricked." "In the spaceship behind?" Wang Yishao said with a subtle expression. "Its route is to Q153. Lang Chichu said that he was robbed by interstellar pirates, and the spaceship was hijacked. And the two distinguished guests from the deserted planet were also hijacked. But this spaceship is going to his home?" The man next to Wang Yishao did not change his expression, and said indifferently, "We are only responsible for catching up with it and intercepting it, or directly shooting it down. So the interstellar pirates want to capture the two people from the deserted planet and go to Q153 for ransom?" Wang Yishao asked in confusion. "A few hours ago, the 3rd Legion received a call from Lang Chichu himself, saying that he found that one of its spaceships had been hijacked and was now heading to S58. Wang Yishao just came back from work and knew that Jiang Tunnen and Lu Qi were going to S58. So he immediately applied for a mission. When they arrived at S58, they found no one. There were traces of fighting on the ground. And what was even more strange was that there was a greenhouse on S3, where no one had ever been. There were fresh bloodstains in the greenhouse, and the machines inside had just stopped working, and Jiang Tunnen vines were still entangled inside. Even so, Jiang Tunnen did not use the stone she left behind. So does that prove that she was fine? After leaving S58, Wang Yishao kept contacting Lu Qi and Jiang Tunnen, and informed Teng Kai of the matter. But unfortunately, neither of them responded. I don't know if they were really captured or were playing along. Unfortunately, Teng Kai didn't contact the two people either. So she immediately reported the situation to Du Liang and contacted Lang Chitong at the same time. Wang Yishao was not the captain of this operation, so he could only watch the captain press the attack button ruthlessly, and only prayed in his heart that they would do things faster. Soon, they received a call from the leader, ordering them to return immediately, saying that the matter had been taken over by the 9th Legion. She tried to contact Jiang Tunnen again, but unfortunately she still failed. She sighed as she watched the spaceship gradually distance itself from them. Seeing that the starship behind them finally gave up chasing them, Jiang Tunnen also breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to look at Jin Song with suspicion. Is he really not your man? Lu Qi also returned from the cockpit, and after only glancing at Jin Song, he answered for him. He should not be his man. Now we have to consider how to deal with him later. Jiang Tunnen looked at Jin Song and fell into a new round of contemplation. They were going to do something big, and his team was not only useless, but would even hold them back. But if they were not brought along, they would have nowhere to put them. Let me talk to him. Lu Qi glanced at Jiang Tunnen. As a teammate, he naturally had some trust. And Jiang Tunnen nodded, glanced at Jin Song again, and then turned and left. Chapter 45. For a psychic like Jiang Tunnen, who is not very good at fighting, having one more person to protect her is like adding wings to a tiger, as long as her safety can be ensured. Once her psychic power is mobilized, it will be very powerful. Jiang Tunnen didn't know how Lu Qi persuaded Jin Song's team to be her bodyguards. She walked swaggeringly on the streets of Q153 with her hands behind her back. They landed at midnight. and most of the residents on Q153 were already asleep. The night was more conducive to hiding their identities, especially for this group of daring interstellar pirates. Jiang Tunnen glanced at Fu Fu, who was holding the panda's neck. So strange. And took another look. The spaceship they used belonged to Lang Qichu, and landing on Q153 would definitely attract Lang Qichu's attention. It was not clear why he asked someone to secretly attack them, and Jiang Tunnen didn't want him to know that they were coming for the time being. At this time in the Star Lord's mansion, Lang Qichu was summoning familiar nobles to watch the party. Star Lord is in a good mood today. It seems that something good is going to happen. The man with curly beard raised his wine glass and flattered. Oh! What good or bad? With you guys here. Every day is a good day. Lang Qichu clinked his glasses with him, and drank the wine in the glass with a smile. Lang Qichu doesn't like to use communicators very much, and he always sets up signal blockers when he is a party. For him, the world without high technology is the safest world. So Lang Qichu didn't receive the news. Lang Qitong was already on the way with the team. He was thinking that once the celebration banquet tonight was over, he would receive good news tomorrow. He was communicating with the 3rd Legion on time, and as long as their people were not useless, they should be able to catch up with the pirates. Thinking of this, Lang Qichu rolled his eyes. What level do you want to share my money? The group who had just entered the Q153 star had started a new round of investigation. There is definitely something wrong with this Lang Qichu. I suspect he sent someone to assassinate us because we are going to S58. Jiang Tunnen whispered to Lu Qi. Jin Song is a very professional person. No matter how they asked, he refused to tell the truth. Jiang Tunnen and the others had to guess. Lu Qi had a deeper consideration. Since you found the ancient creatures, he might be doing something shameful. So he killed us. But if you think about it more deeply, is it possible that your ability has been exposed and will block other people's money? Jiang Tunnen was stunned by what he said. It's not impossible. But only some people on the wasteland planet know my ability. And the big leaders only know the ancient creatures I brought back. Is it possible? Lu Qi shook her head. She didn't know. If someone really targeted Jiang Tunnen, then the matter would be serious. Let's quickly get this back to the wasteland planet, Lu Qi said. Jiang Tunnen didn't refuse. Now it's not just her who is exposed, but also her companions. After she sorted out her thoughts, she whispered to the group of little guys, Children, do you smell anything? Bao Bao was so happy that he almost jumped up. I know. It smells like meat. The group immediately moved forward along the route decided by Bao Bao. Jin Song, who was following them, watched with great interest and asked Jiang Tunnen, You have this ability. Can you communicate with them? This is not a secret that cannot be told. They are grasshoppers on the same rope for the time being. Jiang Tunnen nodded. But Jin Song's eyes lit up. Sister, how much money does Huangqing offer you? I give you double. Come out and work with me. How about it? Jiang Tunnen looked at him and shook his head. Not very good. As an ordinary earthling, she has not yet thought of making a debut and being wanted. What's good about being a breeder? We travel everywhere every day and can see many treasures. Isn't this a good life? Robbing everywhere is called traveling everywhere, and the things robbed are called many treasures. There seems to be nothing wrong with it. Jiang Tunnen was distracted and refused again. I still have a wish. Jin Song, ? It means that we can't play with this group of tacticians. They are all dirty. Bao Bao probably has special tracking skills. And a high wall soon appeared in front of them. It's not as high as the one on the deserted planet. This high wall is obviously just an ordinary defense. Jiang Tunnen looked up for a while and summoned vines. I try the most common method first. There is high technology everywhere in the Interstellar, so she reasonably suspects that these things are used to intercept high technology. Her primitive and simple method probably won't be seen by the Interstellar people. Several vines appeared silently on the side of the high wall. They were like winding ladders for people to climb. When Jiang Tunnen was about to go up, Lu Qi stopped her. I do it. Jin Song, who was behind, looked at this scene and felt a little sour. He and Lu Qi had not seen each other since they parted many years ago, and he had not seen what she looked like when she grew up. They used to be teammates fighting side by side. But when they met again, they were enemies from different camps. Lu Qi was very fast. After climbing up the wall, she saw 2 patrolmen walking towards them. She fired her gun at the 2 without thinking. Just by looking at her movements, Jiang Tunnen knew what she was doing. This is not the Earth. but the interstellar space full of dangers. Lucci was right to do this. Otherwise they would be the ones to die. Jiang Tunan thought. If she went up first, she probably wouldn't be able to shoot so decisively, and might even bring the whole team into danger. Jiang Tunan calmed down, picked up the Xieji, and looked at the other cubs. Can you jump over? Whether it was Bao Bao or Fufu. This height was nothing to them. Leopard cried out, this height is nothing. Leopard, I can jump up easily. After saying that, it really jumped lightly, and climbed up easily with the help of the wall. The only thing that was not very beautiful was that it scratched the wall. Fufu was not to be outdone, holding the unconscious red panda in his mouth, and mumbled, you hold on. I'm coming. Jiang Tunan thought carefully. It probably said, you wait. I'm coming. Poor red panda restricted the little tiger's performance. The action was not vague at all. It was one size smaller than leopard, and its body was also lighter. It jumped up without thinking. There were some problems with landing. Jiang Tunan clearly heard the crisp sound of bone dislocation. But it was not from leopard. Is this biped okay? What can happen? Isn't he lying here to sleep just to be a scapegoat for us? Jiang Tunan understood that they stepped on the person who was killed by Lu Qi. The pressure came to the last beast. Jiang Tunan looked at Lang Chu. Do you want to hug? Lang Chu disliked turning sideways. He only had a little affection for Jiang Tunan, and the rest of the humans were smelly, so he didn't want to hug. The people outside were forced to admire the wolf's car flip. Lang Chu scraped for most of the day, leaving countless marks on the wall. But he couldn't successfully climb up. It was not discouraged, nor was it impatient. Under the messy command of Bao Bao, the wolf's hard work paid off, and Lang Chu still climbed up the rough wall with difficulty. The rest of the people were very fast because of Jiang Tunan vines. The group successfully landed in the Star Lord's mansion under the cover of darkness. Lang Chichu was a very high-profile person. The main building of the Star Lord's mansion was a 3-story building, which was designed in the style of a Chinese garden. But there was a circle of neon lights outside, as if he was afraid that others would not be able to see his identity. So Jiang Tunan could not see clearly what color his building was. He could only see a few blinding words, Star Lord Mansion. This was very different from Lang Chitong. Lang Chitong seemed to have no airs of a rich girl except for the problem of fainting at blood, which had nothing to do with a wealthy family. Jin Song followed her gaze and joked, how about it? If you follow us, we promise to let you live in such a beautiful house. Beautiful? Jiang Tunan felt that she didn't seem to recognize these two words. She glanced at the neon roof again, looked at Jin Song suspiciously, and doubted the aesthetics of the interstellar people. But she still chose to respect it, and shook her head at Jin Song. You are not worthy of it. Keep it for yourself. After walking for a while, Jiang Tunan spread the vines to explore the Star Lord mansion. The soil here is particularly fertile, but there is a strange smell. Jiang Tunan always feels that this smell is familiar, but can't tell what it is. It's blood. A lot of blood, Xieji whispered. Jiang Tunan was stunned, felt it again, and his face darkened. It was indeed blood. He actually used blood to nourish the plants of the entire Star Lord's mansion. No wonder the soil here is so fertile. Thinking of the devoured yak, Jiang Tunan suspected that there must be some connection between them. Following Leopard, they stopped in front of a small building without lights. This small building was much more low-key than the Star Lord's mansion in the distance. No one passed by in front of the building, and there was no light. But Leopard suddenly stopped and the voice came into their ears. What happy event did the Star Lord encounter today to hold a celebration banquet? I heard that he made another contribution in front of the upper person. Our Star Lord is good in every way, but he is honest. I think the upper person is just taking advantage of the Star Lord. Why should we interfere in the affairs of the adults? The two talked, and their voices gradually faded away. With a creak, they closed the door and walked away on the fallen leaves. Are you trying to eat my feast? Jiang Tunan said solemnly. I really want to know what delicious food they have prepared. She couldn't survive a day with only a ton of nutrient solution. Who are the people who are hindering interstellar vegetable planting? As a vegetable-growing maniac in the flower-growing family, Jiang Tunan has been a little irritable recently because she can't eat fresh food. No one beside her felt her emotional ups and downs. Jiang Tunan saw a white disappear from the corner of her eye and hurriedly followed. They followed all the way to a white house with a lot of stockpiled goods. Ah! There is so much meat here. I knew it was a strong cow as soon as I smelled it. A body of shank meat. Nan. Can I eat it? Just one bite. Jiang Tunin hesitated for a few moments, but still stopped him. Don't eat it. There may not be anything in it. Let's go back and do an identification first. As a man of his word, Jiang Tunin did not hesitate to use vines to pack all the meat that Bao Bao specifically asked for. The other two were not to be outdone. Fu Fu put the red panda down, stepped on it with one of his front paws, and enthusiastically read out the names of the dishes. You guys. Chapter 46. The moment the strange voice sounded, he was knocked to the ground by the well-trained people around Jin Song. Jin Song winked at the man, but was still stopped by Lu Qi. He glanced at the person lying on the ground and said, "Forget it," knowing that she was always soft-hearted. Jin Song snorted and laughed, and asked someone to kick the unconscious person aside. Jiang Tunin breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't accept such a large-scale scene for the time being. If it weren't for Lu Qi obstruction, the man would probably have been covered in blood. Feeling the Star Lord's mansion again in this place, Jiang Tunin's face became even more strange. The deep underground seems to be empty. Strangely enough, after she found that she had a self-healing bug, her superpowers seemed to be stronger than before. She hadn't measured the level of superpowers since she came to the barren planet, but she could tell from what they said that superpowers, like Lu Qi, who was born with them, were generally of relatively high level, and would become more powerful as they grew older. For people like her who only have superpowers at the age of 16, their superpowers are generally not very high. But she can clearly feel that her superpowers are constantly upgrading. But she has not been able to find the rules for the time being. But we don't have the rock system, so we may not be able to find the underground entrance. Lu Qi was very rational and pointed out the biggest problem to Jiang Tunin. I'm afraid we can't finish walking through this Star Lord mansion today. Jiang Tunin naturally knew this truth, and she nodded. I want to go to the back and see. There are many plants there. The Star Lord mansion was still silent, and they swaggered into the backyard of the Star Lord mansion under the cover of night. The inky trees blended into the darkness, and seeing the bamboo swaying in the wind, Jiang Tunin got goosebumps. This is a trap. The bamboo that they had not found in the entire S-58 star really appeared in the Star Lord mansion. There must be someone on the barren star who was constantly leaking information. Otherwise no one would know what they were looking for this time. As for the greenhouse on S-58 star, Jiang Tunin was more inclined to believe that they had not had time to destroy all the evidence. Even though she knew it was a trap, Jiang Tunin still sped up, felt the bamboo closest to her, copied it, and said decisively, Go? Go! Little mouse. You took so many of my things and still want to leave. Isn't that inappropriate? Lang Chichu's voice sounded. But they never saw his figure before. Others told me that you were very capable, but I didn't expect it to be true. A light shone on Jiang Tunin and his group, and a tall and thin man walked out of the dark, looking at them with purple eyes, revealing a trace of surprise. I thought you had knocked down the Interstellar pirates. You are really skilled and brave. Bringing them to the Star Lord's mansion? This man is the butler beside Lang Chichu. But looking at his current appearance, it seems that he is not that simple. Jiang Tunin stared at him, and couldn't see anything. You are very interesting, coming to visit us at night, and injuring our people. But considering that you brought gifts, I will be generous and forgive you. His eyes stayed on a few small animals, and Jiang Tunin's heart trembled. Lu Qi was a ruthless man who didn't talk much. The flames had already lit up the man opposite. His clothes seemed to be made of some special material. He just glanced at them coldly when they caught fire. Is this all you can do? Lu Qi didn't say anything. Jin Song's face looked a little ugly. He raised his finger slightly, and the spark was instantly ignited. The man opposite was surrounded by the flames, but a thin film like an eggshell appeared on his body, covering him. So it's the water system, Lu Qi said thoughtfully. Then, Jiang Tunin saw Lu Qi glance at her lightly and ignite a fire under the man. He frowned slightly and wanted to leave, but was blocked by the vines growing out of the fire. The vines weaved into a net, wrapping his water film and the man in it. Jiang Tunin took a breath slightly. It didn't feel good to be roasted by the fire, but this was the best way to stop the man. If he wasn't stopped, they might be the ones to die. The fire spread quickly. Jin Song had wind power, and he controlled the wind to make the fire rise. Jiang Tunin vines and the man were both wrapped in the fire and could not move. But his water film did not move at all, and there was no sign of evaporation. Will the water boil? Jiang Tunin asked curiously. Lu Qi shook his head. I have never fought with people like this before, so I am not sure. They could not stay here for long. But the man did not know what method he used, and Jiang Tun and Vines could not pull him. Several people hesitated whether to leave him there. If Jiang Tun and Vines existed independently, they would be burned by the fire soon. But if they stayed here, they would probably die more ugly. Let's go! Lu Qi looked up at the man and said coldly. You came to the Star Lord's mansion, stole a lot of our things, and you still want to leave? The man sneered. Do you really think there is no one in our Star Lord's mansion? He raised his voice slightly. Kill them on the spot. There was indeed a sound of wind breaking through the air from a high place, and the speed was very fast. It was probably a weapon like a gun. Jiang Tunan decisively got another vine and made it into a shield to cover everyone, saying, Go quickly. The alarm of the Star Lord's mansion sounded again. The group looked at each other and started running at full speed, with Jiang Tunan ability leading the way. They easily found a route with many plants. There are usually few people in places with dense vegetation. If they really can't escape, they may be able to use the terrain advantage to harvest a wave. Jiang Tunan filtered out the worst-case scenario in his mind, but his speed did not slow down at all. All the way, Jin Song ability helped to clear the obstacles of plants. Jiang Tunan ran and pulled them. Wherever he went, branches broke and flowers fell. The good garden seemed to have been robbed. Let's stop here. When they reached the high wall, Jin Song suddenly pulled out his gun and pointed it at them, and his smile disappeared. Jiang Tunan was not surprised by this man's defection, as he and Lu Qi were now on different sides. If it was him, who was tied up by the target and forced to help run around, he would also want to take the things for himself and run away. Her thoughts were scattered, looking at Jin Song in front of her, hesitating that at such a close distance, she might not be able to protect Lu Qi in time. The distance between the two of them was less than 5 meters, and Jiang Tunan thought so, but still surrounded Lu Qi with vines. Next time we meet, it won't be like this. Jin Song took a deep look at Lu Qi, and didn't even give Jiang Tunan, the target of the mission, a glance. Jiang Tunan was ready for battle, but when Jin Song raised his hand, a strong wind swept in, and the whole team disappeared, leaving only the two of them and a few small animals. She was stunned, but Lu Qi was still looking at the direction where the wind disappeared. He came back to his senses after just one glance. Let's go! Lu Qi patiently explained to Jiang Tunan. The alarm of the Star Lord's mansion was set off by his people to buy us time. According to the strength of Jin Song's demonic wind, it seems that he really doesn't care about being surrounded. You should have said it earlier. Jiang Tunan sighed, quickly summoned her vine sword, and stretched out her hand to Lu Qi. It's not that we can't fly. Jiang Tunan was helped by Lu Qi and whispered, Let's go. As soon as the alarm of the Star Lord's mansion sounded, Lang Qichu knew that this celebration banquet could not be held. But the Q153 star has always been peaceful, and no one dared to challenge his authority as the Star Master. What happened this time? It can't be that someone accidentally touched him, right? The always kind Lang Qichu looked gloomy, as if a storm was coming. He turned off the signal jammer, took the communicator from the butler, and asked, What's going on? Erxia has gone out, but hasn't sent back any news yet. The thin and tall butler looked exactly like the one who stopped Jiang Tunan outside. Jiang Tunan mistook the one outside for the butler, not knowing that he had a brother. You also go out and check if anything happened to Sidong, Lang Qichu said coldly. I want to see who is so bold as to break into our Star Master's mansion and cause trouble without permission. In the chaos, another thin and tall man who looked exactly like the butler appeared, and he was calming the guests. The one who was talking to Lang Qichu walked to the door gracefully, but then stepped back. His face was expressionless as always, but his subconscious move of holding his waist was enough to show how difficult this matter was. Master Star, Miss Longqi is here. The Longqi family is a noble family, but there is only one person who can be called Miss Longqi by each one. Thinking of what he did today, Lang Qichu's eyes became fierce, but he smiled in an instant. All the people on the deserted planet belong to the 9th Legion. Does Lang Qitong's coming mean that the target has been solved? Lang Qichu glanced at the time. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. It had been 8 hours since he went to the 3rd Legion. As soon as he walked out of the tall and complicated door, Lang Qichu saw the tall back. Lang Qitong is very likely to surpass his brother and younger brother to become the next head of the Longqi family. This is an unspoken secret of the Longqi family. She turned around, her eyes like a beast locking onto its prey, tightly grasping Long Qichu. Long time no see. Uncle. Her voice was cold, like a sword out of its sheath. Sharp and cold. It's been a long time since we last met. You were only a teenager when we last met. Lang Qichu kept smiling and followed Lang Qitong's words. She had a first-rate insight. The more she said at this time, the more mistakes she would make. Our 9th Legion's people disappeared on your planet, Lang Qitong said directly. Lang Qichu's expression changed naturally. Of course I know this. I call the 3rd Legion myself. Lang Qitong's expression was indifferent. Lang Qichu couldn't understand what she was up to, so he could only stand with her dryly. Captain, we found someone. A man in the uniform of the 9th Legion appeared like a ghost. Hearing his words, Lang Qichu was startled for a moment. Seeing that they didn't bring the person back, Lang Qitong followed the team members and walked in the direction where the person was found. Seeing a fireball floating in the air from a long distance, Lang Qitong quietly felt relieved. Erxia? Lang Qichu was shocked. This time it wasn't an act. Lang Qitong observed his expression and glanced at the people beside him. The man in the air was put down. His face was pale. The water film beside him had disappeared, and his hair was burned a little, with the ends of his hair curled. Looking at the vine cage on him, Lang Qitong said, I thought Uncle Sure deliberately set off the alarm because we came uninvited. But now it seems that we are really in trouble. Lang Qichu's silver teeth were almost broken, and he looked at Lang Qitong and said, I want to report a case. Lang Qitong smiled slightly. Uncle Sure. I am from the 9th Legion. Chapter 47. In the Empire, there are 9 legions, each in charge of a different star system. Their main role is to guard against the Zerg attack in different directions. Generally speaking, problems within one's own star system are solved by oneself, and few people go outside, and cross-stellar law enforcement is even rarer. This time is different. Du Liang directly contacted the 3rd Legion, and the 3rd Legion was also very clear that there were doubts because of Lang Qichu's operation. They were not justified and could only let them go. So Lang Qitong brought people here in person. Lang Qitong looked at the burnt vines, and then glanced at the middle-aged man, who was not very motivated, and said slowly, Have you organized your words? Uncle Sure. You may not know the importance of Jiang Tunan. Otherwise why would you send me here? Lang Qichu's acting skills are really good. He said goodbye to Jiang Tunan and Lu Qi on S1 and came back. On the way, he encountered the bad news that the spaceship was hijacked, and he didn't know anything else. Born in a noble family, Lang Qitong knows this kind of people very well. He said this, obviously intending to deny it. And even if they searched, they would find nothing. Jiang Tunan should have escaped with Lu Qi, although he didn't know why they took a detour here. Lang Qitong changed his words. There are bamboos on S58. Did you know? Lang Qichu still insisted that S58 had been forgotten by him for many years, and had been in a state of abandonment. The 3rd Legion said that there were traces of people living there and fighting. So he immediately reported another case. It must be interstellar pirates. Seeing that S58 has been abandoned, they took it for themselves. Lang Qichu was very sure, and his shrewd eyes did not reveal any emotion that should not be there. Lang Qitong had guessed this result a long time ago. She pulled the corner of her mouth. Okay. We are a family after all. It is reasonable to search your house. And this step is saved. Even if Lang Qitong said nothing, Lang Qichu could almost guess something just from her attitude. For example, the person who invaded his house was most likely Jiang Tunan, and she must have escaped safely now. Otherwise Erxia, who had received special training, would not have been tied up tightly, and his niece looked as steady as a rock. Lang Qichu was extremely angry, but he did not dare to get angry in front of Lang Qitong, and smiled carefully. Thank you for your consideration, niece. Although you have also seen that my uncle is innocent and not afraid of being investigated. Lang Qitong did not stay for long, took another look at the embarrassed Erxia, and left the Star Lord's mansion. As soon as the 9th Legion disappeared outside the door, Lang Qichu's face darkened after listening to Erxia's narration. They are not familiar with Q153 star, and their speed may not be as fast as mine. Find them for me. Find where Jiang Tunan and her accomplices are. Catch them alive. Lang Qitong was also doing similar work. She turned her head and looked at the adjutant beside her. Find Jiang Tunan and Lu Qi for me. They should have just left not long ago. They are not familiar with the route and are easy to be caught. The adjutant next to her said coldly, They had been brought back to the starship. Lang Qitong was a little surprised and said nothing more. But the people behind her obviously noticed that her pace had become much faster. Jiang Tunan and his party did not get lost in the debauchery of the big city, mainly thanks to the sensitivity of several small animals. Not long after they left the Star Lord's mansion, Bao Bao stopped and said, "I smell a familiar smell." Without waiting for Jiang Tunan to react, he rushed forward, scaring a flying vehicle so much that it almost hit the street lamp. Several humans followed behind in a panic. Leopards didn't care about the difference between 2 legs and 4 legs. They completed the automatic recovery when Lang Qitong and Lang Qichu were fighting. Jiang Tunan was still thinking about how to return to the deserted planet. But he felt relieved when he saw the aircraft with the 9th Legion logo not far away. The people of the 9th Legion were also surprised to see them. But they still confirmed their identities before putting them on the starship. Lu Qi was not a talkative person. Jiang Tunan couldn't get anything out of these well-trained staff. So he had to ask them first, and took the red panda to the treatment warehouse. There were still several animals guarding the red panda. Jiang Tunan and Lu Qi were waiting outside for Lang Qitong to come back. Lu Qi was a little absent-minded, looking out the window, wondering what he was thinking. Jiang Tunan understood her a little bit, tilting his head and asking curiously, "Are you thinking about Jin Song?" Lu Qi was silent for a moment and said, "I wonder if he successfully left." The time they left was about the same as the time Lang Qitong brought people into the Star Lord's mansion. According to Lang Qitong's style, the Star Lord's mansion must have been surrounded. They stood high enough, and others would not have thought that someone could still fly in the sky so late. But Jin Song is different. His wind ability is very conspicuous. He might have been detained before he even left. Jiang Tunan said with a subtle look, "Speak of the devil. Look over there." Lu Qi looked in the direction Jiang Tunan pointed. A firework exploded in the sky, which was a clear Interstellar pirate logo. It seemed that the person who was supposed to pick him up had arrived. Lu Qi was relieved and took the cup of hot tea handed by Jiang Tunan. His face was visibly relaxed. Lu Qi was not usually a person who showed her worries on her face. Jiang Tunan felt that she and Jin Song might have something that she couldn't tell. "Why did you run here?" Lang Qitong's voice arrived before her, and there was no joy or anger in her voice. Jiang Tunan soon saw Lang Qitong with a serious face, and dreamed of the moment when he met her, when he just landed on the deserted planet. "It's a long story." Jiang Tunan took a breath and said carefully, "Please come out to pick us up so late." Lang Qitong shook his head. "We are all friends. No need to be polite. I saw the vines you tied them to in the Star Lord's mansion, so I was sure that you were really here and successfully ran out." Jiang Tunan smiled shyly. Lang Qitong moved down along Jiang Tunan's face, and when he saw her blood-stained sleeves, his eyes fixed. "Go change clothes quickly. I really faint at the sight of blood." Jiang Tunan then remembered her problem, and followed the people of the 9th Legion to change a coat temporarily. When she came out, she heard Lu Qi already talking about their adventures in the past few days. The starship felt a slight vibration, and Jiang Tunan bent down to see that it had already taken off. "So you were originally looking for bamboo, but found that someone wanted Tunan life." Lang Qitong's face was solemn, and he moved his eyes to Jiang Tunan, and told her, "You must practice more when you go back. You must at least be able to confirm that you can fight 5 people alone without superpowers. Otherwise you should not leave the deserted planet." Jiang Tunan wanted to say something, but when she thought of her own fighting ability, she shut up again. These people really regarded her as a friend and really considered her. Tung Kai alone is not enough. Tung Kai has little practical experience. You all should go together, and don't let her rest. Lang Qitong's words determined Jiang Tunan's special training life in the next few months. Lang Qitong talked about the news from their side again. At first, they contacted Tung Kai, and Tung Kai immediately reported to Du Liang after finding something wrong. Although the people of Du Liang were not on the deserted planet, they heard that Jiang Tunan and Lu Qi had lost contact, and they contacted the 9th Corps almost without thinking, and went to find the 3rd Corps in the name of the Corps. Tung Kai understood the message you sent to Tung Kai almost immediately. On the way to Q153, Jiang Tunan sent a simple bamboo character to Tung Kai, reporting safety and notifying her. After sending the message, Lu Qi dismantled the communication system on the spacecraft, and they could neither receive nor send out communications. "If we find blood on S-58, we guessed that the ship to Q-153 should be you. So we came here directly. We didn't expect it was you." Lang Qitong stared at the two, and got to the point directly. Where are those interstellar pirates? Jiang Tunan immediately pretended to be dead and handed the right to speak to Lu Qi beside him. Before, the interstellar pirates made such a big scene in the port, not only to report safety, but also a silent declaration of war. The high walls of your empire are just like this. We interstellar pirates can easily visit here. The 9th Legion was very close. But Lang Qitong was not there. And this was the territory of other legions. So they just pretended not to see it. Run away, Lu Qi said in a light voice, as if talking about a trivial matter. Jiang Tunan lowered her head and covered her face before Lang Qitong put his eyes on her face, not giving Lang Qitong any way to get any emotions from her face. There is one more thing to report. Jiang Tunan suddenly had an idea and called for help. She lowered her voice and said, "We rescued a red panda on S-58. Lang Qitong's face suddenly became strange. There is indeed something wrong with that factory. Yes. Has the Third Army taken control? When I went in, I saw the machine processing yaks. The red panda was the last one and I saved it." Jiang Tunan sighed. Was it also injured at that time? Jiang Tunan nodded obediently. There is another unsolved mystery, but it seems to explain why there are several more species on the desolate planet, Jiang Tunan said mysteriously. Lang Qitong tilted his head slightly and motioned Jiang Tunan to speak. Several animals from the deserted planet came to rescue us. How did they get here? Jiang Tunan took Lang Qitong to the treatment room. The red panda seemed to have suffered a serious mental trauma and was afraid of seeing people. In order to land, we simply knocked the red panda unconscious. Lang Qitong, ? She looked confused and re-examined the plant-based psychic in front of her. Knocked out. Jiang Tunan nodded. It was our Baobao's unique secret. After looking at the red panda, Jiang Tunan and Lang Qitong returned to their seats and sat down. Jiang Tunan talked about another thing. Today I went to Q153 and found something wrong. Jiang Tunan shared with Lang Qitong. His family should have a basement. The soil is also problematic, and they actually planted a lot of vegetables and fruits. Isn't it said that only greenhouses on ordinary stars can be planted? Lang Qitong said, in theory. But accidents cannot be ruled out. The basement can sense the presence of plants, and it seems that they are not ordinary plants. Jiang Tunan said. Lang Qichu has been on his own on Q153 for many years, and the Longqi family has many branches. She has the 9th Legion on one side, and the more complicated affairs of the family on the other. She can't take care of every relative of the Longqi family. I know. Lang Qitong agreed to this matter. If there is any news later, I will inform you in time. Jiang Tunan breathed a sigh of relief and said, if you need anything, you can come to me at any time. The two looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 48. The desolate planet was still the same as before. Surrounded by a thick fog, there was a unique little planet. There lived a group of furry creatures that most interstellar people had never seen. They were intelligent, could act cute with humans, and could travel thousands of miles to save people. But Jiang Tunan had no time to care about these. She got off the starship, handed the red panda and Xieji to Tung Kai, and was ordered to rest. At this moment, she suddenly understood what Tung Kai said. Du Liang, the head of the garden, protects his shortcomings. This matter, she and Lu Qi had done such a big thing. But Du Liang did not immediately pursue it, but gave her enough time to rest. It seemed that they just went out to complete a very easy task and came back as if nothing had happened. No one caught Jiang Tunan and Lu Qi to ask questions. The two old people in the greenhouse had already gone to bed. Jiang Tunan went to the greenhouse to place some of the plants she brought back. Tung Kai followed her and chattered non-stop, like a ruthless sleep machine. Jiang Tunan took Xieji back to the dormitory. Since you are a boy, you can't easily get on my bed in the future. After closing the door, Jiang Tunan held Xieji's ears and looked at him. Bringing back the little panda was not a dream, and Xieji's ability to turn into a human was obviously not a dream either. Also, go to the treatment warehouse for a checkup tomorrow and let me see your physical condition. Jiang Tunan has been extremely exhausted these days. He tilted his head and fell asleep halfway through his words. Xieji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The man appeared again, tall and slender, and looked particularly aggrieved in Jiang Tunan's dormitory. He didn't care, and walked into the house with Jiang Tunan, who was already unconscious. The person in his arms seemed to be aware of something, moved his body, and opened his eyes to look at him in confusion. Xieji's heart jumped, worried that he would scare her. But he saw that the man tilted his head the next second and fell asleep again. After settling her, Xiaowu turned back into a sheep and planned to go see the red panda that was brought back. On the spaceship, they had already asked some key information, but had to stop because of the sudden vibration of the spaceship. The memory of this red panda had been tampered with, as if to prevent it from revealing the secrets it knew. Although Xiaowu himself was also a baby with incomplete memories, some memories were innate. For example, how to command animals, how to comfort the red panda, and even help it recover its memory. As for what will happen after the memory is recovered, let's talk about it later. Xiaowu is pure black all over. After falling asleep on the deserted planet, it easily went to the temporary observation area to steal the little bear, and then took the little bear to the treatment room. The little bear was still confused at first, and was startled when he felt himself moving. You. It trembled its throat. And when it found that it was Xiaowu holding it, it relaxed a lot. They are all herbivores, so it is unlikely that Xiaowu intends to eat it. Why are you calling me out in the middle of the night? Xiaowu stopped, knelt on the ground with its two front hooves, and let the little bear climb on it. We brought back a red panda. The little bear nodded. Since his brother disappeared and his sister died, he has never seen a red panda again. Hearing Xiaowu say this, he inevitably felt a little hope in his heart. Bao Bao is a fool. After returning, he only talked about their heroic fighting postures, and he and Fufu wanted to reenact the situation drama. Langchu is different. He is the largest of the little wolves. The little wolves are not very sociable. After returning, he went back and rolled into a ball with his brothers and sisters. So the little bear did not get the news of bringing back a red panda from these unreliable mouths. The night gradually faded, and all good and evil were quietly buried. Jiang Tunan, who had a good night's sleep, looked at Xiaowu, who was curled up on the sofa obediently. It was rare for it to get up later than himself. Jiang Tunan didn't see what it looked like when it turned into a human. Seeing the cute sheep, he couldn't help but stretch out his claws and touch Xiaowu horns and ears. Xiaowu accepted it well, and just moved his ears. He felt the warm fingers and wanted to rub it, then slowly opened his eyes. The golden eyes were aimed at Jiang Tunan. The horizontal pupils that he thought were weird in the past did not seem strange at all on this ignorant lamb. Jiang Tunan also stared at him, and the two looked at each other in silence. Jiang Tunan took back his hand and said casually, "I'm going to work. Do you want to sleep at home by yourself or with me?" As a perfect assistant, Xiaowu had arranged everything the night before. He rubbed his head against Jiang Tunan's palm and said softly, "I want to sleep at home." After saying this, his heart moved slightly. It seemed that he had not been home for a long time before. He couldn't remember any more Xiaowu, and even resisted thinking about them. He had no curiosity about his past identity, and his life on the deserted planet was good, and he didn't want to leave it all. Jiang Tunan rubbed the sheep again, and went to the temporary observation area happily. Strangely, the little bear who was usually the monitor of the kindergarten in Huangxing was not here today. Where is the little bear? Jiang Tunan looked around, caught the leopard who rushed over, and asked, "Nan, you have changed. Am I not your favorite leopard? Why do you only have the little bear in your heart?" The leopard rubbed against Jiang Tunan's arms dissatisfiedly, acting like a spoiled child without any psychological burden. "Every time I go out to perform a mission, it is our brave leopard. So I want to comfort the little bear." Jiang Tunan fooled the leopard without changing his expression. Leopard was satisfied now. He scratched his head with his big paws and said with his head held high, "Last night the lamb came to look for the bear. They went out for a while and came back at dawn. Do they think they can fool me? I saw it clearly," Leopard said. "And then he was like a deflated ball. But the lamb didn't agree to take me with it, and it ran fast. So I don't know where they went." Jiang Tunan knew why Xiaowu was so sleepy, and took out some dried meat from his bag to feed Leopard. Praising him, Leopard is very capable. Keep it up next time. Thinking of the resistance of the newly brought back red panda to humans, Jiang Tunan rubbed Leopard's head, and remembered that there was a cute panda cub in the treatment room. So he refused Leopard's request to follow the pet. Before reaching the treatment room, Jiang Tunan ran into Tung Nan, a laborer who was going to build a zoo. Seeing Jiang Tunan, his expression was a little embarrassed. "There's something wrong with the new little panda. Tung Kai is dealing with her now. You have to be careful too," Tung Nan said. Jiang Tunan nodded to accept his kindness, and under Tung Nan's gaze, he gave him a few bamboo seedlings, Professor Zhao should be over there. Please plant them first. The little bear and the cubs will need to eat soon. Tung Nan agreed, and walked away with a few young bamboos in his hand. Jiang Tunan glanced at his back and headed towards the treatment room. Jiang Tunan smelled a burnt smell from a distance. Thinking of Tung Nan who had just left. Her face was subtle. You're here at last. Help me tie up this irritable cub. Tung Kai stood outside the door and said without turning his head. Jiang Tunan took a look through the glass. This little panda, somehow, turned out to be a fire-breathing bear, and was now setting fires everywhere. No wonder Tong Nan left first. His ability had basically no room to play in front of the fire-breathing bear. The burnt smell seemed to be caused by this bear. Jiang Tunan quickly used vines to weave a cage to trap it. Tenkai took out a water ball bigger than it, and poured it on it. The fire of the red panda was finally extinguished, and even a few wisps of gray smoke came out from the top of its head. After the two settled the red panda, Jiang Tunan asked, "Where is the cub?" The panda cub has not been named yet, so they just call it cub. Other animals in the zoo basically have names before they come, and a lot of people who have difficulty naming have not yet decided what to name the panda because they are busy. I moved it to the next door. The moment I looked at this cub, I felt that it was not right. It went crazy before I took the cub away. Jiang Tunan thought about it, and suddenly thought of a possibility. Cub is the group pet of the base. Is there a possibility that it can be more stable in the red panda? Tung Kai was convinced, and she handed this task to Jiang Tunan. Cub is the only designated mascot in the base, whether it is human or animal. They must report to the treatment warehouse on time every day and check on Cub before going about their own business. Jiang Tunan turned and went to the next room. Cece brought 3 bunnies to play with the cubs, and the treatment room was in a mess. Cece? Jiang Tunan knocked on the door. Cece stood up slowly. Seeing her, her ears moved slightly. Cece's body was no longer pure white. There was a layer of brown on her back, and she was a little bit molting. Thinking of the constant temperature of the base, it was indeed a bit hot for the Arctic rabbit. What's wrong with the red panda next door? Cece jumped into Jiang Tunan's arms naturally. A red panda can breathe fire. Is this reasonable? To be honest, it's not reasonable. But we haven't figured out what it is yet. Jiang Tunan smoothed Cece's fur and asked it. Is it too hot in the base? Cece blinked sympathetically. It's a bit hot, but it's bearable. I went to the new place built by humans, and the temperature was moderate. Not bad. As the IQ of the entire zoo, Cece took on too much. Not only does she have to feed her own cubs, and the extra panda cubs, but she also has to take on the responsibility of educating several wolf cubs. So she is very busy every day. They will shed their fur when it gets hot. I also shed my fur seasonally before, so don't worry. Xiaowu comforted Jiang Tunan. Jiang Tunan was relieved and brought the topic back. Do you think that Zizi can make the red panda next door obedient? Isn't this certain? Although pandas have a healthy diet, they are large and intimidating. And as cubs, they are loved by people. The red panda will be soothed by it, Xiaowu said confidently. It witnessed with its own eyes that the red panda that was about to go crazy calmed down under the soothing of Zizi. So it naturally has confidence in the cubs it has raised. Another problem with your red panda is that it doesn't like humans. It gets mad when it sees Tung Kai. So you can temporarily hand it over to us recently. Jiang Tunan also considered this problem. After hearing what Xiaowu said, he stretched out his hand to rub its chin. Xiaowu is such a good rabbit. We will definitely bring your husband back. Speaking of this, Xiaowu was about to get mad, then let it die outside. You scumbag rabbit who abandoned his wife and daughter. Jiang Tunan touched its head, smiled and walked over to it, and got into the gap in the treatment chamber, leaving only the 2 short legs and short tail of the cub outside. Chapter 49. Long time no see. Nan Nan. The panda cub has mastered more languages than before. When Jiang Tunan pulled him out, he got into her arms and hugged her arms softly. Jiang Tunan was dizzy from the cubs flying. If it weren't for the Arctic hares, who saw their playmates were being taken away by the hateful humans and jumped on Jiang Tunan, pressing her to wake up, she would have been confused by the cub. The Arctic hares calmed down after being pressed down one by Xiaowu. The cub has grown a lot. Jiang Tunan touched its fur, which had begun to harden, and wondered what kind of panda cub this cub would become in the future. Fleece or smooth fur? I have been eating well recently. Kai added some porridge for me. It tastes good. The cub introduced its recent life to Jiang Tunan in a baby voice. seeing that Jiang Tunan really took the cub out. Tung Kai said desperately, I am water that overcomes fire. So it's not a big problem. Jiang Tunan evil taste came out. And he didn't explain. And walked into the house with the cub. You are the human who saved me that day. The red panda said firmly. Jiang Tunan nodded. Do you still remember me? I have seen many humans. And you are the only one who doesn't smell bad. The red panda said rationally. After saying this, it seemed to be controlled by something. And said, no, that's not right. Humans are not well-intentioned. The reason they approach us is to use us. How can I trust humans? It seemed to be caught in a battle between heaven and man. And it has been fighting with itself. The only thing that made Jiang Tunan more relieved was that it didn't spit fire anymore, but just acted like a schizophrenic red panda. The cub in Jiang Tunan's arms looked at it for a while and asked, Can I talk to it? Jiang Tunan nodded. And the cub said, We have abilities that are 100 times stronger than humans. A human should listen with ears, smell with nose, and see with eyes. The red panda, who was talking to himself, paused and shot a fierce look at the cub. When he found that it was still a baby who had not been weaned, the emotions in his brown eyes changed again and again. You are so pitiful. You are still a cub, and you have been bought by humans. The cub was not panicked at all. At a young age, he already had the demeanor of a general. Bought by humans? Look at the humans here. They are willing to be my mounts, and find food for me everywhere. They are at my disposal. Isn't it more comfortable than fighting alone? Jiang Tunan almost wanted to applaud the wise cub. The red panda choked, looked at the cub and its mount Jiang Tunan, and gritted his teeth and said, They are trying to deceive your trust. Soon they will cut off your paws and put strange things into your body, making you suffer so much that you will become neither a bear nor a cat. As the red panda was deceived by the cub, Jiang Tunan's face began to become solemn. This red panda was obviously not talking nonsense. It must have encountered something on the S-58 planet. Humans are good and bad. And animals are also good and bad. Do you want to go to the zoo with me to see your fellows? Cub stopped persuading and invited him instead. The red panda seemed to be persuaded by it. And the Cici family just jumped in from the window. Seeing a small group of Arctic hares, the red panda was shocked. Run! Get out of here! These humans will not let these cubs grow up safely. Cici didn't say anything, and kept looking at the red panda in front of him. It knew Little Bear long ago. Looking at the little panda in front of it that looked different from Little Bear, it said calmly, Xiaowu, is that you? Jiang Tunan was stunned, remembering what Bao Bao said casually when he rescued the little panda. It couldn't be such a coincidence. Right? Xiaowu? Who is Xiaowu? The little panda was confused, looking at Xiu, as if he was lost in memories, and his expression gradually became painful. The door was suddenly pushed open. It was Bao Bao, with Little Bear on his back. Seeing the scene in front of him, Little Bear slowly turned over and landed on Leopard. Xiaowu. Your sister. Little Bear. The manic little panda stared at Little Bear, and gradually fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Tunan never expected this ending. She looked at the little panda suspiciously, and then looked at Little Bear. Put it down. It should be injected with something by humans, as a test subject to become like this now. Little Bear approached Xiaowu, and stretched out his paw to touch its head. After Xiaowu was carried by Jiang Tunan to a new treatment chamber, a bunch of little tails followed Xiaowu to sit in a row in the treatment room. Xiaowu talked about all the news he got from Xiaowu after he and Xieji visited the treatment room at night. Xiaowu was really the brother that Xiaowu asked Jiang Tunan to find not long ago. Before, Jiang Tunan thought that Xiaowu could not leave the territory of the wasteland planet, and thought that they did not search the wasteland planet thoroughly enough, or that Xiaowu was no longer there. This time, she watched Bao Bao and Fu Fu, the little wolf, successfully sneak away from the wasteland planet, and her three views were shocked. And that's how the second bear left the wasteland. There are few animals on the wasteland, mainly because they can't get enough to eat. For animals that can't get enough to eat, they have to go out to find food after reproducing in order to provide better nutrition for their children. They just opened their minds, but their strength didn't increase. Generally, those who are willing to go out to find food away from the wasteland are beasts, and they rely on their strength when they go out. Small animals like red pandas can only eat tree roots on the wasteland. But this is not a long-term solution. Shortly after the little bear was born, his parents were gone. For the same reason as the mother of the leopard left, they chose to leave the food for their children and leave calmly. The second bear became the biggest red panda in the family. For the hungry bears at home, it decided to go out and take risks to find food. After leaving, it never came back. In fact, I guessed that it was unlikely to come back. The little bear lowered his head. With his paws always on the treatment chamber, few animals that leave the wasteland come back. And most of the new species that come to the wasteland are injured. They don't know what the mechanism is. They only know that the wasteland seems to be protecting them. The second bear must have had its memory washed away. It doesn't remember who it is, but it still remembers to find food for its sister. The little bear was depressed, but it quickly sorted out its thoughts, looked at Jiang Tunnen, and told him the most crucial information. The second bear said that it was locked in a large container by humans, surrounded by small animals and even human cubs. Is someone using children to conduct experiments behind the scenes? Jiang Tunnen was terrified. As for the place where you found it, it said that it was used to destroy failed test subjects before, but it felt very unfamiliar there. The little bear gritted his teeth and said, but it only knew that the humans in white clothes suddenly left, and sent the remaining animals and human cubs that could not be transported away. Jiang Tunnen took a deep breath and quickly sorted out his mind. The people who hinted that they were going to S-58 should have known that there was something wrong with this deserted planet. And the people who conducted experiments on S-58 might not be the same group of people as the informers. Otherwise, they would not have left so hastily. But it is also possible that the other party wanted her to stay on S-58. So they directed and acted out this scene. The people who did the experiment were most likely Lang Chichu. Only on Q153 where he was there a strong smell of blood. And the fertility of the soil there seemed to be nourished by countless blood. Jiang Tunnen took a deep breath and hugged the little bear tightly. I'm sorry. We're late. You've done a good job. The little bear hugged Jiang Tunnen tightly, and the fur on his face rubbed against Jiang Tunnen's body. I hope you can find the culprit, and don't let other small animals and human cubs feel the pain of separation. Cece, who was drowsy on the side, thought of her missing husband and wanted to say something, but finally chose to shut up. But Shushu seemed to sense her hesitation, and said with half-opened eyes, don't worry about me. Being a single mother is good. And now I have you guys helping me raise my cubs. I'm not worried at all. Jiang Tunnen laughed dumbly, still thinking about the Q153 star, and stood up to say goodbye to them. I go to the greenhouse first. A group of furry creatures bid farewell to Jiang Tunnen, and turned around and continued to stare at the poor two bears in front of them. The little bear usually doesn't talk much and is very shy. She looks thin and weak. Even Shushu didn't expect her to be so strong, facing her brother who was hurt by humans. She didn't vent her anger on Jiang Tunnen and others. The little bear glanced at Shushu, as if she saw through her, and said calmly, being a bear also requires some principles. Shushu nodded in understanding, stood up and covered the cubs under her body, and quietly guarded the two bears together. In the greenhouse, two professors were observing the plants planted by Jiang Tunnen overnight, and the joy on their faces could not be concealed. Jiang Tunnen deliberately made a noise, but the two of them seemed to have heard nothing. Jiang Tunnen had no choice but to approach them dejectedly. Two professors. I asked Dr. Tung Nan to take the bamboo seedlings to the new garden. Why are you still here? Professor Xiao waved his hand. It's not difficult to grow bamboo. It's something that anyone can do. Among these new things you brought back, bamboo is the least attractive one, and I have only seen many of them in books. Jiang Tunnen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Before leaving, she and the two professors had discussed the purpose of this trip. They had already studied the knowledge related to bamboo over and over again, so it was not surprising. Put all these plants aside for now, Jiang Tunnen said sincerely. I have something more important to ask of you now. Professor Zhao then reluctantly stood up one by one and looked at Jiang Tunnen. Tell me, what's the matter? Jiang Tunnen took out the soil she had dug from Q153 and S58 respectively. It's soil from both planets. Both are fertile. A little strangely fertile. She didn't tell the two professors about Xiong Air's experience, but simply talked about the abnormalities of the two places. Just the two words no greenhouses were built. All open-air environments made Professor Zhao's eyes light up. The wasteland planet was like this before. But why weren't the two planets you mentioned discovered earlier? This was also what Jiang Tunnen found strange. The soil analysis would take some time. Jiang Tunnen only took a look and said goodbye to the two professors. I go see what's going on with Dr. Tung Nan, and send some bamboo over by the way. Professor Zhao waved his hand. and Jiang Tunan set out on the road to the new garden without any psychological burden. Chapter 50. The major legions gathered together for a morning meeting. Before the meeting ended, the head of the 3rd Legion suddenly dropped a bombshell, accusing the 9th Legion of violating the law in cross-galaxy law enforcement. General Xie, who was sitting in the first seat, glanced at Lang Qitong and nodded slightly. The 3rd Legion told part of the truth, like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Lang Qitong would certainly not let them go easily, and instead accused the 3rd Legion of colluding with interstellar pirates to commit crimes. The atmosphere between the two sides was tense. General Xie did not say anything. He just glanced at the person in charge of the 3rd Corps and said in a hoarse voice, "I will send someone to investigate this matter. The results of the investigation will be announced within the Corps. Do you have any opinions?" The 3rd Corps shut up. Wani Xiao, who was responsible for taking minutes of the meeting, sneered and raised his hand lazily. "I have opinions." Facing everyone's suspicious eyes, Wani Xiao said loudly, "I suspect there is a ghost inside the 3rd Corps, which led to the injury of the 4th Corps Marshal, and his whereabouts are unknown." Everyone present knew the relationship between the 4th Corps Marshal and General Xie. But they also knew the relationship between Wani Xiao and General Xie, and would not speak nonsense at this time. General Xie was still the same as before. He raised his eyelids slightly and said calmly, "Speak with evidence. This is a Legion meeting, not a place for you to settle personal grudges and fight with your mind." Wani Xiao was not surprised at what General Xie said. She looked relaxed and nodded without hesitation. "I understand. I am willing to accept the punishment. I will talk to the regulatory department in detail later." General Xie glanced at Wani Xiao and nodded expressionlessly, agreeing to her plan. It has been nearly a month since the disappearance of the 4th Legion Marshal. The 4th Legion wanted to dig 3 feet into the ground. It is well known that the 4th Legion Marshal is likely to be the next general, not only because of his relationship with General Xie, but also because of his invincible resume. Young and strong, such a proud son of heaven suddenly disappeared. But the Legion he led still insisted on biting a hard bone when the head coach disappeared. This kind of leadership and cohesion makes people have to admire. Guanqi went to the deserted planet before, partly because of her grandfather's invitation, and partly to find clues about the 4th Legion Marshal. But unfortunately, she returned empty-handed. Wani Xiao, the cousin of the Marshal of the 4th Army, worked part-time in the 3rd Army. She was different from her family, and was free and easy. No one expected that she went to the 3rd Army for serious business. Lang Qitong and Wani Xiao seemed to have no idea how important the news they had brought to the meeting was. After the meeting, they ran to the Wasteland Star without any prior agreement. At the same time, Du Liang was also holding an emergency meeting. The fact that Jiang Tunan was offered a bounty was a big deal for the Wasteland Star. Her ability has not yet been fully stimulated, which is already considered to be enviable. Moreover, the Wasteland Star is a remote planet, almost isolated from the world. People who know that she has some strength are basically employees of the Wasteland Star. This time Jiang Tunan got into trouble, which was undoubtedly a slap in Du Liang's face. They all suspected that there was a traitor in the Wasteland Star. But the employees of the Wasteland Star have been here for 5 or 6 years, and Jiang Tunan is the one who has been here the shortest. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Jiang Tunan is very important to the desolate planet and even the Empire. Old Qi said decisively with a gloomy face. "You must be prepared, especially to protect her." Du Liang nodded, and in his heart, he had already planned to upgrade the defense of the desolate planet again. There is another thing. What did Jiang Tunan find on the 2 planets? We must also find her to verify it clearly. On the one hand, it is to find clues that she was targeted. On the other hand, I don't think she will act on her own just to satisfy her curiosity. Several experts sat together and formulated a plan to ensure Jiang Tunan's safety. After the meeting, Du Liang glanced at Su Qingwei beside him and asked her, "Qingwei, what do you think about this matter?" Su Qingwei shook her head and thought, "There are too many possibilities. It may be someone sent by Pingxing, or it may be someone we don't know. It may not be a problem inside Huangxing." After a while, she said again, to be more presumptuous, "Is it possible that there is a problem with the top management?" Du Liang looked at Su Qingwei with sharp eyebrows and eyes. "Don't say such things in the future, especially in front of outsiders." Su Qingwei smiled lightly and said, "You are not an outsider either. I know that you should be careful in what you say and do. But if this matter cannot be found out inside Huangxing, won't it cause everyone to be suspicious of each other?" Du Liang also thought of this. She frowned and said calmly, "But this matter cannot be delayed. Go back and see the situation first. If you find anything, keep in touch at any time." Su Qingwei nodded and followed Du Liang out of the office. Jiang Tunan, who was noticed by the high-ranking officials of the empire, was not worried about her own safety at all, and developed a new interest in the infrastructure of the wasteland planet. In the interstellar era, it seems that the speed of infrastructure construction has also increased a lot compared to before. Jiang Tunan went out for an adventure, and when he came back, he found that the new garden was brand new. Tung Nan left everything to others and studied bamboo planting. This was obviously not an easy job for him. He was a technician, because he came to the wasteland planet. He knew more about animals. As for plants, he was still in a state of confusion and had very limited knowledge. Jiang Tunan looked for a while and reminded, "Dig deeper." Tung Nan, who was digging the soil, paused and turned back to nod at her. "Here it comes. Bamboo will produce bamboo shoots in the future. It is recommended that you don't plant too densely." Jiang Tunan squatted down where Tung Nan planted the bamboo and began to help the seedlings grow. The advantages of the plant-based ability at this time were fully demonstrated. A thin bamboo seedling grew quickly, and its branches and leaves stretched out, verdant and dripping. Tung Nan looked at the bamboo and suddenly felt the charm of plants. No wonder Pingxing attaches so much importance to the plants in the greenhouse. These things make people happy just by being watched. Can we still grow all these things in the future? Tung Nan asked in confusion. Not long ago, I asked Dr. Tung Kai the same question. Jiang Tunan stood up and smiled. Now we have done it. I think the Jihiro plant is growing well. Tung Nan nodded. The mutant plants seem to be quite adapted to the environment of the wasteland. Recently, the cubs of Sisi occasionally nibble on the leaves of Jihiro when they come to visit, and they are beaten by Jihiro several times. Jiang Tunan imagined the scene of several rabbits being chased and beaten by a vine, and couldn't help laughing. Jihiro is not meant for them to eat. It's right for the naughty rabbits to be beaten. After giving Tung Nan a few more instructions, Jiang Tunan turned around and went to the territory they prepared for the Arctic rabbits. Xiu, Langshu, and Bao Bao will most likely be neighbors in the future. These animals living in different extremely cold regions gather together in the interstellar, but they still need to adjust the temperature they adapt to. Fortunately, she is a bridge of communication between humans and animals. If there is anything wrong, she can help correct it directly. Jiang Tunan stood in the glacier area and heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw that it was Xieji. It's a bit flat here for Bao Bao. Xieji looked around and pointed it out decisively. Jiang Tunan was not sure whether the terrain conditions could be changed, but she nodded. I will communicate with Tingnan. Have you gone to see the red panda? It is the brother of the little bear. Xieji shook his head and rubbed the back of Jiang Tunan's hand with his horn. I come to you when I wake up. Jiang Tunan said nothing, took Xieji to visit the new garden, and planted different plants in different areas according to Xieji instructions. Halfway through, Jiang Tunan received a message that Du Liang had returned and asked her to go directly to the treatment room to gather. Jiang Tunan sighed and walked slowly to the treatment room with Xieji. She now had two questions that she couldn't explain clearly. One was about how the little animals knew that she had a problem and ran all the way from the deserted planet to the S-58 planet. The other question was about the group of interstellar pirates in Jinsong. Although Lang Qitong didn't ask in detail, she saw their attitude of evading the question. The fact that Xieji could turn into a human must not be told to others. And she didn't know how to say that the animal escaped, because this matter was still related to Xieji. Jiang Tunan felt that she was in a dilemma. Being a human was indeed the most difficult thing in the world. Du Liang was still wearing the uniform of the Paleontological Research Institute. It was obvious that he had just returned. Tung Kai stood behind her and reported on the situation of the new red panda. Du Liang's face never showed emotion, and when he heard the footsteps, he said in a normal manner, Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Tunan hadn't seen Luchi yet, and her heart was in turmoil, so she could only try her best to remain calm. They moved to Tung Kai's office and sat down. Du Liang looked at Jiang Tunan without any greetings and got straight to the point. She didn't ask Jiang Tunan the two questions that she thought were the most difficult to answer, but instead focused on what they saw and heard on the two planets. Jiang Tunan was a little confused, until she told Du Liang what she knew and her speculations. Du Liang smiled faintly. The most urgent task now is to find out who wants to harm you, and everything else can be put aside for the time being. If you can't leave the desolate planet, many things can't be advanced. Jiang Tunan thought about it carefully, and found that it was indeed the case. Her ability must come into contact with real plants to clone. And it is not advisable to talk about it on paper. So the fact that she can't leave the desolate planet is really a bit fatal. Tell me any ideas at any time. Don't miss any clues. The Q-153 Legion has already started investigating. And there should be news soon. Du Liang patted Jiang Tunan on the shoulder. Relax at the base for a while recently? And practice self-defense with him. Jiang Tunan nodded and followed Du Liang out. Lu Qi was already waiting outside. Their eyes passed by each other. And Du Liang said softly, Lu Qi, come back to the office with me. You can go. Looking at the backs of the two, Jiang Tunan suddenly remembered something. And looked at Teng Kai with burning eyes. Don't we say that our base works 4 days, and rests 3 days? Am I working overtime recently? Teng Kai gave her a positive answer. Don't worry. Our base provides enough overtime pay. Chapter 51. Restricted from going out. Jiang Tunan life became calmer. And she had more time to explore the deserted planet. Because of her landscape designer. The small garden was almost ready soon. You don't know. We are actually waiting for this day. Teng Kai sighed. The deserted zoo was originally built to develop tourism and generate income for the 2 surrounding legions. Unexpectedly, so many accidents occurred in the middle, almost killing them indiscriminately. If Du Liang hadn't had some connections, and the zoo had the Empire as a backup, the deserted planet might have become a real deserted planet long ago. Once the small garden is built, let alone opening it for the time being, at least it will be able to be broadcast live for people to watch. A bamboo forest has been planted in the Red Panda Pavilion. The little bear's recent hobby is to lie on the tree stump and look at the bamboo forest to think about the bear life, which is a bit like looking at the plum to quench thirst. It lay quietly for a while, tilting its head and staring at Jiang Tunan, who was playing ball with Fufu. Nan Nan. The little bear moved his eyes and called Jiang Tunan. The second bear was not in a good condition. He would spit fire when he saw humans. To prevent accidents, they could only temporarily lock the second bear in the treatment room to prevent him from hurting other animals. Jiang Tunan thought that the little bear was thinking about the second bear. So she reached out and touched his head. Do you plant all the bamboos now with your mental power? The little bear asked her. Does planting these consume you? For several days in a row, Jiang Tunan was asked this question. Director Du Liang held several meetings with professors who knew plants in the zoo, hoping to remove some of the pressure from Jiang Tunan. But just like Du Liang had to use mental power to protect the safety of the entire base, if he wanted to create a landscape, he could only rely on Jiang Tunan mental power. Only she could promote the growth of plants in order to feed the herbivores. And because Jiang Tunan was a little stronger than before, he could easily bear this pressure. Yes, but I will soon find a solution. Jiang Tunan took out an apple from his pocket, cut it with a knife, and surreptitiously gave it to Little Bear. I stole it from the greenhouse, and it only has 2 fruits. The apple tree was pulled from the backyard of Langqichu, and it grew well with the nourishment of Jiang Tunan ability. But Professor Zhao was very strict, and he wanted to sleep in the greenhouse every day to take care of these fruits. It's so strange. I found a few white celery flowers at our front door when I just came back. Teng Kai put down his equipment and chatted with Jiang Tunan. I thought you couldn't be so bored to plant flowers at the door. Where did the flowers come from? Jiang Tunan's eyes widened. Did you dig one back? Teng Kai shook her head. It's at the door. Wait for me to change clothes, and we can go and see it together. Jiang Tunan had no opinion. Although she had been training more seriously than military training recently, she could barely fight with Teng Nan for a few moves. But it was not possible for Teng Kai to do it. She had been a child king since she was a child, and she was more fierce in fighting. Where's your baby sheep? It seems that it doesn't follow you much recently. Teng Kai glanced at Jiang Tunan's empty back and asked curiously. I don't know what bad things it has been doing with Leopard and others at night recently. It has been catching up on sleep during the day. Jiang Tunan said without hesitation. Xieji has been using the sheep disappearing technique every night recently. If he doesn't say it, Jiang Tunan won't ask. This sheep has some skills anyway, and it can be handled when going out. It's just that the child has grown up and is much more independent than before, which makes Jiang Tunan, who likes clingy babies, less fun. Leaving Xieji behind, Jiang Tunan and Teng Kai walked out together. Jiang Tunan couldn't go out. The plan for carnivores to eat had not been solved. Lu Qi and Tung Kai hunted everywhere every day to find food for the cubs in the zoo, and came back to share the fun with Jiang Tunan. Their days were quite leisurely. After a period of getting along, everyone has a better understanding of the taste of the cubs in the zoo. After several experiments, they can accurately find the mutant animals that different carnivores like to eat, and even know the parts they like to eat. Several people with high martial arts values don't worry about encountering any accidents when they go out. In addition, the target is not Lu Qi, so they go out smoothly several times. Every time they save the ticket money for the zoo, they take the public starship. Except for the first time she came to the deserted planet. Jiang Tunan has never walked through the public stop again. Looking at the high wall in front of her, she recalled the confusion when she first came here and her vigilance and worry about the entire environment. If it weren't for the encounter with Xieji, Jiang Tunan stared at the place where the white celery flowers grew and was stunned. The unknown metal floor that seemed to have no gaps was drilled out by clusters of white celery flowers. They seemed to have infinite vitality, and the floor was squeezed out of cracks. Anyone who sees it will be impressed by the vigorous vitality of these plants. Jiang Tunan walked over quickly, stood there and felt it for a while, then looked up and around. This place was clearly the place where he found the Xieji. All kinds of thoughts came together. Jiang Tunan looked at the white celery flower and asked Tung Kai, "Did you drop flower seeds here?" The white celery flowers here are mature, with snow white in the green. There is no wind in the base, and they just stand there. I'm not sure. No one usually walks here. I just found it by accident when I came back today. Tung Kai looked at Jiang Tunan's expression and explained to her carefully. When Jiang Tunan picked up the Xieji, he had a wound on his body, and his blood flowed silently into the ground. No one noticed this detail at the time. But now, it seems that this place has sprouted with his blood. She squatted on the ground, looked up and asked Tung Kai, "Can this floor be removed?" "Yes." Tung Kai also gave Jiang Tunan a popular science on why the floor should be laid in the base. This kind of floor is made of special metal, mainly to prevent mutant plants from growing silently inside the base, thus threatening the lives of everyone in the base. So, except for the greenhouse, all other places inside the base were paved with metal. Did the plants you planted on the wasteland change? Or did the wasteland itself change? Tung Kai asked, while skidding the floor skillfully, obviously doing this kind of thing a lot. When she finished, Jiang Tunan followed, dug a handful of soil, and dug out all the white celery flowers. "Won't it grow well here?" Tung Kai was a little surprised. There are few people coming and going here, and the white celery flowers are mutant plants. If something goes wrong, even if the level of this flower is not high, it may become a fatal danger, Jiang Tunan explained. If blood can really nourish the land. Jiang Tunan seems to understand why the backyard of Longqi Chu is so lush. Jiang Tunan took the things back to the greenhouse and handed the soil to Professor Zhao. The results of the last soil structure analysis surprised them. Both Q153 and S58 have special substances found on other planets, but they can't explain what they are for the time being. Jiang Tunan looked at the sample sent in. If it was really blood, then everything would make sense. At night, Xieji just opened his eyes and found Jiang Tunan staring at him with his chin in his hand, wondering what he was thinking. Seeing Xieji wake up, Jiang Tunan rubbed his furry head. "We made a new discovery today. The land where we picked you up actually had white celery flowers growing on it." Xieji didn't seem surprised. He slowly turned over against the sofa and said, "I found it a long time ago. It should be because my blood dripped there." Jiang Tunan took a deep breath. Now I don't know whether only the blood of special little babies like you is useful, or the blood of all animals is useful. Xieji touched the back of Jiang Tunan's hand with its horn. Before he could comfort her, he heard Jiang Tunan continue. "So I secretly dripped blood into the garden." The Xieji, who was lying on his stomach, stood up instantly and stared at Jiang Tunan. "Why do you do this?" "Of course, it's for the experiment," Jiang Tunan asked in confusion. "If you don't use my blood, whose blood can you use? This is actually only one reason. On the other hand, Jiang Tunan must use this to determine whether this secret can be shared with outsiders, because it concerns the safety of Xieji. There are too many smart people in the base. If they really want to think divergently, they can quickly associate it with Xieji." Xieji quickly guessed Jiang Tunan's intention. He turned towards Jiang Tunan and ran to the corner to sit down. Looking autistic, Jiang Tunan didn't say anything either, but just sat in the corner with him to reflect on his mistakes. It seemed that whoever moved first would lose. and silence spread. My dear, you should know that we are in the same boat. I am saving myself when I save you. Jiang Tunan sighed and gave in. You have been sneaking out every night recently. I am actually worried. But I don't want to affect your rhythm. Xieji began to lose energy. He looked at Jiang Tunan and hummed. I am going to investigate the murderer to see who is targeting you. I guessed it. Jiang Tunan rubbed Xieji's head. You are the smartest lamb in the world. But I am still worried about you. I always think that it would be good to recover my memory. But my subconscious mind tells me that recovering my memory is not a good thing. But I have the ability to protect myself now. So you don't have to worry. Xieji said seriously. It's more than the ability to protect myself. However, Jiang Tunan is very curious about Xieji's ability to order the cubs on the deserted planet to go out and help with just a thought. But it seems that this lamb himself doesn't understand it. Jiang Tunan held the sheep's head with her hand, and recalled that when they first met, she threatened Xieji that she would turn him into a spiced sheep's brain. She couldn't help laughing and said, You are the only lamb in the entire galaxy. It doesn't matter if you are a little slow. Is there another animal in the world that can turn into a human? Jiang Tunan didn't know. But she thought of Xiong Air who could breathe fire. And she was a little worried about Xieji. If Xieji was also created in this way, then wouldn't it be better not to restore his memory? Unfortunately, she is not Xieji. And she can't make a choice for Xieji. Chapter 52. In the dark night, a group of people quietly entered the lush backyard. This yard seemed to have suffered a devastating blow that was too heavy for life to bear. And the good woods were forcibly divided into two parts. Lang Chitong was wearing black clothes, with a bulge around her waist and a dagger tied to her thigh. She gestured to the people behind her, and a group of people quietly broke into the Star Lord's mansion, stepped on the soft ground, and touched the secret passage. After Jiang Tunan was almost killed on the S-58 Star, the Ninth Army attached great importance to this matter. In addition, if there was a sudden report, the Third Army, which had originally taken the initiative, fell into a passive position. They were tripped up by the inspection team sent, and the Ninth Army finally seized the opportunity to come to Q-153 Star Scout several times. The dense plants in the backyard of Lang Chichu House. As long as it was announced, from the ordinary star to the entire Interstellar, would be in an uproar. Now that they have alerted the enemy, Lang Chitong guessed that it would be difficult for them to find any useful clues from the Star Lord's mansion. Lang Chichu is a very cunning person, and his caution is no less than that of a squirrel hoarding food. But they still decided to try their luck. Jiang Tunan could not act together, so Lang Chitong found a person with plant ability to come during the day. But he could not feel anything. For Lang Chitong, it was not a disappointment. In these years, she knew only one plant ability person with such strong strength. Jiang Tunan. Because there was no ability person like Jiang Tunan. Their progress was not fast. There was something wrong with the plants here. They were planted neatly, but there was a concave part somewhere. Lang Chitong was obviously a rock ability person, but he could not sense the existence of the secret door, because the plants here were too dense. All the information that could be conveyed in the soil was buried. Lang Chichu should have been prepared, but he did not expect the existence of Jiang Tunan. So he was caught. The underground entrance was under an inconspicuous patch of grass. Lang Chitong had led people here again and again. The group moved very lightly, floating into the basement like a shadow. The environment here was dark and the passage was narrow, allowing only one person to pass through at a time. Lang Chitong preparations were sufficient, and he avoided the trap set up by Lang Chichu without any danger. Finally, he went down to the bottom. But the scene was completely different from what Lang Chitong had imagined. This was a private warehouse with many treasures, like a small exhibition hall. But they were all dead things. Not only no plants, but also no experimental products like those on the S-58 Star. The only abnormality was that there was a faint smell of blood in the air. Lang Chitong fainted at the sight of blood. I don't know if it was because of this that she was extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. She followed the smell and walked forward, but found something wrong. A vase fell straight from the display case. Lang Chitong made a gesture, and the group disappeared as hurriedly as when they came. Not long after they left, the fat man came out of a secret door, carefully observed the footprints on the ground. Inside, it seems that the little mouse has escaped again. The man next to him was tall and thin. His beautiful purple pupils flashed, and he whispered, Master Star Lord, do you want to strengthen the defense of the Star Lord's mansion? No. We are just catching mice. If the parameters are adjusted, how can the little mice get in? The man patted his belly and smiled. Erxia, since you were teased by the little mouse last time, your mentality is far less stable than before. Erxia hurriedly lowered his head, remembering the feeling of being tied up and roasted on the fire that day. And the blue veins on his neck were looming. Since you are really worried, Erxia, are you willing to go to the wasteland planet? But that is the territory of the 9th Legion. I may not be able to pick you up. Erxia agreed without hesitation. It is my honor to share the worries of the Star Lord. If going to the wasteland planet can help the Star Lord solve his worries, I am willing. Lang Chichu's smile deepened, and he patted Erxia on the shoulder. That's great. Remember an old saying? Little intolerance will ruin big plans. When Erxia figure disappeared, Lang Chichu put his hands behind his back, hummed a little song, and turned to walk to another secret door. The base is planning to search the wasteland planet for the second time, and the results of the hibiscus tree are out. The piece of bark that Jiang Tunin picked off still contains vitality, as if all the nutrients on the surface have been absorbed. Professor Zhao and Jiang Tunin agree that the hibiscus tree is probably dormant for some reason. For the sake of the wasteland planet, they must find a way to wake up the hibiscus tree. It was precisely because they had no clues that Jiang Tunin volunteered to go in again. Du Liang agreed to Jiang Tunnin's request for many reasons. There were many corners on the deserted planet that Du Liang's mental power could not reach, and it was impossible to eliminate the danger. Du Liang's eyes were on Lu Qi again. Lu Qi will accompany us in this operation. In addition, Jiang Tunin also picked Snow Leopard and Wolf Chu to go with him. Take Little Bear and 2 bears with you. Leopard hugged Jiang Tunnin's legs and acted like a spoiled child. The nutrition on the barren planet was good, and Leopard had grown a lot bigger than before. When he stood up, he was already as tall as Jiang Tunnin's waist, but he was still a baby who knew how to act like a spoiled child. At this time, the Snow Leopard kicked the ground with its 2 hind legs, hugged Jiang Tunnin's calves with its 2 front paws, and rubbed its head on her legs. Give me a reason. Jiang Tunnin did not refuse directly, but looked at the silly leopard and continued to inquire. This idea was probably thought of by Little Bear, but he did not say it himself, but let Leopard test her attitude. Because of what? Leopard gray eyes turned slightly. His little ears moved, and the whole leopard seemed to be frozen. It seemed to have forgotten the most important part. The little bear hiding in the dark had to come out, his dark brown eyes darting around. Because I want to try to see if I can awaken my brother's memory in a familiar environment. The second bear's condition has been much more stable recently. At least he can easily accept their feeding. Probably because he can breathe fire. The second bear is actually a red panda that eats both meat and vegetables, and he needs to eat enough meat every day. Jiang Tunnin recalled the state of the second bear and said nothing. I know this request will bring you a lot of trouble. The little bear's voice was very rational. My brother can't control his fire breathing now, but I will try my best to restrain him. And Bao Bao and Lang Chu will also help. Its voice was a little urgent. Jiang Tunnin came back to his senses and stopped deliberately teasing its appetite. I just want to know. Why doesn't the little bear tell me directly? The little bear's mood became visibly lost. It stared at Jiang Tunnin and said timidly, no matter when you go on a mission, I can't help. I can only take care of the cubs in the park. That's not the case. Jiang Tunnin picked up the little bear. The little bear was also much heavier than when he first came. At first, it only had a layer of skin left, but now it feels soft, and its fur is much smoother than before. She patted the little bear's back and whispered, You and Bao Bao are the first 2 cubs we brought back. We didn't take you out just because you are gentle, and we can't be sure there is any danger outside. Of course, the most important reason, I still have to admit, is that I am not capable enough to protect you. The little bear patted Jiang Tunnin's shoulder with his paw, and he felt quite sympathetic. No need to explain. I understand. Jiang Tunnin didn't hesitate and told Du Liang about the little bear's idea. Du Liang looked at Jiang Tunnin deeply and agreed to her application. Lu Qi also has fire ability. What if the 2 bears suddenly go crazy? Jiang Tunnin thought of a good idea. She asked the deputy captain of the operations department, Sean, to use his mental power to condense a large water ball, which was just enough to cover the 2 bears. Instead of locking the 2 bears in a water ball, the water ball is fixed on the top of the 2 bears' heads with vines. From a distance, the 2 bears look like they have a light bulb as big as their heads. But once they have the tendency to spit fire, The water ball will sense it immediately and start to rain locally like a shower. After several experiments, water will fall on the top of the two bears' heads just as they are about to get angry. The fire did not come out, but steam quickly floated on the two bears' bodies, which shows that this method is very useful. In addition, because the two bears can spit fire, their bodies are very hot, so the two offset each other, and their fur will not be wet and clumped together, and they are always clean, beautiful and good-looking red pandas. Jiang Tunan was very satisfied with his own wonderful ideas, and even had a new idea. Is there a possibility that we don't need to install a shower, and can use water-based supernatural powers to meet human daily needs? Tung Kai, who came to watch, looked at the autistic Xiong and sympathized. Yes, but it's not necessary. Last time you asked Tung Nan to help you grill skewers, and this time you asked Sean to help you make local rainfall. Woman, do you have any surprises that I don't know? Jiang Tunan clasped his fists towards Tung Kai. Don't fight an unprepared battle. Since you are going, you must make a foolproof plan. Next time, maybe you can develop new uses for wind-based supernatural powers. Jiang Tunan said happily, thinking of Jin Song, who could take everyone away with a gust of wind. Jiang Tunan quietly asked, can your wind-based supernatural powers fly with the wind? Tung Kai shook his head. Castles in the air are not advisable, and I haven't thought about this way of travel. After all, there are very few supernatural people like you who think about using supernatural powers to make some small inventions every day. Jiang Tunan laughed and went to Du Liang to inspect the results. Xiaowu, who had not been seen for a long time, stopped in Du Liang's office. Seeing Jiang Tunan, he was particularly excited and said, Nan, I miss you so much. The translator said conscientiously. Tunan, long time no see. Fortunately, Jiang Tunan had long been accustomed to it and waved to Xiaowu. I miss you too. Recently, Xiaowu was sent out to perform tasks. Everyone knew it tacitly, but Jiang Tunan didn't quite understand it. Looking at Xiaowu, who had lost weight, he stretched out his hand to it. Du Liang packed up her things and followed Jiang Tunan out. Seeing the scene where Xiang was poured with water, she was a little surprised and said, your idea is really... After thinking for a long time, she thought of the adjective. Very good, Jiang Tunan said modestly. The director taught well. Chapter 53. Xiaowu life has been very exciting recently. As the only animal with a roster and the most intelligent person in the base, he recently went to the 4th Corps to help find the marshal. After leaving the office, Xiaowu stood on Jiang Tunan's shoulder without hesitation and asked her to be his transportation tool. The air was filled with a familiar smell. Xiaowu sighed. I feel like I've been marinated. The smell of the marshal is everywhere. The presence of the marshal of the 4th Corps has been too high recently. Jiang Tunan asked Xiaowu, how is Guanqi recently? The care that Guanqi occasionally showed for the marshal did not seem fake. Jiang Tunan had not contacted her for a while, and was a little curious about her recent situation. We are still looking. The 4th Legion doesn't believe that the marshal has left like this. General Xia has not said that he will retreat. So everyone is still looking. Xiaowu sighed. But we have recently observed an insect tide, so we may not have time to look for him. The longer we delay looking for someone, the slimmer our hope will be. Jiang Tunan was also very sad after hearing this, and rubbed Xiaowu's head with his fingers. Thank you for your hard work. Xiaowu. Xiaowu held his head high, spread his wings and flew to the treatment room first. The treatment room was very lively at this time. Knowing that the two bears were going to the deserted zoo together, a group of small animals came to show their love. Xiong, it's hot and cold inside. You have to keep warm. Xiong can breathe fire. If it doesn't work, just breathe fire to keep warm. It's not a big problem. You don't understand. Maybe it can't breathe fire when it's really cold. How cold it is in the ice and snow. Xiaowu missed the opportunity to get to know this group of friends. And now he made a brilliant appearance. Hello everyone. I'm Xiaowu, the only animal employee on the deserted planet. The warm welcome it thought of did not appear. Everyone stared at it, as if looking at a lunatic. Xiong, who was surrounded in the middle, saw Xiaowu, and was stunned for a moment, and showed a tendency to breathe fire again. Bao Bao quickly slapped him. Xiong, calm down. Xiong was sent back to reality by this slap. He looked at Xiaowu and asked with a trembling voice, you are number 5. Right? Xiaowu touched his head with his wings, and looked at Xiong with his eyes wide open. not quite understanding what he meant. Jiang Tunan understood what Xiong meant. Could it be that Xiaowu was also a test subject? Xiong continued, the melting pot, the flying ferret, and the black bear that can jump 15 meters high. I don't know which of Xiong's words stimulated Xiaowu. Xiaowu's eyes began to become confused. And the whole bird became a little dazed. The whole bird looked at Xiong with a little confusion. Looking at Xiaowu's reaction, Jiang Tunan suddenly remembered that they all said that Xiaowu was picked up by director Du Liang. Is this true? Xiaowu? Xiaowu? Jiang Tunan took a deep breath and didn't know how to wake Xiaowu. Xiong on the side was not in a good state either. As if he was on the verge of exploding at any time. There was a slight noise at the door. And Xieji came in from outside. A pair of beautiful golden eyes passed by Jiang Tunan and fell on Xiaowu on the side. The group of ordinary small animals around finally found something wrong. All huddled together. Unconsciously retreated to the corner. Staring at them. Number 5's ability. Xiong murmured. It's control. Control? Jiang Tunan looked at Xiaowu. From the time she met him till now, she had not found that Xiaowu had any control ability. Instead, he was often led around by leopard. Except for his angry speech, he was no different from the small animals in the zoo. Xiaowu had this ability. He could easily control all the small animals in the zoo, and even send messages to them remotely. What was even more suspicious was that Xiaowu and Xiaowu were both in a state of amnesia. And Xiong's memory didn't seem to be very complete. Jiang Tunan suddenly felt that things seemed to be getting more and more difficult. Xiaowu bit Xiaowu and put it in his mouth. Xiaowu, who suddenly lost his sight, finally came to his senses and punched and kicked Xiaowu while howling. But the space in a sheep's mouth was limited, and it was quickly defeated. Let me out. How can a sheep like you touch Lord Xiaowu? Xiaowu sat in Xiaoju's mouth angrily, and found that he had interrupted his thoughts. Now he was only angry, and he didn't remember anything else. Xiaoju could naturally feel that Xiaowu's emotions were gradually stabilizing. He spit Xiaowu out, and his body exuded a scent of green grass. There was no water ability here. Jiang Tunan took the water ball that Shan made for Xiong and gave Xiaowu a cold shower in amazement. Although Xiaoju's method was simple and crude, it seemed to work. Xiaowu had already started to curse. Xiong was also a little confused by the series of changes, and just stared at them blankly. The door was knocked by Lu Qi, and her eyes swept across the treatment room, wondering, what are you doing? Jiang Tunan's face was subtle, looking at the cursing Xiaowu, and shook his head at her. Our main purpose this time is to look at trees. If we see any ancient creatures, we will save them. If we don't, it's not surprising. After all, we have already looked at them many times. Lu Qi quickly put on the protective suit and revealed the anesthetic in the bag. When Xiaowu, who was standing nearby, saw the anesthetic, his eyes showed pain again. No. Jiang Tunan looked up at it. Xiaowu? We are on a deserted planet. Are you okay? Lu Qi also looked at Xiaowu, sighed deeply, and tried to jump up to hug it. But Xiaowu, who was very agile, dodged it. Xiaowu doesn't want to go to the base together, so let it stay here. Lu Qi looked at it again and thought. While she was talking, Xiaowu's attention was also distracted. The leopard on the other side had already swung its tail to make an attacking posture, with a pair of small ears sticking back, and quickly pounced on it. Before Xiaowu had time to struggle, the leopard had already sent it down and put it in the treatment chamber. Lu Qi walked in and pressed a few buttons skillfully. Jiang Tunan touched the head of the leopard who was asking for praise, and said, let's go. Tung Kai was busy outside and didn't know what he was doing. When he entered the treatment room, he saw Xiaowu being stuffed into the treatment chamber. Xiaowu seemed to have lost its perception of the outside world. A bird sat there alone, losing its former vitality and vigor. Xiaowu looked back at Xiaowu again and followed Jiang Tunan out. After they left, Xiaowu stared blankly at the door of the treatment room and suddenly remembered some of its forgotten memories. Those memories. It was not something it wanted to forget on its own initiative. So who did further experiments on it to make it forget these things? Xiaowu's little brain couldn't figure it out. It skillfully pressed the button from the hidden place inside to open the treatment chamber. Instead of going through the main door, it flew out of the window, heading towards the temporary observation area. It had an idea that needed to be verified. Tung Kai had received the message from them. After finishing morning exercises, she wanted to see Xiaowu's condition. When she entered the treatment room, She found that Xiaowu had opened the treatment chamber by himself and left through the window. She didn't think much about it. Xiaowu was the most humane bird in the zoo. She often accompanied them to work in the treatment room. It was normal for her to know how to open the treatment chamber. With this in mind, Tung Kai decided to go to the temporary observation area to see if Xiaowu was there. On the other side, Jiang Tunan and Lu Qi had already walked to the door with their families. As the strongest labor force in the family, Leopard carried the little bear. According to Leopard, they often went out to forage together like this when they were inside the deserted planet. Jiang Tunan held the two bears, followed by the well-behaved Langchu and Xieji. They chose a safe house closest to the Fusong tree and tried to get closer, because they were not sure whether Lu Qi could get closer with Jiang Tunan. They planned to let Langchu take Lu Qi to the nearby ice field after they arrived to see if there were any other surviving species. Jiang Tunan actually had no idea whether they could meet the Fusong tree again, until they entered the deserted planet. Jiang Tunan suddenly felt something different from before. She looked at Xieji, and Xieji obviously felt it too. Something seems wrong here. Lu Qi also felt it, and she checked around the safe house cautiously, not sure if there are any undiscovered ancient creatures inside the desert planet. They chose to continue feeding inside the desert planet, but the amount given was not much. Fierce beasts like leopards could probably eat them all up with two. Jiang Tunan released her mental power to resonate with the plants she had planted last time she came to the desert planet, and found that they had not mutated, and were thriving inside the desert planet, and were even stronger than those she had nurtured with her mental power. This seemed a little wrong, and Jiang Tunan didn't understand it. Then she found that her ability seemed to be a little stronger, and she could already feel a longer distance. She tried to establish a connection with the hibiscus tree and found that she could really feel its presence. It seemed to be much stronger than before. Jiang Tunan breathed a sigh of relief. So she didn't worry that the hibiscus tree would suddenly disappear like the peach blossom spring. I can feel its coordinates. Let's go! Jiang Tunan and Lu Qi exchanged information and decided to set off immediately. Shortly after they set out, Langchu glanced sharply at the sky with rolling dark clouds and whispered, "It's going to snow. We need to find a place to hide." Jiang Tunan told Lu Qi what Langchu meant, and Lu Qi chose to believe Langchu's judgment. In this ice field, Langchu is the most familiar with the situation. It led the team behind it and ran quickly towards the cave where it and its brothers and sisters usually stayed. Extreme weather broke out from time to time on the deserted planet. As an animal living in it, Langchu has rich experience in dealing with it. A big blizzard is not a problem for it. But the red panda and two fragile humans may not be able to withstand this wave of attacks. The snow leopard is also working hard at this time. Although he is a little curious about where Langchu lives, he cares more about his little friends. Even if he doesn't live on the ice field, the snow leopard has discovered the abnormality of the weather. In the area where we live, this kind of day is usually a heavy rainstorm. Leopard also looked up at the sky. Jiang Tunan once again wove vines into a sword shape, and followed Lang Chufei with Lu Qi and Xieji, holding Xiong in his arms without any burden. Is that big shadow the hibiscus tree? Lu Qi squinted and looked over, asking Jiang Tunan beside him. Jiang Tunan also looked over, and really found a huge black shadow, which was shrouded in dark clouds and looked particularly spectacular. Probably, it didn't seem to be far away from them. Not to mention that the hibiscus tree was really big. Why had no one ever been able to walk into it before? Lu Qi looked at the hibiscus tree, and his doubts grew more and more. Chapter 54. They headed in the opposite direction of the hibiscus tree, and soon arrived at the cave, where Langchu usually rested with his brothers and sisters. This cave is located under the cliff, with a narrow entrance. For two humans, they can only crawl in with difficulty. But inside is a different scene, with leaves and many strange dried fruits. This is the food I found for my brothers and sisters. Langchu looked at the pile of dried fruits that he didn't have time to take away, and glanced at the snow leopard beside him with great resentment. It was Bao Bao and Guanqi who discovered Langchu's family. The ideas and practices of this man and beast were surprisingly consistent. Langchu just made eye contact with them, and was chased by this man and beast. They were also half-grown cubs. Snow leopards were full and satisfied every day. But Langchu had to look for food everywhere, and leave the best food for his brothers and sisters. In terms of physical strength alone, Langchu could not compare with snow leopards. The result was obvious. Langchu could not hold on for too long, and was pressed under the body by a slap from the snow leopard. After being caught by the snow leopard, Long Chu's first reaction was, if he couldn't go back, what would happen to his hungry brothers and sisters at home? And this man and beast looked ill-intentioned. Would they find his brothers and sisters' hiding place in the future? After catching Lang Chu, the snow leopard showed a smile that looked very villainous to Lang Chu. He. Are you willing to go with us? As soon as the snow leopard spoke, Lang Chu had a bad feeling. Where is this snow leopard going to take him? What is his intention? The next second, the snow leopard was caught up by the human behind him, who patted his head as a reward and gave him a piece of fragrant dried meat. Lang Chu couldn't help swallowing his saliva, staring straight at the dried meat in the snow leopard hand, emitting green light. We are not here to do bad things, but to help you, Guanxi said righteously. Lang Chu lives on the ice field. He lost his parents at a young age, and even had to take on the responsibility of raising his younger siblings. When he went hunting every day, he would occasionally hear other animals discussing humans. Two-legged beasts? I heard that they have been looking for us to catch for experiments. They should like young animals the most. I heard before that they think small ones taste better. They don't catch small animals to eat. They will skin us and take out our tendons for experiments. There were many such remarks. Lang Chu looked at the snow leopard on his body and said viciously, You traitor. You actually chose to go along with humans. This was the first time that leopard was scolded by his peers. His gray eyes were full of confusion. He even looked back at Guanxi. Is that so? But are all the humans' leopard meats very nice? Leopard was distracted by Lang Chu. Lang Chu saw the right opportunity and wanted to escape from leopard. Guanxi was closely observing the reactions of the two small animals. Although she didn't understand what they were saying, it didn't affect her keen observation at this moment. Before Lang Chu jumped up and ran away, Guanxi cut off his retreat, grabbed the back of Lang Chu's neck, and asked a villain question, Still want to run? Lang Chu waved his four paws in the air, hoping that this human would let him go. Before he could beg for mercy, Guanxi lifted him up like a wing, and sneered, You little wolf cub are too thin. And now you will complain that there are only bones when I eat you. This human really has bad intentions. Lang Chu widened his eyes in fear. But Guanxi stuffed a piece of dried meat into his mouth without giving him a chance to refuse. Lang Chu, who wanted to scream, smacked his lips, and his saliva dripped onto the ground. He didn't have time to think about whether this human had poisoned the dried meat, and ate the dried meat. Leopard reacted, swung his tail and snorted coldly, Cunning little wolf cub. I'm here to help you. These two-legged beasts are our tools. They are easy to deceive. As long as you act cute, they will be mesmerized and will be willing to serve as food. Lang Chu's face was full of distrust. Leopard didn't argue anymore, and planned to use his strength to prove to Lang Chu that he was not lying. It glanced at Guanxi, who was holding Lang Chu, took 2 steps forward, and rubbed Guanxi's calf with its head. Sure enough, Guanxi lowered his head and glanced at Leopard, and said helplessly, I will reward you after I deal with this little wolf cub. Okay? The snow leopard blinked in ignorance, and a long tail was wrapped around Guanxi's calf. He didn't forget to turn around and make a milky cry at Guanxi, even if it has a duck voice. Its strength when pinching its throat to call should not be underestimated. Guanxi was captured, and he didn't care about Lang Chu in his hand. He took out some dried meat from his bag with his other hand, and threw it to the snow leopard. After watching this scene, Lang Chu was bewitched and believed what the snow leopard said. He swore, with the dignity of the wolf clan, that he definitely didn't compromise, because Guanxi seemed to have an endless supply of dried meat in his bag. Anyway, Lang Chu took his brothers and sisters to join the snow leopard. They left in a hurry, so there was some dry food left in the cave that they had not taken away in time. Jiang Tunan looked at the pine cone-like thing in front of him, turned his head and asked Lang Chu, Can I eat this thing? Everything is good in the interstellar era, but food is too scarce. Humans seem to have no resistance to drinking nutrient solution, and don't miss the days when they can eat. Jiang Tunan guessed that it was because they had never eaten good food. With Lang Chu's permission, Jiang Tunan peeled a pine cone and took out the pine nuts inside to taste it. The taste was very good. She handed the pine nuts in her hand to Lu Qi, smacked her lips and thought, This thing should be more delicious when it is ripe. Lu Qi tasted one doubtfully, and his mouth was full of fragrance. He had to believe Jiang Tunan's words. She seemed to be very knowledgeable about eating, especially plants that had not mutated. I just think that drinking only nutrient solution is too monotonous. Life needs to be spiced up. Jiang Tunan smiled and explained to Lu Qi. Xiong, who was standing by, raised his hand, I can try to roast all these things. With a little friend around, Xiong's condition became much more normal, because he was carried by Jiang Tunan all the way. Although he didn't look at her eyes when talking to Jiang Tunan, he was finally willing to interact. Jiang Tunan didn't plan to continue eating, thinking that Lang Chu would take it back to the small animals in the park to remind them of the bitterness and sweetness. But Xiong finally joined them, and she couldn't bear to refuse. Lang Chu didn't react much to this. Things were originally brought to eat, and it didn't matter who ate them. Lang Chu was quite happy to be able to feed the breeder. Of course, it wasn't because they were carnivores. In fact, they didn't like to eat this kind of nuts at all. Jiang Tunan put away the water ball hovering above Xiong's head and watched Xiong slowly spit fire at the pile of pine cones. It seems to be getting better and better at spitting fire now, Lucci whispered. Jiang Tunan also discovered this. Xiong was out of control before he set out, and it was not certain when he would show a spark. Now he could control the size of the fire, from burning the pine cones to charred black at the beginning, to emitting bursts of fragrance. So in the wild, fire-related abilities are really useful. Jiang Tunan sighed. Lucci couldn't help laughing and patted Jiang Tunan on the shoulder. Yours is not bad either. A gust of cold wind blew in from the narrow cave. Jiang Tunan looked back and was shocked by the scene in front of him. It was not ordinary snow outside, but hailstones the size of watermelons falling together. If they hadn't followed Lang Chu's words and hit in time with this simple and crude physical attack, they would probably have been smashed and bleeding. Lucci also looked in the direction of Jiang Tunan's sight, and suddenly thought of the meeting they had held after seeing the Fusong tree. Do you remember that both Mr. Qi and the director said that when they first came to explore the hibiscus tree, they encountered extremely bad weather and had to turn back? Jiang Tunan also thought of this. The last time we saw the hibiscus tree, we also encountered a heavy snowfall, and even Leopard had to slow down. So extreme weather should be a test for seeing the hibiscus tree, Jiang Tunan and Lucci said in unison. Did Mr. Qi and the director not think of this? Jiang Tunan always felt that if this was the case, it seemed a little too easy. Lucci knew some of the situation and shook his head at Jiang Tunan. When Mr. Qi first came, there was no gray fog on the wasteland planet, and he was working with a whole team and was responsible for the safety of the team. It's easier to understand the director. When she was in charge of leading the team to find the hibiscus tree, the gray fog on the wasteland planet had already appeared, and the hibiscus tree was hidden in it. She couldn't even determine the specific location, and had to leave when she encountered extreme weather. You only had 2 people last time, and you also brought animals familiar with the conditions on the wasteland planet, so you have a higher degree of freedom. And watching chess. Lucci paused and changed the subject. In short, I don't think it's as simple as good luck. In fact, the situation when Mr. Qi led the team into the wasteland planet to find the hibiscus tree was even more dangerous, and the team was almost dead. It was because of this incident that the Empire decided to locate the zoo on the wasteland planet. They originally planned to give the animals a comfortable environment where they could be free and uninvaded, but they didn't expect the accident to come so suddenly. How long will this extreme weather last? Lucci looked at the hail outside and couldn't wait to say. This hibiscus tree has a very special meaning to every staff member of the deserted planet. It can be said that they have been working hard to find it for 60 years. Even if they can't take it out for more people to see, Lucci will be satisfied to see that the hibiscus tree is in good condition. We are advancing in the snow, but there was no hail last time. Jiang Tunan looked at the weather outside and thought of a perfect way. She summoned vines and made a pumpkin carriage that could accommodate everyone present. The top was woven tightly. In theory, hail could not break through her roof. The only bad thing is that this speed is much slower than the previous middle school flying sword. Jiang Tunan took the lead and stood at the entrance of the cave to release the pumpkin carriage. She went up and tried it first. Everything was perfect, but she could feel the pain of being hit by hailstones the size of watermelons because she was in sympathy with the vines. Let's go. This method is feasible. Jiang Tunan didn't mention it, but just asked them to get in the car. Xieji, who was walking at the end, glanced at Jiang Tunan, sighed softly, and looked at the roof of the pumpkin carriage, covering the entire carriage. Jiang Tunan could naturally feel that the pain of the hail hitting her body was gone, and she hugged Xieji affectionately. Thank you, my kind lamb. Chapter 55. In the silent laboratory, there were only many lab workers in white coats, hurrying along. The group of people standing on the top floor were obviously older, looking down at the mutant black bear locked below. It is not quite accurate to call this bear a black bear. It has dark brown and brown-yellow stripes on its body. Judging from this color scheme alone, it looks more like a giant red panda. But its ears are round ears that a bear should have. And its head is also like a black bear, which is far from a red panda. After inspection, this mutant black bear is not an ordinary mutant animal, but a black bear that has been transformed by an experiment. Su Qingwei came up with a report and announced the inspection results to the big guys at a glance. Du Liang's eyes moved, but he didn't speak. Everyone knew that Jiang Tunan and Lu Qi brought back a red panda in this operation. But no one knew yet that it was a red panda that could breathe fire. What animal was it supposed to be? Du Liang asked. It should be a red panda or a black bear. It has been well integrated, so it can no longer be traced genetically. Su Qingwei continued. This mutant black bear was captured by them after receiving a report from the masses on S3. Even the 3rd Legion failed to control it successfully. It was the Animal Research Institute that brought a super strong anesthetic and used a large dose to barely knock it down. After that, this suddenly appeared manic mutant animal was brought to the Institute by them. And they found something extremely horrifying. From this mutant black bear, it can be found that someone is secretly studying animal experiments. And it seems that the technology is quite mature. Ordinary mutant black bears are not so difficult to deal with. There are many injured people in the team sent by the 3rd Legion. The Empire strictly prohibits this kind of animal experiments. But there are still people who go against the wind. It is not known whether this black bear is a provocation to the Empire, or it ran away accidentally. Either way, it is not the result they want to see. Du Liang thought of the 2 bears on the barren planet again, and his face became even more stern. What happened on the deserted planet recently? What makes Director Du Liang so worried? Old Qi held the railing with his old hands, looked at the mutant black bear below, and asked Du Liang beside him. Tunan and Lu Qi have entered the deserted planet to explore the hibiscus tree again. I wonder if there will be a good result this time. Du Liang said calmly. It was not legal for Xiaowu to be brought into the deserted planet. As a fire-breathing red panda, there was no problem with its genes, which was the biggest problem. Du Liang looked at it and remembered the scarred appearance of Xiaowu when he picked it up a few years ago. Even if Xiaowu became an ordinary and healthy little crow after treatment, Du Liang still didn't want another animal to experience that pain. If this trip can make them gain something from their research on Xiaowu, her concealment can be considered a good result. The Fusang tree. Old Qi's voice was filled with nostalgia. I wonder if there will be a chance to see it come back to life. Du Liang relaxed his expression and said softly, yes. Su Qingwei, who was standing by, did not change her expression, but her hand tightly clenched the folder. Jiang Tunan, who was in the pumpkin carriage, sneezed, and Xieji moved closer to her and said, it will get warmer if you stick to it. Jiang Tunan smiled and touched Xieji's head, and agreed. Leopard, who was standing by, put his big paw on Jiang Tunan's knee and hummed, leopard is much bigger than the lamb, and the heating effect is better. Lu Qi, who was sitting on the other side, was enjoying the scenery outside. As a fire-type superpower, she was not afraid of the cold at all. But the little bear, who had no special abilities, was different. He nestled in Lu Qi's arms and quietly accompanied her to look out the window. They didn't find any traces of animals along the way. They didn't know whether they returned to their own shelter when the extreme weather came, or whether there were no other animals on the deserted planet. The rainforest where the otters were found was also covered with heavy snow, and all the green turned into white. It was difficult to identify the direction in the middle of it. Our car can't pass the next road, so we can only use the most primitive method. Tunan stopped the pumpkin car outside the rainforest and found that the rainforest was mostly the same as before. The road was narrow and could only be passed carefully. Fortunately, there were dense trees above their heads, so they didn't have to worry about being split by hailstones the size of watermelons. When they acted together with Guanqi before, they separated here. Jiang Tunan took Lu Qi with him and walked in along the mark left last time. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the hail finally stopped and the sound of rain around them disappeared. But they were still a long way away from the Fusang tree, as if they had stayed in the same place and never moved forward. Before, the hibiscus tree was there, shining with golden light, and there was a cluster of red flowers in front of it. Why is it still like this after so long? Lu Qi asked in confusion. Jiang Tunan shook his head, not understanding why. According to the marks they made, they did not take the same route. But they could not get close to the Fusong tree. Xieji, who had been silent all this time, glanced at Jiang Tunan and reminded her, is there a possibility that the Fusong tree is rejecting our approach? Jiang Tunan was also silent, because Director Du Liang had encountered this situation before. But how should he tell Lu Qi this? Jiang Tunan looked at the naive leopard and said hesitantly, how about I go and see the situation of that cluster of flowers? Leopard stuck out his tongue. After countless circles, it was obviously unable to walk. Langchu was smaller than Leopard, and his eyes revealed fatigue, but he insisted on not saying anything. After walking for so long, Lu Qi actually had similar doubts. There is a reason why this Fusong tree is called a sacred tree, compared to the fact that none of them can get close to this tree. Lu Qi hopes that only some people will be excluded. She understood Jiang Tunan's subtext, stopped and said, why not? I will take them to find their memories first, and see if I can help the two bears remember something. As for Leopard and Wolf Chu, let them follow me. Jiang Tunan glanced at the faint golden light and said decisively, in order to keep in touch and to make them faster. Jiang Tunan summoned her sword again and sent one person and two bears out of the jungle together. When they disappeared, Jiang Tunan took a deep breath and continued to move forward with the three little animals on the road they had walked before. She had a hunch that this time it would be smooth. Jiang Tunan felt a slight heat in her abdomen, and she reached out to touch it, but found a bead that had been forgotten for a long time. It was the bead that she and Lu Qi had taken out of the long-dead towering tree when they went hunting on S3 star. At this time, it was flashing a soft white light as if sending some signal. This bead might have some special connection with the hibiscus tree. Jiang Tunan held the bead tightly, guessing and moving forward. As she expected, they didn't spend too much time this time. In just a quarter of an hour, they saw the increasingly conspicuous hibiscus tree. The bead became hotter and hotter, as if it sensed some treasure. The closer she got, the more Jiang Tunan could feel a strange resonance. It was a bit like she and the vines growing from her body. One and the same. The hibiscus tree looked more dazzling than before, but the leaves were still black, obviously not in a healthy state. A mist appeared in front of Jiang Tunan, and the three small animals following her suddenly disappeared. She hurriedly tried to find them through the mist, but she mistakenly entered another world. The scene in front of her was like the hibiscus tree when it was young. It was not golden all over, like an ordinary tree growing in the woods. It was inconspicuous. There is a stream flowing in front of the hibiscus tree. From time to time, some animals come here to drink water, and there are strange three-legged birds that land on the hibiscus tree to rest. The scene is quiet and beautiful. Then a little girl appeared. She seemed to appear here out of thin air. She was alone. Her daily routine was to play with the animals that came here and land on the tree to swing. The hibiscus tree seemed to like this little girl very much. It let her climb up and down on it. When she was about to fall, it would stretch out its branches to catch her. The most conspicuous thing about the little girl was undoubtedly the pearl on her chest. Jiang Tunan felt that the pearl was very similar to the one she took out in the black fog. Jiang Tunan opened her palm, but found that the pearl that should have been in her palm was gone. She realized that she should be in a dream. The last time she was so close to this hibiscus tree. Jiang Tunan met a harmonious scene of a group of people drinking and having fun under the dense hibiscus tree. Unexpectedly, this time it turned into the childhood of the hibiscus tree. Jiang Tunan couldn't catch anything from the two pictures, but she always felt that the dream wanted to tell her something. After an unknown period of time, a little black sheep that looked exactly like Xieji came into the forest. The only difference was in its eyes. The eyes of this little black sheep were beautiful blue, not gold. It was the only little animal that stayed in the forest and didn't leave. It even found branches from somewhere else and wanted to build a nest for the little girl like a bird. Nan? Xieji's voice came from a distance, and Jiang Tunan realized that it was time for her to wake up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw three little animals circling around her, their eyes full of worry. Leopard, you are not the same person you used to be. You are really heavy. Jiang Tunan looked weakly at Leopard, whose upper body was lying on him. I might not have died, but I was almost crushed to death by you. Leopard got up and said dissatisfiedly. Leopard was kind enough to give you CPR, but you didn't appreciate it. Xieji looked at Jiang Tunan, and complex emotions flashed in his golden eyes. He stood up silently and motioned Jiang Tunan to look at the beads she had dropped on the ground. The beads seemed to have lost their vitality and lay quietly on the ground. In contrast, the leaves of the hibiscus tree seemed to be greener. Jiang Tunan lifted the beads and observed them carefully. She found that there were traces of perforations on both sides of the beads. Because they were very small, she had ignored them before. Recalling the things on the little girl, Jiang Tunan suddenly had a new guess. Chapter 56. Xieji stared at Jiang Tunan every move. And when she looked at him, he took a few steps back involuntarily. Jiang Tunan didn't understand. Xieji turned his face away from her and said awkwardly, "I seem to have dreamed of you just now. And it doesn't match the current model. I'm a little uncomfortable. Did you also dream of the Fusang tree when it was a child?" Jiang Tunan looked at Xieji in surprise and asked curiously. Xieji nodded and shook his head. But in the end, he didn't tell Jiang Tunan what he dreamed of. Unlike Jiang Tunan dream, Xieji dreamed of some memory fragments. He seemed to be a human being, stuffed in a small container. Looking out through the strange liquid in the container, he could see a little girl who was 3 or 4 points similar to Jiang Tunan. This dream was not very good. Xieji had another dream within a dream. This time he met the little girl under a tree, and met her as a little black sheep. Jiang Tunan looked at the hibiscus tree, thinking whether it was better to do the same thing. To take a piece of bark from a place where he could reach it as before, or to collect a fallen leaf of the hibiscus tree. The hibiscus tree seemed to sense Jiang Tunan entanglement, and a leaf slowly swirled down from the tree and landed accurately in Jiang Tunan's palm. Jiang Tunan felt the icy cold leaves of the hibiscus tree and thanked it sincerely. The snow leopard and wolf Chu who were with him were particularly well behaved at this time for some reason. Until Jiang Tunan collected the dark green leaf, they became lively as if injected with soul. "Nan, are you okay? I just had a beautiful dream. And there were many delicious foods in the dream, including deer, piglets, and Tibetan antelopes," Leopard said while sucking his saliva. Langchu also nodded, recalling his dream. I was almost there too. I dreamed of having a full lamb feast with my brother, sister, father and mother." Jiang Tunan looked at the expressionless Xieji. These kids were really outspoken. They actually said they wanted to eat lamb in front of a lamb. It was like finding the most critical solution to a puzzle game, even though she failed to successfully wake up the sleeping Fusang tree. Jiang Tunan was still excited because she suspected she had found the key. She looked back at the Fusang tree again. There was no wind, but she saw the Fusang tree shaking its leaves, as if saying goodbye to her. "Okay, now we can go all the way to find the little bears." Jiang Tunan looked at the sky outside, summoned his sword without hesitation, and waved to Xieji. Both Leopard and Langchu said they could walk, and Jiang Tunan didn't force them. He took Xieji in the air to keep an eye on their movements at all times, while sensing Lu Qi position. In fact, there is no need to sense it. Leopard said that Little Bear is very loyal. Being taken to the base as a bear hostage is already the farthest journey Little Bear has ever taken. In all likelihood, Little Bear's family lived around that cave before they met, so it would most likely take 2 bears back there. Jiang Tunan sensed it and found that it was true. Leopard and Wolf Chu were still young. They rolled into a ball while running and started to play. After playing, they adjusted their state and continued on their way, and firmly opposed Jiang Tunan's help. Jiang Tunan didn't quite understand the obsession of the two, so he had to accompany them to cross half of the deserted planet to the place where Little Bear used to live. Little Bear held the water ball given by Sean in his hand, and was responsible for controlling 2 bears' emotions. It took 2 Bear and Lu Qi to stay in the cave where he used to live with Leopard, and told 2 Bear about their family's past in a low voice. Little Bear pointed to an old and dry pine tree not far away and said slowly, "When my parents were still alive, my brother often took me to the top of the tree to sit. I failed to hold on tightly once and fell down. My brother was severely punished by my parents. There is also that big rock. A long time ago, there was a mountain king here. It was a big white tiger. It liked my brother very much and said that when my brother grew up, he would be its left and right arm to help it guard this mountain." The second bear stared at the scenery in front of him and told the story. The second bear was not without reaction. There was always steam coming out of it, but the little bear hit it with a water ball without mercy. "For Leopard, the area where our family lives is too small. Not enough for it to have fun. But for us red pandas, it is already big. Enough for our family to live together." Lu Qi stood not far away. Although he didn't understand what the two red pandas were saying, the sad atmosphere seemed to be hovering around. The second bear tilted his head and looked at the little bear. The two siblings looked very similar, except that the white area of the second bear's right eye was a little larger than the regular oval of the little bear's. The two red pandas were easily distinguished. It hesitated to speak. Its beautiful brown eyes were a little crystal clear. The little bear waited patiently, but saw the second bear suddenly spit out a mouthful of black blood. The little bear and Lu Qi were shocked and didn't know what to do. The second bear seemed to have been turned on, and kept spitting out black blood. Lu Qi hurriedly took out the things Jiang Tunnen gave her, and summoned Jiang Tunnen. She was just a jumbler in the action department, and didn't know how to deal with the internal injuries of animals. Jiang Tunnen didn't reply, and Lu Qi was rarely panicked. She thought about it, and could only try her best. She took out the 100 poison grass that Jiang Tunnen gave her for self-defense from her bag. The blood that the second bear spit out was all black. Maybe it was poisoned? Lu Qi had a blank expression on his face. He wanted to feed the second bear but stopped. And a struggle between heaven and man began in his heart. A shadow floated over his head. Lu Qi looked up and breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Tunnen came at the right time. Xiaowu was the first to be released. Seeing Xiao's miserable condition, he asked Xiaowu, "What's the situation?" Xiaowu cried and explained the situation. It didn't understand what went wrong. Lu Qi picked up Xiaowu, not caring about the blood stains. He just gently stroked its fur and comforted it. They came just in time. "Don't worry. Your brother will be fine." Jiang Tunnen took out the medical kit, found the hemostatic medicine, and was about to give it to Xiaowu, but was stopped by Xiaowu. "Don't use it. The blood it vomited is problematic. It's better to spit it out." After saying that, Jiang Tunnen simply took out a test tube and took a sample from Xiaowu first, intending to go back and study it. Xiaowu was transformed into a fire-breathing bear. It was difficult for her to judge the situation by body temperature, so everything could only be left to Xiaowu. Fortunately, Xiaowu was a reliable person. It looked at Lu Qi, who was present, and decided to ask Jiang Tunnen for help. "Try using the 100 poison grass." Jiang Tunnen quickly took out a few 100 poison grass from his hand and stuffed them into Xiao's mouth. Soon, Xiao's bleeding stopped, but he was still in a coma, and his body was covered with black blood he had vomited. Jiang Tunnen took a look and simply used a water ball to help Xiao take a bath. Lu Qi silently memorized this knowledge point and planned to bring more 100 poison grass when he went out in the future. After waiting for a long time, they hesitated whether to rest in place for a while or take the unconscious Xiao on the road. And Xiao woke up. "Little bear," Xiao said weakly. The little bear stretched out his paw and touched Xiao's paw. "I remember that there is your favorite fruit on that tree. I saw it at Baoba's place." Xiao stared at the tree and said weakly. The little bear cried again and hugged Xiao. Xiao began to act like a brother, patting its back with its paws. Xiaowu breathed a sigh of relief and told Jiang Tunnen, "It's almost done. It shouldn't be unable to control itself anytime and anywhere." Jiang Tunnen didn't understand the principle, and curiously asked Xiaowu, "How did you do it?" Xiaowu simply explained to Jiang Tunnen, "It was fed with medicine. Xiao would spit fire because of emotional excitement. I don't know how it was transformed into a fire-breathing bear, but the key to stimulating its fire-breathing should be medicine." Jiang Tunnen understood that Xiaowu knew all animals very well. This level of understanding was like the rock ability to feel the situation of the entire planet from the soil under her hands, and she could connect plants within a certain range through plants. Such a useful sheep. Couldn't it have been transformed? Jiang Tunnen immediately felt pity and touched Xiaoju's head. "It would be great if you could stay on the barren planet forever," Jiang Tunnen whispered. But she also knew it was impossible. Xiaoju showed extraordinary abilities, and she didn't dare to tell anyone on the deserted planet. Fortunately, the animals on the deserted planet thought that Xiaoju was normal, and no one was talkative. Otherwise, according to her guess, the director who could also understand their words should have been suspicious long ago. Xiaoju also knew that what Jiang Tunnen said was impossible. Once he recovered his memory, it would probably not be a question of whether he wanted to leave or not. But Xiaoju could feel that his memory was gradually recovering. He pressed his horn against Jiang Tunnen's palm and rubbed it gently. The two bears looked up at them and said firmly, "I remember everything, but I know too little, so it may not be of much use to you." Jiang Tunnen touched its head and said, "There is no rush for this matter. You should stay close to your sister first. Your sister misses you the most." As she said that, she waved her hand to make an airtight cage, and the 2 red pandas were sent in. Bao Bao became the one to pull the cart, but he had no complaints about it. In fact, because it was the first time to do such a job, his furry face was full of excitement, and he rushed around with the 2 red pandas. Seeing that the 2 bears seemed to have no objection to this, Jiang Tunan let them go and followed Lu Qi to carry out another task in the back. Do you think there will be any fish that slip through the net? Jiang Tunan looked around. The desolate planet was gray at this time, and there was no intention to continue to create extreme weather. It should be. After all, the Marshal of the 4th Legion has not been found yet. Lu Qi also felt the movement nearby and said casually. They didn't rush out. After 3 days of squatting on the deserted planet, they still didn't get any new animals as they wished. Let's go back after visiting the last area. Lu Qi glanced at the magnificent sky outside. The orange and dark blue intertwined, and a gray strip was torn from the hibiscus tree. Jiang Tunan nodded and looked at the leopard sleeping like a pig beside him. Leopard is the most lively one in the whole zoo. He can find fun on the deserted planet and in the base. But it is obvious that this large space makes him happier. Cub, we have to continue patrolling. Jiang Tunan pinched leopard ears and planned to go back and discuss a better way together. Chapter 57. Above their heads was a colorful sky, and under their feet was an endless desert. The team that came to the deserted planet felt that there was no hope of encountering animals again. In the past few days, they passed by some feeding points and found that a lot of food had rotted, and most of the animals were not alive. Despite this, even when they reached the last piece of land, they did not take it lightly. There was a slight movement in the weeds, and a plant that looked like dead grass asked Jiang Tunan for help with difficulty. I really want to thank you. Why do you want such a heavy thing to press on me? I'm still a baby. So I just... Jiang Tunan touched his head inexplicably, and followed the sound to find out, wanting to help this group of dead grass. Their crying was a bit loud, and it was impossible to pretend not to hear it. Seeing Jiang Tunan actions, Lu Qi and a team of animals stopped and planned to wait for Jiang Tunan to find out before following. But there was a member like Bao Bao who didn't follow the usual path in the team. His gray eyes locked onto one spot, and before everyone could react, he pounced on it. Little bear. Nan Nan! Look! There's a raccoon here. It's dead. Should we just bury it? Jiang Tunan looked at the raccoon lying face down under Bao Bao's feet, and couldn't help scratching his head. Is it dead? When Bao Bao saw Jiang Tunan questioning him, he angrily turned the raccoon on the ground with his front paws, and observed carefully. There is no such species on the deserted planet. We found a lot of small animals last time. This one must have just arrived. Otherwise, how could it be so fat? Raccoons and red pandas are 2 completely different animals, but people often can't tell the difference between them. Jiang Tunan remembered the instant noodles he often ate when he was a child, which should be the beginning of the scam in many people's childhood memories. The little bear climbed down from the leopard, approached the raccoon, and circled around it a few times. It's still alive, but it doesn't look like it has lived on the deserted planet for a long time. This raccoon looks very standard, with mixed gray and brown hair, and its face shape is completely different from the reddish-brown red panda. If you want to talk about the most similar place, it's only that they both have ring-patterned tails. The red panda's tail is red and brown, while the raccoon's is black and white. It has a familiar smell. The little bear walked around the raccoon, sniffed, and hesitated. Jiang Tunan didn't hesitate and asked Xieji, "Is this raccoon okay?" Xieji moved closer, his face slightly pale. He looked at Jiang Tunan and hesitated. Do you really want to take it back? After asking this question, Xieji felt that he had said something nonsense and added, "It can still be saved." After hearing what Xieji said, Jiang Tunan no longer hesitated and planned to pick up the raccoon. Xieji stopped him and said, "Its origin is unknown. What if it hurts you? Use vines." Xieji didn't react so strongly before, whether it was picking up the panda cub or the second bear. Jiang Tunan had to think more. She didn't reject Xieji's proposal and directly made a small ball with vines, turning the tool leopard into a sled leopard. The raccoon lying in the vine cage quietly opened his eyes and looked straight at Xieji. If he hadn't been in the way, he might have successfully hunted Jiang Tunan. It reached into the cage and controlled itself not to get angry. It turned its eyes to the group of animals and was secretly surprised. Only Xiong and Lu Qi arms noticed the raccoon's movement. It leaned sideways to look over, but because leopard was low, It couldn't see anything. Xiong hugged Lucci tightly and reminded Jiang Tunan, "This raccoon seems to be a little bit wrong." Jiang Tunan touched its head and nodded to show that he understood. There was no new discovery on the journey afterwards. And they also gained a lot. After settling the small animals, Jiang Tunan and Lucci took Xiong for a physical examination. After confirming that it was really fine, they went to the director's office together. Xiaowu stood on the shelf where Jiang Tunan first saw it, looking at them sickly and saying hello. What happened to Xiaowu? No one cursed. Jiang Tunan looked at Xiaowu and remembered that before they set out, Xiaowu seemed to be affected by Xiong and didn't seem to be well yet. Du Liang glanced at Xiong and Jiang Tunan's arms and guessed that they should have gained something on the deserted planet. Xiong looked much better than before they left. The water ball on his head had become much smaller. It was obvious that he could control himself and no longer spit fire like crazy. Du Liang didn't ask them directly about their gains, but told them the story of Xiaowu. Xiaowu and Du Liang met a few years ago. At that time, the 9th Legion received news that an illegal animal laboratory was found. Because the animals inside were injured to varying degrees, they directly asked for help from the deserted planet. As the director of the zoo, Du Liang attached great importance to this matter. He happened to be on the deserted planet and personally participated in this event. The animal laboratory was cleaned up in time, and several researchers were arrested. But it was obvious that the forces behind them were not simple. They committed suicide shortly after being caught. After Du Liang and his team's research, they found that these animals should be abandoned experimental subjects. Some were missing arms and legs, and some were in a deep coma. Xiaowu was one of the ones in a deep coma. It looked like a palm-sized bird at the time. After checking it, we decided to bring it back. Du Liang looked at Xiaowu with love in his eyes. The animals that were rescued with Xiaowu have all left us one after another. Only Xiaowu had its painful memories washed away when it was unconscious, and we successfully saved its life. The side effect is that Xiaowu has a more violent personality. Hearing this, Xiaowu spread its wings and flew to Du Liang's side, gently touched Du Liang's face with its beak, and said happily, "Can I go out to find some small animals to play with?" Du Liang touched its back and said gently, "Sure. Remember to come back after 20 minutes. I have something to find you." Du Liang continued to talk about the situation that year after Xiaowu disappeared. The laboratory at that time was horrible. Xiaowu was a little bird, but there was a snake lying next to it. According to the fact that they stayed at the scene, they probably planned to connect Xiaowu to the snake. This was very incredible to everyone, especially the strange creatures that were already dead and stitched together in the container next to it. From these points of view, it is not known what they are going to do with these animals, but everyone despises such inhumane animal experiments. That was the last animal laboratory they found. After a few years of no news, an animal that looked like both a black bear and a red panda appeared on S3, and on their deserted planet. Jiang Tunan also found a red panda that could breathe fire. Du Liang did not doubt that the animal laboratory of that year was still operating in secret, and was making more cruel attempts behind their backs. The reason why Xiaowu reacted to what Xiong said. I guess Xiong said it should be true. Du Liang took out a metal foot ring from the drawer, on which the words LQ5 were clearly engraved. So this LQ means Longqi, right? Jiang Tunan doubted. It's not impossible. But the Longqi family has many branches. And there is also a Longqi Tong standing in front of the stage. If it was really done by the Longqi family, even she was not sure whether she could find the culprit of this matter. In this case, this matter would be very difficult to handle. They went to S58 this time, but they only found an abandoned laboratory. In addition, there is sufficient evidence that Lang Chichu has not set foot on that land for many years, and it is impossible to determine who is behind this. So the appearance of Xiong this time is actually a breakthrough. Du Liang looked at Xiong and said, "Xiaowu has remembered some painful memories that we hypnotized, and it said it wants to help those poor companions." Jiang Tunan nodded, smoothed the fur of Xiong in his arms, and his eyes were shining. Xiong also remembered it. It is also because of this that it has become a little able to control the flame in its body. Jiang Tunan also told Du Liang about Xiong's vomiting blood. Du Liang said with a complicated expression, "If this is the case, we may have to go to Pingxing. The detection equipment on Huangxing is not advanced enough, and we did not expect Xiong to appear." Jiang Tunan nodded. Even if Du Liang did not mention it, she originally planned to ask if there was a better instrument that could help Xiong recover. Several people's eyes fell on Xiaowu. Xiaowu probably had rich experience, and slowly talked about his experience after being captured. At first, Xiaowu did not leave alone. He left the deserted planet with his little friend, a beautiful leopard. Their destination was the neighboring planet H37, because some animals on the deserted planet came from there. But they failed to reach H37. They only remembered that a beautiful starship suddenly set its sights on them. Before they could react, they were captured on the starship. When Xiaowu woke up again, the leopard was gone. It was soaked in a strange liquid. It could see a bunch of small animals outside and hear them making painful cries. There was also a group of strange humans. They wore uniform clothes and exclaimed from time to time. Occasionally, some were injured and were soon taken away by another wave of armed humans. Such days lasted for a long time. When Xiaowu could no longer bear it, it was extracted from the container. It was also at this moment that Xiaowu found that he had no body. Its lower body turned into a strange tube, which was continuously supplied with energy to sustain its life. A bunch of humans surrounded it, holding all kinds of strange instruments and tools. Xiaowu couldn't understand what they were saying, and could only judge from the cold expressions on their faces that he was probably going to die soon. But it didn't die. It just had pain constantly stuffed into its brain, and saw waves of animals being cleared out of the laboratory. Chapter 58. It was unknown how long this kind of life lasted. Xiaowu had no distinction between day and night in the laboratory until his companions were replaced in waves, and he was able to see the light of day again. But this was a new disaster for the animals. Xiaowu moved to another laboratory with them. Through the huge transparent glass, Xiaowu could see that many of his fellows, who were struggling in pain, were ruthlessly thrown into another world. The huge machine flashed a cold light, and each of the companions swallowed by the machine never appeared again. Xiaowu often worried that he would be sent into that machine. He wanted to try his best to show himself in exchange for a glimmer of life. But he also knew that it would not work. This group of humans was completely unreasonable. And Xiaowu knew clearly that there were still a group of small animals who didn't know whether they were alive or dead. He didn't know whether they were tortured by them in a different way. Whenever Xiaowu fell into despair, he would always think of his brothers and sisters who were still on the deserted planet, and wondered how they were doing. When Xiaowu regained consciousness, he was also sent to the huge machine that could never return. For the first time, he was able to talk to small animals. The one in front of him was a yak, but it had lost consciousness. No matter how Xiaowu called it, he could not get a response. His body became colder and colder. Xiaowu only had time to think about whether he was going to die before he fell into darkness. When he woke up again, it was Jiang Tunan and Lu Qi, two big heads staring at him. Out of his body's instinctive reaction, Xiaowu was very repulsive to them. After listening to Xiaowu's words, Jiang Tunan stuffed an apple into his mouth. Don't think so much, kid. Now that you have reunited with your sister, just enjoy your life as an ordinary red panda. Xiaowu didn't say anything. He looked at Jiang Tunan with his wet brown eyes, and rubbed his furry head against her, silently expressing his gratitude. Little Crow fluttered its wings and came in through the window. It cried, "Why did you bring back a raccoon? That thing is very dangerous. It can kill a leopard in minutes. Isn't that great?" Jiang Tunan deliberately teased it. "Haven't you been at odds with leopard for a long time? Leopard always makes you angry. So let the new raccoon solve it for you." Little Crow's hair stood up. It's never too late for a crow to take revenge. Who needs the help of a treacherous little raccoon? This is an insult to me. Du Lian coughed, and Little Crow snorted and landed on her. Fortunately, this crow is not an ordinary crow. I can help you solve some of your troubles. Little Crow, who had recovered his memory, also found his ability after being transformed. His dark eyes stared at Xiaowu in front of him, and he issued a cold command: "Hug the human behind you." Xiaowu became like a soulless panda doll, looked back at Jiang Tunan, and stretched out his claws to hug her without hesitation. "Look, my ability is to control animals. Controlling a raccoon is no problem. If he has any problems, you can come to me." Xiaowu proudly shook the white hair on his chest. Xiaowu was first targeted in the black market for selling animals. As a crow, it can actually speak, which attracted many people. At the same time, it was also targeted by the researchers in the animal research laboratory. But after Xiaowu was taken away by them, even if he recovered his memory now, he was unwilling to speak human language again. Du Lian did not tell them Xiaowu's secret. And Xiaowu also forgot that he could speak human language. It flapped its wings and yelled that Du Liang had to go with him to see the raccoons they brought back to prove that his judgment was correct. After being controlled by Xiaowu, Xiong fell into a coma. Du Liang explained, "This is the side effect of Xiaowu ability. But I have done tests, and it does not harm these small animals themselves. They just forget that they have been controlled when they wake up." Jiang Tunin hugged Xiong and nodded thoughtfully. "Is there a possibility that this group of researchers have been able to combine humans and animals?" Jiang Tunin said with a serious face. "It's not impossible. We found children in the laboratory before." Du Liang stopped there. "This is also a problem they are very worried about. If this situation really occurs, the whole world will become very dangerous. It's just that over the years, it has become increasingly difficult for them to catch the tail of that group of people. There are no works in the interstellar space where Jiang Tunin came, which means that humans are still pure humans and animals are still simple animals. Even though they have awakened their minds, we are in the light, and the enemy is in the dark. The most terrifying thing is that we don't know what they want to do by doing this." Du Liang continued. "It's not just these ordinary ancient creatures that are hurt." Du Liang changed his mind and didn't plan to give Jiang Tunin time to rest. "I contact Pingxing. After we finish watching the raccoons, we will take them for a physical examination to avoid more trouble." Jiang Tunin had no objection. After seeing the pain of Xiong, she just wanted to save more animals that were being hurt. The raccoon was sent to the treatment room. Tung Kai was guarding outside. Inside, all the beasts on the deserted planet gathered and surrounded the treatment chamber where the raccoon was lying, as if they were afraid that it would move abnormally. Even Cece was guarding with a group of cubs. When she saw Jiang Tunin coming, her ears moved slightly. "This raccoon is not right. Raccoons are no good. Man has had fish stolen by raccoons." Man was the otter that Jiang Tunin brought back when she entered the deserted planet last time. As the only cub on the deserted planet that likes to move in the water, it contracted the entire artificial stream. But the animals in the base, who had never seen the world, would disturb Man's peaceful life from time to time. Man, who was gentle in character, did not mind their visits. After a long time, they became good friends. "So there were raccoons on the deserted planet before?" Jiang Tunin got to the point. "There was one before, but it has been gone for a long time because it was hunted down everywhere on the deserted planet." Xiaoxi moved her body and, as the oldest animal, explained to Jiang Tunin, "We firmly reject this raccoon. How can a good bear wear an eye patch?" Leopard stared at the raccoon with an extremely fierce attitude. The last time Jiang Tunin saw Leopard so fierce was because they stuffed it into the treatment chamber. "You can't say that all bears with eye patches are not good bears." Xiaoxi glanced at the panda cub with 2 independent eye patches and couldn't help but say something fair. "It should be that all masked bears are not right. This raccoon is indeed not right." Tung Kai also joined in the speech. "Generally speaking, it should have woken up after being in for so long. But it didn't react at all. If it is still alive, it should have the same problem as Xiong." Xiong stared at Tung Kai with his ignorant and watery eyes, as if wondering what she was saying. Although Xiong is not young, he has been away from the environment with animals for too long, and his understanding of the world is not even as good as that of the panda cub. But no one was too worried, because with the company of the little bear, the 2 bears should be able to integrate into the group soon. Du Liang moved closer and turned back to ask Tung Kai, "Have you checked if there are any strange marks on it?" Tung Kai nodded and shook her head. "There are no marks. But the inside of the base of its tail seems to be burnt. I don't know if it was hurt by some animal or touched a dangerous object. Then stay in the base for observation." Du Liang thought, "Tu Nan and I are going to Pingxing, and this place is left to you." Jiang Tu Nan looked at Xie. The little black sheep stood in the corner near the door like a loyal guard, carefully observing every animal in the treatment room. Du Liang noticed her sight, followed her gaze, and explained, "We can't take Xie with us this time. And if nothing unexpected happens, we will be back soon." Hearing that he was called, Xie's beautiful golden eyes looked over. Somehow, Du Liang stared at his eyes, and actually felt a sense of familiarity, as if he knew the sheep. Xie didn't say anything, and his eyes just swept from Du Liang to Jiang Tunin. Jiang Tunin waved at it, and when Xie came slowly, he stroked its horn as if to comfort it. "I'll be back soon. The children in the base will be left to you and Cece." Xie usually doesn't talk much, but he's not so silent. Jiang Tunin guessed that he was worried that Du Liang would hear him. So he just nodded silently. When they left the treatment room, Xiaoju's eyes still didn't move away from the door. It didn't know what it was thinking of, and said to Cece beside it, I go out for a while, and I leave this to you. If there is any problem with this raccoon, just call Tong Kai in. Cece nodded, and let Xiaoju take the cubs away. Animals' intuition is much more sensitive than humans. When so many animals that they had never seen before suddenly appeared in the base, everyone didn't react so much. Now that the raccoon has appeared, everyone is united in facing it. There must be something wrong. There is nothing wrong with the animals on the base. So the problem can only be with the raccoon. Xiaoju closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and suddenly discovered the key point that they had overlooked. It has the smell of the second bear when it came. Bao Bao, who had been lying down, suddenly stood up, raised his front paws, and placed them on the treatment chamber to stare at the raccoon. From the time the second bear was discovered to the time he was brought back to the deserted planet, it was Bao Bao who was responsible. The remaining smell on the second bear had long disappeared with the repeated flushing of the water ball. Bao Bao felt that the smell on the raccoon was a little familiar at the beginning, but he could not figure out where he had smelled it before. After Xiaoju's reminder, its memory was also awakened. The raccoon had woken up at some point, and Xiaoju quickly jumped out of the window to find Tong Kai. As the raccoon woke up, the beasts in the house followed Bao Bao in a defensive posture, staring at the raccoon motionlessly. It seemed that they were waiting to kill it with one blow. The raccoon's eyes were bright, and it moved its paws and showed a weird smile. Chapter 59. Jiang Tunan followed Du Liang and felt the speed of the jump point again. She couldn't help but look back and took a look at the jump point, obviously very curious about it. Du Liang noticed her gaze and asked with a smile, Isn't it amazing? Jiang Tunan nodded. Is this the power of technology? So you have to study hard in the future. With your vines, you may be able to create this kind of strange but practical thing. Du Liang said. This jump point was designed by my sister. She doesn't have superpowers, but she is very strong. Jiang Tunan nodded. People who can make such things should not be defined by whether they have superpowers. Xiong was full of curiosity about everything in front of him, looking at the clean glass windows and the people coming and going inside. His body became a little stiff. There were many people like this coming and going in that room before. Du Liang thought for a few seconds and asked Xiong, Did you see any special marks on them? Xiong shook his head and whispered, I can't remember. Du Liang didn't force it. Xiaowu was in a similar situation. Everything before was a little vague. He could only remember a rough idea, and occasionally a clear fragment would emerge. After swiping the card to enter the building, many people greeted Du Liang when they saw her. They almost didn't react to Jiang Tunan, who was following behind her, until they met a very young face. The girl Jiang Tunan had seen during the interview. She was wearing a uniform, but her temperament was more prominent than others. This is Su Qingwei, the last breeder of the desolate planet. Du Liang introduced. The notes you found in the house were left by her on purpose. And you both have plant-related abilities, so there should be many opportunities for us to work together in the future. Su Qingwei smiled at Jiang Tunan. We met during your interview, and I wanted to meet you at that time, but it was not a good time. Thank you for your notes. Jiang Tunan thanked him sincerely. The content of Su Qingwei's plant atlas is very comprehensive. Jiang Tunan knows about animals, but knows almost nothing about plants. Everything she does now is based on the help of that plant atlas. I saw Du Su holding a thermos cup in her hand before, and I asked her and found out that it was your idea to soak the poison grass in water. I have tried it, and I feel that the effect is really good. Su Qingwei led them to the laboratory, while communicating with Jiang Tunan. This little breeder Su seemed to be something that could not be mentioned in the base. Professor Zhao praised her highly, but Tong Kai seemed to be a little resentful. Jiang Tunan suppressed his useless curiosity and didn't ask much. What's going on? The data is still being monitored, but there is still no abnormality. So you can't even tell what it is? Su Qingwei shook her head, while Jiang Tunan was observing Su Qingwei. Su Qingwei was also quietly observing her. When she first entered the wasteland planet, Su Qingwei had a mission on her. Her attitude towards animals conflicted with many people on the wasteland planet. Influenced by her family, Su Qingwei insisted that people and animals should keep a distance so that they can better adapt to life in the wild. Not until Jiang Tunan appeared and came to the wasteland planet soon. She put forward a different point of view: animal protection or keeping a distance and letting them die. Which one should be put first? Su Qingwei was involuntarily led by her thinking. And after thinking for a long time, she felt that she was ridiculously wrong. But recently, things have been going on, and the insect tide is about to attack. It is difficult for her to spare time to go to the wasteland planet. She could only postpone this matter indefinitely. Unexpectedly, she met Jiang Tunan on the flat planet. This girl has the temperament of a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. She knows nothing, but dares to put forward her own opinions and does not give in. Su Qingwei admits that she does not have this kind of courage. Facts have proved that all the choices made by Jiang Tunan are right. She broke Su Qingwei's cognition and brought all the animals in need of help from the deserted planet and lived in harmony with them. The cubs are also getting better and better with the naked eye. While reporting to Du Liang, Su Qingwei could not control her thoughts and eyes to glance at Jiang Tunan. She was holding a red panda in her arms. I don't know why she was brought to Pingxing. The 2 bears brought back by Jiang Tunan are still a secret. Du Liang did not say much. He quickly said goodbye to Su Qingwei and took Jiang Tunan to a small laboratory. Before I am sure who attacked you. I also don't know whether the news of the 2 bears should be reported. Du Liang sighed and looked at the red panda in Jiang Tunan's arms. Jiang Tunan has no opinion. As long as no one hurts the 2 bears again, the rest is not a problem. Xiong was sent to the inspection room. Du Liang asked Xiaowu to guard here, and took Jiang Tunan to lock the door and go to another space. As soon as she entered, Jiang Tunan saw the huge bear. The bear was obviously not in good condition, with tears in its black eyes, which looked a bit scary because of its huge size. It seemed that blood was flowing out of its ears, but it was not clear because of its black hair. Its limbs were fixed with silver chains, and there was a bite-proof cage on its mouth. It was obvious that humans were very afraid of it. This, without Jiang Tunan asking more, Du Liang told her the origin of the bear. So after discovering it from S3, you brought it here directly? With such a large body. Jiang Tunan had not seen a starship that could accommodate it yet, and was a little curious. A large dose of anesthesia was used because we wanted to keep it alive. Du Liang sighed. You should know that they are very resistant to anesthetics. Right? Jiang Tunan remembered Xiaowu resistance to anesthetics when he first arrived at the deserted planet, and nodded. Du Liang knew that Jiang Tunan didn't like anesthetics because of how Jiang Tunan treated Bao Bao at that time. The anesthetics used on them were dosed as much as possible to ensure that they were effective. Although Xiaowu was in a state of amnesia at the time, he still remembered the pain of being anesthetized. The side effect of anesthetics is a slow response to the outside world. And because the dose is too large, their brains may be damaged. And the damage is irreversible. Du Liang explained in a low voice. What about the little bear? Because the little bear was already in a dying state at the time. Tung Kai did not use a large dose, so the medicine in its body has been completely excreted. The bear trapped in the transparent glass room did not know what happened, and began to struggle frantically. The red light outside the glass room flashed wildly. Jiang Tunan watched the mist in the room, and the bear gradually stopped struggling. The whole body was shaky, and because of the control of the chain, it just hung down weakly. Its body is too big, so this method can only be used. Now no one has a very good idea for this bear. I don't know where this bear came from, and I don't know why this bear was transformed like this. The reason why the Institute controlled it like this is that they wanted to take the opportunity to investigate, just like they did with Xiaowu, to try to extract useful information from its memory. If it is still in this out-of-control state, it should be destroyed soon. Jiang Tunan can understand the Institute's approach. Such a big bear has immeasurable attack power. If its situation is the same as the second bear, humans can't even tell what went wrong with it, which is very dangerous. You found the second bear, so do you have any ideas? Du Liang asked Jiang Tunan. The second bear was a coincidence. Jiang Tunan looked at the bear controlled by the chain and explained. I was also hesitant at the time, because the second bear was not found on the deserted planet. But it is small. So Captain Liu and I decided to take a gamble. If we don't have the little bear to back it up, it should have to be destroyed. Du Liang nodded and smiled softly. You have changed a lot compared to before. Jiang Tunan tilted his head, not quite understanding what Du Liang meant. When you first went to H37, you brought back a cub. Du Liang thought of this and laughed. On a deserted planet, it is taboo to bring back animals from outside, let alone a place like H37, where all the animals and plants are mutants. Jiang Tunan said shyly, at that time, I thought it was only the size of a palm. What danger could it have? So I didn't criticize you. Du Liang sighed. If you come into contact with mutant animals and plants in the future, you will find that they are not as simple as the information you found. Like this bear? Its genes have been fused. And it turns out to be just an ordinary bear. But if you look more carefully, you can't tell whether it is a black bear or a brown bear. The bear in front of him even looks like it has fused the blood of a red panda. But it is bigger than an ordinary bear. The situation of the second bear is actually similar. It has been transformed into a fire-breathing red panda. But its genes are still those of an ordinary red panda. No different from a little bear. This is the most difficult part. The so-called right medicine for the right disease. It is impossible to find the root cause. And it is even more difficult to think of a way to solve the problem. Du Liang looked at the bears and sighed deeply. The insect tide is coming. The external troubles have not been solved. But the internal troubles have emerged again. The instrument in her hand vibrated slightly. And Du Liang took Jiang Tunan back to the small laboratory. The two bears had been pushed out of the inspection room. Xiaowu saw them coming back, and shook his wings excitedly. Everything is normal. But I just felt a different breath. But it disappeared quickly. Xiaowu reported the situation diligently. Du Liang nodded and reached out to take out the inspection report. The content was similar to the test on the barren planet. But there were too high values. Her sight suddenly stopped and looked outside again. The time when the two bears showed abnormality was exactly the time when the bear outside rioted. Du Liang and Jiang Tunan looked at each other and understood the meaning. Did you feel uncomfortable just now? Du Liang asked Xiaowu. Xiaowu tilted his head and shook his head blankly. Chapter 60. Recently, a big news broke out in the interstellar world. Some netizens saw the surviving animals on the legendary ancient blue planet in the interstellar world. These animals have been missing for a long time. At first, the Federation and the Empire issued a joint statement, claiming that they were building a zoo for the ancient creatures on the ancient blue planet to ensure that they were not affected by mutant animals and plants in Zerg. However, due to the existence of mutant animals and plants in Zerg, interstellar people's sense of animals is not very good. This activity that requires huge expenses is also acceptable to them. Moreover, it has been decades since they issued the statement, let alone the ancient creatures. Even the shadow of the zoo has not been seen by everyone. The netizen who said he had seen ancient creatures was scolded all over the place. I don't believe you are not a lackey of the Empire. Over the years, the Empire has spent a lot of money to maintain the zoo on the deserted planet. And there is not a single animal that has not been seen. Don't say so much nonsense. Just post the photo and let everyone see if your photo is composited. I don't believe it unless I can see what the ancient creature looks like. Don't scold. Don't scold. Maybe they are just trying to get attention not long after. This netizen actually released the photo. The photo shows a cute little panda, lying on a ball, looking at the camera boredly, with beautiful brown eyes shining, and butterfly ears that look fluffy and soft. Very good to rub. Netizens who had scolded and those who had not scolded others before were silent. After seeing this picture, they soon erupted into a more enthusiastic reaction. Why not release such good things earlier? Does the desolate planet like to be scolded? Such a good thing is hidden. If you don't understand, just ask. Are all ancient creatures like this? We are all a family. Can everyone have one? Just tell me how much does it cost for the desolate planet. Give us the account number. We can crowdfund the enthusiastic netizen Tun Kai who posted this message looked at the various replies. Touched his chin and sighed, if they see this, won't they treat me as a firework? And Du Liang, who finally decided to release the animals on the desolate planet, was in a dilemma with Jiang Tunan at this time. After discovering that there was a strange connection between the two bears and the huge black bear, Du Liang made this decision to announce that there were really ancient creatures on the desolate planet. If the group of people doing animal experiments were targeting ancient creatures, they would definitely take action when they saw the animals on the desolate planet. So Du Liang briefly discussed with Mr. Qi and asked Tun Kai to release a message first to test the public's reaction. She and Jiang Tunan remained on Pingxing and continued to observe the bear's movements. I have a bold idea. Du Liang stared at Jiang Tunan and said, we can take this bear to Huangxing. This idea was indeed very bold. At least Jiang Tunan wanted to ignore the fact that Du Liang was her boss, and directly refuse. Huangxing simply did not have enough manpower to monitor the bear all the time. Moreover, once the bear went crazy, it might not be a situation they could control. Even if we take a step back, This bear is an important research object of the Animal Research Institute, and they would definitely not agree to let them take it to Huangxing. Du Liang was a person who did what she said. She quickly applied to Mr. Qi for this matter, and asked for a short meeting to decide whether the bear should stay or go. The meeting was scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Du Liang took Jiang Tunan to the cafeteria of the Animal Research Institute. Halfway through the walk, they were forced to encounter an accident. Be careful. Su Qingwei followed them not far behind, and was the first to discover the abnormal situation. Jiang Tunan felt something was wrong the moment she opened her mouth, and looked straight at the muzzle of the gun pointed at her, with a subtle expression on his face. She was an unknown little minion. Was it worth the trouble? Before she could speak, the man had already pulled the trigger, and the researchers in the surrounding Animal Research Institute exclaimed. Su Qingwei looked at this scene, and subconsciously wanted to run forward and try to grab Jiang Tunan. But soon, she found that her speed could not catch up with the gun. Looking at Jiang Tunan, Su Qingwei was distracted for a moment. Jiang Tunan was obviously still very young, and she showed an extraordinary talent. The plant-related supernatural power played a role in her to the maximum extent, and the animals on the deserted planet also had a better life because of her. It would be a pity if she stopped here, but they found it too late, and it was difficult to dodge this bullet. It would probably take a battle-hardened level like Lu Qi to have a slim hope of survival, especially after the other party found that Jiang Tunan had accurately captured his position. They fired several shots in succession, obviously not wanting to leave him alive. Su Qingwei felt cold all over, but she continued to run forward unconsciously. Even if she couldn't save Jiang Tunan, she had to save Du Liang, who was walking with her. Du Liang, who was walking side by side with Jiang Tunan, didn't feel anything. Although she had sharp 5 senses, she was thinking about the big bear, and had no time to pay attention to the surrounding environment. She had worked at the Animal Research Institute for so many years, and was very confident in the security here. So she had never considered that she would be locked up in the institute one day. The weapon in the man's hand was equipped with a silencer, and there was almost no sound. If Su Qingwei hadn't reminded her, she might not even look over there. Jiang Tunan reacted quickly. The moment she saw the bullet coming, she felt a chill on her neck. With almost no room for thinking, she instinctively propped up an airtight vine cage to cover herself and the beams around her. Almost the next second, the bullet hit the vines and was easily blocked. In fact, it was not very easy. When the vines were injured, she could also feel the pain. The pain made her gasp. The man found that his plan had failed, and the muzzle of the gun instantly shifted, aiming at Su Qingwei, who had just blocked him. This time Jiang Tunan reacted faster, and didn't give the man a chance to shoot. He tied him up with vines directly, and tied him up tightly in the blink of an eye. Everything happened in a flash. The scene was silent for 2 seconds, and suddenly a huge cry of surprise broke out. Su Qingwei watched the gun in the man's hand being tightly entangled by Jiang Tunan vines. And then she realized that she was sweating all over, and even her palms were cold. It seems that lunch can't be eaten. Jiang Tunan stared at the man and sighed softly. Jiang Tunan was sent to the medical room. Du Liang's face was very ugly. He took Su Qingwei to investigate the situation. The man who attacked them was an old employee who had been in the Animal Research Institute for several years. He was usually diligent, but his ability was very average. He had always been a temporary researcher. He insisted that he couldn't stand the relatives. As a person brought in by Du Liang himself, Jiang Tunan was undoubtedly very conspicuous. Judging from the man's file, there seemed to be nothing wrong. But Du Liang was worried. This time point was too delicate. Jiang Tunan had just escaped from the pursuit and left the desolate planet to go with her. There were actually people watching him. The Animal Research Institute is her home base, so this situation shouldn't have happened. It is very likely that the other party has already reached here. Otherwise it would be impossible to know clearly that she suddenly came to the institute. But it is also possible that the other party's backer is a higher level and more hidden person. Du Liang looked up at the building of the Animal Research Institute and sighed softly. How is Tu Nan? Du Liang asked Su Qingwei. Nothing serious. Just mental damage. Go back and rest for a while, and you will recover. It's not a big problem. Su Qingwei told Du Liang about the situation in the medical room. Du Liang nodded, and stopped his steps on the way to the medical room, and turned to go to Mr. Qi's office. Jiang Tunan's injury is a good excuse. It's not strange for a victim to ask for compensation. Right? This is reasonable. When Jiang Tunan was taken out of the treatment room, He found that the sky outside had changed. A few hours ago, she was trying every means to persuade Du Liang to give up. And she did it just like that. Don't worry about safety. I've already contacted Tung Nan and the others. The little bears have all moved safely into the small garden. The temporary observation area is reserved for this bear. I always feel that it will be good if it interacts more with the cubs on the deserted planet. Du Liang looked at the sky of Pingxing and explained to Jiang Tunan. The matter was a foregone conclusion. And Du Liang was her boss. So Jiang Tunan naturally wouldn't say much. She didn't think the bear was hopeless. She was just a little worried about the safety of the animals on the deserted planet. The beast that lost its mind was very scary. Even when the second bear went crazy, it could prevent people and animals on the deserted planet from approaching it. The most important thing is that it seems that there is no way to wake up the bear's mind now. The second bear has the affection buff of the little bear. But what about this one? If he is not careful, he might raise the deserted planet to the ground. Of course, it would be best if he could be saved. They went back to the deserted planet to arrange matters first. The Animal Research Institute selected several researchers. And soon they followed the bear to the deserted planet. Du Liang patted Jiang Tunan on the shoulder. Young people need to be brave enough. There's nothing to be afraid of. The worst result is that we will build a barren planet from scratch. Jiang Tunan had a row of question marks in his mind. But he nodded in agreement. He felt that the reliable director Du Liang looked less credible. After they left the Institute of Zoology, the uproar caused by Jiang Tunan did not stop. No matter where Su Qingwei went, she would be pulled by her colleagues to chat. Is the plant-based ability so powerful? It can even block bullets? Was Researcher Su next to you just now? Did you see the situation clearly? Why do I remember that Researcher Su also has plant-based abilities? Is he hiding it? Can you help me ask how many years it takes to practice that level? Su Qingwei finally got rid of the questions of his colleagues and went back to the dormitory to pack up. As expected, he was a little nervous when he thought about setting foot on the barren planet again. The original plan was disrupted by a sudden accident. Su Qingwei didn't have time to prepare gifts for everyone on the deserted planet. She even worried whether she, a traitor, would be looked down upon by her former colleagues. Su Qingwei, who always thought she was strong-minded, successfully suffered from insomnia the night before leaving for the deserted planet.